Chapter 901 Travel Preparations. Even though he agreed to help the Lich, he couldn't just leave. At least some preparation is required. Especially preparation of mathematical tools. Last time, in order to calculate the outline of the space distortion and related data, I went into battle temporarily, and could only use some stupid methods to calculate it. The result was extremely brain-burning. This is only a simple calculation without distraction in other aspects, so that the calculation results can be obtained safely. If you want to fight at the same time or do other things, this level of computing power usage may very well lead to a life-threatening outcome. Therefore, Lin made special preparations for the mathematical tools that may be used during this trip. Of course, it is impossible to be completely prepared, because we are going to a strange place, and we don't know what will happen or what problems we will encounter. How can we be completely prepared? If you dwell on this point, you will not even be able to set off. So it's enough to be prepared for 70% or 80%. And the rest depends on improvisation. In addition to various preparations, things at home are easy to arrange. Anyway, the apprentices have been in charge from the beginning. The presence or absence of someone is not a problem. As for the academy, Lin was thinking about another problem and approached Fun, who is also a teacher at the academy. The Lich asked, "Is there anything going on at the academy? I'm thinking about asking someone else to teach the courses at the college. What do you think?" It has been 2 or 3 years since the mathematics course at Cabinby College was launched. The original plan was to teach all the mathematics knowledge I knew within 5 to 7 years, regardless of whether the students really understood it. But plans never keep up with changes. The practical magicians, who have long since learned enough mathematical methods to transform and correct spell models, have no interest in continuing their studies in the field of pure mathematics. Only a few young people who had not been deeply involved in magic showed any interest in pure mathematics. But it's just an interest, but not a good enough talent. Although Lin continued to teach advanced mathematics to them, his progress was slow. No one thought about improving this situation. After all, the further you progress in mathematics, the less useful information you will have. And it is not impossible to be asked by others. Not long ago, the teaching direction of mathematics classes has been similar to the life courses taught by Finn. It has become a group research project. The research content is, of course, mathematical problems at the practical application level. The group topic with the most projects initiated is, of course, the optimization of spell models for 1st to 3rd level apprentice level magic. The formal class time is a time for everyone to brainstorm solutions when current mathematical tools cannot solve a difficult problem. In addition to group project research, the second round of teaching in mathematics classes was also carried out. That is to teach old mathematical knowledge that has been published again. The target is, of course, a new group of students. After all, the class of the previous grade is full of over 100 people, compared to the number of magicians who want to learn mathematics. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a drop in the bucket. In addition to Lin's second mathematics course, many veterans of the first mathematics course also stayed at Cabinby College and were invited by the magician Cabinby, the head of the college, to offer the same mathematics course. It is hoped that at the same time, more people will have the opportunity to learn mathematical knowledge systematically. The old college principal's approach certainly had Lin's consent. On the road to promoting mathematics, absorbing more people to teach is bound to be more beneficial than working alone. But the sequelae of doing this is that someone's importance is weakened. Now, in addition to serving as a consultant in the old student class that no one would ask about, I am leading a new class and teaching them the basics of mathematics again. However, the diminished importance is not without its benefits. That is, Lin can take a long vacation without being eaten alive by the masters, who are thirsty for knowledge. And now there are people who can take over as substitute teachers. Anyway, they only teach basic and secondary mathematics. If someone didn't want to be completely supported by the nobility, he could probably rely on the monthly food allowance from the Marquise de Ballon and live on the salary of a consultant at the Automobile Manufacturing Center. Retaining the teaching position at Cabinby College is actually just a way for someone to avoid going back to living at home doing nothing all day long. Before today, someone relied on the convenience of flashing to be able to travel back and forth in an instant no matter how far away they were. Therefore, most of the arrangements for long-distance travel are to deal with some personal matters in the morning and then go to the college to teach mathematics in the afternoon. But the disadvantage of this is that the morning work usually has to be finished after half of it is done, and then after teaching the afternoon math class. The remaining work will continue tomorrow, although the time seems to be fully utilized. In fact, it takes a lot of effort to finish each time and start again the next day. if the work can be continued. I don't know how much progress can be made. So Lin was wondering whether he should take a long vacation this time and concentrate on taking care of Fin's affairs properly. That's why he had such doubts. Fin did not directly agree with someone's idea, but asked slightly surprised. What are your considerations? Lin replied. I am quite unfamiliar with the elemental world, and I can't guarantee what I will encounter. According to you, you should be similar to me. So during the exploration process, there is no need to worry about returning at a certain time. Teaching in the academy should be conducive to our exploration. And if we want to stay among the elemental creatures and negotiate with them, how can we explain or conceal that we will disappear at certain times every day? It would be very troublesome to take the time to return to the academy and hide my whereabouts at this time. So I thought about taking a leave of absence and suspending the teaching at the academy. Anyway, there are other people who can take over the classes, so I don't need to attend every day. Indeed, it would be inconvenient if there was a time jam in between. After thinking for a moment, Fin said, It seems that my life course should be suspended for a while. Now it is all group research, so I don't need to check it every day. Although there is no direct answer, since Fin has the same intention, it can be regarded as explaining from the side that she agrees with someone's approach. After the two discussed for a while, the next day, they went to the old dean of the academy, the great magician Kavambai, to explain their request for leave. The old man didn't have any embarrassment and agreed immediately, including the substitute candidates recommended by both of them. Neither of them had any opinions. Speaking of which, in Lost Land, magicians occasionally leave their base. It is normal to engage in adventurous activities to prevent yourself from being away from actual combat for too long and become incompetent, or to look for special and rare magic materials that you need. Just like the change of appearance. This is not a big deal to the magicians in Lost Land. Otherwise, someone's appearance would change twice since he came to the holy city of Astali. First, he was baptized by the 8 powers and became as skinny as a stick. Then came the demonic transformation, making myself young again. If it were placed on Earth, some people would have long suspected whether they were being impersonated. But in the Lost Land, this would not arouse any interest or attention from the masters at all. Should I say that the magicians in the Lost Land are so big that they are transformed? Or should I say that the people here have long been used to it? Chapter 902 Elemental Realm. How to get to the elemental plane. The formal method is to establish a good relationship with the elemental lord and make the other party willing to invite a magician who has the ability to summon elemental elves, and can also summon elves of the elemental lord level. It cannot be an ordinary person or an ordinary magician. Go to his domain. Be a guest. When ordinary people invite people to their homes, of course they have to give their home address so that the guests know where to go. What the elemental lord gave was a set of coordinates that could be used by the teleportation magic array. However, teleportation coordinates are dead. As long as a magician who is proficient in teleportation magic circle gets it, he can send himself to the house of the element lord who gave the coordinates. But magicians who can obtain this set of coordinates usually have an agreement or even a contract with the elemental lord. These are all for recognition. Not everyone who comes through that set of coordinates will get the same recognition from the element lord. And the elemental lords are very interesting. They identify people not by the magician they originally recognized, but by the bloodline of that magician. In other words, even if the original magician dies, their descendants will still be able to deal with these elemental lords. Even if this descendant is a mess. There are various factors that lead to the recognition of blood rather than people, mainly because human lifespan is too short. In comparison, elemental lords are almost immortal. In addition, they are considered blind when it comes to human appearance, so they only focus on the parts they recognize. However, most elemental lords still welcome uninvited strangers, except for a very few elemental lords, who are quite individual and temperamental. Usually fire elemental lords have this problem. The reason is related to the fact that these almost immortal beings are willing to deal with a powerful magician. That is, resource exchange. The local specialties of the 4 elemental realms may not fully meet the needs of elemental creatures. And there are always some things that cannot be taken into consideration. To make up for these, we need to start from the outside. It can be plundering, or of course it can be trading. In other words, from the beginning, the elemental lords would be willing to deal with magicians, originally focusing on resources that were not available in the elemental world. In this case, it doesn't matter who you are dealing with. If you just change the partner, the originally negotiated conditions will of course not count and will have to be renegotiated. It looks like the teleportation coordinates leading to the elemental world should be everywhere in the world. The elemental world has also opened its door, welcoming all magicians to visit. Not really. Elemental lords require special resources that are not available in the elemental realm, but are produced in the Lost Land. To do this, of course they have to use the special products of the elemental world to trade with the magicians of the Lost Land. So for the magicians in the Lost Land, having a coordinate leading to the elemental world means having endless resources from the elemental world. These are everywhere in the elemental world. If you get these things that are almost like garbage, they will be worth more than a few times. Although the things he has to pay may not all be rare magic materials, but no matter how rare they are no better than those obtained from the elemental world, which are nowhere to be found in the Lost Land. In other words, a teleportation coordinate to the elemental world represents unimaginable huge benefits, and it is also sustainable. Under such a premise, how could a magician or a magician family that owns the coordinates of teleportation in the elemental world make this chicken that lays golden eggs public? He must have been hiding it and not letting anyone else know. As for another possible way to travel to the elemental world, it is the semi-failed teleportation magic. You can teleport people out, but you don't know where they will be teleported to. There is always a chance that they will be sent to the elemental world by chance. Basically, you have to believe in this probability. You might be standing in an open space on a sunny day, and suddenly a thunderbolt rang out of thin air, killing someone like that. The probability of this happening is relatively high. So, are you suggesting that we rob a certain magic family? Although Finn was just asking, what he was doing was different from what he said. She was preparing her favorite weapons, including a lightsaber and a magic gun that she hadn't used for a long time, and adjust the tightness of various parts of the Force Spirit suit, as well as the assembly that is not suitable for combat, and began to use the index system designed by Kaya based on the forum's backdoor vulnerability to search for such magic families. After all, not everyone would talk about how their family's wealth came from in a high-profile manner. Looking at Finn's behavior, he looked like he was ready to rob. So someone had no choice but to find a way to stop this lich. Because if the former Demon King really finds any clues, the other party will definitely find that unlucky magic family and grab the things first. If the thing you are looking for is physical, you can still persuade the other party to steal it. Anyway, with the flash technique, in the thief profession, you can go straight to the highest level. That is, the realm of the master thief. Unfortunately, what he wanted to know was not a physical item, but a piece of information. So in order to confirm who knows, the easiest way for the lich is to torture the soul of the person who knows. Don't think this is a recoverable or reversible operation. The soul that will answer the truth obediently under the hands of the lich must belong to the deceased. This is also because necromancy magic cannot control the soul of the living. Let's calm down for a moment. I won't talk about the second way to get lucky. I don't plan to take the first way. Besides, no matter who you want to rob, there is no way to guard this big cake. What kind of good will it be? Maybe we are not afraid of each other now. But why do they want to cause trouble? After spitting, Finn complained, I dare to say that the list you just made is all nonsense. What nonsense? If there weren't those arrangements, how could it be shown that I used a different method, which is not only smart, but also saves time and effort, and is more powerful than those magicians who are not enterprising and go astray? The man said proudly. Yes, it's even better. So what is the method that makes you so confident? Don't tell me that you haven't thought about it yet. My fists will hit other people's heads involuntarily, and even damage their brains. The kind that was smashed out. Seeing that his life was in danger, Lin didn't have the guts to show off and said directly, the answer is very simple. It is to use the flash technique badly. To this unexpected but seemingly expected answer, Finn remained silent, waiting for someone to explain himself. With distance and dimensional data, flash technology can theoretically lead us to anywhere. This is our most commonly used method. But as long as there is space transmission data, or phenomena we can observe, we can work backwards to find the transmission. It's not difficult to find the source. So as long as there are instances of being transported from the elemental world to the lost world, it's just a matter of calculation for me to find the exact location of the elemental world. How could there be? Instinctively, he wanted to object, but mid-sentence, then remembered another possibility and said in a skeptical tone, Rearing apprentice-level magic. Elf summoning? Yes. Just by using this apprentice-level magic, we should be able to reversely deduce the location of the elemental world. Don't you think this method is much easier than robbing or something? Lin said bewilderedly. Chapter 903, Spirit Summoning. The magic ritual room is the most important unit facility in the residence of most magicians, second only to the meditation room. Although it is called the ritual room, the most powerful defensive magic, sealing magic, blocking detection magic, etc. that a magician knows will be used here. Anyway, the layout will be as strong as possible, because the official purpose of the ritual room is to allow magicians to summon creatures, demons, and demons from other planes. Therefore, you can roughly understand the level of a magician from the layout of a ritual room. After all, if things like summoning go wrong, it's usually a big deal, rarely a small one. In order to prevent unexpected things from happening and affecting the outside world, the ritual room has the function of sealing internally and blocking externally. In this way, try your best to keep things that should not happen but happen within the boundary. Of course, it's not uncommon for people to lose their temper. And because the protection of the ritual room is so strong, sometimes magicians or apprentices want to test a new magic but are unwilling to spread it to too large a range, or to prevent inadvertent leakage, or other people prying into the secrets of their spells. They will also enter the ritual room to perform magic. This is considered a side purpose of the ritual room. However, for a certain person and a lich, the normal state of others is not something these two people would do. Of course, there is a magic ritual room in the home of Starry in the Holy City, but the layout inside is only quite satisfactory. Just a few magic apprentices such as Halumi, Kaya, Leonardo and Marquis Balin can be used to test the level of their magic, and there is no further enhancement of the protection strength. In someone's words, so far, I have not been able to find a defense method that can withstand counterpower magic attacks. Therefore, before anti-counterpower magic is developed, all protective magic is useless. So there is no need to worry too much. In the Lich's parlance, there is nothing I can't solve. If so, what protective magic is there to resist such a thing? In short, these two monsters were so destructive that they didn't even know how to defend themselves. And neither of them cared much about the ritual room. But there are still times when they are useful. Like today, it was rare that the two of them were fully armed and brought all the weapons they could. Lin even hid a little cricket in his arms. If the heavy sniper rifle with anti-power magic, as its core wasn't too big for Wuwushing, Lin Du would have wanted to carry this heavy sniper rifle with him. Although Fin had thought about bringing his most capable subordinate, Yuan Sui Dong, with him. The body he now has is a living body. This means that stone also has the needs and weaknesses of normal creatures. Unlike the undead bodies of the past, it can travel to all kinds of weird environments without any worries. Anyway, the body is broken. If it is not repaired, it would be better to replace it. In short, the loyal subordinates were standing outside the magic array in the ritual room. And there were only two people standing opposite each other in the array, preparing to use the 3-ring apprentice level magic elf summoning. According to the current level of the two people in the magic circle, the summoning of spirits is a magic that can be completed with a snap of the fingers. Logically speaking, there is no need for such a large battle, and it can even be performed in a specially prepared magic circle. But for Lin, summoning elemental spirits is not the focus this time. The key point is to trace the source of Shoa during the summoning process. Find out where the summoned spirit comes from, and then visit him at his door. If you can't find it once, call it a second or third time. I'll probably keep trying until my patience runs out. At least the method in front of me feels much easier than finding the magician family that holds the coordinates to the elemental world and forcing them to hand it over. Speaking of which, the last time the two of them used the magic of elf summoning was quite a long time ago, before Lin Yi settled in the tower of the great sage. During that time when he often ventured out and fought with uncivilized goblins, he often summoned low-level earth elemental elves to serve as human shields. After that, his escape skills will be greatly improved, and he will run away without a trace at the slightest disagreement. Of course, there is no need for a human shield to rear up. As for Fun, he probably stopped summoning elemental creatures after he learned to summon undead creatures, because the two have similar uses and opposite properties. The elemental creatures don't know what's wrong with them, except that they are not the same as the undead creatures. Being summoned by a lich, 9 out of 10 times it would start causing trouble. Therefore, the last time Finn used magic to summon elves was at least 1,000 years ago, when he was still learning magic. Now that they were casting the spell after a long absence, the two of them were not careful, but they were still very cautious. They followed the spellcasting steps in their memory and completed it step by step. Don't be impatient or impatient. First, sprinkle some small pieces of red magic stone in the center of the magic circle. This is the sacrifice for summoning the elves. And it is also the price for allowing the elemental elves to materialize in the world of lost lands. Basically, the higher the value of the sacrifice, and the richer the power it contains, the more powerful spirits can be summoned. But just like what I said before, Lin focuses on the process rather than summoning something. Coupled with the possibility of having to repeat the summons countless times, Lin did not intend to waste too many resources in such a small place. Then held a ball of soil and gently placed it in the magic circle summoning circle. This is a prop for the summoned elemental spirits to possess and exist after they materialize in the lost land. If it were outside, it would be to use local materials according to the characteristics of the elemental elves and rely on them. The strength of the spirit that is summoned and embodied is of course also related to the possessing body. Clods of earth and mud can only summon the lowest level earth elemental spirits. This is also the result of discussions between Lin and Fin. That is, it does not only target a specific element attribute, but uses the magic of summoning elves in turn in the order of earth, water, fire and wind. On the one hand, it is also hoped that in the process of change, the difference in the magic of summoning elves before and after can be compared, and then the position of the elemental world can be calculated. The chanting of the mantra was slow and low, slowly chanted word by word. The thin power walking in the air was stimulated by the sound of the spell, blooming with little bits of fluorescence, and gathered towards the fragments of the red magic stone. The power contained in the fragments of the magic stone turned into a colorful trickle and floated into the soil. After a while, the lump of soil began to vibrate, and then began to rotate left and right in layers. In the vibration and rotation, the soil changes its shape and stretches out its arms and legs. All of a sudden, it turned into a human form. There are 3 factors that affect the summoning of spirits, in addition to the aforementioned sacrifices and possessions. The third factor is the strength of the summoner. The clearer the image of the summoned elemental spirit, the stronger the strength. The worst thing is, of course, a bunch of low-level monsters such as ooze monsters, will-o-wisps, and slimes that you can't tell what they are. However, Fin and Lin joined forces and summoned the elemental spirits so carefully. Of course, they would not be some low-level miscellaneous fish, although she is a little smaller, only about the size of a palm. Her arms, legs, and waist are quite obvious, although it has no eyes. It looks like it is quite interested in the environment it is in, judging from its head looking left and right. Chapter 904 Elemental Elves. The summoned earth elemental elf is using its small size and flexibility that is not commensurate with the word cumbersome to hit the barrier of the magic circle. This magic wall is just a wall, with no extra function such as retaliation. At best, it's a defense like the little thing in front of me, who just wanted to run out as soon as he was summoned. In the eyes of other knowledgeable people, this earth elemental elf has reached the height of the Holy Spirit, although it is weak and small in size. In terms of physical integrity, it is beyond the reach of most magicians who use summoning elves. To use the terminology of a certain time traveler, even if it is a novice monster, this is still considered an elite monster or a boss in the novice village. However, a certain time traveler had no time to boast at this time. He was browsing the space fluctuation data that he had just recorded from his own field of vision, to use the relevant knowledge of the flash technique to deduce the source of the coming of elemental spirits. These fluctuating data that ordinary people cannot see are crucial. Fin was waiting quietly and patiently. She understood the character of the man in front of her very well. As long as he didn't stray from the direction, he would do things very methodically and quickly. Urging the other party at this time will most likely mean asking for scolding. When he is addicted to something, this bold guy doesn't care whether the King of Heaven is sitting in front of him or not. The waiting time was not long. It could even be said to be shorter than the Lich expected. The person in front of me laughed twice and said, "Sure enough, it's pretty much what I guessed. Have you found the coordinates of the Earth Elemental Realm?" Not only Fin, but also the 4 magic apprentices staying outside, as well as some children who were interested in magic and came to watch with permission, were also curious about what someone said. Lin did not answer directly, but said, "Don't worry. Let's summon the remaining 3 elemental elves first to verify my idea. Then I will be more confident." Whether it was the elemental realm of earth, or the 3 elemental realms of water, fire, and wind, Fin had to go there. So Fin had no objection to someone's opinion. He waved and asked his apprentice to bring in the second set of materials, and at the same time, he took out the earth elemental elf, who was having a great time hitting the wall. This little guy at the Holy Spirit level is not in a hurry to get rid of it. Keeping it may still be useful. The second thing to be summoned is the water element spirit. The material of the possession body is a bowl of pure water without impurities. Following the same steps, what was finally summoned was an ultra-small water elemental body that resembled a mermaid. It was leaning against the mouth of the bowl, looking at everything around it with the same curiosity. I heard that after a powerful water elemental creature is summoned, it can swim in the air like a fish. However, this little mermaid obviously did not have this ability, so she could only sit in the bowl and lean on the edge of the bowl. The third one is the fire elemental spirit, which looks like a snake. It was quite nerve-wracking to wander around at first, but once they saw the water elemental elf, the two became jealous as if they were enemies and started to confront each other. The fire snake slipped over to the big bowl, coiled its body several times, held its head high, and screamed at each other whether it matched or not matched with the mermaid in the bowl. However, the sounds between elemental elves are of a wavelength that ordinary people cannot hear. But even those who could hear it didn't hear the complete sentence. It felt more like two dogs disapproving of each other and whispering with their mouths in their mouths. The fourth wind elemental elf is more troublesome, because using ordinary methods, you can't see the opponent at all. In addition, the barrier that protects the magic circle is not a particularly powerful and comprehensive magic circle. It is only above the level of ordinary magicians. So the wind elemental elves found a loophole and got out. This naughty mischievous guy seems to know his advantages very well. I didn't even think about running outside. I just walked around the ceremony room. Laughter like silver bells rang around the crowd, and several apprentices and children had their clothes and hair tugged from time to time. This is also the reason why most magicians don't like to summon wind elemental elves. It's too difficult to control. But it works wonders for those who know how to use it. Hee! You can't catch me! The summoned wind elemental elf provoked the people present in the common language of Midland, which was not very standard, compared with the first three elemental elves. The rank of this wind elemental elf is undoubtedly higher. Someone summoned the wind elemental spirit, not because he wanted to use it to do anything, but just to find out the location of the wind elemental world. And by observing the flow of air, he could easily grasp the location of the wind elemental elves. In Lin's field of vision, the wind elemental elves were like a small human-shaped tornado. They kept changing positions in the ritual room that was not airtight at a speed that was difficult for ordinary human eyes to keep up with, without ever thinking of running out. And the earth elemental elf, which has the opposite attribute to it, didn't even bother to look up at this guy. Maybe it's because he knows he can't catch up, or for other reasons. Anyway, the wind and earth element elves are not as tit for tat as the water and fire element elves. Although this little thing caused no damage, it was annoying. All kinds of taunts and map cannons were fired randomly. No matter how good-tempered someone was, he couldn't stand this noisy little thing. Not to mention that the current personality is different from the past, even if someone doesn't realize it. So without even thinking about it, Lin used a special flash technique to pick up objects from the air and caught the wind elemental elf in his hand. Then it kept moving towards the direction where the wind elemental elves wanted to escape, filling the endless space. For a moment, this restless little thing seemed to be imprisoned in the palm of his hand. Let me out! Let me out! Do you know who I am? Human. I am the child of the great elemental Lord Brit. All your rude behavior will eventually be avenged by my father. An elemental lord, looking at the anxious look of the wind elemental elf. Someone suddenly thought, is this the monkey's way of escaping from the palm of Tathagata Buddha? However, regarding the threat of this little thing, Lin curiously asked the lich next to him, can elemental elves carry on the family line? Otherwise, how could there be fathers and sons? Although he is not familiar with the elemental world, the lich still knows some common sense. She just shook her head and said, how could elemental elves behave like that? But they like to imitate the appearance of creatures, imitate the way animals act, and imitate the behavior of human civilized society. Maybe those impossible relationships actually exist. It's just a representation they imitated. The statement is also a common understanding among the magicians of Midland. It is precisely because the stronger the summoned elemental spirits are, the more specific images they are attached to. This has therefore become a way for magicians in the Lost Land to measure their understanding and proficiency in summoning spirits. However, no matter whether the relationship between elves is real or just imitating the behavior of human society, it does not matter whether the conversation between two humans has something to do with seeing through their own behavior. The caught wind elemental elf cursed unceremoniously. And the more he cursed, the more fluently he cursed. and all the words he said came out of his mouth. The person being scolded didn't think much and reached out to touch his left shoulder. Draw the knife and wave it. Then the world became quiet. The Hakakiri version of the Lumbo sword was quietly held in someone's hand, hanging by his side, without saying a single word. Chapter 905 Ecology of the Elemental Realm. This knife can cut off so cleanly and without any worries. It's not that someone has become cruel and ruthless. This is due to the characteristics of the elemental elves, because the destruction in the Lost Land does not mean their real death, but only the death of their dependent bodies. That's why someone dares to be so bold. To use a metaphor that only people who have traveled through the 21st century on Earth can understand. A otaku plays a video game RPG. If you are unlucky and not prepared enough, and your team is wiped out when you go to fight the Demon King, and you get the word game _ over on the screen, you can at most just restart the game from the last save position. If you have beaten it, then you need to find a place to save it and record the current progress. But regardless of whether the characters in the game are dead or not, there is no real loss to the otaku holding the handle in reality. At most, it is just a waste of time. The death of elemental elves in the Lost Land is almost like the death of a character in the game. That's all. Simply put, it doesn't hurt or itch. As for whether he will be resented or whether he is really like the wind elemental elf, he has a big backer behind him. If you hit the small one, an old one will pop up. In fact, no magician would worry about such a thing. One of the reasons is that elemental spirits are not summoned and cannot actively appear in the main material world without a supporting body, unless there is something coming to the Lost Land that they can possess. But to have such an opportunity, the elemental spirit must have visited the Lost Land at least once to have a chance to leave its own mark. The second reason is that the elemental elves do not have such a strong sense of community. When they get together, they will naturally form a group and cooperate with each other, but as soon as they are separated, they will go their own way. Who will suffer, and who will benefit? There won't be any friendship between elves and a combination of vertical and horizontal relationships. There is such an attitude, ultimately because elemental elves do not have the same birth and death as humans. They are born from the elemental world and die in the elemental world. This process takes countless years, but how it was born and how it died remains unclear. Such an ecology will certainly not give rise to the concept of family. The same goes for hatred, love and hate. For elemental elves, they are all matters of the moment, and are mostly forgotten overnight. Rather than those rich and complex emotions, they care more about eyesight, compatibility, or first impression. These are the reasons that determine the attitude of elemental elves towards a person. At the same time, this is also why they are willing to be kind to Homo sapiens, who have the same bloodline. Maybe the same bloodline makes it easier to win their fate. Even if there are extremely special individuals who hold grudges, without using a special mark to summon a specific target individual, the chance that a magician wants to summon the same elemental spirit in his lifetime is not impossible. But it is probably not as good as the chance of being struck by lightning for no reason while walking on the road is even higher. In short, the possibility of being on opposite sides of the road is very low. That's why when someone was threatened by the wind elemental elf, he would kill it with a knife. Anyway, the way I used to summon elves in the past was to use them as a shield. Kill them, and then summon them again. There is no difference between death in the hands of the enemy and death in one's own hands to the elemental elves. On the other hand, this sword attack was also because Lin wanted to try out how the wind elemental elf, known as the most difficult to deal with, would perform against Hagiri. The difficulty of dealing with the four elemental spirits of earth, water, fire and wind is from easy to difficult. Earth elemental elves are the easiest to deal with, and wind elemental elves are the most difficult. Most people would think that earth elemental elves should have the highest defense, so they shouldn't be the easiest to deal with. In fact, the earth elemental elf's defense is indeed the highest, but he is also the only elf with a physical body. Compared with the latter three, there is no fixed entity and cannot be destroyed simply by physical attacks, but only by magic attacks. In particular, the wind elemental elves are difficult to observe, and the difficulty of dealing with him is not comparable to the other three elemental elves. The results of the experiment also made someone quite satisfied. At least the wind elemental elves, which had troubled countless magicians, were still no match for Hagiri's unreasonable destructive power. The reason why he was worried about doing this unnecessary experiment was because the destructive power of Hagiri was now so high that no one could evaluate it. So he needed to take advantage of this opportunity to do the experiment. In fact, after the introduction of the anti-power formula, Agiri's own demon-breaking attribute has already broken through the realm of slaying gods, and has become an absolute existence in its field. All it takes is to have 2 more legs so that I can run around and stab people in the anus. But as the old saying goes, neither of the parties involved had such a self-awareness. To build up such confidence, enough achievements are needed to convince Lin, who is holding the Hakakiri, that he can do those seemingly impossible things. Before finding the location of the elemental world, someone was thinking about how to protect himself there. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the Lich looking at him dreamily from the corner of his eye, which made him startled. This is not a good sign, because when the patience value of that person reaches 0, it will be his turn to be unlucky. Lin quickly said, I have some ideas about the location of the elemental world. But before discussing, let's send these little guys back. They are of no use if they are kept. After someone said this, everyone noticed that the 3 elemental spirits of earth, water, and fire that had just been summoned had already stopped confronting each other. Instead, they all looked at a certain magician with expressions like curious babies. The 3 elemental elves with the same expression were 3 girls and a group of children standing outside the magic circle. It's just that what they were staring at were 3 small and cute elemental elves, each of them looking like they wanted to reach out and hug them. But they didn't dare. Upon seeing this, Finn simply said directly to his apprentice, If you want, take them down. Even though the summoned elemental spirits have very high spiritual levels, it still cannot change the fact that they are quite weak, and there is no need to worry about how long these elemental elves can stay. The sacrifice of a few fragments of the red brilliant demonic time cannot last long enough to maintain the possession body. Just when Marquis Balin hesitated to move forward, the children had already cheered and carried away several small and exquisite elemental elves. However, the flames on the fire elemental elves are not fakes that are in vain. Several naughty children were so hot that they screamed and were reluctant to let go. Seeing a group of children running out making noise, the girls didn't know if they wanted to play the role of big sisters and take care of others, or if they wanted to play together. Amidst the loud shouting, they also left the magic ritual room used for casting spells. When the magic ceremony room returned to calm, Finn looked at the man in front of him and asked, So, have you come to a conclusion? Can we set off immediately? Or do we have to continue summoning? Reluctantly, he adjusted the focus of his eyes and shifted his attention from the editing scene in his field of vision to the beautiful but gradually losing patience Lich in front of him. Lin said, Although we haven't calculated the exact coordinates to the 4 elements realm yet, we have made very interesting discoveries. Are you interested in knowing? Chapter 906 Parallel Universe. With cool and neat short black hair and a slim and beautiful face, the Lich looked at someone and just raised his beautiful eyebrows. The movements were very light, and if you didn't even pay attention, you would be easily attracted by the gorgeous appearance and seductive eyes, thus ignoring her hints. But Lin still understood what she meant, and it was a small gesture to get him to continue talking. It was retaliation for a certain guy who liked to show off, so he used such a dismissive attitude. There is no choice but to take the move from someone else. Lin pretended to be nonchalant and continued. Well, let's talk about the conclusion first. It's basically useless to seal the elemental spirits on the 4 spirit clothes. We can only find other ways. Continue. There was no emotion audible. Finn spoke a few concise words, and someone had to go on about their discovery. For a long time, magicians' understanding of the elemental world is that it is a secondary plane world that is different from the main material plane of Lost Land. It should be much smaller and have a single attribute. In fact, it is not the case. If it were me, I would call the Earth Element Parallel Universe and the Water Element Parallel Universe. There is no word for universe in MIDI, but Finn has heard such a term from someone and knows what it refers to. So she couldn't help but be surprised by the definition of the magician in front of her. The 4 elemental planes are actually in the same position as the universe we live in, but they are observed from different angles. Next, Lin showed a series of data and calculation results to support his statement. In mathematics, one more dimension is just one more variable. But in physics, physicists have a very rigorous set of derivation and conclusions regarding the high-dimensional world. And there is even a saying that high dimensionality only reaches 11 dimensions. But like many physical theories, they are still waiting for more evidence to support, or be slapped in the face. In the process of observing and studying the world tree, Lin discovered that the 2 most important elements in learning space-related magic knowledge are the origin and direction. Where you stand to observe the world is the most important thing in space magic, because as long as they stand on this point, The magicians in the Lost Land can use the exhaustive method to solve all problems that require mathematical solutions. If the apprentice fails, the teacher can say that his stupid apprentice stood in a different position and saw the wrong view. The so-called direction, in mathematical terms, is a vector. What makes up the main material three-dimensional world of MIDI is not simply points, lines, and surfaces, but everything that you touch and see is made up of vectors. When the origin moves, it is a new parallel world. When the direction of the vector changes, it's a different world. The three-dimensional world is not the only one. When any of the XYZ axis changes or is replaced, it is a new three-dimensional world. Under this premise, it should be possible to understand the relationship between the four elemental planes of mystery: earth, water, fire, and wind, and the abyss. These worlds are the middle parallel worlds in different dimensions or different origins. At the beginning, because the starry sky could be observed, someone once thought that the abyss and the mysterious land were two planets located in the same universe, but at different locations. Later I found out that was not the case. When observing the starry sky from the abyss, my initial attention was attracted by those indescribable existences. But if you carefully study the observed star map of the abyss, you will find that it is 99.999999999% similar to the starry sky observed from the Midland. The best explanation for the similarity level of 9 nines under the decimal point is that the two planets, MIDI and abyss, are very close to each other. So close that no difference can be observed at all when observing the same star. Or simply put, these two planets are actually the same. The observation and inference results of the four elemental planes further confirmed that these worlds are not so much different dimensional planes, but rather parallel universes with different observation perspectives. The most important point is that these parallel universes are not parallel on a two-dimensional plane in the mathematical sense and will never intersect. Rather, they are interrelated and even influence each other. There are 8 constant abyss gates connecting the Lost Land and the abyss. Each of the 8 powers goes to extremes and accumulates towards the Lost Land and the abyss. This is quite similar to a saying in my hometown's mythology: cheese separates from pure and turbid, and yuan opens into heaven and earth. It is precisely because we are separated that we can each have a wonderful time. If the two merge or disconnect and follow the golden mean, perhaps we will usher in the end of the Dharma era that belongs to the Lost Land. In some areas, golden mean is not the best option. Our ancestors also understood this. Otherwise the word mediocre would not have a derogatory meaning, but a compliment. The four-element parallel universes have different relationships with the abyss and the Lost Land. To illustrate with an example that belongs to the earth, it is like four-color printing in the printing industry. The full-color printed page of the finished product is like the Lost Land, and the semi-finished product of the 4 CMYK monochrome color versions is the four elemental planes that the magicians of the Lost Land have always believed. Therefore, there is a saying that has been circulated among magicians. That is, the four elements construct the entire lost world. I have to say, it's really like that. No matter how strong the connection between the Lost Land and the four-element parallel universe is, it is unrealistic to seal it on the four-spirit suit as the Lich originally planned. Being able to play with the entire universe in a moment of applause is something that cannot be done by someone or a certain Lich. Or to be more arrogant, we can't do it at this stage. But it is not impossible to achieve Thin's request. The first element that needs to be clarified is, what level of existence is the elemental spirit? Regarding someone's question, Thin was confused and asked, what is the level of existence? If the elemental plane is like the result of my calculation, it is a complete universe. Then does the elemental spirit you are looking for represent the entire universe? Or a galaxy? A planet? I don't think it is a certain person on the planet. The role of the little king is more like what we commonly call the elemental lord. Or it may have nothing to do with my guess. And it is an existence that I don't know at all. After all, the guesses I mentioned before were all based on the situation of the mysterious land. But different universes have different laws. I am not sure that everything in the elemental plane can be deduced from the phenomenon of the mysterious land. Only by going there and seeing it can we get the answer. After pondering for a moment, Thin suddenly asked, if the elemental spirits represent the entire parallel universe of elements you mentioned, is it still possible to follow the original idea? I still want to cover the four elemental planes. Sister, you have such a big heart. Although it could be seen from her chest, Lin still wanted to say the aforementioned words to her. However, when talking about business, speaking these sexually harassing words will not lead to flirting, but will be beaten to the ground by an angry Lich. because that's not the answer she wants to hear. So Lin replied, although it's not the same. If we just want to achieve the original goal, which is to get the 4 spiritual servers out of the predicament of requiring magic stones, there is no way to do it. Do you know about mathematical projection or dimensionality reduction? Chapter 907, Lost in the Land. The Earth element is a parallel universe, and the Earth element is a version of the Lost Land. After finding the coordinates of the cross dimension, it is not easy to use the flash technique to come to this place that a magician dreams of. Such a result made someone want to look back and examine the magic of flash at what level it should be classified. The reason why I say original plan is of course because this matter was not implemented in the end. Someone who almost suffocated and exploded held his breath and added a full set of special environment adaptation magic to himself. When a magician reaches a high level, he can travel to different planes and bring back some local specialties. Maybe exchange it with others for something that you have been coveting for a long time. Or maybe keep it for your own use. But not every place is the same as Lost Land. With the same gravity environment, air composition, food and water. Naturally, a series of magics have been derived that can protect one's life in this harsh environment while maintaining combat effectiveness, allowing one to have enough time to explore and search. So if Lin wanted to survive in the Earth elemental world, he didn't have to worry about designing spacesuits, carrying oxygen bottles, etc. Among the existing magic in Lost Land, there are magic classifications with relevant needs. And these life-saving tricks were learned by someone after he privately used the backdoor of the forum to swallow up all the magic knowledge reserves of the Shijia district branch of the Magicians Association. After all, you never know when it will come in handy. So learning it first and polishing it occasionally is definitely better than sharpening your weapon before the battle. No, just use it. Among the many situations in which the environment is not suitable, the most dangerous part is the overflow of one's own power. You must know that before today. Some people did not think that there were any magic traps that could drain people's physical strength and magic power, because absorbing is artificially quantified physical strength and magic power. It is as unrealistic as treating a cake drawn on paper as edible. But I encountered it today. Carefully explore the reasons behind it. But it is surprisingly scientific. A simple 3-word explanation: osmotic pressure. The energy that maintains the activities of the Earth elemental elves and the entire parallel universe is not the 8 powers of the Lost Land, but a new type of energy that has never been touched before. Compared with power, this energy is undoubtedly a low-level energy. Not only is the content unclear, but even its operation seems quite jerky, since the external environment is full of this kind of lower energy, and someone from the Lost Land enters this environment. You must know that magical power is not like bricks, accumulated in a certain part of the body. Rather, it will be exchanged with the outside world along with breathing, forming a dynamic balance. Since it needs to be exchanged with the outside world, and its own power is superior to the outside world in terms of concentration and quality, then it is only natural that during the exchange process, it will be gradually integrated and diluted by external energy, causing losses. To prevent this phenomenon from happening again, of course, we need to make the original protective layer stronger and add some isolation means. In addition, someone is trying to change the way they breathe towards what Taoists call internal circulation. In short, I just try my best to retain my power. As for the other lich, it was not the first time for her to explore this kind of alien face. Logically speaking, she should behave freely, calmly. But in fact, Them was still in a hurry, although she didn't make herself quite embarrassed. Considering her height, her little panic would have been beyond the eyes of many people, if it was seen by many people. He opened his mouth for a long time, trying to speak, but no sound came out. The reason is simple. There is no air in Tubami land, so there is naturally no sound. Since there is no sound, how can we communicate? Soon, the solution came out. That real-time messaging software that someone has been using for a long time can be used in this kind of place. Moreover, the two people can not only audio-visualize the conversation and transmit it to each other, they can also directly turn it into text and hang it in a text box in the corner of the field of vision. After the conversation problem was quickly resolved, Lin first asked, "Didn't you say that you were already familiar with the alien plane? So there is no need to worry at all. What happened just now? I forgot that I used the body of a lich to carry out this kind of adventure." Okay. A very strong reason. If the body of the undead still maintains the habit of eating before death, it must be just a little thought. In fact, the undead do not need these, and can still live well. although the meaning of living here is different from elsewhere. After solving the immediate survival problem, Lin was finally able to take a good look and feel this different, mysterious place. In fact, if one were not sure that one had just crossed a realm without moving, one would really not believe that the scene in front of one's eyes was a mysterious place belonging to a parallel world, but would instead regard this place as the surface of the moon in one's memory. Without air, there is no atmosphere. Starlight can be directly observed. And of course, there are many harmful rays. You can see craters in mountains and canyons everywhere, in all kinds of shapes, large and small, layer upon layer. Countless strange topography and landforms have been preserved because they have not been eroded by wind and rain. Unless another meteorite hits a crater. Logically speaking, this bald and gray scene, coupled with the rugged rocks, should give people an atmosphere like a dead zone, and even some eerie and gloomy feelings. But in fact, Lin felt here is full of life, because everything has animism. Staying in this world feels very strange to a time traveler. This world is somewhat similar to Earth in mystery, but there are many strange things about it. Keeping your feet on the ground, you can see the stars when you look up, but it feels empty, as if something is missing. However, people who stay here will not have time to explore what is missing, because this world is alive, and nothing they see is dead. The pit is alive. The rocky mountain over there is also alive. And the mound on the other side is also alive. This is the world of elemental elves. And everything has its own consciousness. Perhaps unlike the strictly defined creatures on Earth. The elves here have no need to eat or the goal of reproduction. But they are indeed alive. Of course, the Earth element elves have a very stable character. And they are not active at all. In other words, the active group will gather together involuntarily and form a group. In addition, elves are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels. And not all elves are very powerful. Elemental elves, like those who quietly play the role of rocks and slopes, should be compared to the classification of the Earth or the mysterious land, which is the level of single-celled organisms. It's just that the single-celled organisms here can be very big, the more advanced beings among this type of elves. Although they still maintain a rather primitive appearance. They can move themselves in various ways, such as rolling, sliding, and even slightly stronger ones can use floating methods to move their huge and heavy bodies. The higher the levels are, the various elemental creatures. In addition to the human form, there are dragons, tigers, leopards, snakes, elephants and horses. Whatever the MIDI looks like, the native version of the MIDI will also have them. Chapter 908 Course of Action. At the beginning, Lin's knowledge was misled by other magicians. It is believed that the reason why elemental creatures have similar appearances to those of midland creatures is because elemental creatures yearn for these real physical creatures of the main material world. So they imitate them. But now it seems that is not the case. Perhaps the elemental creatures are the projections of the lost creatures. Maybe among the countless humanoid earth elemental elves, there might be an elf that looks like Gabrash Lintrapwood. The strength and spiritual level of these elves depend not only on their physical form, but also on the core of the elves that contains energy fluctuations that someone perceives. It was precisely because he could observe the existence of this so-called core that Lin was able to distinguish the individual elves. And this elf core was not visible to the fans. It was only observed after the arrival of the elemental universe. When in the Lost Land, the power of the spirits that appear after being summoned will be very evenly covered on the possession bodies they can control. The more powerful the spirit, the larger the volume of the body it can cover, or it can be concentrated to achieve more precise operations. But in this animistic world, in order to differentiate between elves and elves, they will form a main core, then extend the tentacle-like veins to control the external shape. All the elves Lin saw, whether high or low, followed this pattern. If you really want to study the elves in the elemental universe, you can actually explore their ecology, culture, inheritance and other directions. But someone came here today not to do an ecological survey, but to find a way to contain the power of the entire universe. Sounds like an exaggeration. In fact, after coming here, someone also thought that if it could really be done, it would be an exaggeration. Squatting down, he reached out and grabbed a handful of dust on the ground and rubbed it. The touch on my fingertips was very strange. It was obviously sand, but it had the feeling of rubbing moss. A living thing. After throwing down the sand in his hands, Lin dusted his hands, just as he was about to turn around and talk to the lich next to him. A giant insect-shaped thing emerged from the ground. Look at the bloody mouth like a mincer. Even if there is no airborne smell, someone seems to feel a gust of fishy wind blowing towards their face. Without evading or dodging, Lin just looked at the giant insect, the sharp teeth in its mouth spinning like saw wheels, and it pounced towards him. Of course, this is not because he is asking for death or asking for death. It is just because Finn has mastered the lightsaber. The green fluorescent sword blade is particularly eye-catching in this gray and white world. But compared to the giant rock insects that are rushing towards it, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is just a small toothpick. Such a disparity in body shape is an unsolvable problem for ordinary people. However, how could Finn be stumped by such a trivial matter? She didn't hesitate, and the lightsaber came out. The swirling lightsaber was like a green flying disc, cutting through the body of the giant rock insect without any hindrance, and accurately cutting through the position that should be the core of the elf. At the same time, it passed through everything and came out through the body. The hand thrown out by the lich stopped in midair. Grasping with 5 fingers, the swirling lightsaber flew back as if it was pulled by an unknown force, and sliced through the giant insect's body again. What happens if the core is destroyed? The answer to this question is now unfolding before our eyes. A round of lightsaber attacks caused the giant insect to be cut into 3 pieces. The core was cut open, and there was no sign of healing. Instead, it spread out in all directions without restraint. The energy veins extending to the ends of the body either shrink to disappear or are directly disconnected, spilling outward like a destroyed core. That huge body also disintegrated and disappeared as if the energy in his body was overflowing. Looking at such a scene, Lin didn't feel any surprise, because in his perception, except for its size, all other parts of the giant insect were worthless. There was no way that the lich couldn't be dealt with. And of course, it couldn't be a threat to him. Fun, who just retracted the lightsaber, closed the blade, but still frowned and stared at the hilt in his hand. Lin made a guess and asked, "Is the power consumption exceeding expectations?" Nodding, Finn said, "The level of consumption is several times that of the Lost Land. Calculated in this way, as long as it cannot be replenished, the use time will be limited." With a wave of his hand, he opened the hanging clothes and neatly removed the clothes. The lightsaber hilt was hung back on his waist. Just then, someone inadvertently saw a row of lightsabers. Finn said in a nonchalant tone, "But it's not a big problem. I have a spare. When I run out of all my supplies, I can at most use Flash to go home and resurrect with full health." "Sister, you are now resurrected on the spot with full health. I really don't know how to complain about what I just saw. So how much money was wasted?" In this way, someone only dares to think about the previous sentence in his heart. As for saying it, leave it for another day. You have to choose a good and auspicious day to fast and bathe. But just because someone doesn't intend to investigate further, doesn't mean that the lich will let someone go. Then showed his bright eyes, stared directly at the magician in front of him, and asked, "Next step? Walking around. Do you think we are here for an outing?" Then said dissatisfied. Someone was timid, so he had to comfort him and tell his plan. "We finally got here in our own way. Of course, we must collect information about the elemental universe. The more data we have, the more we can calculate what we need. Result: can't you just ask the elemental lord directly? Don't think that these elven beings can lie in front of me." Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Lin said, "How could I possibly think that someone or something could be capable of lying to you? But I don't think it would be a good idea to go find those elemental lords in the first place." Finn was not angry at being rebutted, but asked, "Why?" "First, we can't find the elemental lord and tell him that we plan to pack up the entire world and take it home. I think even if we haven't figured out what the elves' culture is yet, this sentence should not be taboo words that can be easily spoken. As for the second point, even if we successfully conceal our intentions and ask the powerful people, the information we will eventually get will be the information the other party wants us to know. Somewhat true, some false. I don't think the information will be more accurate than what we would get if we went there and saw the world with our own eyes." After finishing speaking, he took a breath and drank some water. Lin noticed that the lich showed signs of being persuaded, so he explained a little more. "And this is also the reason why I didn't actively look for the magician families who hold the coordinates of the elemental world before. Maybe the preparations in advance are indeed trouble-free, but those coordinates must lead to the location near the elemental lord. Also, that is to say, as soon as we arrive, we will fall into the eyes of the big shots in the elemental world. Then, what kind of information we can get depends on the other party's mood." "You can't trust them?" Finn asked. "Even a pig will become a spirit after living for thousands of years, let alone these elves who are said to live as long as the heaven and the earth." rather than bothering to distinguish whether their words are true or false. And to conceal the words that may mess things up, it's better to keep a distance first. Try to get more chips, test it out, and then go to the showdown when you are confident. Chapter 909, Insights from the Earth Elemental World. After defeating the giant insect, Lin and Finn chatted easily, but someone who was cautious by nature did not take his attention away from the disintegrating giant insect, and could even be said to pay more attention to it. He was not only curious about what the end of an elf's life would look like, but it also determined his next plan to some extent. After the elf core driving this huge body was broken open by the lightsaber, the elemental energy that originally belonged to this body dispersed, and part of it recondensed to become a new low-level elf life. More parts are absorbed by other elven beings, making them slightly stronger. At the same time, the huge body fragments that originally belonged to the giant rock insect were also divided by other elven beings. In other words, these ownerless blank entities will take the initiative to get close to the elf life form and re-establish the link. Whether it is to become a new elf life, a higher level elemental creature, or a part of other elf life. Right in front of Lin and Finn, a rock insect that looked similar to the original giant rock insect but was scaled down to the size of a finger crawled out from the pile of dust and debris. Xiao Chong looked around, turned his head, and wanted to escape. Lin was one step ahead and picked up the rock bug from behind and looked at it curiously. Suddenly remembering the preparations before departure, Lin took out a small piece of magic stone fragments from the small bag of tips. With a flick of his finger, the magic stone fragments flicked towards the bug. The rock insect, which was originally struggling and twisting, looked like it was staring intently even though it had no eyes after taking it out of the magic stone chips. Seeing the magic stone fragments flying towards him, he swallowed them in one gulp. The magic stone in the Lost Land seems to be able to preserve itself well in an environment with different energy systems, like the elemental universe, and its power will not leak out too seriously. But as soon as it enters the body of an elemental creature, the magic stone is immediately integrated into it. The 8 balance powers are like the indigestion parts, which are preserved in the body by elemental creatures to form another core. But this core is not like the original elf core. It is more like a battery that slowly delivers power, and will be drained sooner or later. The magic stone that lost its power turned into a part of the elemental creature, causing slight changes in the appearance of the rock insect. Even if Lin is not an expert in biology, he is still interested in these changes, at least when he was still clueless about how to obtain the elemental spirits of this universe. Any factor that would have an impact was worthy of his distracted attention. He took out a small wooden box with a lock from his arms. This was originally used by Lin to store the small arcane eye transformed into an evil god. At this time, it happened to be used to store this small rock insect, because from the beginning, Lin had planned to bring the original elemental creatures back to the Lost Land using the flash technique to see if there were any differences from those summoned using the magic of summoning elves. Of course, it is impossible to run around with an elemental creature that is too big. They cannot even move. And low-level elf life that is not considered an elemental creature is certainly not considered. This little rockworm is just the right size. As for whether it will carry diseases or unknown bacteria from the elemental world, which will bring devastating disasters to the ecology of the Lost Land, I don't care about this kind of border quarantine. So someone thought, there is a way to send all the time travelers back to their hometowns. Lost Land? Where are we going? Yufan asked again. Although the next actions may seem aimless, there is still something to be learned about how to start. In other words, you have to give Yufan a convincing reason before she will follow him obediently. So Lin first observed his surroundings, and he wanted to do what he did when he was still lost. Send an arcane eye into the air, and open the map first. But considering that this is an Earth element universe, not a Lost Land, I wonder if such an action will attract unnecessary attention or cause an accident. It's like the ending of trying to send an artificial satellite, but being knocked down. So someone decided to play it safe and not do anything that would attract attention. However, even if you don't send the arcane eye to the commanding heights to open the map first, you can still judge the situation within a certain distance based on your own environmental detection capabilities. And the closer the part, the more detailed it will be. So Lin shook his head in all directions, pointed in one direction and said, "Let's go this way first." Why? Because in this direction, I feel the core aura of an unspecified majority of elves. It may be a place like a settlement. Are you not going to meet the elemental creatures here? We just don't want to fall directly into the control of the elemental lords. To understand the situation in a place, contacting the local aboriginal people is still the most effective way. But this leadership must be in our hands, rather than being led by the other party. Sigh. You contradictory guy. Although the Lich had a critical voice, she still followed someone's footsteps and headed towards the direction of the suspected settlement. Although they already knew the possible direction of the settlement and could even calculate the approximate distance, the two Lin did not use the flash technique to go directly to their destination. Instead, he used both flashing and walking along the way. Even if he teleported, he would still be within his field of vision. Wherever you are interested in something along the way, or wherever there is something that attracts either person, the two of them will stop at the same time. After researching and appreciating, you will always have some experience before you can move forward. And if you don't leave, you won't know. If you leave, you will be shocked. The land of Earth is not as monotonous as the impression left by someone when they first arrived. On the contrary, this Earth element universe can be said to be colorful. Except that Lin has not yet figured out what the sun hanging high in the sky is. He has discovered that this mysterious land in the universe contains almost most of the solid materials known to anyone, including metals and non-metals. There are even unknown species. There were no plants like trees or flowers. Of course, these materials other than sand will have their own colors and textures. He didn't know if there was any pattern in the location where they appeared. In short, the world Lin saw was not gray, but colorful. Some even see different gradient colors depending on the viewing angle. Of course, these colors are indeed much less brown or gray than the sandy soil. Most of these are elven beings who cannot walk alone. Their consciousness projections are also the lowest level elemental elves that are summoned to the Lost Land after ordinary magicians cast magic to summon elves. They are not even considered elemental creatures. The strength of elemental creatures, in addition to the amount of energy contained in their elf cores, is also related to the material their bodies are made of. Mud and sand are the lowest grade elemental creatures. Stone is slightly higher, followed by gemstones and metals. The last two are quite rare. Lin only learned about this situation when he accidentally discovered small gem-type elemental creatures and metal-type elemental creatures. As for which one is strong and which one is weak, it is impossible to tell. It can't be like cockfighting or dogfighting, where you capture one gem-type elemental creature and one metal-type elemental creature each, lock them in a small venue, and fight to determine the outcome. In short, after a trip to the Earth element universe, although it was not as refreshing as the three things that fascinated me before and after the time travel, there were still many new things here that amazed Lin. Chapter 910 Elemental Creature Settlement. Maybe I stopped a lot because of my interest on the way, and each time it took some time. However, using the flash technique to shorten the distance where there was nothing to see, the two of them still saved some time. Coming and going, Lin Huffen's progress would not be slower than walking with his head down. As for whether the use of the flash technique to move caused some important points that could only be noticed by walking, and were just ignored by the two of them, I dare not say that such a situation does not exist at all. But someone's environmental detection ability has reached a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. As long as there is any abnormality that is different from the surrounding situation, everything will be marked in his field of vision. Then get his attention, even if it's a trivial matter. This set of environmental detection techniques combines arcane eyes and programming language. Someone jokingly named it Eagle Vision. I don't know if Ezio at home can learn it. As he continues to advance, although he cannot say that he has mastered everything in the Earth element universe, at least his understanding of this world is no longer blank. At the same time, Lin also began to compare how the elemental spirits he had heard about should exist in this world. Or ask, what does that refer to in this world? Soon, the two of them had moved forward to the vicinity of the settlement detected by the forest. Within a distance visible to the naked eye, a primitive village gathered by rock-type elemental creatures stood before our eyes. And it just so happened that a conflict was going on in this primitive village. It was obvious that two parties were attacking. There are no weapons to speak of in the battle between earth elemental creatures. It is just the most primitive punching, kicking and biting with teeth. There are no fancy skills, just straight attacks. Seeing this conflict, Lin immediately took fun and hid behind the rocks, spying on both sides as they came and went. Then didn't hide herself as carefully as someone else, but she didn't come out boldly either. He just stood behind the stone and asked, "Aren't you going to go out and help?" Upon hearing the question, Lin asked with a puzzled expression, "Why should I go out to help?" "Well, it's like saving people from fire and water. They are not grateful. They give away their wives and daughters, and also give away themselves. Sister, you went to the technical guild to listen to people bragging. You've heard too much, haven't you?" The Technical Guild headquarters is run by Yuzov Gantia. The guild hall on the first floor doubles as a tavern. The people in charge of the affairs are people from the Ikaruga Alliance. And among the Turtle Dove Alliance, there are the most bards. Whether they are part-time or full-time. Over time, there will be several people in the lobby on the first floor of the Technology Guild holding a turtle dove piano, playing and singing by themselves, or accompanying others, and talking about their heroic past. Of course, the content is also extremely exaggerated. In short, it is the kind of bragging without drafting. For the civilians of the Lost Land who don't have much entertainment, it is quite a high-level enjoyment. For a while, fun. The girls at home and the unscrupulous male apprentice Leonardo were particularly fond of his taste. I often go to the Technical Guild to report to the lobby on the first floor and listen to how others brag. That's why Lin asked this question today. However, the Lich did not feel dissatisfied, but said, "Don't mention that. What I want to say is, aren't you going to help over there?" Lin asked back. "Which side do you want to help?" The side that was pressed and hit?" Finn tried to answer. "How do you know that the one being suppressed and beaten is the good guy?" Finn raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you have to distinguish between good and evil? At least I don't want to be the one who helps evildoers do evil." "Oh, if you don't understand what I just said, just think of it as helping bad people do bad things. How are you sure those people are bad people? I can't be sure that they are good people." Seeing that Finn wanted to continue talking, Lin quickly stopped her and said, "Hey, sister, you are a dick now. What are you going to do?" Pointing in the direction of the conflict, an unexpected episode occurred. Finn said, "No, actually I just want to know what you are going to do in such a situation." Just when someone was quarreling with a certain bully spirit, an unexpected episode occurred. A conflict broke out in the village, and a small number of people were separated from the two opposing sides. One side fled, the other chased them, and happened to be heading towards Lin and Finn's hiding place. I don't know if I was exposed or if it was just a coincidence. Without saying anything, Lin took the Lich's hand again, ignoring the smooth feeling of the catkins in my palm. I directly used the flash technique to teleport to a high position overlooking the conflict site without being hit by the fleeing elemental creatures again. This time he sat down with peace of mind, enjoying the show in front of him, and taking notes on the parts that interested him. Regarding someone's attitude, Finn asked curiously, "You really don't want to help? I don't know the reason for their conflict, nor do I know what positions each side represents. Nor do I know if I will become the target of attacks by both sides if I intervene rashly. When nothing is clear, no matter whatever you do is irresponsible to yourself and others. Besides, judging others by your own standards, don't you think this is quite arrogant? It's not that I'm too lazy to do anything, so I don't want to help. Actually, if you didn't explain the last sentence, I was almost convinced by you," Finn said. But she also had to admit that someone was right to have concerns. The reason why I ask so many questions is because I am worried that someone will be confused, impulsive, and meddle in things that they should not meddle in. Facts have proved that she still underestimated how afraid this man was. And the follow-up questions were just pure arrogance. However, Lin still explained, "Well, to be honest, it's because when I saw this fight, no matter whether it was the winning or losing side, it didn't make me feel empathy. That is, the feeling of pity for the weak and respect for the strong. Because I don't know what kind of defeat is considered a loss to the loser, I also don't know where and what the winner has won. More importantly, these elemental creatures are not like humans, and I can't tell them apart. Are there any so-called old, weak, women and children among them? That is to say, weak in the general sense? So when I encountered this conflict, it felt like I saw two dogs biting each other on the road, and I really couldn't afford to help." Thoughts. Simply put, if someone cannot feel empathy, they cannot help because of empathy. It was only when the person in front of him mentioned it that Finn noticed that he seemed to have lost this feeling a long time ago. This is not reason. This is just a loss of compassion. But she didn't care about this, and asked, "Then, watch. Well, let's wait and see what happens for now. Besides, this conflict is just right. I should be able to see some things I want to see." "What?" Finn asked curiously. "It is the conflict itself. How do earth elemental creatures fight in this world? And what is their purpose? And only when there is conflict can we have the opportunities we need. If this world were a utopian country, there would be no desires. If there is no need, then nothing will happen to us. Right. Conflict is not only a crisis, but also a rare opportunity at certain times. Chapter 911 The Conflict of Elemental Creatures. Cruel. After telling Finn his thoughts, Lin could not help but think of these two words. If this was made into a movie, it would have to be a close-up of himself with a cruel smile, and a narration about being arrogant. But to be honest, someone doesn't feel anything in their heart, because the scene unfolding in front of him did not include severed limbs or broken bodies, nor blood splattering, nor screams, begging for mercy, or cruel obscene laughter. For someone who is not familiar with the struggle between elemental creatures, watching the scene in front of him, he will feel that it is very dramatic. Perhaps saying that wild dogs bite each other is too much. But watching this battle, which was no different from a puppet show on TV, any emotions I had dissipated. However, it is precisely because of the absence of those unnecessary emotions that we can observe and record the facts we see more fairly. Of course, both sides of the attack are strong and weak, but the outcome of the battle between elemental creatures is not as someone imagined at the beginning. The winner will completely devour the loser, just like the giant rock insect encountered before. After being chopped into 3 parts by Finn, its huge body became the nourishment for the lives of other elves, and its power was constantly being divided. But in the end, the rockworm will still revive, although it is only the size of a finger. It is a far cry from its original size. However, the two sides fighting in front of them are afraid of avoiding the elf core of other elemental creatures. Even in a fierce offensive with fists and fists, no one broke the opponent's elf core, devoured it, and strengthened themselves. But this does not mean that there is no interest at all between the winner and the loser. Lin noticed some characteristics of both sides of the attack. The most conspicuous thing is that the elemental creatures in this earth element universe are not as pure as the elemental elves summoned from the lost land. The elemental creatures here usually have mottled colors, which means that the materials that make up their bodies are not unique, and they don't even seem to be well planned, but just one piece here and there. Among the two attacking parties, the weaker one is an elemental creature that is mainly composed of sand and soil, with occasional metallic sheen. The most powerful elemental creature is humanoid, with a unicorn arm exuding a strange light. It doesn't look like metal, because it doesn't look like a high purity or low purity metallic color. According to the characteristics of light, ordinary metals will refract light directly on the surface, but the arms of the special humanoid elemental creature seem to allow the light to circulate around the body and then scatter out. As far as someone knows, the only material with such characteristics is gemstones. In other words, this special humanoid elemental creature has a unicorn arm made of gemstones. Throughout the entire conflict, he was seen alone, waving his arm and knocking down one opponent after another. The reason why it is so powerful is because someone saw the style of painting beyond the fists to the flesh, and the afterglow of the magic effect. It stands to reason that with such a god of war, who can block and kill gods, and demons can block and kill demons, one side of this primitive village should be invincible. But in fact, they are still the weak side, in addition to not being as numerous as their opponents. The side that hit the door at the beginning had 3 gems that did not move. It wasn't until they were knocked down by the unicorn arm that a gemstone humanoid elemental creature took action. The 3 gem men who stood still at the beginning were not pure gem bodies, but their bodies had a relatively large area of gem material, at least more than 1 arm. Moreover, the purity of their gem bodies is also not high. It seems that there are gems of various colors, and metal and sand parts are also occasionally seen. Even so, when one of them took action, he still unleashed a powerful fighting force, overturning many stalemate battles. Then he punched the humanoid elemental creature with unicorn arms. There is nothing outstanding about the 2 elemental creatures with gem bodies fighting against each other. Even every time they fight, they always carry the power of magic. But in the eyes of 2 real magicians, these are no better than novices pecking each other, because they come and go with just a few moves, without any change, and without any decisive ability. It is simply a war of attrition. Think about it. This is normal. The positioning of earth elemental creatures in the Lost Land is a human shield, and the second choice is a strategic weapon. It is a magic weapon used by magicians for siege. A city wall without special magic reinforcement cannot withstand a few touches by high-level earth elemental creatures. Usually it's just a hole punched in, and there are very few surprises. 2 humanoid elemental creatures with gem bodies fought against each other. The result was no surprise. The one with the larger gem area had the advantage. After a fierce battle, the afterglow of magic on one side gradually faded, and the other side maintained its original level. Under the ebb and flow of one side, The attacking side finally defeated the other person, who was waving the unicorn arm. Immediately afterwards, there was a scene that someone did not expect, happening vividly before their eyes. The two elemental creatures seemed to be partially fused, with almost half of their bodies embedded together. But this was not the devouring scene that Lin had imagined. Instead, one party took away parts of the other party's body and replaced the impurities in his own body. This process is not an easy task for both parties. Although the land was unable to transmit sound, Lin seemed to hear the tragic wails echoing in the valley, shocking the souls of those nearby. When the two elemental creatures separated, the unicorn arm of the losing party disappeared and was replaced by a gray, inconspicuous rock arm, which was even much thinner than the original arm. The one who embezzled it had a larger area of gems. And during this process, the composition of his body also seemed to have been purified, with slight changes from the original model colors. This change is also due to the fact that Lin uses the logic and methods of the program to store and control his own memories. Only in this way can he play. Everyone is here to blame from the previous and later memories to make sure there is a difference. The same changes did not only appear on the two original elemental creatures with gem bodies. In almost every battlefield where the winner is determined, the winner uses the body material of the loser to refine his own moves. In the end, the group of elemental creatures that knocked on the door cheered loudly, as if they had achieved a major victory. At the same time, they held their defeated generals high and slammed them down to the ground. And he did it again and again until it was smashed, and then walked away, leaving the ground covered with devastation and traces of the battle. Even if a failed elemental creature turns into pieces, the more intact parts can still move. These elemental creatures that can still move gather their bodies together as much as possible, or help others collect body fragments. After being arranged and stacked into their original appearance, their elf cores once again extended tentacle-like tips, sticking the body parts back to their original positions. But not all broken elemental creatures can glue themselves back together. Even those companions who had recovered their whole body were carefully piecing it together. But there was no movement at all. In Lin's observation, the spirit cores of these elemental creatures that cannot recover independently are weakened to the point of gradually dissipating. However, most of the elemental creatures seem to have no emotions. They all work together to grind the pieces of their companions' bodies that could not be recovered into powder and sprinkle them on the ground. Apart from that, there is no unnecessary emotional expression. Just starting to sort out the mess of the settlement. After watching this whole development, someone's inner thoughts and intuition are that something is going on. I don't know if the various concepts of elemental creatures can be simulated using human experience. Chapter 912 Release Goodwill. With the idea sprouting in his mind, Lin called Tiffin, who was standing behind him, and then used the flash technique with her to go down the valley. The two of them could directly appear in the group of elemental creatures that had just been rotated through. But this was not the way to treat guests, and could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings on the other side. Therefore, after the two of them reached the bottom of the valley, they walked step by step into the visible range of the settlement. This settlement is located in a low-lying part of the valley terrain, not a particularly wide flat land. The surrounding terrain is not a cliff, just a few raised mounds sandwiching the place. If we were in Lost Land, no one would live in a place like this, because this kind of terrain is prone to various natural disasters, such as when it rains heavily, there will be flooding or landslides, and the entire village will be wiped out. But in Toomey, there seems to be no such concern, at least in this environment without an atmosphere. Lin didn't think there would be any rainfall. Of course, unless it's a meteor shower. But if there's a meteor shower, it doesn't seem to work on any terrain, unless you live underground. However, the other party would choose such a terrain to live in. Lin intuitively felt that it was related to a cave not far away with traces of artificial excavation. Maybe it was a mine? Only earth elemental creatures can mine? Sure enough, there are still many unknown places in this world. The appearance of two life forms that were obviously not from the earth element universe still made the group of elemental creatures who had just been robbed quite nervous. In contrast, the elemental creatures that had recovered relatively completely stood up and stood in front of the others. Of course, it also includes the elemental creature that originally relied on a unicorn arm to kill everyone. Seeing the guarded posture on the other side, Lin of course stopped, instead of continuing to move forward stubbornly and irritating the other side. Only at this moment did he think of a question. How to talk to these elemental creatures? If communication cannot be carried out smoothly, it will be useless even if he can speak like a lotus flower. Just when someone was worried and entangled, Suddenly there seemed to be a subtle cry in his ears. This kind of sound does not come from the air, because there is no air here. This is more like the call of a ghost or spirit, and is the same type of call as the sound transmission of spiritual magic thoughts. Could it be that this is how the residents of Tumi Land communicate with each other? As long as they know the method, it won't be difficult for Lin and Fan. It takes some practice to use thought transmission well to prevent some of your random thoughts from being transmitted. Moreover, this method consumes a lot of power, and the confidentiality is not particularly good. At least people who are also magicians, as long as they are sharp enough, can detect whether someone nearby is talking in this way. Since someone uses this method to contact me, it should be the group standing on the opposite side, chasing the source of sound transmission, which is equivalent to the action of listening, can truly establish communication. You are finally willing to show up. Strangers, the language of elemental elves is both difficult to pronounce and difficult to pronounce. But in order to communicate with the summoned elemental spirits, this is one of the foreign languages that magicians must master. Therefore, Lin could still easily understand the content of the voice coming from it. It's just that this kind of greeting is honestly a bit off guard. Recalling that before, the elemental creatures in this settlement had fled towards their hiding place. Could it be that their whereabouts had been in the perception of this group of people from the beginning? Regardless of the circumstances, Lin tried to explain his actions, saying, "Friend, I came with good intentions. No malicious intent whatsoever. Even if you see my people in crisis, you still ignore them." The elemental creature in front of me blamed. I said, "I come with good intentions. And it's the same for everyone." The subtext of this sentence is that if you help one party, you will offend the other party, which is also something someone does not want, regardless of whether the person on the other side understood it or not. Lin Zai explained, "And I'm not familiar with this world. I can't tell from the scene I just saw whether it was a fight between friends and relatives, or a fight between life and death enemies. Wouldn't it be worse if I misunderstood and was unhelpful? Besides, do you think that having two more of us can change the outcome just now, instead of two more people suffering?" To the Lich, other people's thoughts are no different from ordinary conversations in her ears. So when someone habitually pretended to be weak, then couldn't help but use the instant messaging program to leave a text in Lin's field of vision. Pretend? Pretend again? In that little scene just now, you took out the little cricket, and it was all solved. Do you need to pretend like this? There are only 3 little crickets left, because my Urxiu has already taken one and carries it with her all the time, so that the 2 girls can follow suit. This time, I showed the dignity of a teacher and let Halumi hand over the little crickets she had brought with her, so that she could bring a handful of them here. They already had Arabian roses for self-defense. So what else could they do to snatch the little crickets? This was just a disposable item for experimentation. Weapons. Lin's explanation only made Fan curl his lips with a look of disdain. Too lazy to continue the discussion. This guy is so afraid of death that he is hopeless. Unfortunately, many of the things he did were something that even he himself could not resist or solve. They were no different from committing suicide. Even the former Demon King was speechless when he was so conflicted. Maybe the people on the other side understood Lin Yuan's answer, so they didn't ask further questions about why he didn't help them. But understanding the outsider's thoughts does not necessarily mean that they can understand. Therefore, the elemental creature still did not dare to relax their vigilance against these 2 people who appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the alert expressions on the opposite side, protecting the elemental creatures who were still lying on the ground and could not get up, Lin asked, "What happened to those still lying on the ground?" Regarding the stranger's problem, the elemental creature that had regained its mobility did not hide much, and said in a frustrated tone, "They are too weak to wake up. If this continues, it won't be long before they return to the embrace of the spirit of Mother Earth and experience a new life." As soon as he heard the keyword, someone couldn't help but smile in his heart. It seems that this contact will not be in vain. In order to extract more words, of course you have to have a good relationship with the person on the other side. After making some calculations in his mind, Lin took out a complete red magic stone from the brocade bag in his arms and threw it forward. The Earth Elemental man who once had a unicorn arm reacted quickly to catch the thrown-hidden weapon. When he opened his hand, he saw that the magic stone, which possesses 8 kinds of balance powers, could only come from one place. So he said, "So you are from that world?" "Oh, you know Mitty? Went there a long time ago." Twisting the magic stone with his index finger and raising it in front of him, he asked again, "Then your excellency, you took out such a thing, not just to show your identity." "I hope to make a friend. This is my kindness. It depends on whether the friend on the ground can use it or not. Chapter 913 Earth Element Physical Examination. Although a red magic stone was given, I did not see the scene of gratitude that I expected. There was no one who was eager to take in his younger brother, and no one's eyes were shining with a greedy look. Instead, the elemental creatures in front of them looked troubled and gathered around to discuss. What is this? Have you seen it? This is the crystallization of energy unique to one of those worlds that summons us to it. Can it be used to save people? Will it affect myself? Probably not. This is a pure crystal, and anyone can absorb the energy in it. It's just, this can't be used directly. Try. Then try it. I wonder if this group of elemental creatures knew that their discussions would fall into the ears of the magician. However, adhering to the principle of, don't listen to anything inappropriate, Lin decided to pretend to be dumbfounded and pretend he didn't hear anything. But there are still some intriguing parts in their words. Maybe we should find an opportunity to ask them. A group of elemental creatures who had made a decision, holding red magic stones, came to the fragments of the most seriously injured humanoid elemental creature, whose core of the elf was about to disintegrate at any time. They placed the magic stone on the body fragment closest to its spirit core, and the 8 powers immediately turned into 8 colors of light mist, which were extracted from the magic stone and sucked into the fragment. However, there was no response. In Lin's perception, the 8 powers of the magic stone seemed to be mutually exclusive with the original elf core of the elemental creature, and condensed into an independent core on the side. It was just like observing the behavior of the little rock insect before after it swallowed a small piece of magic stone fragment. It's just that this time the core of the 8 powers did not form a trickle and flow into the elf core of the elemental creature itself. The external appearance is that the broken pieces are still there, and the earth elemental man who fell on the ground has no reaction at all. The companions surrounding him could not hide their disappointment, but they were not too intense. It was as if this outcome was expected from the beginning. If you just stay silent, maybe the kindness you have shown can still be accepted by the elemental creatures in front of you, and you can get the answer you want. But the saying back home, send Buddha to the West, is not meaningless. How much you pay determines how much you can get in return. Besides, if you give people a glimmer of hope and are willing to help, there is no reason not to help to the end. This was not to disappoint anyone, but also to show his own value. So Lin took a few steps forward. Such an action will of course arouse the alertness of these elemental creatures of various shapes. Raising his hands to show that he was harmless, Lin said, "Let me give it a try." "Okay, maybe I can save him." The elemental creatures looked at each other and finally gave way. Agreeing to someone's request, Lin stepped forward to observe the detailed situation up close. Not only the elemental creatures lying on the ground, but also those standing around had some information recorded by someone. In the blink of an eye, Lin had something to worry about. To put it simply, the 8 powers of the Lost Land are superior energies compared to those that can be utilized by the Earth element universe. It cannot be used directly, and needs to be converted before it can be absorbed and utilized by the elemental creatures in the land. But for some reason, the elemental creature that fell to the ground and was smashed into pieces was unable to perform such a transformation. This resulted in the fact that although the power was absorbed into the body and stored, it could not be used to repair its weakened elf core. During the inspection process, Lin also unexpectedly discovered a phenomenon. That is, in the discussion of the group of elemental creatures just now, the so-called purity should refer to whether this mass of energy has any signs of consciousness. Let's call it elfification. For the elemental creatures in Tumi land, pure energy refers to pure energy without consciousness. This type of energy can be directly absorbed and utilized by elemental creatures. But if this mass of energy generates consciousness, it will form an elf core, which can only absorb the scattered energy in the free environment, which is too harsh to say thin, to slowly strengthen itself. In addition, the simple way for these elemental creatures to become stronger is to replace the material of their bodies. Lin believes that the reason why these elemental creatures dare not absorb the elf core that has already developed consciousness, or is still in a relatively early stage, is not a moral issue related to the earth element universe, but just a fear of being disturbed by the consciousness in its current self. Otherwise, there is no reason to be so afraid to absorb and give up an opportunity to strengthen yourself. As long as it is a living entity, evolution and continuation of the tribe is almost an instinct. No one will give up easily. But these are just guesses. To confirm, more evidence is needed. But before that, the person who fell on the ground had to be revived. Otherwise, there may be some obscure obstacles if you want to advance in the future. And what I have to do is very simple. which is to convert the 8 powers of the Lost Land into the energy form belonging to the Earth element universe. This energy conversion work may not be so easy for other magicians even if it can be done. But for a magician who owns a sub-dimensional tower and wanders in the gaps between dimensions, it is easy to do this. You must know that the energy pool design of the sub-dimensional tower is to absorb the chaotic energy from the dimensional gaps and convert it into 2 forms for use. One is the 8 powers of the Lost Land, which provides someone's body with the ability to perform magic in the Lost Land. Otherwise, in the previous era of the Dream Magic Tower, except for certain magic based on the tower, the use of other magic still consumed the meager power someone had accumulated over a long period of time. Basically, after casting a few magical spells, someone can only fight hand to hand. The other is a unique form of energy used from the Dream Tower era when someone arranged the stars in the night sky. It is similar to the situation of the elemental creatures in the earth. They are all energy types that are different from the 8 powers. As for why this unique energy type is formed, no one has yet figured it out. Just like the secrets under the starry night sky, even if you are a spellcaster, not everything seems to be under your control. What Lin has to do now is to convert the 8 powers into the energy forms used by the elemental creatures of Earth. This is a form of energy unique to Tumi Land. When he checked the dying elemental creatures that fell to the ground, Lin understood it clearly and became familiar with the various characteristics of their bodies. But the next part is the conversion, which can make it difficult for someone. It's not that it's difficult to convert energy, but it's difficult to choose which method to use. If the magic stone is still in hand, Lin Dak can first convert the energy externally, and then pour it into the body of the elemental creature. With abundant energy nourishment, Lin believed that it would not be difficult to save this dying earth elemental person. However, the magic stone has been used, and the power inside has been drained. The problem he faced was to take out another magic stone, or to tentatively carve the transformed magic circle onto this fragmented earth elemental person. Chapter 914 Rescue. With someone's current net worth, paying for another red magic stone is nothing. But there is not always an opportunity to manipulate elemental creatures. So from other perspectives, this is something of great experimental value. But it is easy to carve out a magic circle, as long as no big mistakes are made. Saving the life of this earth elemental man is not a big problem. However, after completing the mission of rescuing people, it is not that simple to destroy the converted magic circle. This means that it is possible for him to give the other party a method that is of great use to the elemental creatures of the earth. So whether we should give up small benefits or big benefits, this is a question. But if you really want to care about it, you have to calculate it again. That's because the timing was just right, and someone stepped in to be a guinea pig. This is something that can happen but cannot be sought. Think about it. On Earth, a surgical intern with a medical background would never be able to stop someone on the street and say, "Guys, the cecum is of no use in the human body anyway, so you might as well let me cut it for practice." If you really meet such a person on the street, the fellow villagers are not worried about being anesthetized by him. When you wake up again, except for the cecum, all other paired organs will be missing. But what happened in front of me was that the group of various elemental creatures acquiesced to someone to save people, and they didn't ask how to save them. This means that they are left to their own devices, no matter what method is used. If you can get the person back, you have merit. If you can't get the person back, it won't feel like enmity, but the original kindness will be weakened a lot. Then show some real skills, and use it as a bargaining chip to improve your negotiations. After making up his mind, Lin Cece quickly selected a feasible plan from various prepared plans that was most suitable for the situation at hand. The energy conversion magic array in the energy pool of the subdimensional tower is all-encompassing and applicable to countless situations, coupled with various automatic judgment program logic. It is obviously unrealistic to transplant it to the dying earth elemental person in front of me, not to mention whether this guy has a life or not. By the time he completes the huge workload, the remains of his body near his elf core won't be enough to depict a full set of magic circles. You must know that it is the magic array used by the magic tower. It requires a large enough area and a strong enough carrier to complete this magic array. If the carrier is not strong enough, it will be counterattacked by this magic. The body of an earth elemental person, under the warmth of this universe, is already considered a very advanced magic material. Lin is even sure that no additional special power pigment is needed. Just by relying on lines, the magic circle plan to be engraved on the body of the earth element person can be made to work. This means that in terms of materials, there should be no problem. The problem still lies in the magic circle that is different from the traditional form of MIDI. Therefore, Lin could only be selective and delete functions that were redundant for the elemental creatures in front of him. The originally huge and complex magic circle was simplified a lot due to someone's drastic deletions and deletions. But even if compared to the original design, more than 95% of the formation patterns are missing. Its complexity is so complex that someone is very confident that it will scare away the magicians in the land. To complete this complex magic array, using traditional depiction methods, it is estimated that the elemental creature to be saved will die and turn into ashes. Therefore, the speed of setting out the magic circle is one of the two key points this time. Another important point, of course, is to design a magic array that is practical and can save people. Since there was no way to use traditional methods to depict this magic pattern that was far more sophisticated than before, Lin of course had to find a new way to replace the old method with a new one. A magic that has been conceived for a long time and tested several times has entered someone's vision light sculpture. First, draw the composition to be completed in your mind, and even divide it into several layers. One of the advantages of photolithography is that it can not only carve lines and patterns on the surface of an object, but can even penetrate into the interior of the object, leaving traces similar to veins. This layered structure, in addition to the special structure of the magic circle itself, also helps to keep it secret, at least in the second and third layers of magic formations, unless the surviving elemental creatures are dissected first. No abnormality in the body can be seen. After everything was ready, Lin spread his fingers and placed his palm on top of the elemental creature's elf core that was in pieces. No mantras were chanted. No gestures were made. No materials were applied. The only changed part is that when someone concentrates, his pupils disappear. The eyes that turned completely white were like canvases, rendered with colorful colors from the inside out. In the end, these colorful colors vaguely revealed the appearance of a magic tower. It has 18 floors and one underground floor. At this moment, the sub-dimensional tower established a deeper connection with someone, with the quantized computing power flowing out. Lin's use of magic will be based on nanometer level control. With a flash of thought, the power contained in every cell in his body separated and gathered at his fingertips. The 8 pure powers mutated as they flowed, turning into cyan blue electric light. There was also an uncontrollable aftermath that rippled out a layer of light blue halo on the surface of the skin. The electric light breaks the skin of the fingertips. Everyone's eyes could only see a dazzling flash, and countless snake-like lightnings penetrated into the stone fragments underneath. The electric light controlled by magic does not run along the path of the conductive material, but follows the route planned by someone. Apart from leaving traces of burning on the surface of the body fragments, no trace of the cause could be seen for a moment. There were also countless electric snakes that ran along twisted paths and got into the broken pieces of the body. Following the established route, burn marks are left on the inside of the fragments. In the eyes of others, it seemed that the human magician in front of him used lightning-type magic in his palm, and blasted it down to the torso where the elf's core was still breathing, just before other elemental creatures could react. Whether they wanted to stop it or seek revenge, all their purposes were defeated by the subsequent changes. The magic circle constructed from the burn traces greedily absorbs the 8 powers that first enter the body of a certain elemental creature, a small part of which is used to activate and maintain the operation of the magic circle. The remaining 8 powers were poured into the center of the newly completed magic circle. The movement from power energy to earth elemental energy is not small at all, and the entropy in the conversion process is even more unavoidable. But no matter which one it is, it seems to be a statement that this perfected magic circle can indeed do some tricks. The converted special energy nourishes the elf core that is only one step away from disintegration in the most suitable way. The fragments of the body are also glued together one by one as the tentacles of the elf core continue to stretch outward. Chapter 915 Rescue. After the energy conversion magic circle is completed, how fast is the conversion efficiency? This is estimated based on feeding a small rockworm a piece of magic stone before and observing its absorption. It takes 8 to 10 hours for the power contained in that small fragment to be absorbed by the little rockworm. The volume of a standard magic stone is dozens of times that of the fragment, and the elf core of the elemental creature in front of me is several times stronger than that of a small rock insect. According to the proportion, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for the magic stone to be completely absorbed. But after the transformation of the magic circle is completed, this 3 to 5 days becomes a moment. Calculated correctly, it's 3.47 microseconds. Of course, this time is not the time required to absorb a complete red magic stone, because part of the power is used to run the transformation magic circle. The loss during the conversion process is minimal. almost negligible compared with that used to operate the magic circle. And this speed is reflected in reality. After Lin Chusho used his palm thunder to blast the pieces of the elemental creature that fell to the ground. The pieces of the opponent's body placed in the correct position immediately attracted each other like magnets and stuck together. Then, like a fake corpse, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. Sitting, he looked around blankly and asked, "Is this everyone returning to the embrace of the spirit of Mother Earth?" "No, my friend. It seems that Mother Earth's spirit doesn't want you to see him yet. So you recover." This group of elemental creatures were excited to see their companions, who had lost hope, revive. They even took the initiative to get out of the way of other elemental creatures that fell to the ground and were still not getting better. The Earth Elemental Man who once had chilling arms seemed to be the leader of the group. He said anxiously, "Outsider, can you save my other companions?" Lin did not agree or refuse such a request. He just kept smiling. Although he didn't know whether this group of elemental creatures could understand human smiles. However, the person opposite was indeed a man who had accepted the summons and had dealt with magicians in mysterious places. When he saw this, he immediately changed his words and said, "Don't worry, friend. We will not ask you to pay unilaterally. But you should also be able to tell that we don't have many things and may not be able to meet all your requirements." After hearing these words, Lin couldn't help but change his view on this group of elemental creatures. Maybe they are not as ignorant of worldly principles as they imagine. It's just that it was developed in the Earth element universe, or after being summoned to other worlds and coming into contact with the people there. This difference is related to how you view other elemental creatures and how you view the world. Don't misjudge the situation and treat all the elemental creatures here as fat sheep. Only at the end of the game will you realize that you are the fattest sheep. However, Lin still had to respond well to the request of the elemental creature in front of him. He said, "I am willing to help you and treat the remaining people. But don't worry about me making any weird requests. I'm just curious about things I don't know. So I'll ask you questions. If you don't know the answer to a question, or you don't want to answer it, just say so. Because I feel that there are a lot of things that I don't know. And I don't need to be obsessed with things that you don't want to mention." "Okay. Then. Not urgent." Interrupting what the other person wanted to say, Lin said, "First, let me wake up the others first. It doesn't look like they have a lot of time to waste." Of course. Even if this group of elemental creatures were dissatisfied with a certain magician's self-consciousness at first, they were all forgotten at this time. It is normal for people to pay something in return. At least the outsider is willing to save their companions first, and is not threatening them with their companions' lives. Besides, even if they return to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit, it's not a big deal. At best, it's just that the strength of this village has declined again. But no matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than it is now. Therefore, this group of elemental creatures are somewhat aware that they are not afraid of boiling water. To be honest, Lin is not afraid of these people playing tricks and trying to default on their debts. A lich is watching from behind. If one is not satisfied, then close the door and let the lich go. I really am not afraid of anyone. In this atmosphere where both sides were confident, and under the watchful eyes of a group of elemental creatures, Lin came to the next Earth Elemental horse that was smashed into pieces and could not recover on its own. He is not as tall as the horses in Midi, and is even smaller than the miniature horses. At best, it's the size of a wooden horse for children to play with in my hometown. But whether it's fighting or communicating with other elemental creatures, the beast's appearance will not cause any trouble or inconvenience. It can still speak, can still communicate, and can still kick the enemy into pieces. This Earth Elemental horse was chosen just because it was the closest, with no other intention. But Lin didn't plan to use the same method to save the Earth Elemental Man before to save this horse. I once had an experience. I wanted to find out the secrets about the body of elemental creatures. But I had almost done it when I just rescued people. All the experiments that needed to be done were done secretly, without the group of elemental creatures being aware of it. All that's left is to choose a way to save them again. He took out a brochure bag from his arms again. Lin held the bottom of the bag and poured it out. Finally, he poured out a complete red magic stone and 2 small magic stone fragments. Such an action was not a surprise, but instead made the elemental creatures, who were waiting for their companions to be rescued, feel a chill in their hearts. Just now, I used a big magic stone to save a person. Now there are only a few left. But there are more than one companion waiting to be rescued. Maybe someone still can't tell what the expressions of these elemental creatures look like. But the ups and downs of emotions can still be judged from the fluctuations emanating from the elf's core. When he sensed the disappointment of this group of elemental creatures, Lin was still satisfied. Although I don't think this small settlement in front of me has the ability to work part-time as a bandit and rob me. However, it is necessary to be on guard against others. And Lin is still thinking of his own way. Keeping wealth hidden is the most basic operation. And the method someone used was just the same as when traveling alone. That is, just putting a few more wallets on them. When there is a need for payment, just take the wallet with the least amount to pay. This was also the reason why he only took out one multi-demon stone. And it was definitely not just his wealth. Chapter 916 Overall Treatment. Holding the only multi-demon stone in his hand, Lin squatted in front of the shattered earth elemental horse. He did not throw the magic stone at the dying elemental creature in front of him regardless of the previous operation, but held it in his hand. The magic circle that converts energy takes shape in someone's hands in its most primitive form, which is a spell model that uses power to construct magic. At the same time that the spell model was completed, Lin wrapped the red magic stone within the scope of the magic, and the power in it was also extracted in an instant. Under the influence of the constructed magic, the 8 powers changed their forms and became energy forms close to this earth element universe. In fact, the specific change is to change the frequency of the basic power particles, and in a specific environment, by integrating different frequencies and different types of powers, it will eventually become a new form of energy. This conversion is reversible, but with each conversion, an unspecified amount of entropy is produced. Just changing from a high energy state to a low energy state will not produce much entropy. On the contrary, the result will be completely different. To collect the energy rays floating in the earth element universe and then differentiate them into 8 kinds of powers, the computing power required will make someone pause for a moment. It can only process this kind of conversion from low to high and cannot do it. There are other things, and the energy that is finally successfully converted is still very small. In other words, more than 90% of it was turned into entropy and overflowed. But Lin certainly wouldn't sit around doing multiple conversions and wasting his only power. After the extracted power was converted, it was restrained in Lin's palm. Pure energy that does not contain any consciousness is like hot cakes in this world, and Lin can feel coveted from all directions. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to Lin's mind. In the Lost Land, the highest level of purple transformation magic stone can also produce independent will. Although this will is quite weak, it is different from the magic stones below the purple transformation level. And another question that has been lingering in my mind no matter before or after time travel is, where does the soul come from? There is no such thing as reincarnation in Lost World. In fact, there is no such phenomenon of a single soul reincarnating as a human being. Death is like a lamp going out. If a person is not favored by the gods and becomes a hero and has a second life, after his death, he will either continue to exist in the world as a ghost or disappear completely. But according to the conservation of energy, where does the soul come from? Where to go? What form does it take? What is its organic nature? All these questions. When Lin gradually revealed the situation of the earth element universe, it seemed that these unanswered questions were no longer so unbreakable, and the answers were about to come out. But now was not the time to ponder this philosophical issue. Lin looked back at the earth elemental horse that fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Because when we saved the first earth element man before, we had already obtained enough data for various parameters, and the calculations were almost complete. Now you just need to adjust it to adapt to the new individual, and you can use it directly without having to go through a full set of tests again. Moreover, the entire rescue process and results all fell under someone's eyes. The most direct benefit is that I have almost figured out the threshold and conditions for elemental creatures to repair themselves. This means that if you want to save an elemental creature, you don't actually need the power of an entire magic stone. You can input pure energy for repair according to the situation, just to make it just cross the threshold. So Lin slowly tilted his palm, and poured out a small part of the earth element energy condensed in his palm. On the earth element horse, it was closest to the core of the elf. At the same time, he changes the part of his field of vision that he focuses on, enlarges and re-enlarges the elemental core of the earth elemental horse, and records the data of its changes. The liquid, condensed energy, like trickling water, was slowly poured onto the body fragments of the elemental creatures. The energy flow did not flow outward, but as soon as it came into contact with the body fragments, it seeped into the body and was absorbed into the elf's core without any hindrance. Just seeing this, Lin was sure that this method was indeed feasible. I also lamented the simplicity of elemental creatures. Unlike ordinary life forms, even if they are in a near-death state, there are hundreds of possible causes and countless treatments. How can there be a rescue method like the one in front of me, where all problems can be solved with just 1.5 moves? When the injected energy flow crossed the threshold, Lin stopped pouring. But he did not immediately go to save other elemental creatures that were also dying. Lin just observed and made sure that the Earth Elemental Horse could be revived first, so that he could be confident in his next actions. Perhaps because the energy injected barely passed the threshold for recovery, the Earth Elemental Horse did not recover as vigorously as the first elemental creature. After almost absorbing the energy transformed by power, he stood up like a corpse. The return to form of the Earth Elemental Horse is clearly visible one step after another. First, the elf core has turned from decline to prosperity. At least it is no longer in a state of constantly spilling out. Then the veins connecting the torso were reconnected, and the body fragments also began to stick together. As soon as the two sections are connected, a burst of light will flash across the break. Then the two parts become a new complete whole, as if they had never been broken. When all the body fragments are connected, the veins extending from the elf core in the body will fill the entire body again. This crucial step is completed, which means the resurrection of an elemental creature. The Earth Elemental Horse that fell to the ground kicked its hooves first, then turned over and stood up. Although he also revealed a confused look, Lin was already moving towards the next fragmented elemental creature. Several times like this, Lin Qiaqiacheng used up the power contained in a magic stone and two small fragments in his hand, awakened all the Earth Elemental creatures in this settlement that were smashed into pieces and unable to repair themselves. Such a result was a surprise not only to the group of elemental creatures that were already alive and kicking, but also to the group that was rescued. It was as if they had anticipated that they would not have the chance to open their eyes again before they were smashed. As a result, they were able to open their eyes again, which naturally made them attach great importance to the reasons behind it. However, the elemental creature who originally had a unicorn arm and was the leader of this settlement saw something different. So he asked, "Outsider, the method you are using now seems to be different from the original method." After dusting his hands, which were not stained by any dust, Lin explained, "The reason is simple. Because I wasn't familiar with it at first, and it took a magic stone to save one person. It can even be said that the strength of the rescued people may not be inferior to that of the past. This means that a lot of the energy used to save people is wasted and turned into improving their strength. But there are still many people to be rescued, and I can't possibly use a magic stone for each of them. So I found the balance where your companions can be resuscitated and repair themselves, and then get them back. After all, you want me to save people, not give them greater power. These are two different requirements." Regarding Lin's explanation, after the elemental creatures looked at each other, the leader said, "Friend, I accept your explanation. So now it's up to us to fulfill our promise. Do you have any questions? Well, before that, don't you think it would be better for us to sit down somewhere and talk slowly? Maybe it's because my legs are sore. Or maybe I just want to know how these elemental creatures live their lives." So Lin made a request that was extremely common for humans. Chapter 917 Ironstone Man. In the settlement, the largest and most luxurious stone house is used to entertain guests. The furnishings inside were as expected, so simple that a beggar would cry in despair. Except for a cabinet with scattered things and a stone table, there was nothing else. The so-called luxury is just a self-consoling word compared with other places. However, this group of elemental creatures do not have this awareness. In other words, in their minds, this place is already extremely luxurious. But in fact, when I think about it, the reason why Earth elemental creatures have such simple residences is not because they are too poor or uneducated, but simply because they have no needs. People need to sit or lie down because they want the muscles that support the body to rest and not to be tense all the time, maintaining standing or weird postures. After meeting the basic needs, various considerations will naturally arise, such as comfort, sturdiness, materials used, artistic value, etc. But just now, while taking advantage of the treatment, Lin certainly took a good look at the physiological structure of these elemental creatures. In a word, it is a mass. It's not a mess. It's not a mass. It's just a bump. To put it more complicatedly, it means that there are no physiological characteristics of normal creatures at all. Fong Mi Di is an inorganic dead thing like a stone. From the perspective of an earthling, it is not even a robot or a machine puppet. It is just a very simple puppet or clay puppet that can move on its own. This kind of thing that is put on the big screen belongs to the supernatural horror genre. However, This can also explain why elemental creatures are summoned to the mysterious land to act in a dependent posture without any discomfort. This is because they are like this in their own world, since there is no physiological structure to speak of. Of course, there will be no tissues and organs such as muscles, so there is no need for rest and other behaviors. Since they don't need to rest, they certainly don't use furniture such as chairs and beds, so their residences don't have these common things in the human world. If you understand it from this perspective, cabinets are used to store things. Even if they are elemental creatures, they will have similar needs. The table is at the height of their hands, making it convenient for them to do things if they have work needs. Beyond that, they have no physiological needs for eating, excreting, etc. Of course, they have no use for many objects that can be seen in human society, and naturally they will not buy them in their own homes. Therefore, it is very reasonable that the homes of elemental creatures are so simple from a human perspective. Even if he expressed contempt, he would probably be stared at like an idiot until he felt uncomfortable. But how to deal with magicians? The few leading elemental creatures in this settlement seem to be experienced. So after inviting 2 outsiders from other worlds, they directly used the skill of turning fossils into mud to raise the ground to a suitable height, and created 2 temporary seats for the 2 magicians to sit on. This would save someone from becoming a human chair. Of course, Lin would not complain about the dust on the 2 dirt chairs, or complain about sitting up and smacking his buttocks. 2 distinguished guests, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. We will tell you everything we know. And we will tell you everything we know. Starting with this polite remark, Lin started asking 100,000 why questions. However, there are many questions that elemental creatures are so accustomed to, when they are suddenly mentioned that they have to think about them before they can answer them. It was hard for this group of elemental creatures to seriously answer someone's stupid questions that even Finn couldn't bear to hear. However, in these trivial common sense and trivial matters, Lin not only tinkered with his understanding of the elemental world, making it as close to the real appearance as possible, it also shortened the relationship with this group of elemental creatures, allowing them to gradually let down their guard. This is because there is no wine on hand. These earth elemental creatures have no habit of drinking, and most of them don't have mouths to drink. Otherwise, the process will be shorter and don't require so much arranging. When the Marquis of Fire was almost done, Lin asked in a gossipy tone, "By the way, Gemarm, let me ask, what is the origin of the group that fought against you before?" The elemental creature called Gem Arm was the one who used to have a unicorn arm and killed people everywhere. But now he gave a wry smile and said, "Friend, I am no longer qualified to be called a Gem Arm. Call me an Iron Man." The names of these elemental creatures are actually just names for their characteristics. Most elemental creatures do not have a unique name to represent someone as in Homo sapiens society. The original gem of the Gem Arm was taken away, and his name was naturally changed. I heard that some high-level elemental creatures have real names, rather than names based on physical characteristics. Even if the elf core is destroyed, those elemental creatures will still remember all the previous memories when they wake up again. Ironstone people call such elemental creatures elves favored by the spirit of the Earth Mother. Regarding the group of elemental creatures that came to cause trouble for this settlement, the Ironstone man replied, "They are plunderers from Moon Bay, people from the 3 Gemstone settlement. The 3 strongest Gimmen are constantly plundering gem bodies, hoping to completely replace themselves and gain the qualifications to enter the gem pit. I originally thought that a mere gem arm would not arouse their greed and attention, but I didn't expect that they would still knock on my door. If it weren't for the help of 2 friends, our settlement would forever be without many companions." A simple sentence brings out a lot of interesting information. Lin asked, "It sounds like the strength between you is determined by the material of your body? And it seems that gems are the most highly regarded. Why?" This is another common sense question for elemental creatures. The Ironstone man answered patiently, "Because the gem body can use magic, which is something that other bodies cannot do. As for the attack, whether it is infused with magic power or has magical effects is a huge difference in terms of power. Therefore, we all regard the body of gems as our highest yearning." "Oh." Lin smiled slightly and remained silent. In fact, from the perspective of a magician, this is a very correct choice, because most of the gems in Lost Land can be classified as magic materials. When elemental creatures use gem bodies, they can generate magical effects by themselves with every movement of their hands, which saves them the step of learning magic. Nowadays, it seems that the cultural level of the Earth element universe is still in a very primitive state. Just by looking at the way they fight, you can get a clue. Fighting relies entirely on fists. There is no skill at all. And strength depends entirely on talent. The reason why you have to transform yourself into a gym body is just because the attack has its own magic effect, which can cause more damage to the opponent. But is this all their potential? Or we should ask, what is the reason why these elemental creatures are so unwilling to make progress? Chapter 918 Gem Pit and Iron Wall. It is a big taboo to communicate superficially and deeply. Even if the brain circuits of this group of elemental creatures in the Earth element universe are different from those of humans, someone would not want to give advice and ask others to kneel down and follow him as soon as they meet. What's more, Tiesher's mouth also mentioned a term that Lin had to pay attention to, Gem Pit. Friend, you mentioned the Gemstone Pit. What kind of place is that? Can you talk about it? The Gem Pit is where only gem spirits can join. Because this kind of common sense level knowledge is too common. This group of elemental creatures did not have the consciousness to sort out the contents of the briefing in order to report to others. So in most cases, Lin asked and the Iron Man answered. Only in this way can all the questions in someone's mind be satisfied. At this moment, Lin of course continued to ask, you said that the gem spirit can join. Like you did before. Is that okay? The Ironstone Man quickly shook his hand and said, no, I only had one arm made of gemstones before. And I was not even qualified to join the gem pit. Then you have to replace your whole body with gem material to be eligible to join. And after joining, you have to find ways to purify yourself before you can go further. What about the others? Is there any place similar to the gemstone pit? Under Taisharan's introduction, the outline of Tumi's power gradually became clear. Basically, Tumi land is divided into three major groups: gems, metals and other types, including sand, soil, mud, stone, etc. are classified into others. The simpler the type of material used to make up the body of an elemental creature, the higher the purity. The higher the purity, the more unique talents of that type can be used. And the strength and accompanying status will also increase. After the major categories of materials are unified, the next step is to refine the types of materials. They are both gemstones and metals. So of course they are divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Ruby and emerald are obviously not the same thing, although iron and copper both sparkle. They are different things. The higher the degree of purity, the unique talent will develop into different branches and become sharper. At this point, it is already obvious what the creatures in this world are pursuing. Of course, the vast majority of elemental creatures are still variegated like those in the settlement in front of them. This is because from the appearance, each torso of different materials will reveal the color of that material. In addition, there is no air in Tumi, and there is no oxygen. Since there is no oxygen, of course, there will be no oxidation reaction. Moreover, the bodies of elemental creatures are all filled with magic power and protected. And the elemental creatures here are also colorful. The motley people basically live wherever they are born, and form settlements with local elemental creatures. They pursue purifying themselves, and most of them do mining, and find some low-level elemental creatures with vague consciousness to operate on. Because the consciousness of low-level elemental creatures is relatively weak, it is easy to avoid or suppress them, and then seize the precious materials from them. After purifying yourself to a certain level, if you want to go further, you can only find elemental creatures with similar strength to yourself. Because if you look for those low-level elemental creatures, the other party may not necessarily have enough meat to strengthen itself. Furthermore, if there is a group of people at the same level, they are just looking for bugs and eating meat that is not enough to fill their teeth. While others challenge elemental creatures of the same level as themselves and successfully seize precious materials from each other. The speed of progress between the two will further widen the gap in strength between each other, and eventually they will become meat in the eyes of others. After reaching a certain level, elemental creatures will leave their original place of birth and swarm somewhere. This location usually gathers elemental creatures of similar levels. In addition to the fact that only elemental creatures of similar levels have topics to communicate with each other. When they get together, they also become each other's most suitable hunting targets. This goes on and on. And when it grows to a certain level, it moves on to the next level. If you lose too much in this process, you will return to where you came from. You may even die. But that's just returning to the embrace of Mother Earth's spirit. And everything starts from scratch. It can be said that the history of the growth of elemental creatures is a history of human cannibalism. It's just that the settlements formed in the low-level period mainly allow the weak to work together to plunder. But after reaching a high enough level, in addition to plundering externally, there is also internal competition. The two terminal points of this growth path are the gem pit and the iron wall. These are also the two ultimate forces of Timbaland, representing the ultimate in magic and physics respectively. Logically speaking, since the two major forces have nothing in common with each other in fundamentals, they do not have the need to devour each other and strengthen their own needs. Naturally, there will be no disputes or even large-scale wars. After all, no matter how deep the gem man digs, he can't get the materials he needs from the metal man. So in someone's imagination, the two major forces should just be fighting and devouring each other internally, just like a goo basin to raise the goo king in the end. But in fact there is no peace between the two major forces. What exactly they are fighting for is something that elemental creatures at the Ironstone Man's level don't understand. He only knew that in the war between the two major forces, the people from the gemstone pit had always had the upper hand, while the people from the iron wall fought hard and barely managed to survive. As for the reason, of course it's because of magic. The gem people in the gem pit will produce magical effects with every move they make. Added to the attack, it is even more invincible. But the people of Iron Wall only pay attention to the sharpness of weapons and the strength of armor. They may not have any connection with magic. But if they were to compete for talent, almost all the people on the Iron Wall would be brutally tortured by the gem people. However, what makes someone feel incredible is that such an environment did not cultivate an extreme character. It can even be said that the performance of these elemental creatures is a bit too indifferent in Lin's eyes. This is because they are not as passionate as humans, or because earth elemental creatures are relatively calm. No one knows. You must know that when someone first arrives, they are not aware that the elemental creatures in front of them are living in such a cruel environment. There is only competition at every stage, and losers not only regress, but are more likely to lose everything. If human beings were in the same environment, they would not rely on a sensual life and indulge their desires to relieve stress. But no such behavior is seen here. For them, no matter how hard they fight, it is just a part of life. No matter what form of death it is simply a return to the collective consciousness of the Earth Mother Spirit. All this is a common thing for Earth element creatures. Only a certain time traveler living in a peaceful era would feel cruel about such a way of living. Chapter 919 The Spirit of Mother Earth. No one else can comment on other people's lifestyles. So no matter how cruel the creatures in the Earth element universe live, Lin just remains silent. Even if they don't think anything about it. Why would an outsider help them blame others? Unless you want to live together today, other people's life attitudes will affect you. Only then do you need to seek common ground while reserving differences, and find a point that both parties can accept during the run-in. Since you are just a passerby, you should maintain the etiquette of being a guest. That's what Lin thinks. After the topic of the gem pit came to an end, Lin of course continued to ask about the main purpose of the trip. Can you tell me about the spirit of Mother Earth that you know? The elemental creatures present were puzzled by this question of humans and asked in confusion, Friend, what do you want to know about? Well, have you seen the spirit of Mother Earth? The elemental creatures present shook their heads together. Seeing this, Lin asked again, Since you haven't seen it, how can you confirm the existence of the spirit of Mother Earth? When a living being dies, it is under the protection of the spirit of Mother Earth that it returns. There we will be purified and return to the world. This is something that all living beings know and have experienced. But he also said that he has never seen the Earth Mother Spirit. Yes. Lin Jing calmed down and thought about this seemingly contradictory content. It's not that he doubts the other party. After all, the misunderstanding caused by words is not just for lying. Sometimes the expression is not complete enough, or the wrong question is asked, so that the person who answers does not answer the question. This happens often in conversations between Lin and elemental creatures, because the elemental elven language used by the elemental creatures and the language used by the elves in the Lost Land are beyond reach. For a magician, learning the language of elemental spirits is to facilitate communication with the summoned elemental spirits when casting magic to summon spirits. Since the requirement is just communication, it is natural that both parties can understand each other, and there is no need to be proficient. Since it has not reached that level, there will inevitably be a gap in understanding at this moment of communication. In order to bridge the gap in understanding between the two parties, it is of course necessary to use more questions and answers to clarify the facts. So after Lin thought about it, he asked, Does this mean that although you have not seen the spirit of the Earth Mother, there are other ways for you to feel the existence of that person? Yes. When we wake up or cross a realm, we can obtain inherited knowledge from the spirit of Mother Earth. That voice not only guides us, but also gives us knowledge on how to move forward. It turns out that this kind of mother's voice comes with its own upgrade index. So what is the mechanism? Is there really a master in the dark who controls all the creatures in the earth element universe? Lin refused to give up and continued to ask. Besides, do you know anything about the spirit of Mother Earth? The elemental creatures present said something to each other, and all the creatures said some trivial things that they heard too say. It was as if someone was favored by the spirit of Mother Earth, and a raw gemstone fell from the sky, making him turn around overnight. Or another lucky guy is also favored. If he kicks a pebble when he goes out, he will fall out of a gem mine. In short, this kind of miscellaneous news that is loved by people is equally popular in Toomey Land. Someone has to admit that even if the living environment is different, there is not much difference in the preferences of intelligent creatures. However, this kind of unverifiable gossip seems to have no other function besides making me more confused about the concept of Earth Mother Spirit. Simply put, none of this information is valuable. By the way, if you want to see the spirit of Mother Earth, there is a way. Suddenly an elemental creature said this. Although the other elemental creatures were still saying something, Lin and Finn were both stunned. He stared at the elemental horse, who spoke with wide eyes. This guy is the first elemental creature rescued using a new method after the rescued elemental man. It's just that, they clearly have clues related to the spirit of the Earth Mother. But the previous conversation was like endless chatter, with no focus at all. Lin quickly stopped the conversation of other elemental creatures, turned to look at the elemental horse who was speaking, and said, Colorful horse, you said there is a way to see the spirit of the Earth Mother. Any solution? It is at the root of all spirits, the ultimate destination of all consciousness in this world. There really is such a place, Lin said in surprise. At this time, the element that was not talking about the speech was lost, and the others were staring at the person who was questioning randomly with disdain. The elemental horse with 5 obvious color spots on his body said, So my friend, where do you think we should go when we need to return to the spirit of the Earth Mother? The way someone feels now is that they have heard too many rumors about the underworld, but they don't take it seriously. As a result, someone suddenly came out and told me that to go to the underworld, just go directly to the intersection of XX Road and OO Road. Not only can you see the scene of the underworld up close, but if you are lucky enough, maybe Black and White will come forward and invite someone to be a guest. Shouldn't this kind of thing be said as soon as possible? Lin was a little helpless, but he still had to ask. Then I would like to ask, where is this fundament of all spirits that you are talking about? Many elemental creatures said in unison, Gem Pit. Wait a minute. Isn't that the name of a superpower? Facing the magician's strange question, the Iron Stone Man said, Superpower? What an interesting way to describe it. The Gem Pit refers to the place where the most powerful gem people gather, but it is also a place name. It is a place known to have the greatest variety of gemstones, all of which are consistently produced. So this is awe. Lin habitually rubbed his stubble-free chin while thinking. It seems that no matter how we arrange it, we cannot avoid contact with the top forces in this world. Besides, what is the conflict between the two major forces of Gemstone Pit and Iron Wall? Although the group of frauds in the well said they didn't know the reason, it seemed to someone that the reason for the conflict was obvious and sufficient. Being able to control and manage all the creatures in Toomey Land, the reincarnation of return and resurrection after death, is bound to have some unknown benefits. Otherwise, they are fighting so hard not to occupy the root of all spirits, but to fight for physical health. After being mentally prepared like this, Lin naturally had to make more plans. I also took advantage of this group of elemental creatures to have a chat, and found out a lot about the Gem Pit from their mouths. Among the other nonsense, Lin believed that the most important piece of information was that anyone could go to that place. If you just want to stay and become a regular member, there will be a series of strict standard reviews. Chapter 920 The Light of Elf. Finally, Lin, who was about to bring the chat to an end, remembered something and asked again. Friend, please ask me. When you had a conflict with the people of Moon Bay before, you seem to have discovered me and my companions at that time. How did you do it? Judging from the look of disdain, someone knew that he had asked a stupid question again. However, Lin, whose face had already surpassed the iron wall, smiled and waited for the answer. The light of your spirits is so dazzling, it's hard to ignore. The Iron Stone Man revealed the answer to the mystery. Elven light? Lin looked at the Lich, who was also puzzled. It seems that in the eyes of these elemental creatures, it is not just the visible light frequencies that humans can see, but also other things. If you don't understand what they see, your whereabouts will be like carrying a searchlight, reminding others of your location all the time. Although I really want to ask what the light of the elves is. I guess the person on the other side can't explain it. Many common sense questions, and questions that are too vague cannot be answered clearly from elemental creatures. So Lin asked in another way, "Can you still see our elf light now?" The elemental creatures were a little surprised. But they still replied, "The light of the elves will always be there. It doesn't get bleak until you're dying. When it dies, it is completely extinguished." Based on this reply, Lin guessed that what they saw might be the light emitted by the elf core of the elemental creature. But if humans also have the same light, should it come from their own power or from their souls? Try it if you think of it. To block the appearance of power in some people's perceptions, there are actually many related magics. Of course, someone has learned all this magic that is both pretentious and sneaky, after casually covering himself with a layer of concealment. Especially magic that can be used to hide power. Lin asked how. "Can you still see my elf light now?" Although the elemental creatures were puzzled, they still responded to someone seriously. "You can see it. It doesn't seem to be power." Lin pondered for a while, then turned to look at Finn, who had been silent, and said, "Do you have a way to block the light of your soul?" Blocking the light of the soul? Although Finn was a little hesitant at first, but her reaction is not insensitive, and she can immediately understand someone's intention. With a snap of her fingers, she changed her soul form. This little trick shouldn't be too simple for a lich. Without anyone even asking, the elemental creatures kept exclaiming, saying, "What's going on? Why has your elf light disappeared? Are you an undead?" According to Finn, a senior undead, the souls of the undead clan are fundamentally different from the souls of ordinary creatures and cannot be compared. It depends on which side it falls. Finn put forward a lot of very professional explanations. And then someone was like a duck listening to thunder and couldn't understand. In short, the souls of the undead clan are different from the souls of normal creatures in the eyes of elemental creatures. Lin even boldly guessed that Iron Stone Man and the others couldn't see Finn, who had changed his soul state now. This is also a misunderstanding that someone fell into at first. But if you think about it carefully, it is natural, because the body of an elemental creature is not a normal creature in the main material universe. It has no body tissue, no internal organs, and of course no so-called eyes. Since there are no visual organs, it is naturally impossible to receive visible light and see things. Under such conditions, they can still see someone, which means that elemental creatures have a way of perception that replaces vision. It's like someone has designed a complete set of environmental detection magic. In addition to human-level visual monitoring, there are also infrared heat sensing, gas flow trajectories, biomagnetic fields, etc. And there are no less than dozens of monitoring methods to allow you to accurately capture any creature that enters detection range, to ensure that those masters of stealth and sneaky people have nothing to hide from someone. If the vision of elemental creatures is actually of a different type from that of humans, then it would be a joke to just rely on terrain cover or distance to achieve concealment. It's no wonder that when I approached this settlement before, I was immediately discovered. Moreover, the expressions of disgust shown by the Ironstone men and the others, as well as the mention of the keyword undead, reminded someone of the disgust that elemental creatures have for undead creatures. This is almost camp-level hatred, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it is a feud. Now it seems that this disgust is well-founded. In fact, even humans will feel disgust or fear towards things that they cannot see but do exist. In other words, people are afraid of ghosts, and elemental creatures are also afraid of ghosts. However, he still had to deal with the things he had caused Finn to do. He quickly explained to the Ironstone man, "No, this is the effect of magic. Didn't you see my companion's elven light before? But you can't see it now. Besides saying it's the effect of magic, do you think there's a better explanation? Can magic do such a thing?" The Ironstone man said doubtfully, "Hey, magic is all kinds of things and can do anything. Nothing is impossible except what you can't imagine. From the vast magic knowledge, it is not difficult to find a way to block the light of the elves. I say this, you can agree. The earth elemental creatures in front of me may not be proficient in magic compared with magicians, but they are not novices who don't know anything. So they still accepted Lin's explanation. From Finn's point of view, Lin also tried his best to avoid saying any negative words. Even though Finn is no longer a lich in the strict sense, she hasn't turned back into a human either. It is estimated that no one can figure out which side she should be classified into now. Most importantly, others don't know what she thinks. Therefore, Lin avoided saying anything negative about the undead, because he did not want to leave any signs of possible conflict. It's not that I'm afraid of anyone. I just don't want to accumulate any unpleasantness in my life. Anyway, all you have to do is think through your mind before speaking. Think clearly about what can and cannot be said. And then speak. It doesn't take much effort. However, the communication with the group of elemental creatures in front of me will come to an end. Everything that could be trapped in them was something that someone was interested in. But all of them were trapped by someone. If I keep asking, there will be nothing new. But this made someone feel doubtful and asked, "Don't you have an inheritance? How come you don't even know these things?" Tysharan and his companions looked at each other and said, "Although the Earth Mother Spirit will provide inherited knowledge, not everyone can directly obtain the final result. Inheritance is a step-by-step process, depending on the promotion direction you choose and your subsequent performance. In short, the visit to Black Wind Valley has come to an end." Chapter 921 Next Step. Finally, Lin learned from Tysharan that the name of this settlement was West Wind Valley. In fact, place names like these are mostly chosen based on geographical characteristics and then left in the inheritance. Elemental creatures that receive inheritance from the spirit of the Earth Mother will naturally know this. Similarly, they will also know the general direction of their next step from the inheritance. Because West Wind Valley is a novice village according to the standards of a certain popular RPG game, the direction of the next development will not be very different depending on the path of accumulation chosen by the elemental creatures. At this stage, the places you can go are pretty much the same. The next direction recommended by Ironstone Man is Sanmakia heading northwest. The 3 horses of Sanmakia refer to the 3 strongest elemental creature leaders in the settlement there. They are not human-shaped, but horse-shaped, so they are so called. It is not uncommon in Tumi Land to use a certain person or a group of iconic figures as place names. But when those characters die or leave and are replaced by others, the place name will change accordingly. This situation is also very common. As for why you don't directly guide someone to the gem pit, this is because all the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley are not at a sufficient level to know the location of the gem pit from inheritance. So I can only advise someone to ask step by step. "Damn it! Why do you feel like you are walking on the Great Channel, heading towards 1_piece?" someone muttered. On the contrary, the Lich, who had been quiet most of the time along the way, now spoke. "Just leaving like this?" Lin was also puzzled by the Lich's question and asked, "If you don't leave, why don't you stay here to entertain them? They don't want to eat. If we stay, we can only drink the northwest wind." "Ah, no. There is no air here. We can't even drink the northwest wind. I thought you would help them take revenge and cause trouble for those guys from Moon Bay. If I want to do something like that, I will take action the moment they conflict. I won't wait until now. That is to lead them to counterattack and conquer the world as hybrids." Elemental creatures at the level of the Ironstone Man call themselves variegated. But in the eyes of the Lich, they are no different from hybrids. It's just that people in this world don't have such awareness. Someone was non-committal about such a title. Lin just said, "Well, this is it." Then he pondered for a moment, finding that someone didn't refuse immediately. Then said in surprise, "You don't really plan to do this, do you? Don't forget your original destination. To achieve your goal, the ideal situation is for us to sneak in, get rid of the Earth Mother Spirit, and then sneak out. Don't alert anyone. Perform perfectly. Such a simple task. There is no need to resort to L-level gameplay, leading a group of the weakest elemental creatures to counterattack the entire world. That's why you're crazy. I just did it once," Finn said confidently. With just such a sentence, someone was choked and unable to fart for a long time. Who said that the former Demon King's achievements were so terrifying that he ruled the entire world? However, Finn did not continue to dwell on this point, but asked about the next plan. "Are you really going to go to Sanmakia and then ask for directions all the way to the gemstone pit?" Lin did not respond immediately, but after thinking for a while, he asked about another thing. "Can you get a reply from creatures like them that are not spiritual beings? Just like controlling souls? The kind that can't lie. Oh, but also don't hurt their lives. Even if they can return to the Earth Mother Spirit and resurrect in another way. I don't want to hurt anyone." When asked about someone's question, Finn knew what the other person's plan was just by thinking about it. Combined with a previous inquiry, I understood the elf light mentioned by Hidden Ironstone, which is the method of soul fluctuation. It is estimated that someone's intention is to rely on the flashing technique, concealment, and the method that he can obtain real information from the souls of the dead, and ask questions all the way to the final destination of the gem pit. Having been with this magician for a long time, Even though Finn disagreed with many of his ideas, his behavior gradually became closer to his. This is not to say that this lich has no independent opinions. It is just because of laziness. How nice it is to have someone think things over and handle them well without having to work hard on your own. If you continue to be picky, you will be struck by lightning. Although a few lightning strikes could not kill him. But I agree. Think will not blindly follow him. He is also good at leading people into ditches. And he is often on the verge of self-destruction. Therefore, before understanding that the other party's plan would not deceive him as well, then still had to be more cautious and listen carefully to the other party's entire plan to confirm whether it was reliable or not. But the problem faced by someone before was still difficult for her to implement. Therefore, he said, my method is to use the soul to ask questions when it has just left the protection of the body and is still in the stage of ignorance. Asking at that time is the most accurate question. If the soul escapes that stage and sublimates into a wraith and other undead souls are not. Okay. I can't kill them again. If they are killed by me in a pure spirit state, they will die completely and nothing will be left. Down. That's right. Lin sighed. At this time, Lin and Finn used to communicate. In the real-time communication dialog box in their field of vision, a third-person speech appeared. I said you too. Have you forgotten my existence? Lin said. How could I forget you? I was just about to ask. He turned his hand, and Hakiri appeared. Lin heard about the situation here when he was talking to Ironstone and others before. And he once doubted whether the origin of the Hagiri clan was from the Earth element universe. But at that time, I noticed someone's thoughts, and immediately denied it. At that time, I was mainly asking the Ironstone man to get information about the world. So I didn't study this part of my thoughts in detail. Now that I think about it, similar thoughts still appear involuntarily. He was still curious about the origin of the biological form of the Hagiri clan. So, are you interested in my origins now? Or are you interested in my abilities? The original one? Oh, no. You are the only one left now. So should I call you the only one? Who said those things were so long ago that even you can't remember them clearly? So I'm curious. But those things are not urgent now. Tell me, can you also detect the thoughts of those elemental creatures? As usual, I know almost exactly what they are thinking. If you want to know more, you need to have contact. As for my sister, I have to answer questions and answers without talking nonsense. Yes, I won't do it. Chapter 922 Concerns. A certain strange blue wave knife-shaped creature has been rolling around in someone's mind for a long time. Some of the words used, whether good or bad, have been learned from the two incarnations that once existed. Lin didn't deliberately correct him. On the contrary, someone talking to him like this made him miss his old life and hometown. As for addressing people, Finn never asked others to call her how to call her. Anyway, she always looked indifferent. So Hagiri calls after the two girls in the family. Perhaps most people in that family call after the two girls. Lin, who heard a certain knife's reply, was thinking about the feasibility of the next plan. Don't look at the fact that Finn and Hagiri can probe people's thoughts. And they can easily obtain information without torture or interrogation. But in actual operation, there are still limitations. Finn can only ask the recently deceased. But Hagiri won't know as long as the target doesn't think about it. The former does not comply with the principle of concealment. They've all killed people. Just hide it. I'm here. I'm gone. And no one will know about it in another 10 years. This is the realm that someone pursues. For the latter, it is inevitable that someone will come forward to say something. Or rely on some chance. Since you have to come forward, you will inevitably leave traces and fall into the eyes of interested people. Although no one will plot against his actions for the time being, there is no guarantee that he will cause some trouble if he is held accountable later. For the time being, let's just take one step. Compared to finding the gem pit, I'm more worried about another thing, Lin said. The spirit of the Earth Mother. Finn and Hakakiri mentioned the same name at the same time. Finn added, what are your concerns? Tell me and let's take a look at it together. Realizing that everyone wanted to go together, Lin didn't hold back and expressed his thoughts directly. The first question to consider is whether the spirit of Mother Earth is the target we are looking for. The spirit of the Earth element. This cannot be confirmed until we see the target with our own eyes. If so, then second, the first question is whether he has subjective consciousness. Or is it consistent with the statement that has been circulated by magicians? That is, there is only collective will. Is there any difference between the two? Asked the competent Punkusiachia. If the spirit of Mother Earth is the Earth element universe, or just the collective will of the earth, then things will be much simpler. The collective will does not have subjective consciousness. So what we have to do is to sneak over and find out its rules. In this way, there is a way to extract something from him and become one of the mediums for the advancement of the four spiritual clothes. It seems that you need to find a way to introduce his projection and seize its power for your own use. Or it is the same as your original plan. Seal it completely into the four spiritual clothes and become one of the sources of power. What if it's another situation? After all, it was a matter related to him. So Finn still asked with concern. If the spirit of the Earth Mother has subjective consciousness, it means that it can communicate with the other party. Since there is room for negotiation, the success or failure depends on the other party's attitude. If this is the case, I don't think there will be any success during our trip. How smooth, Lin said worriedly. What do you say? Finn asked. Because of the inheritance of elemental creatures. Lin said the part that worried him. Does the inheritance of elemental creatures have anything to do with what we are going to do? This time Haikiri asked curiously. I heard from Taisharan and others that the inheritance of the elemental creatures will be obtained once at the moment when their consciousness first emerges. And then each time they advance to the next level, they will obtain it again. And the content of the inheritance is not only the direction of their future development. In addition, there is also information about where to go. It can be said that as long as the elemental creature can advance, he does not need to worry about insufficient knowledge reserves, because someone will teach him everything, and all he has to do is to proceed step by step and be familiar with it. It's just my own ability. Isn't this bad? Hagiri asked again. For elemental creatures, this approach should be considered good, but in my opinion, someone who arranges other people's actions in such an orderly manner is a person with a strong desire to control. And such a person is bound to have a strong sense of control. His purpose is not so easy to compromise. If what he wants to do does not conflict with our goals, there is still room for negotiation. If they conflict with each other, then we will have to fight. After being speechless for a moment, Lin rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, It doesn't seem like he can't win. Then, do you want to fight directly? Finn asked delicately. Lin trembled and said, No, of course not. It would be too uncivilized to start a fight directly. There are always better ways to solve our purpose. And I don't want to be reduced to this situation. For example? Finn asked. For example, you can use transactions to exchange for the support of the other party. After all, the mana and power support required by your four-spirit suit, no matter how hard you use it, should be only a drop in the bucket compared to the reserves of the entire world. Use it. A condition in exchange for a little effort should be acceptable to the conscious Earth Mother Spirit. You said so much. You should consider a compromise. Finn muttered. Why not? If you go with the will, you can get twice the result with half the effort. It is said that those who have gained the right will get more help, and those who have lost the right will have less help. This is the truth. However, if you go against the will, it will be difficult to complete unless you have great perseverance. Then, you can't do it? If you go against the will of heaven, then asked provocatively. Then it depends on whether your goal is to finally gain the support of the Earth Mother Spirit, and then push your four-spirit suit to complete the final step of production. From now on, you just have to fight against the opponent, and you still have to fight to the death. That kind of thing. Lin's simple question silenced the aggressive Lich. Indeed, my purpose has never been to deal with the collective will of this world, but to perfect the four-spirit uniforms. Under such a premise, there is absolutely no need to take action with the Earth Mother Spirit. Why should people who can easily obtain gains choose more troublesome methods? What if dash? Then asked cautiously. The other party is not interested in trading with us, and you will be shut out as well. When this kind of thing happens, no matter whether you are looking for someone or relying on a relationship, there is no way. Lift the ban in the middle. If this is the case, all the previous social activities will be wasted. In this case, what are you going to do? If it really comes to that point, I would rather use provocation and make a bet with the opponent than start a fight. A bet? In response to everyone's doubts, Lin explained. Yes. No matter how stubborn a person is, in the gambling field, everyone will inevitably be blinded by the huge benefits. At this time, it is a good time for us to intervene. Can it go so smoothly? Finn said to himself. Hearing the grunt of a certain Lich, Lin didn't dare to answer the question rashly. Instead, he changed the topic to other places and said, No matter how much I say now, it is still a guess and cannot be made accurately. As for what kind of situation we will encounter by then, we can only say that someone will come forward and pray to God to let this matter happen. It can end safely and successfully. Chapter 923 Snake King Ridge, Sheafing Valley, Sanmakyu, Sun Gorge, Rainstorm Pit, Sandaku. After passing several places in succession, the next destination, Snake King Ridge, is right in front of us. All the way here, someone used a method that relied on using the cliches of others to find out the inner thoughts of the interlocutor. By doing this, it is inevitable that you, the outsider, will appear on the stage and come into contact with all kinds of monsters and monsters. However, this choice is the result of careful consideration. The reason is simple. Regardless of whether the spirit of the Earth Mother belongs to the collective will of Tumi Land, or exists above all elemental creatures, it means that no matter what Lin does, as long as he comes into contact with the elemental creatures here, he will be remembered in the Earth Mother in the consciousness of the spirit. If you make any cover-up under such circumstances, the actual appearance will fall in the eyes of those who are interested, and it will give people the impression of a guilty conscience. If that being has subjective consciousness, it will be detrimental to subsequent contact. So we might as well put these things on the table and operate them. Furthermore, after actual contact with them, I learned that the elemental creatures in the Lost Land do not have as many twists and turns as the humans in the Lost Land or the Earth. Simple, but not stupid. This is the evaluation given by someone. Therefore, for many things, Lin Pingning could usually get answers directly by asking questions without even using Hagiri's mind-reading ability. The Snake King Ridge in front of him was the first settlement guarded by an elemental lord after Lin came to Tumi Land. The guardian is the Snake King Odessa. He is also the first elemental creature Lin encounters with a real name. But to say it is a settlement is actually not quite correct, because this is not a fixed place where elemental creatures gather. All the elemental creatures gathered here live on this giant white jade snake that stretches for several kilometers from head to tail. And this white jade giant snake is the Snake King Odessa. Odessa didn't usually move very fast, but he never stopped moving. Therefore, for elemental creatures to be able to find the Snake King after advancing, in addition to gaining the recognition of inheritance, it is more important to establish some contact with the Snake King. According to the target of Lin's inquiry in the previous settlement, Odessa is a very special individual among the elemental lords. He did not originally have very high intelligence. He was just like a low-level elemental creature, constantly devouring all minerals in his path, and then expelling the unnecessary parts. Such a low-level elemental creature has spent a lot of time in the land of Earth, and has accumulated a huge white jade body that is neither a gem nor a metal. And this elemental creature that does not belong to gems or metals will naturally be classified among the elemental creatures of the third group, and will then be looked down upon by those who claim to be noble. Being looked down upon by those noble people will naturally attract the opposite group. And because the body of this giant white jade snake was big enough, the group of elemental creatures that were attracted simply lived in this giant snake, forming a symbiotic relationship. In order not to get lost and unable to return home to the giant white jade snake, the elemental creatures parasitic on the giant snake's host have established an inexplicable and unexplained relationship with the giant snake. It can also be said to be a signpost pointing the way. When such behavior accumulated enough, the giant snake actually took that step and received its true name from the spirit of the Earth Mother Odessa. Even though the giant snake got his real name, he still lived in a hazy way every day, not much different from the past. But elemental creatures that have obtained their true names are completely different from those that have not. At least those noble people without real names are not qualified to look down on any elemental creature with a real name. Groups with real names will defend this qualification, which represents both strength and status. However, the two magicians who could not obtain the inheritance naturally could not obtain the exact current location of the Snake King. The location of Snake King Odessa at that point in time could only be learned from the target, who was inquiring about the information. Under normal circumstances, magicians who want to track Odessa's elemental creatures or travel through time and space are usually empty when they arrive at the location. However, the amazing mobility of the flash technique and the huge size of Odessa prevented this Snake King from running far before entering someone's field of vision. Originally, I wanted to take a bird's eye view from midair and obtain the position of Odessa as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after a flash, he witnessed a giant white jade snake opening its bloody mouth and devouring everything in front of him. And looking back from the position of the snake's head, even in the air, the tail of the snake is still not visible. Lin and Fin landed on the ground and took a close look at the white jade body of the giant snake. The height of the body alone is 2 or 3 stories high. And this huge body is right in front of you, flexibly contracting and extending, arching and releasing, snaking forward, wherever they passed. No matter whether they were giant rocks, sharp rocks or hills and valleys, they were all flattened, leaving a trail of snakes. The feeling of shock is indescribable. Even Finn was rarely moved when he saw such a huge body. I don't know if it's because she has never been around such a huge creature, or because of other reasons. But after being shocked, after the first moment of emotion has passed, of course you have to get back to business. The question for Lin is, where is the settlement built on the Snake King? At least from the outside, there is no place where any creatures gather. Maybe you can't see the Snake King's back from the ground, but when you looked at it from the air, you couldn't see any traces of man-made buildings. Lin used the flash technique again to teleport to the Snake King's back. The white jade scales overlap and stretch as the snake moves forward, and so on. Fortunately, the giant snake is big enough, even with its scales, so someone can stand on top of it. But the movement of this huge body, whether it is up and down amplitude, or the speed of forward and backward expansion and contraction, is more terrifying than the screaming facilities of the Earth's amusement park. If one is not careful, not to mention being thrown down a few floors, he may even be caught in the white jade scales and pinched to death. Even if you can stand firm in this place without a safety belt, you may experience red vision, black vision, or even more serious physical discomfort due to various vibrations and swings. Fortunately, someone's body is not like the past, and it is no longer the weak level of human beings. The same goes for Fun. Although the two took different paths, the same thing is that they are extremely strong physically. So they quickly adapted to the bumps on the Snake King's back and began to find the footprints of any elemental creature. I just searched from the snake's head to its tail, but found nothing. Even the side of the snake was checked, but there were still no traces left. At this time, Lin reclarified the information he had obtained. If the news obtained in the previous settlement is correct, then where are the elemental creatures that should live in the Snake King Odessa? Not on the back, not on the side, and the abdomen is in direct contact with the ground, so there is no need to consider it. Then the only remaining possibility is within the body. Then the second question comes again. How to get into the body of Snake King Odessa? Being eaten? Or take the stairs down? Looking at an open scale in front of him, there is a downward staircase hidden underneath. Lin couldn't help but have a strange thought, as if there was some destructive monster hiding underneath, waiting for him to fall into a trap. Chapter 924 Jade Object. Is it a trap or an invitation? How would you know if you don't take a walk? Relying on his abilities, and the still unsolvable escape technique of flashing, Lin boldly walked into the stair passage exposed under the raised scales. Of course there is no lighting inside. Or in other words, I have not seen anything related to lighting since I entered the Earth element universe. The reason is also very simple. Because the elemental creatures don't need it. After these days of contact and research, Lin also roughly understood what the world in the eyes of elemental creatures was like. In more scientific terms, the spectrum range that elemental creatures can recognize is different from the visible spectrum range of humans. Not only do they have a wider range of recognition, but they also have more levels. But the main area to be identified is a block that falls in the extremely short wave. And this block is the part where the soul emits weak fluctuations. Therefore, all elemental creatures will use the elven light, which is the fluctuation emitted by the soul, as the main target to identify each other. And because everything in this world is animistic, even a wall, a piece of ground, or a stone is an elemental spirit. Therefore, relying solely on the discernible light of elves, the elemental creatures can construct the appearance of the entire world. The dark staircase someone walked down was nothing to the elemental creatures. In their senses, even the bumpy stairs appear extremely clear because of the elf light. So there is no need for any lighting in their world. Since the world is like this, Lin will just follow the customs. Besides, now he doesn't need to hold a torch everywhere or use bright light to illuminate the way. Adjust your environment detection magic parameters and project what you see onto your retina. You can easily get the same vision as elemental creatures and see the same world. If this ability were used in my hometown, it would be an eye-opener and a big step forward on the road to catching ghosts. Put aside the random thoughts in your mind and focus on your eyes again. It's hard to say at this stage whether this staircase is a trap or a welcome gift. As for the Lich following someone, he also did not cast any lighting magic. Having been an undead creature for a long time, she is no stranger to this dark environment. And of course she has her own way of dealing with it. The stairs are not too long. Only 86 steps. About the height of 4 floors. But when he reached the bottom, what Lin saw was neither a town-like man-made building complex nor organs such as the intestines in a living thing, but a cave filled with stalagmites, stone forests, and stalactites. Such a natural scene surprised Lin. What surprised him even more was that it was not like when he was standing on the back of the Snake King. He would suffer violent shocks due to the actions of this white jade giant snake. Staying inside the Snake King's body, both the degree and amplitude of the shaking are so slight that it's like being on a calm and windless ship. There is a slight shaking feeling, but there will be no discomfort. It was as if the inside and outside of this Snake King were two completely different worlds. From that special perspective, there were many small creatures emitting elven light nearby, hiding in corners, spying on the two strangers. If Lin turned his head and looked at a small elemental creature somewhere, the other party would flee in panic, as if it felt threatened. It seemed that there was no greeter, and no one to ask questions. So after Lin stood there for a while, he asked the lich behind him, "Do you have any idea about a place like this?" Then remained silent and shook his head, making the meaning obvious. So Lin took matters into his own hands and walked in any direction. Of course, the lich followed silently. The two of them walked forward, looking at the strange cave terrain. If he hadn't felt the ground shaking from time to time when he stood still, Lin would have forgotten that he was in the body of a giant creature. But apart from the interesting terrain, Lin sure couldn't see a single elemental creature that dared to come in front of him. All the things living in the Snake King's body are small things the size of a palm. No matter how good-tempered Lin is, he can't stand being constantly ignored and avoided. You must know that you want to go to the gemstone pit as soon as possible, finish things as soon as possible, and go home to rest. Not to mention that if Lin wants to collect 4 elemental spirits, if he doesn't know how long it will take to get the first one, then the next 3 will be far away. In the past, I maintained a low-key approach. Provided that everything went well, and went according to my own vision, he didn't encounter any difficulties. So he was happy to keep a low profile. But if we continue to keep a low profile now, we will hit a dead end. A tip from the previous settlement brings you to Snake King Ridge. If there is no way to get any hints from here, there is no way to move forward. You must know that the distribution of each settlement that you have passed before has no certain rules. Sometimes you have to go east, and sometimes you have to turn back and go west. It always takes a while to reach your destination. This means that it is impossible to calculate the next destination based on rules. Therefore, there is no way to move to the next location without asking an elemental creature living here. Thinking of this, Lin flashed back and forth continuously. And there was a little mouse in his hand that was constantly struggling. This little guy is considered the boldest one in the Snake King, because according to someone's observation, creatures with the same elven light visited more than 10 times in a short period of time. That's why Lin chose to grab this little thing. When he first came into contact with Odessa, the Snake King, Lin had a very special feeling. It felt like I was not in contact with an intelligent creature, but a beast with only instinct. After entering the Snake King's body, all he encountered were worried little things like mice. One can't help but wonder if there are really no adults in this place. For further confirmation, Lin caught an elemental creature. The result is just like the previous inference. The little thing in the hand has not yet formed the so-called wisdom. Judging from the standards of the earth, all elemental beings, including the Snake King, can only be regarded as low-level elemental elves. Despite this, Lin will never underestimate the elemental creatures that can come to Snake King Ridge to gather. This is not a novice village. Being able to obtain a gathering place guarded by an elemental lord in the inheritance is an affirmation for them. It's like this little thing in the palm of your hand is actually a jade rat. You must know that when someone first starts using it, the feeling in the palm is delicate, round, and smooth as mud, as if it can be easily shaped by rubbing the fingers together. Such fine jade forms the body of this little thing, and there is no stone skin to the touch, which means that the purity of this jade rat is quite high. As an elemental creature with a high degree of purity, the destructive power displayed by the jade rat after being caught by someone caused Lin a lot of trouble. Breaking away and running away is the most basic operation, if one is not careful. It is not impossible to get bitten. But no matter how pure the jade rat is, how destructive it is, how fast it is not a big deal to Lin today. Turning over his free hand, Hagrid took over his hand. Someone chuckled and brought the edge of Hagrid closer to the jade rat. Chapter 925 Inside the Snake King. Hey! Original version. This little guy can't do it. His mind is full of nothing but eating. If left in the Lost Land, Those little animals would think about mating besides eating. The only thing here is eating. What a fussy eater, said Hikiri, who was attached to the jade rat in his hand. One of the operable methods of Hikiri is to ask questions directly in your consciousness after personal contact, regardless of whether the other party replies or not. As long as a thought flashes across, Hikiri will capture it. As for the so-called personal contact, in addition to directly inserting into the other party's body, it actually only needs to be touched by both parties. So Lin didn't do anything cruel to the jade rat in his hand. He just let him stick to Hakiki. After confirming that the jade rat's head was empty, Lin did not continue to threaten the little guy. Bent down, reached out, and let go of the jade rat. The little elemental creature that was freed quickly went to a remote place until the rat was out of sight. During this short period of time, Lin and Hikiri had a series of exchanges, allowing him to more intuitively understand the heart of the elemental creature that Hikiri had just spied on. These new discoveries also slightly changed his original thoughts. Did you find anything? This was naturally Fin's question. Lin replied, yes, and it quite surprised me. At the same time, he took steps in a certain direction. Fin, who was following someone, asked, what did you find? Tell me. I originally thought that elemental creatures would not devour each other, and would even avoid such behavior. In fact, it seems that only a certain ethnic group has such a taboo. Which ethnic group? That is, elemental creatures that already have intelligence. They may want to prevent their consciousness from being contaminated by other consciousnesses, so they will not devour other elemental creatures. However, individuals who do not have high enough intelligence seem to have no taboos in this regard. But there are also, they won't just eat everything they can see without restraint. Their goal is to purify the material of their body, and the rest of the impurities will be expelled. Perhaps this is their only remaining instinct. Like this giant snake with a cave in its belly, or the jade rat that was just caught in someone's hand. They have no worries about devouring other elemental spirits. Someone speculated that perhaps because of this, these elemental creatures without intelligence combined too much messy consciousness, which instead became an obstacle to their wisdom enlightenment. Anything else? Well, it's nothing important. It's just where the little mouse hid some spare food. But there is a place where he gets scared, and I want to go and have a look. You won't be in danger? Lin was surprised by Fin's inadvertent expression of concern, but he did not show it, but replied, there shouldn't be any danger. From the feedback of the little mouse, I suspect that it is the core of the elf of Snake King Odessa, which emits such a powerful energy. Feeling of oppression. The core. So, are we going to master the core now and coerce this big snake to do things? Sister, let me ask you, can your way of thinking be more peaceful and friendly? Someone complained feebly. Hey, am I not friendly enough? If my previous method was to kill first, then turn the corpse into an undead creature, which is good and obedient, the elemental elves may be a little more troublesome, but in general they are used to use it as fuel or materials. I think I just want to coerce the other party and make him obey, which is already a big breakthrough. This is so right. Some people don't know where to start, so they simply ignore it. Lin turned his head and found the direction leading to the core of the Snake King elf. According to Yushu's memory, it was quite an accident that he walked into that place that time. Moreover, the passage in the Snake King's body does not seem to be fixed. So if you want to find the elf core of the Snake King, you have to find a way on your own. The box cutter touches the palm and is pushed forward. This indestructible weapon is in someone's hand and serves as a temporary magic wand. The magic that had not been cast for a long time formed a spell-like sound amid the surging power, directly entering the sea of spiritual consciousness of those present. Although there is no air in Tumi, it cannot become an oscillation medium for active sonar. But this small problem is nothing to Lin now. Microions in the vacuum state replace the role of air, although it is much thinner and difficult to observe. With Lin's current observation accuracy, he can still successfully use these microions to construct a model of the labyrinth inside the Snake King's body. Using this magic within a living being is no different than telling the other person that I am here. Lin was also worried that such an action would overstimulate Odessa, the Snake King. Regardless of whether this boss is smart enough or not, he is still an elemental lord and is one of the top beings in this world. However, considering that the medium of active sonar is micro-ions in the vacuum universe, it should not provoke much reaction. Someone is so relieved. It was not until the maze model was completely constructed that the worries that were only 60% sure were finally put aside. Fin has become accustomed to building models constructed using whiteboard techniques. She stepped forward to identify the path she had taken and memorize the rest. It's just, you haven't used this magic for a long time. So you're rusty. Right. How come a building model is so hazy that it keeps drifting out? What Finn is talking about is a model constructed using whiteboard techniques, with lines slowly turning into specks of light powder scattered in all directions. Regarding this phenomenon, Lynn said helplessly, Sister, is this my pot? The power is obviously too sweet and delicious. Once it is released, it will become a delicacy for other elemental creatures. Don't think about where we are. This big snake didn't digest it with us, which is considered a courtesy. It's a big deal to slowly drain this out-of-body power. Finn certainly understands this situation. She just couldn't help but want to complain about someone after seeing it. After saying that, she stopped arguing and asked, Which way are we going? With a snap of his fingers, Lynn marked the destination in reverse red. Said, According to the induction results of the intensity of the elven light, this should be the core location of the Snake King's elf. But if we want to go there, we have to move quickly. We don't know when the passage in his body will change, or whether according to what kind of rules it changes. Where are the other elemental creatures? Finn asked, with another snap of his fingers. Dense green light spots appeared on the architectural model that was about to dissociate. If you look closely, you can see that these light spots have the outlines of different types of small animals. Lynn said, I only captured these. There are also some suspected ones, but the data does not support them, so I will not mark them out. If I hadn't misjudged those, they should be the kind of ultra-small elemental creatures, so I have ignored them. It doesn't matter. Anyone with a brain? Although it sounded like a mockery, Lynn still understood what Finn meant, shook his head and said, I'm not that good at distinguishing such things. Chapter 926 Question. In the previous gathering places for elemental creatures, Lynn always found a remote and quiet place to talk to the elemental creatures acting alone. But this time, he had the urge to face the elf core of an elemental lord. Although doing this is almost the same as a stranger running into the heart of the world tree, and the chance of being killed directly is very high. But Lynn was still reckless. In addition to the indescribable and inexplicable impulse, it is to bet that elemental creatures in this state cannot be treated with the perspective of ordinary intelligent life. And this time, Lynn did not choose to use the flash technique and suddenly appear near the elf core, but chose to walk over step by step. If he does this, he also wants to have time to figure out where this impulse in his heart comes from. The emotions that arose before were related to those indescribable things when I was stargazing in the abyss. As for the subsequent development, although the final result was good, the process was not very pleasing. If I had to do it over again, even if I knew the result was a big benefit, I probably wouldn't choose to do that. It has never been someone's style to gamble their lives for no reason. And that time, it was later proven that it was due to the influence of the abyss environment that he acted so unintentionally. What about this time? Coming to this airless world, in addition to a set of magic to maintain life. Of course, I also covered myself with the purification magic I learned from the devil cat. With such comprehensive protection, it stands to reason that there should be no possibility of being attacked again. Then this impulse is likely to come from intuitive judgment. In other words, under the existing known conditions, I subconsciously judged that it was meaningful to directly contact the Snake King Odessa. I could even benefit from it. So the question is, what are the conditions that support such an idea? Lynn felt that it was necessary to find out these conditions to see if they were reliable and to return everything to normal rational judgment. First of all, judging from the jade rat he just caught, that little guy is definitely not weak among the elemental creatures known to Lynn. Although the jade rat is very timid, according to Lynn's observation and judgment, its strength may even be stronger than the ironstone man he encountered in his heyday when he first came to Toomey Land. That is, when he still had gem arms. But such an elemental creature has not developed wisdom, according to the enlightened expression of his consciousness. In the past, he should have been classified among the low-level elemental elves he recognized. But that's not the case. In other words, the performance of wisdom has nothing to do with the level of strength. The two are decoupled. Such changes occur because these elemental creatures follow a different path. They instinctively move towards the continuous purification of their bodies. In addition to the rarer and more powerful body materials that can increase strength, the purer the body will also bring similar effects. This point is the same whether it is an elemental creature with intelligence or a beast-like instinct. This was also the first place where I misunderstood. However, the situation in Odessa, the Snake King, is somewhat different. Although he took the path of purifying his own body composition, Many elemental creatures who followed the same path as him gathered on him and placed their lives on it, forming a community. It was this kind of gathering that allowed Odessa to cross that threshold and achieve the position of Elemental Lord. These are easy judgments that can be made after seeing this giant snake with one's own eyes. Because in Lin's observation, those should be independent individuals. And their elven light is inextricably connected with other individuals and the Snake King. All individuals are interconnected and form a huge whole. If this situation affects the consciousness of the Snake King Odessa, then this giant snake does not have a simple beast instinct, but another collective will. And this guess is also consistent with one of someone's several guesses about the spirit of the Earth Mother. So is it possible that I came here because I was guided here secretly? Meeting with the collective will belonging to the Snake King is a preliminary preparation before meeting the spirit of the Earth Mother. In other words, the outcome of this meeting will affect the next meeting and negotiation. Then it is obvious who the person behind it is. Well, thinking of this, Lin now feels like he has thought too much. There can't be a conspiracy behind everything. However, the state of consciousness of Snake King Odessa did interest Lin. At least, it is not an easy thing to drive such a huge body. So how did this giant snake do it? And what is the mechanism behind it? Makes someone curious. Another point that made Lin curious was how Odessa managed to convert the violent movements from the outside into only slight shaking within the body. If you want to find out this, besides dissecting this giant snake, you have to ask him himself. If Odessa has a way to answer it. According to Yanagita Rikeo's fantasy science reader, the obstacle to humans driving giant robots is not building giant robots. It's about how to control the robot while also protecting yourself from the movement of the huge robot, so as not to be torn apart by the terrifying and irregularly directed G-force. Simply put, it is how to avoid shock. If discussed from this perspective, the long-distance remote control method used by Iron Man 28 is actually quite consistent with real science. Regarding shock absorption, there is no good solution in the existing magic of Midland, or a cheaper and commercial method. Because if there is one, then the first application must be on the carriage. That thing really sucks its butt when it sits up. Now that the possible answer is right in front of him. Why isn't Lin curious? And as they move forward, even though the small elemental creatures along the way fled before seeing someone, they still failed to escape someone's detection, as long as it was data that could be observed from the outside. Lin recorded it in every detail, coupled with his curiosity about the internal environment and ecology of the Snake King. Lin focused more on these small elemental creatures. He also collected a lot of data, gradually improving his understanding of the internal ecology of the Snake King, and correcting many of his misunderstandings about elemental creatures. There are not many obstacles on the way to the core of the Snake King Odessa elf on foot. At most, the passage is not very suitable for humans to move. But this is no trouble. During environmental detection, as long as the space on the other side of the narrow passage is confirmed to be spacious enough and the flashing technique is activated, no matter whether the passage is a mouse hole or a dog hole, all the passages can be passed easily. As for another minor trouble, it is the change in the Snake King's internal environment. Just as Lin had guessed at the beginning, the topography of Odessa's body was not static, but would change according to certain factors. It's just that this change is faster than expected. At least after a short distance forward, the forward route is no longer what it was previously detected. But walking the maze is just a small thing for someone. Even if the previous detection results can be invalidated, the most they can do is redetection. Not to mention that the Snake King's elf core position is quite obvious no matter how it changes. With a clear goal, the destination is soon in sight. Chapter 927 Jade Elf Core. Going to the elven core of Odessa. The Snake King. Apart from the labyrinth that troubles people, the elemental creatures residing here certainly cannot have any expressions. When Lin Infant approached a certain distance, the little guys living in the Snake King's body gathered together like crazy and blocked the two outsiders, forming a stone wall made of bodies. The materials of various colors fit together perfectly, with almost no gaps visible. But these bricks have a pair of eyes, which emit a strange red light in this lightless environment, staring eagerly at the outsiders in front of them. Of course, such a formation would not be noticed by the Lich. Even Lin did not think that this kind of physical wall could hinder his actions at all. But considering that this time we are not here for hatred, we will not fight if we can. So Lin and Fan looked at each other in the dark. And in an instant, they used the agreed method of escape. As a magician, of course, he knows some low-level tricks or magic. In addition to livening up the atmosphere at banquets and wine tables, it often has miraculous effects in deceiving enemies in battle. Because the essence of these techniques is deception, A very clever trick used to deceive other people's senses and make them believe it is true. And it is really easy to deceive the bunch of elemental creatures in front of you, especially since they have already determined what the world they can see looks like. The two magicians only need to prescribe the right medicine. Lin and Fen each cast a mirror clone technique, leaving behind a ball of light simulating the light of the elves. After covering up his own light, he jumped forward in a flash, easily bypassing such a group of little guys, and came to the Snake King's elf core. The elf core area is closed, similar to the World Tree core area that Lin has been to more than 10 times. Of course, the protective power between the two is still slightly different. It's hard to say which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Anyway, as soon as someone invades this place, the invader is basically out of luck. But Lin appeared here today. Of course not to kill the snake, but just to communicate with the other party. If the Snake King had a way to talk to others. Although you can use the perspective of elemental creatures to see clearly what this place looks like. However, as a human being, Lin was still accustomed to the colorful world in his eyes. So he directly used the bright light technique. His current mastery of the bright light technique does not require the establishment of a light source, but rather increases the brightness of the entire core space. Doing this can avoid condensing the light source and causing misunderstandings by others. After all, that light source with a high concentration of power, in the hands of a formal magician, can be thrown out as a light ball at any time and turned into attack magic. However, the overall method of improving brightness is only possible by mastering the entire environment. For those who are high enough and sensitive enough, this method is even more offensive. But when used in front of the eyes, it also means showing muscles. I control the entire space environment. Please cooperate obediently. These unspoken words should have been heard by Snake King Odessa. The elemental creatures that were blocked outside the core area of elves had no intention of breaking in. But they did not disband, but continued to stare into the disguised clones left by Lin and Fen. The spirit core of the Snake King is stored in a huge and irregularly shaped stone ball. And this stone ball is not unfamiliar to someone. Lin was very confident that there was a piece of jade in the stone ball, at least from the parts that are not covered by the stone skin. It seems that the emerald green and warm color is someone's impression of high-grade jade. In mystery, all kinds of gems can carry power, make magic props, or become materials for casting spells. But jade cannot. To be more precise, the purpose of jade is very special. It is useful for related magic and props that act on the soul. This type of magic or magic props are usually classified in the evil sequence. This also affects the evaluation of jade, which is not very friendly among most people. Therefore, jade, a material with low output and poor evaluation, rarely appears in the market of Midi. Not only was he unpopular with the magicians, but also the nobles. But in front of him was a jade stone about the size of a bull and covered with stone skin, which was used as a container to store the core of the elf. Lin didn't have to have experience in stone gambling or a pair of discerning eyes to judge good from bad. He also believed that after the stone was cut open, the whole piece would be emerald green jade. The container used by an elemental lord to store his own core couldn't possibly be trash. However, based on the experience of communicating with the World Tree, after arriving in such a place, even if the core does not have any activity, there should still be a voice to communicate with oneself. But when they came to the core of Snake King Odessa, there was no such reaction. Even if there is no air in this world and sound cannot travel at the level between each other, there are still many ways to communicate. Could it be that the elemental creatures gathering just now to block his actions were their spontaneous actions, rather than the assignment of the Snake King in front of him? The collective will of Odessa is actually just someone's wishful thinking. But in fact, it's not. Just when someone was in a helpless situation, a series of images suddenly appeared in the part of the huge jade that was not covered with stone skin. In addition to the faces of Lin and Fen, there are 2 or 3 kinds of images of scenery that are constantly rotating. As for the images of scenery, they are obviously scenes of lost land. They may not necessarily contain characters, but may also be just a simple landscape. In one of the pictures, it is obvious that there is a road, but there is a small mound in front of it. The road twists and turns, and there is nothing beyond the mound. There is also a picture of a stone man standing alone in an open field, but there is an ion storm in the sky that seems to come from outer space, forming a rather strange picture. The third picture has a similar style to the first 2. Both are darker, but there are 2 elemental creatures appearing in the picture, facing each other, and their emotions or thoughts are unknown. Then just looked at these 3 pictures, as well as his and Lin's faces. taking turns appearing on the surface of the emerald green jade. She became a little irritable because she didn't understand its meaning, and the content of the image tended to have a gloomy mood. Just when he was about to smash the junk in front of him, Lin stopped himself from the side. The man said, "Wait a minute. I think I understand something." How do two people who don't speak the same language communicate? The simplest way is to gesture. However, the Snake King's elf core has neither hands nor feet, and it does not know the common language of the lost earth or the language of the elemental elves. So the way to communicate with other people is to show the scenes that have been seen in the memory. There seems to be no other way. This can be regarded as the Snake King's gesticulating. Lin tried to convey his meaning in the elemental elven language, but the Snake King's elf core still had the same changes, which obviously meant that he couldn't understand the language. At this time, one of the non-undergraduate miscellaneous books I read in college, Image Metaphors in Psychology, came to mind. Lin used whiteboard techniques to show the patterns he had in mind on the spot, representing the meaning he wanted to convey. At this time, the image presented by the Snake King also began to change. An alternative conversation between one person and one elemental creature begins. Chapter 928, A Strange Communication Method. Before today, Finn couldn't imagine what practical use that boring branch project named Freud could play in someone's database. But today, she saw someone using pictures to happily chat with an elemental creature that was recognized as having no intelligence. The unreality made her wonder, was this someone pretending? In fact, this is just the lack of professionalism of the Lich, which leads to such a perception. No matter what kind of intelligent life they are, whether they belong to advanced or backward ethnic groups, and no matter whether they can communicate with each other through language, there are still some things they have in common, and that is vision and sound. Vision includes colors and pictures, while sound includes elements such as music and rhythm, rapid drum beats, chaotic and dark whirlpools. These images have similar, if not the same, meanings to most living things. The process of communicating with the Snake King Odessa was actually not that smooth. At least using pictures to communicate this kind of thing is Lin's first time to put it on the shelves. But after playing for a few rounds, without talking about too advanced psychological theories, someone felt that this was really like the various emoticons, stickers and other stuff he used before traveling through time. Just exclude some homophones or memes. With such mental preparation and a few more rounds of communication, one person and one snake are quite familiar with each other, and the speed of exchanging pictures is getting faster and faster, and the level of complexity is getting higher and higher. This refreshed someone's understanding. At first, Lin's imagination was that the Snake King only had the wisdom of an uncivilized beast. Later, I discovered that what the other party possessed might be collective will, which had nothing to do with being stupid at all. It might be as smart as a toddler of several years old. But after the actual contact, I found that the other person was not as smart as someone imagined for a few-year-old child. This was also caused by someone's misunderstanding of collective will. In other words, I didn't think about how deep I wanted to know before today. To describe it in a more vivid way, it is like a group of big men gathering together to discuss things. Things must always be discussed and come to a conclusion before the next step can be taken. However, everyone may not concentrate on discussing things, and it is easy to be attracted and distracted by other things that interest them. In more terrestrial terms, this is called lack of concentration. However, the reason behind this lack of concentration is the result of multiple personality consciousnesses competing with each other. And how much is this multiple? Thousands of those. Therefore, when a piece of new information is obtained, in order to process or understand the information, it will cause an overall crash, which is a normal daily routine for the Snake King. In this case, it is impossible to process information that is too complex. Language belongs to the category of complex information. Therefore, if you want to communicate normally with the Snake King, you must use an extremely simple method that can be understood quickly even by a pig. This sentence is not a metaphor, but something that can actually be achieved. But in this case, the person involved is just having fun. As a bystander, Thun was confused from beginning to end. And during her observation, she realized that someone was actually chatting with this Snake King who was worse than a beast. And she suddenly felt like she had lived like a dog for most of her life. Suddenly, the snake's body, which only occasionally shook slightly, took a rather violent turn. This sudden change almost made Finn lose his footing, although she regained her balance in an instant. Lin had already flashed to the direction where she fell, waiting to catch the Lich who was about to fall. In the end, Lin made the mistake, and Finn quickly and skillfully stabilized himself. Asked, What's going on? Someone who picked up the empty hand squeezed the hand that didn't hold anything. His expression of pity flashed away. And then he said in a normal tone, "Nothing. He just told Odessa that we were going to the gemstone pit. And he decided to deliver it in person. We're just passing by. The big shaking just now was probably the result of his big turn. Send us there." Finn was surprised by the answer. The man in front of him had only been conversing with this huge elemental creature for a long time. It had not even been an afternoon yet. And Snake King Odessa was about to personally send his group to their destination this time. Finn couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you talk about all afternoon?" "Well, actually we didn't talk about much. The main reason is that the way of communication is quite primitive. And I'm not very familiar with this method. Just to put forward an idea, I have to repeatedly confirm whether what the other party knows is consistent with my own. What I want to convey is the same. And I can't give a too complicated explanation. I can only keep trying to express it from multiple angles so that the other party can understand it. In fact, it's hard to say what I conveyed throughout the afternoon. There are only two important points. We are not hostile. And the other is that we are going to the gemstone pit. That's it." "All afternoon?" Finn said in surprise. Of course. He asked a lot about Layla Leza. And it was very troublesome to answer him. That's why it took so long. Finn asked curiously, "What are the things about Lolly Leza? What are they?" "It's something related to us." After thinking about it, Lin added, "Actually, Odessa gave me the feeling that he has been lonely for too long. So as long as he meets someone who can communicate, he can't wait to pull him. He can talk about everything. And he is also very curious about the outside world. Although he has traveled to many places and encountered many things over the years, those experiences can be said to be monotonous compared to what we have encountered. A lot. So he is like a sponge, hungry for all the knowledge he can absorb." Not only was he quite surprised by someone's inference, but even the Lich who was listening felt the same way. Who would have thought that an elemental creature whose intelligence is considered to be at the best level of a beast actually has a desire for knowledge? The only difference is that no one has a way to communicate with him. Not to mention what subsequent benefits this matter can bring to the two of them. Just by going to the gemstone pit, there is no need to continue to worry about it. This is an easy benefit. No one in their right mind would refuse. Just as Finn was thinking about the pros and cons, she caught a glimpse of someone squirming out of the corner of her eye. "I want to speak, but I don't dare to. So I just wait for others to take the initiative to ask questions." Helpless, Finn asked, "What's wrong?" "Well, I want to teach him the language. In this way, it will be easier to communicate in the future." "Very good. Come on. I'll support you." Apart from a few dry words, the Lich didn't intend to pay more. "Well, I think this matter must be done by you. Only you can do it." Dodging the tall hat that was thrown at her, Finn said with disdain, "You have found the wrong person to teach a little baby how to speak. Go home and grab any of those two girls. They will all perform better than me." "Bar. What if I said, what I want to teach him is machine language?" Lin threw out a shocking bomb. Chapter 929 Planning. Machine language. The high-pitched tone meant that Finn felt a little surprised and sudden about someone's answer. Starting with someone, letting her perfect it. It will be the foundation of all future programming languages. Finn certainly knows what these words mean. But what she doesn't understand is, can it really come in handy here? Seeing doubt in the Lich's eyes, Lin explained, "They can't learn our language or the elemental L's own language because their way of thinking is different from ours. Their excessively divergent thinking mode allows them to only accept some simple things and inability to deal with complex things. Machine language is far from simple. This is because you understand it from our perspective and way of thinking. So you can come to this conclusion. In fact, the core of machine language has only two states. 0 and 1. Short circuit and open circuit. Don't look at what we are saying in the puzzle. Use 8-bit programming language. But when it comes to processing efficiency, it is still 2-bit based programming language, which you should be aware of when designing." Then nodded unconsciously. "But we still use 8-bit as the basis, because MIDI has 8 and 8 powers, and we design the programming language based on magic. Therefore, on the premise of adapting to local conditions, 8-bit language is the most suitable for MIDI. But there is no such necessity in the Earth element universe, and it can return to the most efficient 2-bit form. So what we have to do is to help them build everything that can represent the world based on 0 and 1. And many things. There is no need for us to maintain or add to it. As long as they master it to a certain extent, they will continue to develop without our help. What the two of us do today is at best a guide. After understanding the intention of the man in front of him, Finn still had doubts and asked, "Is it possible that I can't speak normally, but can understand machine language and even more complex programming languages?" Someone pretended to be beaten, shrugged, spread his hands, and said, "I don't know either. But if I haven't tried this, how can I know the result? And to do this, unless I can go back to your hometown and find help. Otherwise, you and I are the only ones who can do this, whether here or in the land. If you don't help me, it will take me several times longer to complete this work. What is your intention in doing these things?" Then asked a question that pointed directly at people's hearts. "If we do it, it will be equivalent to leaving a backdoor in Odessa that we can control. But I guess there won't be many opportunities to use it. Because from the way I feel about dealing with them, no matter what happens, they are very willing to help. I guess this has been a long time, and they are happy to ask for help. And it is also a mutually beneficial part." Someone suddenly had bright eyes and spoke excitedly. "If the magic tower is a war fortress, then after my transformation, the Snake King is like an armed train with infinite tracks. Don't you think this is a wonderful thing?" Although I don't know what an armed train is, or what an infinite track is. But when he looks at that expression that says, "A man's romance is right in front of you," this man will act as if his rationality has been broken. And he will do a stupid thing regardless of the future or the future. No matter how much you try to persuade or stop him, it will be useless. Then sighed softly and asked, "How can you be sure that an elemental lord will let you mess with him?" Hey, in a situation like this, of course they won't tell the whole plan at the beginning. They will only talk about a little bit. As long as they accept the first step, they will ask for a little more each time. And after they achieve it, they will ask for a little more. The other party, usually my mentality is that if we cooperate with each other in the past, it won't be a bad idea to do a little more in the future. Whatever we can achieve in the end will be a matter of course. Then criticized without hesitation. "Scumbag! What kind of scumbag? Where did you hear such a statement?" "I don't know either. But I think this is the most suitable evaluation for you. Scumbag!" Taking a breath of air, a certain time traveler had a complicated expression and said in a stupefied voice, "I have been an otaku all my life. Should I be proud to be called a scumbag in this life? You're so proud of yourself. Anyway, don't use we in the sentence about what you just said. It's only you. And you are the only one who wants to do it," Then said slightly. However, she was still angry and asked, "Even if you want to do it, how do you solve the problem of the core instruction set? Or do you still rely on hanging the Tower of the Great Sage?" Programming languages are not simply composed of zeros and ones. Whether it is machine language, low-level or high-level language, it is just a method of use. What actually does the calculations is the hardware assembly with the core instruction set. On Earth, the earliest was the Turing machine of World War II. And even the later CPU. That is, the Central Processing Unit, without hardware support. A programming language is like a tree without roots or water without a source. And it is impossible to play any role at all. In the Lost Lands, the forum that supports all the people in the Lost Lands is located. And the location of its core command set is the Tower of the Great Sage mentioned by Finn. It was also the starting point for the development of internet business across a vast and mysterious land. Because it uses the 8 powers that have its own magic network, plus the omnipresent nature of power. Therefore, when using the forum, there is basically no disconnection or delay. And of course, there is no need to consider network speed issues. It will only happen that the power is exhausted and the magic stone used to carry the forum turns into worthless white crystal. But in Lost Land, the Tower of the Great Sage is not the only hardware that has the core instruction set. The flash technique used by Lin, as well as various software, environmental detection programs, and the core instruction set used by them are located in the dimensional plane tower drifting in the gap of the dimension. Of course, the two are not exactly the same. Basically, the latter has been revised several times before. It's just that after someone was kicked out of the Tower of the Great Sage, of course, he didn't think about going back, upgrading the tower's texture, adding and optimizing the content of the core instruction set, but letting the old version continue to be used. In addition to leaving a backdoor for your own convenience, you need to modify the forum that almost half of the people in MIDI use. The purpose and intention behind it, and how much it will cost to complete this matter. No actuarial calculation is required. Just imagining it will make people scalp numb. It's better to do less of this kind of thing that offends the public. The location of the third core instruction set is in the first coffin made by someone. for being able to play various industrial explosion diagrams. The instruction cycle is of course the top priority. Therefore, the not only expanded the number of core instruction sets, but also made a series of optimizations to the existing instruction sets. The fourth core instruction set is the central control system that Lin was able to design and use at the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center after helping Grand Duke Kawei. The initial purpose, of course, is to provide members of the center with access to some advanced features. This is something that the old version of the Great Sage's Tower couldn't do. And at that time, I didn't have any overall plan. As for whether there is a fifth core instruction set, it depends on whether the Lich has the habit of hiding things. Chapter 930 Fire. As for the location of the core command set used by Snake King Odessa, Lin said without thinking, "Of course it is located here. Their body itself is a very good magic material. With a little modification, can come in handy. Besides, if that plan really works, they will have to understand the twists and turns of setting up the core command set they want to use in other places than those who simply use the forum. It won't make people feel at ease. So it's better to teach them this knowledge from the beginning, and they may be able to develop and maintain it on their own. What's wrong with that? Can it be done?" Everyone has imagined it to this extent, and Fin no longer asks questions about whether to do it or not. But there are still some doubts. "Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure whether this big snake will accept such an idea, or whether they can learn it. But if you don't try, there is no possibility of success. Isn't it?" With a nonchalant shrug, Fin stopped questioning, but she thought of another question and asked, "How do you start? If it is so troublesome to communicate with them, it will be very difficult just to make them understand what you want to do. You have never given birth to a child, but have you ever seen other people raising children? Do you know how to teach a child to learn to speak? The first step is to imitate. If the adult demonstrates in front of the child finds it interesting. He will take the initiative to imitate the actions of adults. Of course, this behavior is not only reflected in learning to speak, but it is not discussed in education. We just tell them how to start. That's good," Lin said confidently. Finally, he remembered something and asked again, "By the way, you have never given birth to a child." The Lich, who was listening attentively, gave the man in front of him a violent shudder when he heard the last sentence. He turned his head to the side angrily and gave someone a slap on the back of his head. A few dry laughs. Lin was seriously thinking in his mind whether to remove this extremely beautiful woman from the white list of his defense system. Otherwise, this woman has been doing things more and more recently, and her actions are neither light nor heavy, and something will happen sooner or later. Even if you don't fight back, you can escape with the flash technique. But those unnecessary thoughts didn't stay in my mind for long. What Lin has to do now is to find a way to arouse the interest of Snake King Odessa to imitate, and lead him into the ditch. No, take him to the bright and honest road. That is called the progress direction of informatization. Once again, we came to the elven core of Odessa, the Snake King. On the jade surface that was not covered by stone skin and exposed emerald green, an image of a human face appeared, showing a confused expression. It seems that this snake is somewhat used to using emojis. Only this time, Lin didn't reply with an image. Instead, he raised a finger, and a tiny, but quite bright ball of light appeared on the fingertip. It lit up for a short while and then dimmed. Then it becomes brighter and darker again, maintaining a fixed frequency and bright off time, and so on several times. Such a move really attracted the Snake King Odessa. The expression of the confused figure disappeared, and after a moment of silence, a bright light appeared on the jade surface, and the brightness of that bright light changed with the frequency and brightness of someone. After having the most basic concept of light and death, that is, 0 and 1, Lin took out a magic stone. A circuit is carved on it to control short circuit and open circuit. The situation of short circuit and open circuit, of course, controls the brightness of the light point at the tip of the magic stone. This time, there is no fixed frequency to show its light and death, but to control the situation by switching on and off, trying to convey its cause and effect relationship. Seeing someone's demonstration, Odessa did not hesitate to carve the first circuit on the jade stone storing the elf core. But at the beginning, the Snake King's imitation was not quite right. The brightness and darkness of the bright light still maintains the original frequency, and has nothing to do with short circuit or open circuit. But after Lin continued to demonstrate the causal relationship between bright lights and annihilations, Snake King seemed to have an enlightenment and started to play with the method of controlling bright lights with switches. With the first circuit, teaching the second circuit is not obtrusive at all. Odessa quickly understood its mechanism and controlled the brightness and extinction of two lights at the same time. Then what happened next was out of control. In the next 20 days or so, except for returning home to Midi when eating and sleeping, I spent almost all the rest of the time in the core area of Elves in Odessa. And this grotto, which was originally a natural landscape, has also undergone great changes in these days. That natural look was gone, replaced by a scene that was even more unbelievable than a server room on modern Earth. The white jade body of Snake King Odessa became boxy and angular in this elven core area. Each wall is as flat as a knife and perpendicular to other planes. On top are densely packed microcircuits. In terms of complexity, it far exceeds the Tower of the Great Sage and the purple-level magic stone in the first coffin and the Automobile Manufacturing and Research and Development Center. Originally, there were reminder light points to prove that a certain section of the circuit could indeed run. But this design was eliminated a few days ago, because now the core area of the Snake King's Elf is covered with circuits that have not been fully integrated, and there is powerful energy flowing in it. Moreover, this energy is so powerful that it breaks away from the nodes in the circuit and overflows towards the entire space. This causes people inside to see flowing plasma currents in front of their eyes. It's not an accident whenever it hits you and electrocutes yourself to the point where you can't take care of yourself. But this plasma flow is not a big deal to a person or a lich. Even if you can't dodge it, it's not a big deal if you take a hard hit. Lin's focus is still on the elf core of the Snake King. It was different from the elf core that was mostly covered in stone skin more than 20 days ago. Today's elf core has completely shed its stone skin, and there are no stalagmites or stone pillars holding it up or down. The elf core of the jade stone is floating in midair, held up by the plasma currents shooting from all directions. Such rapid progress was possible because, in addition to the fact that machine language was very suitable for Odessa, someone's misunderstanding of collective consciousness also led to this misjudgment. The shortcomings of collective will are quite obvious, causing people's thoughts to diverge and lack of concentration. What's especially bad is that this behavioral trait will lead to less than good results, and even suffer discrimination from others. But collective will is not without its merits. At least before today, Lin had never thought about the collective will to deal with multiple tasks, which can be said to have reached the level of a monster. Moreover, the excellent performance of this multitasking, especially the interaction between the core instruction set and the machine language program code, is the most outstanding and eye-catching. Chapter 931: The Long-Lost Journey. The biggest advantage Snake King Odessa has in learning machine language and setting up their own core instruction set is that they do not have the same preconceived ideas as humans. As long as you are a person, no matter who you are, when learning the design of a module, you must first understand the purpose of this module. Only after you understand the purpose can you design and use an integrated circuit module. But Snake King Odessa has no such obstacle. They know nothing and have no extra thoughts. They just learn how to use this module and then integrate it into themselves. In other words, people first use their own ideas to understand, and then learn machine language. But Odessa directly regarded machine language as his only method. They were originally scattered, and thus built a system belonging to him, the Elemental Lord. In these days of observation, the changes in the core area of the Snake King's Elf are the largest and most obvious. And such changes do not only happen to the Snake King. The small elemental creatures that parasitize on them will undergo more or less changes as long as they enter this core area and are baptized by the plasma flow. It's just that we don't know yet whether this change is good or bad for this entire group. One of the reasons why all this is progressing so quickly is, of course, that Lin and Fin already have a large enough reserve of relevant knowledge, and they can use it now with just a few minor changes. And whatever he takes out, the Snake King will absorb it in an instant without any suffocation at all. Someone once again experienced the feeling that the person who teaches is not as fast as the person who learns. Even after the amount of knowledge accumulated to a certain level, Snake King Odessa began his own evolution, and kept pace with Lin's teachings. Lin even began to consider the second stage, which is to design artificial intelligence based on Snake King's machine language. That is to say, let this huge elemental lord use new methods to go back and learn the concepts and logic related to human intelligence. In the whole process, there is another very important promoter, which is the box cut in the form of a blue wave knife. To put it bluntly, everything Snake King Odessa played with was leftover from Hagiri's play. Even with the original divergent thoughts of the Snake King, Hagiri was able to communicate with the other party. Now that everything Hagiri showed Snake King Odessa bowed to him without saying anything. And the actual situation was almost the same. This also made someone very depressed. And he said, "From the beginning, it would be fine if you came forward to handle it. Do you need to waste so much of my time? My intervention is also a way. But besides me wanting to watch a good show, there are many people watching from the side. Even the little snake wants to communicate with you. If I intervene to interrupt, wouldn't it be too confusing?" The hint given by Hagari was obvious enough. No matter how helpless Lin was, he could only continue to do it. As for being caught, the Lich who came to help was like a superior, once again showing his passion for machine language design. She modified the machine language based on the 8 powers of MIDI into a style suitable for this Earth element universe. Compared to the Lich who enjoyed it endlessly, Lin's enthusiasm gradually cooled down after the initial excitement. And he thought about what he had done these days. The first thing to consider is whether the next development may harm you. However, Odessa has exposed the core of the elves in front of him. And most of the construction has been done by his own hands. He has dug all the back doors and holes that can be opened, regardless of whether these are needed in the future, or whether other beings are aware of this matter. Someone does not think that the Snake King is in his hands, and there is still the possibility of overturning the world. You must know that you helped the world trees transform the core magic array, but you didn't even have the heart of the tree to play with them. Although the heart of the world tree was right in front of him when he was working, Lin still knew that those majesties still had one last trick left. Or to be more precise, it was not that they deliberately held back their hands, but that after touching those things by themselves, the world tree was no longer the world tree. What will happen then? No one can say, but Snake King Odessa is really like an organic raw jade material, letting him do whatever he wants without any hesitation or resistance. If I were more evil-minded, I could really transform this giant white jade snake into a weapon, like an armed train. Equip the Snake King with all the weapons I imagined, and then take it back to the Lost Land. I don't dare to say that he is invincible in the world, but in other countries, or those king-level monsters, they are all scum. Even if the Empire has the ability to resist itself, there is no telling. This is not the invincible strength of a brave man, but a Legion-level combat power visible to the naked eye. The kind that can stand up to the sky. The former will also cause some powerful people to have unnecessary delusions, thinking that they can control a mere mortal, but the latter, with its length of several kilometers, will only make those who see it despair. The second thing someone thinks about is how far should he go? There is no end to the development of any technology. The same goes for taking Snake King Odessa into the door of programming language. How far can it be developed? In addition to looking for clues from science fiction-themed film and television novels, the modern Earth is still not enough. But I can't do it indefinitely. The main reason why I have spent more than 20 days on the Snake King is not to do anything to help this huge white jade snake, but to have free time. Odessa promised to take the two to the gem pit. At the moment, Lin feels that this is a good thing to make money. There is no need to make some small moves. The elemental creatures in the Earth element universe are willing to help him. There is no better arrangement than this. But he didn't take into account one thing, and that was the speed of movement. The Snake King Odessa, with a total length of 5.433 kilometers, moves at a mere 23 kilometers per hour. Compared with the transportation methods on Earth, this speed is probably only faster than the speed of bicycles and horses. Any power tools with engines and motors can easily exceed this speed. This means that Snake King Odessa has to personally send Lin and Fun to the gemstone pit, which is almost equivalent to someone riding a bicycle to the gemstone pit on his own. Although he didn't know the location and distance of the destination, Lin felt that the journey might still go on even after more than 20 days. After all, the Snake King's huge body is destined to easily pass through some dangerous terrains. But when faced with others, it has to take a detour. Like a canyon with a short span, the Snake King can pass through it without walking on a bridge by flicking his head. But when you encounter high mountains and cliffs, you have to take a detour. After all, no matter how powerful this elemental lord is, he can't climb the mountain wall vertically and cross the mountain in this way. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I settled in the holy city of Estali. Whether it is the pathfinding journey after arriving in the Lost Land, or the various movements centered on the holy city, almost all are solved by the flash technique. So it's as if the time cost of moving is removed from someone's life. It wasn't until today that Lin remembered the feeling of taking time to walk slowly from somewhere to somewhere. Can't tell whether this is good or bad, someone thought. Just think of it as a time to help Odessa, the Snake King, transform himself. Anyway, This simple giant snake probably wouldn't know how to take a long detour to steal more time and get more help from himself. Should. Chapter 932 Mathematics Communication. 57 days. That's how long it took from the turn of Odessa's giant snake body to the arrival of the gemstone pit. And this is the result of the white jade giant snake moving forward day and night. Sleeplessly. Of course. Lin and Fin, especially the Lich who had regained his physical body, could not cooperate with the schedule of elemental creatures. They are ordinary carbon-based organisms that need to eat and rest. Of course, they also have many physiological needs that need to be met. Even so, these 57 days allowed them to create a miracle. A miracle in constructing a new elemental biological system. Although it is different from what someone expected. That is, from machine language to programming language. And then back to building artificial intelligence. And then being able to communicate with the Snake King in a human way. Such progress is somewhat different. By using a different communication method than picture communication, such a small goal should be considered achieved. The new method is mathematical formulas. If there is any hard truth in this world that all universes are connected and all dimensions are the same, it must be impersonal mathematics. Regardless of cats or dogs. 1 + 1 is equal to 2 is the truth. Therefore, mathematics became a tool used by the collective will of Snake King Odessa to accurately express what he meant. This first started with the Snake King communicating with the small elemental creatures that parasitized on him. Initially it was a string of numbers. And later mathematical symbols were added. Sometimes it was a formula. And sometimes it was just a set of simultaneous equations. This group of elemental creatures used this special way to express their moods and communicate. At first, someone looked at the Snake King and the little guys, showing each other irregular numbers and mathematical symbols. He still couldn't figure out what they were doing, thinking that these two guys were playing the program until it crashed and entered an infinite loop. But when Odessa tried to communicate with someone again, using the same method, Lin realized that this was their new way of speaking. It's just that this method of communication is more difficult for Lin than communicating with pictures based on psychology. After trying hard to communicate for a long time, Lin only understood the meaning of a small part of the mathematical symbols, or formulas. The irrational number pi, for example, represents curiosity, and the symbol that Snake King likes to use the most, the square root, represents balance, perfection, and coordination. But the difficulties one person encounters are nothing to another person. Then spirituality and mathematical skills allowed her to immediately understand the mathematical language used by these elemental creatures. And she used it skillfully to communicate with the Snake King and other little guys. Looking at a group of people across from me chatting animatedly, the feeling of living like a dog for the first half of my life was felt by another person. However, no matter how the parties involved feel, when the destination is reached, it means that the time of separation has also arrived. At this sentimental moment, Lin's eyes were filled with inverse proportional functions, no matter how big or small they were. And even Dyphon felt a little sad, continuously approaching the goal, but never really reaching it. This feeling as if the little lamb has been abandoned by the entire group and can only live alone in a strange wilderness. Someone felt it inexplicably. Perhaps during these 50 days, when they need to eat and sleep, Lin and Fin will use the flash technique to return to their home in the holy city of Starry. Regardless of whether it was the Snake King or other little guys, they could neither keep up nor trace the reason. So they could only passively wait for the appearance of a certain human magician. This group of attached little guys felt panic and uneasiness. Scratching his head, Lin was honestly a bit at a loss now. What does it feel like to be ready to leave? But have others come back and return? It feels like you have left a bunch of half-grown children at home, ready to leave and never come back. Do we really want to carry out the scumbag that the Lich calls him in this world far away from the earth? Well, some things are really not something you can do on your own. And from the perspective of benefits, maintaining contact and friendship with the Snake King will undoubtedly provide the possibility of having a helper or thug. And there is no reason not to do it. But what can we do to reassure them? And how can we explain it so that Odessa can understand? After thinking about it, Lin flattened his right palm and turned it over again. The next moment, there was a ring glowing with golden light in his palm. This ring corresponds to his unique ring. Among the 7 rings belonging to the second level, it is named the Golden Wheel. Holding it in his hand and handing it forward, Lin simultaneously displayed a set of simultaneous equations with extremely large solutions. Try to convey that no matter how far 2 lines extend, they will eventually intersect. Maybe the Snake King understood what someone wanted to convey. But they showed a set of simultaneous equations of sinusoids as if they were bargaining. This is because only one intersection point is not enough, but countless ones are needed. Do you mean? His face is on his head. So Lin saves the effort of replying with emojis. After smiling and nodding in agreement, he held up the ring in his palm and showed the only ring on his finger. Can Odessa understand such an expression? Just as Lin was worried, a large amount of plasma flow suddenly overflowed from the core area of the elf, intertwining into the shape of a human arm. This hand stretched out towards Lin, reaching for the ring he held in his palm. I don't know if it's the influence of magnetism or other forces. The golden wheel ring floated up from Lin's palm, slowly drifting towards the arm woven with plasma flow, and was inserted into the same finger as someone wearing the one ring. The plasma arm wearing the golden wheel ring was retracted back, and was absorbed into the huge jade stone at the core by Snake King Odessa. It was confirmed that Odessa accepted the ring, and that the connection with the one ring was not obscured by the jade. Lin took a few steps back, took Fun's hand, bowed towards the core of the elf, and performed a magician's salute. These days, whenever I want to leave, I always make such an action. It's just that the previous separations were temporary, and this time it's time to say goodbye. I don't know when we will meet next time. Just before he flashed away, a limit symbol appeared on the jade plane. This symbol is interesting because although it is approximation in the mathematical sense, they are also used to mean stop. Lin Liren stopped his movements temporarily to see what the Snake King's intention was in stopping. The wait didn't take long. The huge jade that stored the Elemental Lord's elf core shook for a while, and a small piece of jasper the size of a fist separated. He was carried by the plasma flow and sent to Lin. Does this count as exchanging gifts? Or exchange tokens? Take this jade ball into your arms. Lin could feel that this was not just jade. There was some kind of power hidden in it. But don't rush to study it in front of you. You can think about it slowly after you go back. This time he flashed away, and Odessa stopped blocking him. However, the two people who left did not go far. Lin Huffin flashed outside the body of the white jade giant snake, stood on the raised snake's head, and looked towards the west, against the backdrop of the afterglow of the setting sun. What you see in front of you is a group of palaces that reflect the brilliance, are magnificent, and are extremely exquisite. For a moment, there was a feeling of being in the kingdom of the gods. It seems that once you enter it, you can safely enjoy the bliss after death, just like the heroic warriors who were summoned to the kingdom of God. Chapter 933 Mathematics Teaser. Don't say that only women like dragons, like shiny things. In fact, men are the same. And this symptom is several times more serious for an astronomer who loves exploring outer space. If they were not fascinated by the brilliant stars hanging high in the sky, and were not attracted by the deep starlight, how could anyone stare at the dark night sky all day long, name the monotonous stars, and write one touching poem after another? Story. And he came up with a set of astrological theories, hoping to connect them with his own life. Don't say that men are not romantic, just because they haven't met the right people or things. Although the city of gems in front of you has nothing to do with the romance in someone's heart, it is undoubtedly shocking in terms of how eye-catching it is. The same goes for Fun. Although what she was thinking about was how much damage could be caused if the gems in front of her were transformed into explosive magic props, and whether she could surpass someone's explosive art. This can only mean that people have different values. Just like on Earth, some people treat money as money, and some people burn money to light cigarettes. Speaking of which, there is nothing special about the sunset or sunrise in Tumland, on Earth or mystery. The reason why the sun is attracted during these two periods is because of the atmosphere and the refraction angle of the light. So it will present a different scenery than usual. But in this world without an atmosphere, of course, there would be no such misty scenery lined with clouds. However, the direct rays of the Earth's stars, refracted by a city of colorful gems, were like a gorgeous flower exploding. The wanton display of one's wildness and beauty is hard to look at. The most valuable thing for someone is that the design of this gem palace complex is not chaotic and haphazardly arranged. Each unique gemstone palace has a different beauty, reflecting different colors of light. What you see is a harmonious beauty, which is intoxicating and amazing. This situation makes it easy for people to feel overwhelmed. Lin turned to look at Fin's side face. Those beautiful eyes, the curved eyelashes, the straight bridge of the nose, the drop-like earlobes. Everything was as beautiful as ever. As if noticing someone's gaze, Fin turned around calmly. Although he didn't speak, his bony, watery eyes already revealed enough emotion. Thinking of the mathematical formula representing love, Lin raised his hand, clenched his fist, and then opened it. As if it were blooming. The goose-yellow light was like the strokes of a quill, leaving fire-like traces in the air. Writing R equals A, and displaying it in front of Finn. How? As soon as this girl opened her mouth. She had a strong northeastern girl style, which completely ruined any romantic atmosphere. Looking at the mathematical formula given by someone, he was puzzled at first, and then made an expression of sudden realization, and asked, "Do you want a heart to sacrifice? But those elemental creatures don't have this if you want it. You have to go back and pick an unlucky guy to cut out a heart. But who do you want to sacrifice it to? Tell me and I will kill it. Or do you want me to stop you or beat you to death after you become half demon? That's fine. You can't do it against me. Right. No. I mean, I lost a dog. To put it more clearly, I lost a dog stupidly." Someone showed wrong feelings, turned his head away as if he was holding back, and didn't want to say anything. However, the Lich showed a successful smile. His eyes were as curved as the crescent moon, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. At this ambiguous moment, the gem city in front of them suddenly shot out a beam of light that reached into the sky, different from the light of the gems underneath. It is light blue, like billowing clouds. Hazy. This is, Lin muttered to himself. Compared to a man who has been wallowing in the lower levels, Finn's vision and experience are undoubtedly much higher. Of course she knew what the scene in front of her meant. "Are these the people from Gemstone Pit welcoming us?" "Welcome?" Lin asked puzzledly. "Okay. To put it clearly, it's a demonstration." "Why are there demonstrations?" "They have enough to hold on." Finn pointed to the white jade giant snake at his feet and said, "Anyway, this big snake is an elemental lord. Do you understand the meaning of the word lord? The reason why the highest level of elemental elf is being called a lord means that they have a very important concept of territory. When an elemental lord approaches the territory of another elemental lord, it usually means war. As far as I know, there is no friendly visit in this world. So the reason behind stopping at this position, instead of continuing to bring us closer, is that he doesn't want to start a war like this." "Understood." Someone nodded, and then said belatedly, "Ah, doesn't this mean that we have to walk the next road by ourselves? Are you afraid of the distance that can be seen with the eyes?" Finn said with a sneer. "It's not a question of whether you're afraid or not. It's just that the other party is being so mean and doesn't look very friendly. That's polite enough. Believe it or not. If you leave it elsewhere, there will be people who call directly," Finn taught someone. "Then the other party doesn't fight. Is it because he is really polite? Or because he looks down on this person?" Lin asked a heart-wrenching question. "It's probably the latter." Finn crossed his hands on his chest, showing an attitude of overlooking the world, and said proudly, "Only the strong have the right to decide whether to fight or not. When to fight, and when not to fight. The weak not qualified to decide anything. Really." Lin curled his lips disapprovingly, and was about to move forward, then stood there and said slightly dissatisfiedly, "Are you going to make any response to the other party's attitude? Why should you respond?" Lin said puzzledly, but after seeing Finn's slightly angry expression, he had no choice but to explain. "Are you afraid of a little kitten showing its teeth and claws at you? How could you be afraid? Compared with them, do you think we are little kittens or ferocious lions?" Lin asked, pointing to the gem pit. "Even if it's not a lion, it can't be a milk cat." After responding, Finn looked slightly thoughtful. "To put it simply, you can't be sure. Right." After coming to the conclusion, Lin continued, "Some people like to make things public, and they want to publicize even a small thing to everyone around the world. But I am the kind of person who likes to do things in a public way. People who work quietly. If someone shows off in front of me, it is equivalent to giving me a chance to evaluate the other person's strengths and weaknesses. If possible or necessary, I will hit the other person's weaknesses hard. But it's much more interesting than showing your teeth and claws everywhere." Although what someone said may sound reasonable, it doesn't just make sense in this world. Growing up in a different cultural environment and having different life experiences, Finn is not the kind of woman who will accept everything someone else says. But no matter how dissatisfied she was with someone's lewd attitude, she never raised any objection, just showing an expression of blatant distrust. Chapter 934 Gem Palace. The gem pit is not as closed as one might imagine. At least, for outsiders. Although they did not show ardent enthusiasm, they welcomed the two magicians into the palace very politely, and treated them with courtesy. It's completely different from what someone originally expected to be rejected. Such a gap occurs, of course, because someone does not realize the identity difference between the two parties. For any elemental lord, an outsider means that the other party has exchangeable interests. Even if such people don't treat people like guests and entertain them warmly, at least they won't push people away. In fact, by changing the concept and comparing it with the example of the Earth, Lin figured it out. Whether they are foreign tourists or foreign investors who come with money, unless these people have bad intentions, no leader of any country will drive them away before confirming their harm. It's not good to make money from foreigners. Isn't foreign exchange good? And there is no way that people who can travel across realms and come to the Earth element universe from other planes or other worlds can be fuel-efficient lamps. You have to be really stupid to rashly make an enemy of such a person. Those who can achieve the position of Elemental Lord do not have the kind of bloodline and family to rely on to reach the position. They must have their own true ability and fight in the mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Such a person may be selfish, may be tyrannical, and may have various character flaws. But he cannot be a fool. Therefore, the two visiting magicians were quickly welcomed to the largest and most gorgeous ruby palace in the center of the Gemstone Pit Palace group. It is expected to be personally received by the contemporary elemental lord of the Gem Pit, Ruby Man Pigeon Sibo. On the way from the entrance of the Gemstone Pit Palace complex to the Ruby Palace, Lin certainly tried his best to observe the spirit of the top forces in this land of land. It is easiest to see the actual sentiments of the people in a region from the appearance of its grassroots people. That's why so many backward countries spend their time doing some face-saving projects. However, Gemstone Pit is indeed the top force in Tumaland. No matter what form of elemental creature it is, be it human or animal, they all look proud and arrogant. This kind of self-confidence, my boss, is not without reason. The unconcealable sense of oppression on their bodies shakes the will of others. One can understand from a distance that these elemental creatures are not to be taken lightly. In addition to the elemental creatures that can walk, a closer look at this gorgeous palace complex is also very different from what Lin has seen and heard in other gathering places for elemental creatures. The form of the building seen elsewhere is rather primitive, crude, or even non-existent. Maybe a tent-like shelter or a naturally formed cave will do. Of course, most of them are artificially dug mines. In addition to mining special ores, they also become the residence of elemental creatures. But the palace complex here in the Gemstone Pit, not to mention the magical effects attached to it, has great artistic beauty in terms of form alone, and is by no means a shoddy building. Various carved beams and painted buildings, high eaves and walls, have a strong style of the Midland Elf Kingdom, as if those long-lived species with pointed ears came here in person to supervise the construction. In fact, before that, Lin had seen everything about Tumidi. His inner evaluation is that this is a barbaric world that only focuses on individual growth and has no culture at all. But the palace building in front of me made me change my mind, including the organizational structure of this world, which may have to be revised. I used to think that the entire Tumi area should be treated as a whole, and each settlement was like a village or town, some big or small. But no matter what, the customs, and cultural heritage of the entire Tumi region are the same. After all, there is an Earth Mother Spirit that controls the inherited knowledge of all elemental creatures, and the differences between individuals should not be too far apart. But now it seems that this place must be regarded as like the Earth or the mysterious land, with city-states of various sizes, each with its own language, cultural habits, and even historical heritage, not to mention anything else. Lin believed that there were not many elemental creatures that could successfully communicate with Odessa, the Snake King, and the small elemental creatures that lived on it. What the elemental creatures in the Earth have in common is that they all come from the consciousness of the Earth Mother Spirit. And that's it. Entering the Ruby Palace, with its high roof and wide door, even a giant dragon can easily enter. Of course, the exception is creatures the size of Odessa, the Snake King. The people who guard this palace are all precious people. You must know that even the most wealthy magician in the land does not dare to make gem golems to use as guards or thugs. In addition to the difficulty in obtaining the materials, a more important reason is that the technology for making the golem is not up to standard, and it is unable to exert its combat power corresponding to its value. A gemstone golem made with a large investment in cost will lose to a golem made with a combination of different materials at the same amount of cost. Magicians disdain to do this kind of thankless and purely show-off stupid thing. But this does not mean that the gem people among Earth elemental creatures are not strong enough. A legendary creature that rivals giant dragons, its majesty cannot be offended. But such legends can be seen everywhere in the gathering place of Gemstone Pit. and they also serve as guards. They don't wear armor like humans. But no one will doubt the hardness of their bodies, and the destructive power they can exert. The pinnacle of Earth elemental creatures. Their reputation is resounding throughout the land and abyss. What is very interesting is that this group of gemstone people have complicated etiquette that is not inferior to that of the human kingdom. Fortunately, no eunuch appeared here to teach him what kind of attitude and etiquette he should use when he meets the emperor later, as long as they have the most basic respect for outsiders. This group of elemental creatures are quite generous. But Lin noticed a very special place. That is, some elemental creatures in this gem palace were actually wearing clothes. This is the first time I've seen it since arriving in Tumi land. But all elemental creatures that can wear clothes are humanoid. And the purpose of their clothing is not to cover up their bodies like humans, but simply as a kind of decoration. Some people only wore tops. Some only trousers. And some only wore sleeves and vests. But few wore a complete set. Moreover, according to Lin's observation, they would wear clothes or various non-gemstone decorations. And the strength of this group of gemstone people was also outstanding. Is this a certain class privilege? Looking at the form of this palace again, a humanistic arrogance can't help but arise in someone's mind. Maybe this group of elemental creatures don't have the cultural level shown here at all. They are just imitating. The objects of imitation are of course those outsiders who cross the realm and come to this universe. This is like a monkey learning how to dress and wear hats. But no matter how you learn, a monkey will still be a monkey and cannot become a human being. However, whether the elemental creatures in the gem pit are humans or monkeys depends on their subsequent performance to determine their status in someone's mind. Chapter 935 Discussion. Meeting the elemental lord of the gem pit is easier than imagined. Without even any security checks, these elemental creatures release 2 magicians into the Ruby Hall. In fact, if you think about it seriously, this is normal, because the organizational form of elemental creatures is different from the political system of humans in Midland. Being able to sit in the high position of an elemental lord means that he is the most capable of fighting among this group of elemental creatures. Other elemental creatures only come to seek protection and rely on its power. Under this premise, the group of Gimmons standing guard throughout the palace were more of a showstopper than a guard. Then I have to say, using such a vase to support the scene. The cards are indeed very beautiful. Although I have not seriously walked into a country's meeting hall a few times. At least, I still have impressions of the Forbidden City, the Palace of Versailles, and even the European medieval castle scenes in various movies and dramas. So when I saw the scene in front of me, I was not shocked to the point of weakness. But I was still impressed by this magnificent palace. The main hall is mainly made of pink gems. The dragon pillars, stairs, beams, and painted walls are all piled with precious rubies. Occasionally, other types of gemstones are embellished, and multiple colors are spliced into unique images, recording the history of gem pits and even Tumi places. This is so hacking rich. Ah, no. This is no longer the state of being rich. It is the level of not treating money as money. But I have a question that I can't figure out. If the body material is one of the keys for these earth elemental creatures to improve their strength, why do they use so many gems as stones to build houses? Shouldn't you think of ways to stuff it into your body, remove the essentials, and keep the most essential parts, so as to maximize your strength? But if you don't understand something, don't think about it. This is one of the good habits for someone to have. Sitting on the jade throne in the main hall is the elemental lord we are going to meet this time. Ruby Man Peijun Sibo. He was covered under a sky blue velvet cloak trimmed with white fur, holding a glazed scepter in his hand, wearing a golden crown on his head, and looking down at the visitors under the Merlin seat with the attitude of a born king. And his body shape is slightly different from the earth elemental people Lin has seen before. The humanoid elemental creatures he has seen before are actually still far from human size. They only have one body, one head, 2 hands, and 2. It's just a pair of legs. But the body proportions don't look like a real person. Peijun Sibo's body proportions are quite close to those of a normal human being. And she is also a petite woman. This is someone's first experience. In the past, even if we saw earth elemental people with proportions close to humans, they were all close to male figures. Other than that, it looks like a 5 large and 3 thick earth demon. Where have I seen women among earth elemental people? We should even ask. Are these elemental creatures and elemental spirits divided into genders? And they are also gem people. In fact, the bodies of many gem people are like unpolished rough stones, turbid and unclear. Some Gimmons' bodies are also covered with variegated stone skin. But Peijun Sibo's body was like a polished gem. Not only is it transparent and bright, but also very pure according to Lin's observation, with no trace of impurities or bubbles. And its internal features are just like its surface. Flawless. The most special thing is that his body has bones and internal organs made of different materials. Although the organs are not completely replicas of human internal organs, especially the intestines, they are replaced by other organs. This look reminds someone of the Crystal Man in Cobra, a fairly old classic anime. I wonder if the character of the person in front of me is as troublesome as that of the Crystal Man. Outlander. What's your name? Pigeon Sibo asked the two visitors present questions in the way that elemental creatures talked. Although it is a direct contact between the consciousnesses of both parties, it is still the same as human voices. High and low. Sharp and thin. Rough and graceful. Simply put, it means that you can hear emotions. And of course, you can distinguish between men and women. But this is the human condition. Pigeon Sibo's voice of consciousness is steady and gentle, but also a little delicate. It sounds very majestic. The majesty unique to women. Then also raised his head proudly, not paying attention to the elemental lord in front of him at all. But Lin was like a buffer. He said, okay, without being humble or overbearing, with the courtesy of a lost magician, and said, Dear elemental lord, Lord Pigeon Sibo, I am Guy Brash Tripwood, a wizard from Lost Lands, and my companion is Fanny. It's an honor to receive you. So magician, what is the purpose of your coming? What can you bring to us? At least, if you can make that fat snake turn a corner and come here, you won't have to pay nothing. Well, this kind of gameplay that is not subtle at all and asks about interests straight to the point. Someone is not considered a cold. There is nothing wrong with getting things done early and going home early to wash up and sleep. So Lin said, Sir, I hope to enter the root of all spirits and meet the spirit of Mother Earth. Of course, if you want to send someone to accompany you, I won't have a problem with it. As for the reward you want, I don't know what I should pay in exchange for such an opportunity. Maybe you can make a condition. After someone finished speaking, then stood behind and frowned calmly. It seems that leaving everything to this man is not a good decision. His vision is too low, and he is prone to making mistakes caused by small people. Purpose. Magician. Pigeon Sibo did not give an answer too quickly, and asked one more question. Anyway, if you agree to let them follow, sooner or later you will know what you want to do. Therefore, Lin did not hide anything and said bluntly, Sir, I hope to borrow a little bit of the origin of the Earth elemental plane. As Finn expected, someone's negotiation skills that he thought were above board and retreating in order to advance were a joke in front of such a big man, who was truly strong and not just playing with power. The other party will not have different considerations because of their negotiation skills. Not to mention that what Lin asked for was not some stones picked up on the roadside, but their roots. So Pigeon Sibo didn't think about it for too long and said, Magic! We cannot agree to this request. Let's change the request. Sir, you just need to agree to let me meet the spirit of Mother Earth. I will naturally have a way to convince him. Of course, I will give you the reward you deserve. I just hope it is convenient for you. With these words, Lin was both testing and pointing out that the other party's level was too low. If I want to talk directly to the big boss of the Earth element universe, I will naturally play my real trump card then. I don't know if the elemental lord in front of me understands it or not. Pei Junsibo shook his head and said, Magic! Even if you personally enter the root of all spirits and see the spirit of Mother Earth, the outcome will not change in any way. Chapter 936 Pei Junsibo. For an elemental lord to express such a decisive attitude, besides the other party being pretentious or self-aggrandizing, is there a third possibility? Lin Zheng was thinking about this question and hesitated for a moment. At this time, Pigeon Sibo may have misunderstood, and said additionally, Magic! Are you considering entering privately? I can responsibly tell you that there are others who have succeeded. But it didn't help the outcome in any way. And those who don't listen to the warning can't exchange for our friendship. So please think carefully before doing anything offensive. The warning, which was almost a threat, made Lin Ming realize that he seemed to have misjudged something again. After thinking about it clearly, he said tentatively, Sir, can't any conditions exchange for a trace of the original power? Do you understand what kind of changes Odessa, the Snake King, has undergone with my help? Magic. I am personally interested in the changes you mentioned. But Mother Earth told me that what you did was very dangerous, and you should not be allowed to do anything, let alone agree to your request. Is this a false edict? Or is it really connected to the collective will? And what is conveyed is indeed the meaning of that person? Although Pigeon Sibo's appearance is very close to that of a human, he still does not have a human-like expression. So it is impossible to interpret the other person's emotions. And of course, it is impossible to guess how true what he said is true. But when you reach the level of an elemental lord, you have to be careful about what you say. Unlike human noble lords, who can talk nonsense and be irresponsible. So when it comes to credibility, there is still some. But the deep meaning behind this is worth exploring. A certain thought just crossed his mind. And Lin bowed and said, "Since this is what you all want, I will no longer insist on making such a request. So, magician, do you have any other requests? After finally crossing the realm and coming to my world, there are still a lot of things worth exchanging. You don't want to go back empty-handed. This means there is something about me that interests the other party. So the deal cannot be concluded, and I still want to continue talking about other deals. Just, do you want to continue negotiating with the other party in a pretentious manner?" Before coming, Lin and Fin's targets were only elemental spirits. As for other options, they are just different methods of establishing connection with the elemental spirits. However, the current situation is that it is not clear whether the Earth Mother spirit mentioned by the Earth element creature is the same as its own goal. What if it is? What if it is not? I just didn't think I wanted anything else. So should we just speak casually and deal with the problem? Or should we seriously negotiate a deal with the other party, so that today's trip ends successfully? But before that, there is something that makes someone curious. Lin asked, "Sir, I wonder what you want to trade with me." Pigeon Sibo said without any secret, "I like the clothes you two are wearing very much. Stay. In exchange, I can send 2 Gimin to serve you." As soon as the Ruby Elemental Lord finished speaking, 2 gem guards stood out from the palace wall. And he looked menacing, as if he was coming with bad intentions. Not to mention that it is impossible for him to keep the Xuanwu robe that is related to the earth. And it is impossible for Fen to take off the 4 spirit clothes. There is a trap in Pei Junsibo's words just now. If you blindly listen to it, you will definitely be tricked to the point where you can no longer take care of yourself. It only says that someone is sent to serve. So who does this person take orders from? Will he give himself a backstab at a critical moment? Also, how long is the dispatch time? Half a day? 1 day? Or did he say that he would stay until he needed the manpower most? Then turn around and leave in a gorgeous way, catching himself off guard, unable to confirm the loyalty of the gem man as a condition of the transaction. The conditions proposed by Pigeon Sibo were like empty-handed wolves, intending to take away the 2 sets of magic silk from himself and Fen without paying any price. Robes. I had no choice but to politely refuse. I didn't want to run home naked. Lin said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept the transaction conditions you proposed. Maybe we should come back another day to discuss it after everyone has found other goals. So we will say goodbye today. Just because someone wants to leave, others may not let him go." With a slight swing of the glazed scepter in Peijun Sibo's hand, the gem guards in the hall stepped forward and raised their weapons in an obvious intimidation. As a former demon king, Fen would certainly not take such a battle seriously. Although Lin was not used to such scenes, he was confident in the upcoming crisis as he was familiar with the flash technique. Moreover, the other party's attitude is already very obvious, and they plan to grab it if the deal fails. Just watch Pigeon Sibo speak again, magic. Do you think you have a chance? Before the other party could finish speaking, Lin grabbed Fen's left hand. In the astonished eyes of the other party, he flashed away. The elemental creatures, who were left in place, all looked at each other in confusion. The most embarrassing thing is the elemental lord, who was only half defeated by harsh words. Rubyman Pigeon Sibo, the person you spoke to disappeared out of thin air. Is there any need to continue what you said? As for the 2 people who disappeared in a flash, they returned to their homes in the holy city of Estali. It is now midnight, and the Nana moon is high in the sky. Then broke the silence first and said, "You don't seem disappointed that this matter didn't work out. Don't you continue to try to convince the other party? Or should we simply ignore the other party's warning? Go directly to the root of all spirits, and negotiate with the spirit of the Earth Mother." Lin shook his head and said, "There's no point in doing that." How to say? Faced with Fen's question, Lin explained, "The reason is that the spirit of the Earth Mother may be the same collective will as the Snake King Odessa. Then what the Ruby Elemental Lord said most likely represents the meaning of the Earth Mother spirit, and is also the common meaning of all life forms in this elemental world. What the other party meant, both inside and outside the words, was that they didn't trust us. Since there is no trust at all, of course everything that follows is a joke. So in the conversation just now, your attitude towards the words you requested was not positive at all. What's going on? Have you already prepared what happens after the negotiation fails? Oh, you are saying that this matter is dirty, and the fault is mine. Lin replied. Isn't it? Lin Gon laughed a few times and said, I just think that whether what we have to do is difficult or easy, it shouldn't be something that can be solved in a few words. So I didn't think the negotiation just now was going to work. It was just a wayfinding move. Are these thoughts reflected in my attitude? It's almost etched on your face. Fern replied. Lin laughed and said, I can't do anything if I'm discovered. Then asked again, what are you going to do next? Of course we're going to implement Plan B, Lin said confidently. Chapter 937 Plan B. Then said hesitantly, Plan B, play it by ear. Hey, where did playing by ear come from? Then spread his hands and said helplessly, Don't you always say that you should be fully prepared in normal times, when faced with things? You should remain unchanged in response to any changes, and just act according to the situation? This is called Plan B. Did I say such a thing? Lin looked confused, turned his head, and pretended to ask other people. But at this time, no one else was awake except the two of them who had just returned, trying to bring the topic back to his own direction. Finn continued to ask, So what is your Plan B? He knew that continuing to make jokes would only anger the Lich in front of him. And besides, he had to sort out the confusing thoughts in his heart. Lin rubbed his stubbled chin again, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Although we have not seen the spirit of the Earth Mother with our own eyes, at least we have seen the Snake King Odessa. I call their form a collective will. This form is very close to the spirit. I don't know if you have noticed this. Lin's statement made the familiar feeling in Finn's heart become clearer. Having a collective will means that whatever they say or do is the collective thought. Then what the Ruby Elemental Lord said is worth pondering. Isn't it? Are you saying that the spirit of Mother Earth reminded him that what we are doing is dangerous? Yes. Do you think this is true? Finn asked. Regardless of whether it is true or false. Let's take it as true first. No matter how they know what we are doing. Let's assume that the transformation we have made on Snake King Odessa has been known to them. Between these two, if this premise is established, the spirit of the Earth Mother rejects us. And through Paige Junsabo's words, it becomes meaningless because we will only get the same answer. Have you considered? Finn made a knife gesture and swung it down. It's truly the thoughts of a former demon king. Lin smiled bitterly and said, If you do this, just like your original plan, you will have to spend a lot of effort to seal the spirit of the Earth Mother, and then pick up a little bit of the leaked breath for your own use. This is not efficient at all. How to do it? Are you sure you want to do this? Then how are you going to solve the problem of my 4 spirit uniforms when the other party is unwilling to cooperate? Can you just find an elemental lord to do it? What do you think of sacrificing that big snake Odessa? Calm down. Calm down. Lin comforted the Lich, who was in a fluctuating mood, and said, If the guess I just made is true, then the solution is actually difficult to say. But not easy to say simple. It just has to be just spend a little more time. Then turned her beautiful eyes over, a little distrustful, but also looking like she wanted the person to continue talking. Whether she criticizes or approves depends on what someone says, whether it convinces her or not. Although I don't know if the spirit of the Earth Mother has a subjective consciousness close to that of human beings, and its performance is a little better than Odessa. But since he has gathered the opinions of the vast majority of elemental creatures in the Earth Element universe, then all we have to do is to make the elemental creatures that support us become the majority in the Earth Element universe. In this way, even if our request is not 100% satisfied, at least the other party will seriously consider it and not ask for anything from us. Understand someone's plan. Then felt a little discouraged and said, Are you planning to start with variegated elemental creatures? This is a good direction. But have you ever thought about convincing each settlement one by one? Are you planning to wait until all settlements agree to join? How long will it take for you to launch the final step like this? Not to mention how much time you have to spend to persuade enough elemental creatures to support our actions. This is a very good question. Have you ever thought that we don't need to come forward to persuade you? As long as there is a big enough incentive, someone will do it for you. And they will also use their unique way to forcefully persuade the rest. For the diehards, we just need to wait and reap the results. Of course, this time span will not be short. But from the beginning, I did not think that this matter could be solved easily. It's acceptable to do something as simple as picking up a stone on the side of the road. Thinking of the usual urinary nature of the person in front of him, then asked curiously, What are you going to do? After a strange laugh, Lin took out a jade ball from his arms. This was the jade ball that the Earth Element Lord, Snake King Odessa, extracted from his own elf core and presented to him. At this time, an inappropriate voice disturbed their world. The third person present, Hagiri, after returning to the Lost Land, regained the ability to speak in a way that shook the air, and said, "Brother, you don't really plan to do that. Hey, if we want to get it done this time, all three of us have to take action. It won't work without one of us. I just asked, will you join?" Someone's question was obviously not asking the Lich in front of him. Instead, he asked the Hikiri, who was inserted into the sheath of the short sword on his left shoulder, as if to strengthen his confidence in this knife. Lin added, "Don't tell me the ideas in my mind. You don't have any ideas. Now there are a group of very good experimental subjects. You really don't want to try it on others first." "Okay, brother. I've been convinced by you. Count me in. In other words, you wouldn't be able to do this without me," Shikiri said with some satisfaction. "That's right. I can't achieve this level of machine design. If you are willing to help, there are still some opportunities." The Lich, who had been confused about the situation, finally heard the two people talking in riddles talking about a keyword she understood: machine design. In other words, these two guys planned to bring props such as cars and firearms into the Earth Elemental Plane. It seems possible to do this. However, the things that should be asked should still be asked in detail. It's not Fin's style to stupidly follow other people's instructions when you don't know anything. She would demand this from her subordinates, but she would not be so cooperative with others. So Fin asked, "Speak clearly about what you want to do. If you explain it in a vague way, who would know?" "First of all, the body of the Earth Element creature is an excellent magic material." "No, it should be said that everything in the Earth Element universe is an excellent magic material. Do you agree with this?" Fin nodded. Lin's eye took out the jade ball and said, "The body of the elemental creature is controlled by the Elf Core." "This is correct." "That's right. But the thing you are holding is not the core of the elemental elves. It just used to be. And it is only a small part." Fin will not forget that in the body of Snake King Odessa, the original element used to store the core of the elves is jade. "How big is it?" "Another association condition. Anti-empowerment virus." Although it has not become a taboo existence, the sensitivity of the anti-power virus is definitely at the forefront of Fin's precautions. So Fin jumped up from the sofa chair like a hair exploded, and asked seriously, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 938 Origin of Fire. "Tinder." Lin set the tone for his plan. The word Tinder certainly has many levels of meaning, but to some people, it is an artifact of the origin of the animated film and television work Transformers. The technology of making golems is a magic technology that Lin was passionate about for a while after traveling to this magical world, but finally gave up completely and no longer touched it. The reason why I gave up completely is because I want a person with a mind full of classic science fiction designs to play with crude dolls. That is simply cruelty. It would be fine if it could be made into a sexy doll, but someone at that time could only make a golem that was a little more advanced than a slime clay monster, restricted by the fact that his own manufacturing technology and that of MIDI as a whole were not up to par. And he did not have enough wealth to buy some high-quality materials at that time. Someone's despair made him give up the motivation to study on this path. Until today. If you need technical skills, you can consult with technical experts. If you need help, there are helpful helpers who can help. In terms of motivation, since he has been rejected and the other party obviously has no good intentions, it is undoubtedly the best choice for him to start a revolution and overturn the table of the original vested interests. Overthrow everything and start over. Is there a better time than now? It's just that the fire I can make is different from the fire in Transformers. At least in terms of unlimited energy. I can't do it. What can be done is, I plan to allow all Earth elemental creatures that come into contact with fire to undergo virus infectious changes and passively transform into silicon life forms based on programming language. The deformation mechanism is not necessarily required, but it is necessary to break through the original solid color limitations of Earth elemental creatures, to allow variegated colors to exert combat power beyond pure colors. It is necessary to introduce mechanical and electromagnetic engineering. The new body has different needs in different parts. And of course, it also requires different materials, and new forms of energy other than magic are also introduced. That is to say, prepare for a collision between science and magic. Well, it's not quite right to say science, because the things I'm going to do are already in the realm of science fiction to me. How do you maintain there? physical changes you're talking about? Ben asked. Hey, how can the customized car made of all magic materials made by the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center repair itself? Regarding someone's rhetorical question, Ben may not know the details. But he also knows that this is a kind of memory of parts created by someone using magic shaping techniques. As long as there is enough energy, parts in specific parts will be magically fixed to standard sizes in microns. As long as it is properly lubricated, it can even achieve zero wear. After thinking about the meaning behind the hint given by someone, Ben said in surprise, "You shouldn't have been planning such a thing from the time you made the car." Well, that's not quite right. But similar manufacturing plans existed a long time ago, but they were not implemented. But the technology as a reserve is being accumulated bit by bit. After all, when will this kind of thing happen? I don't know if it will come in handy, but since it's something you're interested in, prepare a little bit, so you don't have to panic and start everything from scratch. What about the mechanical design? As a native of Midland, Fun, of course, has never seen Transformers like someone else. So in her imagination, it was just a picture of a bunch of custom-made cars with weird shapes, equipped with Vulcan cannons, or heavy snipers, running around all over the ground. If it were to create various kinds of stitched corpses, she, who was once a lich, could still tell a few things. But how to design these weird machines is beyond her ability, because she has no concept at all. The mechanical design was provided by Hagri. If it had heard about Transformers from my other incarnations, I believe it would have accumulated a lot of relevant reserve technology. If it were not for the limited body that can be transformed if the quality is insufficient, you might end up doing it yourself. Right? Lynn said this, but there is basis for it. Thinking about the many ideas that I could only imagine in my mind. Just a concept. They were all realized by Haikiri, including single-molecule blades, super vibration blades, etc. Lynn didn't quite believe that the concept of Transformers would be let go by this naughty knife. Hey. A certain knife did not respond directly. He just smiled lustfully, which was regarded as acknowledging someone's statement. Knowing that someone's plan was feasible, Finn asked, "How can I help?" Putting the jade ball in his hand on the table, Lynn said, "Analyze this thing and modify it to have the characteristics of a viral infection, so that the knowledge stored in it can be selectively spread out." What is selective diffusion of knowledge? Finn asked confusedly about someone's request. After thinking about it, Lynn tried to say in a way that even the natives of Midland could understand. You know the general situation about the custom-made car in the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. Finn nodded as a response. Lynn continued, "Actually, it's like customizing a car, giving different designs according to different needs, and then integrating them. That's it. The fire we want to do, although we hope it can be like a virus. Spreading what we want, the knowledge must be disseminated compulsorily. But not all individuals need all the knowledge, so we must give it selectively." After understanding someone's plan, Finn had another doubt and asked, "You should understand better than me how complicated the design phase of custom-made cars is. Everyone will have different requirements and needs, and these must be followed. In terms of conditional design, it is impossible to complete this step in a programmed way except for personal judgment. Since it cannot be completed, what you want to say is selective, unless all the mechanical designs provided are completely random. If you do this, you must be mentally prepared to create a strange monster. Haha. This matter is not difficult. From the entire body to a certain component, we can fix several basic modules, select and use them, and then modify the appearance. This is just a permutation and combination, it's just a matter of effort. But the prerequisite for this is that all mechanical designs must have the same interface, so that they can be easily combined." "What's the trouble?" Finn asked curiously. "The core idea of the creatures in the Earth element universe is growth. For this purpose, they are constantly looking for opportunities to become stronger. If the elemental creatures transformed with fire lose the opportunity and goal of growth, it will be like destroying the Earth element universe maintains the same foundation. So we must open up the ability to evolve independently and program ourselves." Chapter 939 Battle Plan. "Aren't you afraid of losing control if you do this?" Finn asked directly. For a person who once controlled the undead army, controlling his own creation was a matter of course. And Finn never thought about whether he shouldn't do such a thing. Not to mention that someone will always keep a secret in their behavior. Those who can open the back door will open the back door. And those who can secretly control will secretly control. Whether it was the Tower of the Great Sage in the past, the current forum that was almost soaked in the blood of many people, or the customized cars in the later period. As far as Finn knew, someone had a hidden hand. According to her experience, giving the person being controlled too much room for growth is tantamount to giving the other person a chance to escape from her control. This is very detrimental to our own side, who has put in the effort. That's why I asked this question. Lin did not evade such a question, but responded directly. If what happens this time can happen, it will be a major event for the entire world. Just like I helped the world trees, hoping to break the existing shackles and find it's the same path to ascend. Under such a premise, is it a good choice to restrain an entire world of creatures? If it is not made clear at the beginning and is discovered later, it will be like creating a life and death hatred with endless consequences. If you say it from the beginning, it is like giving others two choices. One is to maintain the status quo, and the other is to exchange your freedom for greater power. If it were you, I believe there will still be people. Choose the latter, but not everyone does it. It doesn't matter whether you want the whole world to follow the path you have paved, or just half of the world. Raising his eyebrows, Finn said impatiently at someone's tirade. So? Don't try to control. I want to say that everything is in your own hands. What we want is very simple. We just borrow the power of the earth elemental spirit after it agrees. Of course, maybe you want more. But my suggestion is not to reveal any thoughts in this regard before gathering the power of the four elements. Someone's reminder made Finn think clearly about the other person's plan. It's not that it's not in someone's plan to completely control the power of the four spirits. It's just that they haven't reached that point yet. He will first come into contact with the power of the four spirits and control part of it. And then, there will be further opportunities. And I believe he will not let it go. Besides, regarding my plan for the four spirit server, even if I only control part of the power of the four spirit, it would be enough. Whether you take the next step or not depends on your mood and whether there is any opportunity to take advantage of it. What we can do is to secretly leave a backdoor that can be used, but it will be harmless if it is discovered. Even if it is discovered, it can be excused because of insufficient skill at the beginning of the design or an honest mistake. But in at critical moments, this backhand can play an unexpected role, even if it can only be used once. Is this your whole plan? Then asked, confirming. Of course, not only. Selfless giving will not work. In exchange, it includes allowing us to borrow the power of the earth elemental spirits. And when facing troubles in the other three elemental planes, they will fight for us. Regarding Chapter 2, secondly, they certainly can't agree to endless sacrifice and fighting. So it's time to argue about where to draw the line. Use them to fight? Why not? I lost so many brain cells, spent so much time, and helped them so much, but only gained one earth elemental spirit. As a result, I still have to put the same spirit in the water elemental, fire elemental, and wind elemental planes. It would be too painful if it happened all over again. Wouldn't it be silly to leave such a powerful force unused? And as long as we get the support of this group of new earth elemental creatures and show enough power, maybe the next three elements will be able to do it again. The plane will be easier to negotiate, instead of being treated like a fat sheep if we go to the Ruby Man. Having thought about it to this extent, Finn had no reason to disagree. Just looking at the man's unconcealed expression of joy, she suddenly had a feeling and asked, in addition to being very low level, your previous negotiations also did not achieve anything positive. Could it be that from the beginning you hoped that the negotiation would collapse? Then just do what you plan to do now. Really? Did I show it so obviously? Lin said with a smile, as if he had been caught in a prank. Hey, if there are any bad ideas in this guy's mind, just tell them. Finn's question was obviously not about a certain person involved, but about the weapon that could peek into other people's minds. Hagiri responded cooperatively. Ask me? Although you asked sincerely, I still won't tell you. I will never admit that what someone wants in their heart is to drill and explode a planet while driving the gear in naked eye. Some type of. A certain lich struck with a sharp eye dagger, and someone's eyes immediately drifted into the distance, pretending to be nonchalant. All he had to do was whistle and shake his feet. Finn thought, sure enough, this guy has an impure mind. Those things are probably what he wants to do, and his own things are just incidental. It's a pity that someone is so shameless and so blind. Finn sighed for no reason and asked, where do you plan to start? The big snake? Back to business. Of course Len couldn't continue to act stupid. He quickly replied, it can't be Odessa, the Snake King. Why? Strictly speaking, Odessa can be regarded as a pure elemental lord in the earth elemental plane. It's just that the body material and size he chose prevent him from truly reaching the peak of the existing system. Instead, it needs to be replaced by what I imagined. System. If the pure-colored elemental creatures do not want to change and refuse to give up their existing bodies, then they are bound to be eliminated. The most ideal candidates are variegated elemental creatures, and they must be ambitious or motivated. Listening to someone listing such clear conditions, Finn asked, "Do you have a goal? What do you think of the Ironstone Man in the first settlement we encountered after arriving in the Earth elemental plane?" Reason? They are variegated elemental creatures. And from what we have observed in the Earth elemental plane these days, the Ironstone Man settlement is not much higher than the lowest level, even if it is not the lowest level. To put it another way, even if we really do no matter what, the scope of damage should be limited. Moreover, their level is low, and they will be easier to convince than those elemental creatures that have basic foundations and are powerful, as long as they have the ambition to continue to grow. All we do is provide an opportunity. That's all. Then have you ever thought about what would happen if things don't develop as you imagined in the second half? Findo asked. Although such a small thing would not worry her, Finn still wanted to know if the man in front of her had considered this aspect. It means that we have indeed fostered an emerging force that is different from the original conservative forces. But when this force cannot be used by us, what should we do? Finn responded with a nod. Lin smiled and said, "This is not simple. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between the old and new forces. As long as they conflict and the water becomes muddy, we will have the opportunity to exploit every opportunity. Isn't it? Rule an elemental position face-to-face was not our original plan." He responded. Finn stared at someone for a while and said, "I feel more and more that what you are going to do now is what you really want to do." Chapter 940, Making Fire. Now that there was a rough plan, several prospective participants also agreed. Lin, Finn, and Hagiri were not procrastinators. After a night's rest, the plan started in full swing. To create the fire envisioned by Lin, many of the technologies already exist. All that needs to be done is to find ways to connect these fragmented technologies horizontally. This is very much like Apple on Earth. They themselves are not involved in the design and development of parts. They just purchase parts that meet their needs from everywhere and assemble them together. But don't underestimate the work of integration. The reason why a parts factory is a parts factory and why Apple is not unreasonable. To create this fire, not to mention everything from machine language to programming language, the main force is the former Demon King. For the database of mechanical design, Hagakiri has taken all the effort to keep it under control. From large frames and cantilevers, to small bearings and bolts, to simple gaskets and steel plates, to complex chips and electronic components. No matter what kind of mechanical design, Shiachio has created a set of template designs for the finished product. It also includes the ingredient proportions of the required materials. The accumulation of these achievements is thanks to the extremely boring Hagakiri, using its own method, and of course borrowing the convenience of the original Dream Tower. It conducted a thorough study on the ratio of all processes and materials. If this material science knowledge is returned to Earth, Baozhun will immediately be closely protected by leaders of various countries, not to mention various superconductors and semiconductors. As far as Lin knows, Hagakiri also has a special material that can conduct energy at high temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius and in a semi-solid state. These results will be made into mechanical parts using the magic of programmed shaping. In the end, it formed the most despised color of Earth elemental creatures. A robot. By the way, the program or structure is not the biggest problem that restricts the development of Earth robots. The main problem is that it is limited by materials. The struggle between horsepower and self-weight is a contradiction that has existed since the beginning of machines. With Hagakiri here, these problems will not be an obstacle. That being said, the deformed structure that someone had been thinking about was completely shot by the alien creature in the shape of a blue wave knife. Its original words are, "Your mother." Only pigs can make such structures that are as fragile as origami. If you want to run fast, just use a car. If you want to fly in the air, then make a plane. And you want a humanoid. And if you want to transform into a car or an airplane, do you know that the more joints there are and the more delicate the structure, the less strength it has? What you want to do is a combat weapon, not a toy. So what kind of transformation structure does it have? Well, if you think about it seriously, from the perspective of war weapons, whether it is durability or ease of repair, Transformers can be said to be a substandard product. The designer of this series is Hasbro, a toy company. People do such stunts to attract the attention of children and sell more toys. If such a thing is really made into a war weapon, it will probably only make the enemy laugh to death, or be hated to death by one's own logistics units. If a humanoid robot needs to have the function of flying or moving quickly, it can be achieved with an easier structure and does not require deformation. In terms of fast movement, you can consider a real-life animation armored cavalry BODEMs. The structure used for high-speed movement is to install retractable and retractable wheels on the soles of the robot's feet, which is similar to ice skating, the structure of the shoe. If the humanoid wants to fly, there are many designs that can do it compared to the reality on Earth. If you want to fly and move at high speed, it is easier to use a transport machine than to have a bunch of humanoid elemental creatures transform into aircraft. Anyway, as one of the romances of men, the Transformers design plan was rejected by Haggerty. Someone circled the corner in frustration. Finn's work is not just about the design of programming languages. At least a topic like self-evolution is not something that 2 or 3 programmers can complete in just a few days. To solve this problem, we cannot start from the scientific aspect. We have to focus on magic. And it is still the Lich's old profession. This fire is bound to become the center of will of another elemental creature besides the root of all spirits, as long as they accept the transformation of fire. Unless they are willing to completely give up this power, they will be separated from the original elemental creature inheritance. Because what Lin wants to do is to start from scratch. This also means that fire not only has programming language to make various logical judgments and mechanical design databases, which serve as the basis for elemental creatures to change their original bodies, but it also gathers the ideas of these new elemental creatures. And if this idea is not properly guided or restricted in a magical world like Lost Land, big problems will arise. But within here, this problem becomes a help that can achieve fire. As one of the apex biological species of the undead system, the Lich controls the soul, and will is its job. It shouldn't be too easy for Finn to guide these gathered, disordered wills and thoughts to develop in a predetermined direction. Moreover, this idea of being forced into the fire and guiding the will is both simple and complex. Simple because all wills have only one thought, and that is evolution. It is complicated because it needs to evolve on the basis of programming language and mechanical design. In addition to constantly borrowing foreign technologies, it also needs to be able to develop and create itself, as well as obtain feedback data from all modified elemental creatures. These complicated tasks are enough to make the will gathered on the fire have no time to think about life, so as to make some decisions that ruin someone's plans. When the preparation work reached this level, Lin suddenly realized that he was actually using various magics as a basis to create the most cutting-edge science and technology. Perhaps the final result will be more advanced than the Earth, but that level can no longer be called science, but science fiction or even fantasy. The blurring of the distinction between magic and science still makes some people feel stunned. Perhaps knowledge that can be verified strictly using mathematics can be classified in science. This means that any magic someone uses is no longer magic. After the barriers between magic and science reach their extreme, are they really going to reach the same goal through different paths? Or is it just the result of accidental achievements under the guidance of one's own unconsciousness? Magic is not science. It's just that some time traveler made magic scientific, and then discarded those parts that cannot be verified mathematically. Is this good or bad? Lin Nan has no conclusion. But one thing is for sure. That was the final result. A machinized elemental creature that showed astonishing destructive power in both Agiri and Finn simulations. So much so that the Lich reconsidered the necessity of doing so. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't offend them, driven by interests, we will never be ranked first in their enemy rankings. When they really finish off all their enemies and move their targets to us, we don't know. How long will it take? I may not be alive by then. Then was speechless again. This man probably can't change his personality of. Who cares about his flood after death? Chapter 941. The fire is completed. The progress of making fire was faster than Lin imagined. After returning from the Earth elemental plane, the prototype of fire was completed in less than a month. The reason why it is said to be a prototype is because they have already poured out all the mechanical data that needs to be input in terms of programming and input without reservation. Even some deformed structures were smuggled into Tinder's database by someone. But even if the two of them tried their best, the fire they made was still just a rough embryo. Just like a baby, it depends on the next growth. Whether the fire can reach the height that someone remembers, leading an entire Cybertronian world in Transformers, is impossible to judge now. Maybe someone has painted a beautiful vision before, But he knows that things in this world rarely go as expected. Really hold the power of the entire world in your arms? He dared to imagine this matter now. But he did not hold the idea that it would come true. Therefore, as for the usefulness of fire, at least it is to disturb the autumn water of the earth elemental plane, so that you have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. However, Fun, who was watching, saw it more clearly than Lin himself. Maybe someone still talks about being timid, but what he does is said to be daring. Would a timid person try to seize the entire plane world? Will a person who is afraid of trouble use strong force against others that is likely to hit him in the foot? Not to mention that with a quick thought, he decided to completely overturn a world that was already approaching balance in comparison and had its own laws. Fire is a thing, no matter how someone plans or explains it. In the eyes of Fun, a lich who once truly ruled a world, it will only bring two results. One is the future described by someone. In the earth elemental plane, the gem people headed by the gem pit are knocked to dust, and the modified variegated elemental creatures fully dominate them. The other is the complete destruction of the earth elemental plane. Don't think that destroying a world is difficult. In the eyes of Fun, the former demon king, maintaining the balance of a world is much more difficult than destroying it, using concepts that ordinary people can understand. Saving people is more difficult than killing people, and construction is more difficult than destroying. It is the same reason. But this kind of crazy thing, someone thought about it, said it, or even did it. If this had been a few years earlier, then would have probably been thinking of someone who was still thinking of a small, sneaky, and eccentric way to achieve the goal he threw at him. What are you looking at? Out of the blue, someone asked me a question, still using the language of his hometown. Maybe Finn didn't learn much, but she memorized some special sentences and curse words. Moreover, she has also understood the occasions when these words are applicable, and the meaning behind them. Who told me that after losing a quarrel or argument, someone always made nonsense in a language that others could not understand. It forced the people around him to learn an extra language that was beyond the scope of my knowledge, in order to avoid being scolded by someone for fun. Now that someone asked him this question again, Finn felt inexplicably angry. It rushed straight to the forehead, as if the lid of the heavenly spirit was about to be lifted, and it burst out. But she would not be coquettish like a little woman, or raise her little fists and hit a man on the chest. Finn just stood up neatly, turned around, and walked away, leaving someone with the back of his head with sleek black hair. After the completion of the fire, people in Lost Land had no subjects for experimentation. Although it is not difficult for the two magicians to assemble low-quality to excellent and rare magic materials. After all, their net worth is not comparable to that of the past, when they were wallowing in mud. But it is not easy to find magical materials with soul and consciousness. Maybe the purple transformation level magic stone barely meets the standard. But there is no free purple stone on hand, unless the one in the first coffin is taken out to play. But Lin believed that if he really did that, he would probably be teased by the lich next. The jade ball given by Snake King Odessa has now changed greatly. If I really had to describe it, it would look very much like the exquisite ball that someone had only seen in pictures before traveling through time. This is a special skill in Xia Kingdom carving. The surface of the sphere is engraved with reliefs, and inside the sphere there are several layers of hollow spheres, ranging from small to large, formed by overlapping. It looks like a sphere on the outside, but in fact there are layers within layers, and nests within nests. Each layer of spheres can rotate freely, and has the same center. Each set of balls is engraved with a complex and changeable core instruction set for machine language. This design is not to show off skills, but to meet practical needs. One of Lin's requirements for Tinder is that it can provide different mechanical designs for different objects according to their wishes and desires, to help them complete different transformations. However, the mechanical design is replaced by modular components rather than true customization. Since it is a modular arrangement and combination, it is inevitable that there will be repeated choices based on the conclusions reached by the reformer's ideas. But there must be individualized differences. So a very simple way is to add a random variable to the options, and there will be a 16-layer exquisite set. The rotation of each layer of the exquisite ball represents a change in design. The different angles of each layer also represent different results. Under the changes of the exquisite ball, even the same elemental creature, with the same thoughts, will be transformed into a completely different appearance at different points in time. Lin didn't know whether such a change would be accepted by Earth elemental creatures. But in his mind, the next appearance of the Earth elemental plane should not be filled with mass products from factories, but robots with hundreds of faces and full of personality. But whether it can succeed or not, whether it is a dragon or a snake, you still have to use it to understand. It's just that I haven't been able to experiment, and I don't have much confidence in my heart. Holding an exquisite jade ball in his hand, he raised it slightly, with the warm spring sunshine in the morning as the background. Perhaps jade is not as translucent as gemstones, but the emerald green multi-layered hollow sphere still reflects a psychedelic brilliance. Or is this fascinating fantasy scene caused by the magic array patterns used as the core command set? Magic patterns that can induce powerful reactions can sometimes produce some wonderful hazy effects even when just looking directly at them. Just like all electrical appliances that use electricity, they will definitely emit electromagnetic waves. But there are differences in intensity. If you really don't have any confidence, then why don't you do another experiment? This time, the magic of summoning elves uses better materials to summon a higher level elemental elves. The one who interrupted at an inappropriate time was the one who had been collecting in the forest, the Hakakiri on the body. But Lin had reservations about this knife, saying, "The explosion last time was too exciting. The reason for the failure of the modification is obviously that the materials are not up to standard. But with better materials, it can survive. I don't know whether the transformation process is more exciting or not. I don't want to risk my life." "Then what are you going to do about this person who says he doesn't dare to gamble?" Hakiri asked knowingly. The man being questioned lowered his head and sighed, saying, "It seems that we can only launch the project directly. After going to the Earth elemental plane, we will conduct experiments and collect information at the same time." Looking at the hollow exquisite ball, the shrunken figure of Snake King Odessa vaguely appeared. Chapter 942 Return. Came to Tumaland again. This time when I came back to this airless world, I was not as busy as the last time. The various protective magics that were blessed on my body in advance helped a lot. The destination this time is also very clear, which is the Westwind Valley, the first elemental creature settlement he encountered after returning to Tumi Land. They had a clear goal, and had been here once before, relying on the precise positioning of flashing and mathematics. Lin and Fa arrived at the outskirts of the hills of Westwind Valley, without taking any unnecessary steps. Of course, we didn't enter the settlement area directly because we were afraid of scaring those new friends. So I have to be masochistic, and walk a certain distance on two legs. During the journey, Hagiri asked in an arrogant tone, "The only thing I say is, since there is no air in this world, there is no wind. Since there is no wind, don't you think it's weird that this place is called Westwind Valley?" The only refers to Lin. After the second incarnation and the Fat House incarnation were killed one after another, the original Lin became the only one in his own consciousness. That's why Hagiri has such a name. As for asking questions as soon as I arrived at Tumi, it was purely out of my spare time. On the one hand, it was also because Hagiri sensed that someone's mental state was not right. So he gritted his teeth and helped distract him. Sure enough, someone temporarily put aside the worry about gains and losses and seriously thought about the problem of Hagiri. Replied, "There is no wind in this world," which does not mean that they do not understand the concept of wind. After all, earth, water, fire, and wind are the four elements, and they cannot be ignorant of other elements. Moreover, this world is often different from it is not completely closed off from outside contact, and is cut off from outside sources of knowledge. So it is not surprising to know that things do not exist in this world. Is that just like this? This doesn't explain their naming. They are all named according to the characteristics of the local terrain and features. What? Do you have any other explanations? Hagiri continued to ask naggingly. Not sure whether Hagiri was a reminder intentionally or unintentionally, Lin Jing calmed down and observed his surroundings. A sudden thought made him switch to several vision modes in succession, and he finally noticed a clue in one of the modes that calculated the curvature of light. The field of view mode that calculates the curvature of light is not actually used to see one's surrounding environment. It was originally designed to calculate the distance and path of celestial bodies. But when I observed spatial distortion in the sky at my home in the holy city of Estali, this field of view pattern was one of the ways to confirm it. Therefore, the light curvature pattern has become Lin's main tool for observing stable situations in space. And from this perspective, I discovered something special about Westwind Valley. Just on the west hill of the valley, there is an irregular space distortion gap. Judging from the aura leaking out of this gap, the opposite side may be the wind elemental plane among the four elemental planes. Because of the magical characteristics, it is like summoning the wind elemental elves when you are lost in the land. On the way to Zephyr Valley, Lin revealed this discovery, and both Hagiri and Fa were quite surprised. This was not a pretense of surprise, but they really didn't know it beforehand. So, is our next destination the wind elemental plane? Agiri asked. Lin did not agree, but said, let's see how the progress is here first. If you really have some free time, you can go explore the road. But you must first grasp the things you can control. Eat from the bowl. Looking outside the bowl is not a good habit. So, Finn interrupted the conversation between one person and one knife and said, should we first confirm what the situation is before us? The situation that Finn refers to is that the West Wind Valley, a settlement where elemental creatures originally gathered, is now empty. This settlement is not a desolate scene with people deserted. Instead, it looks like the people who live here have left in a hurry. There are dumped utensils everywhere, doors and windows that were not closed in time, and some gifts from other worlds. The latter is the offering they received from the summoner after being summoned by the magic of spirits from other worlds. It doesn't necessarily have to be magic stones or other artifacts that contain magical energy. And the places they will go are not just the lost lands, because they are things that are not available in Tumi. Even if they are garbage locally, these elemental creatures will keep them very preciously after they are brought back. And this is like a medal for them to fight against the outside world. It can be used as a good talking point and proof of their own achievements. Nowadays, these things that are very valuable to elemental creatures are all scattered throughout the settlement in disorder. This doesn't look like an escape. Could it be that the time between the Earth elemental plane and the lost land is inconsistent? So, as soon as this thought emerged, it was cut off by someone himself. The reason is that I was in the body of Snake King Odessa for 2 months, during which time I kept going back and forth between the two worlds. But there was no time inconsistency. Therefore, even if I come back again after more than a month, there will not be a huge change. Is this change a recent thing? It's a pity that Earth elemental creatures don't make fire. Otherwise, the temperature of the fire or embers can be used as a basis for judgment. So if we want to find the whereabouts of the elemental creatures that were originally in this settlement, we can only use the most primitive method to find clues by looking at them with our eyes. From the brocade bag in his arms, he took out a gem with 8 legs that was moving restlessly. This is not an elemental creature in this world, but a small magic prop, the arcane eye, that has been corroded by alien energy and transformed into an evil god through flashing spells many times. The small evil god held in the palm of his hand ignored the harsh environment of this world. There is no air, and all kinds of radiation with high intensity are nothing to a creature that has mutated due to experiencing the dimensional gap environment. There are special magic patterns on the kit that can suppress its vitality, but as soon as it is freed, this little thing can't wait to escape. In other words, walking around is one of its instincts. Of course, Lin couldn't let the little guy in his palm run around. A flash spell directly teleports this small arcane eye to about 700 meters directly above him. This distance is the limit of the widest scanning range on the ground that this small arcane eye can obtain. However, considering that this is a valley terrain with hills on both sides, the area that can be detected will be smaller. The scanning didn't take too long. The arcane eye that was almost teleported into the air was recovered by Lin before it fell to the ground due to the gravity of the Earth. This is remembering the experience of the fall of Sputnik 1. On these new arcane eyes, Lin has additionally carved coordinates for positioning. This avoids the dilemma of visual inspection and calculation of the positioning speed being slower than the falling speed, making it impossible to use the flash technique to recover. The recovered arcane eye originally had to rely on the help of the first coffin to process the information inside. But Lin's subdimensional tower, that has evolved several times, has long had the ability to replace the first coffin. Although if you want to show it to others, you still have to rely on the coffin to output the screen. But if you just want to confirm the content yourself, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. The arcane eye held in his hand projected the information it detected into Lin's field of vision in detail after processing. Within the detection range, Lin also quickly found the locations of a number of elemental creatures in West Wind Valley. Only, they are in the mine. It seems they are fighting with the old friends from Moon Bay again. So, wait until they finish. Finn asked. Chapter 943 Participating in the War. This time, Lin didn't think about it for long before he shook his head and said, No, let's go up and help. Which side are you helping? Finn asked as if he was making a fool of himself. Lin said angrily, Of course it's the Iron Stone Man, on the other side of the West Wind Valley. Last time we didn't know each other, so we didn't help each other. This time we know one of them, and the action is based on the distance between us. Besides, it makes sense for Taisharan and others to show some goodwill and show force first. so as not to be regarded as a monkey who can only talk. While speaking, Lin transferred the image he obtained from the arcane eye and sent several distinctive pictures into Fen's field of vision. Also given are the coordinates of the mine, where the battle took place. Then let's do it! His deliberately elongated tone was a bit teasing and exciting. Seeing that expression, Lin felt something was wrong and was about to remind him. Don't kill! The next second, Fen disappeared from in front of him. This is a surprise attack. The Lich's fighting method adheres to the tradition of magicians in the land of enchantment. After blessing himself with a bunch of magic, he fights hand to hand. Speaking of which, this is how the gods fight. Who can recite spells and cast spells in a race against time? All battles are completely instinctive and pile up various magical effects and a large number of powers, with a posture of smashing you to death even if you can't kill you. In this type of strategy, the first wave of offensive is the most important, because this is the only time when spells can be cast seriously. However, the difference in strength between Fen and the group of earth elemental creatures made her not care about this at all. Fight however you want. So she flashed into the midair at the battle site, used her exclusive domination magic and 3-ring apprentice level magic gravity change to increase her own weight 100 times, and then allowed herself to enter a state of free fall towards the battlefield flying kick. The impact of the massive weapon caused ripples on the ground to spread outward like water ripples. I don't know if Fen heard someone's reminder before flashing. Anyway, this flying kick did not directly kick any elemental creature. Even so, the powerful shockwaves still caused the elemental creatures around the landing site to suffer a lot. A few of the weaker ones were unable to counteract the shock waves transmitted to their bodies, and were directly shaken to pieces. Fen's appearance put an end to this intense battle. All the elemental creatures looked at the center of the earthquake in horror, wondering where this monster-like intruder came from. Without Era's resistance, the raised dust quickly calmed down. However, the battlefield changed, and the damage caused by Fen was not so easy to recover. But at least the fighting stopped. Lin then appeared. He quickly scanned the situation around him, and the Lich showed a little regretful expression, as if he knew that he was too strong and might not be able to play anymore. The panic of the elemental creatures is not a problem, but the most unlucky ones should be those who fought into the tunnel and were buried alive without knowing what was going on outside. However, being buried alive by an earth elemental creature is not a big deal at all, not even using the magic to turn fossils into mud. The earth and rocks covering them seemed to give way automatically. Several buried earth elemental creatures crawled out of the collapsed tunnel using their hands and feet. However, whether they were those who climbed out of the tunnel or those who were knocked down during the battle, they all looked at the two magicians, who suddenly appeared with frightened expressions. Perhaps, they only paid attention to one person, the female human-looking magician. Outsiders, do you want to intervene in the war between us? One of the 3 variegated elemental creatures in Moon Bay with body parts of gemstones. He said threatening words, with a sullen look on his face. War? Can this kind of battle, which was fought more fiercely than the 2 villages in Midi, be called a war? Forget it. Don't worry about the terms used by this group of elemental creatures. What surprised Lin was that Fen's appearance shocked both sides in the fierce battle. Why is that? Is the gap between strength and weakness really that big? Or is it some other reason? Without thinking about it carefully, Lin knew that he had to deal with the situation in front of him first. However, when faced with the question from the variegated gem man, the ironstone man who had contact with him took the lead and said, "Friends, you are here again. Quick, help us defeat them," pointing at the ironstone man who was initially stunned. But after seeing clearly who was coming, he changed to an excited expression. Lin said to the elemental creatures in Moon Bay, "Look, I know them. And this time, he still plans to propose a deal with them. There is no reason not to help them." Lin made his position clear, which made the elemental creatures belonging to West Wind Valley even more excited. In contrast, everyone from Moon Bay had ugly expressions and a solemn atmosphere. Don't ask how a group of stone or metal elemental creatures could make people feel their expressions. Anyway, Lin was aware of their displeasure. Another variegated gem man roared with dissatisfaction, shaking the hearts of the listeners, and said, "Outsider, no matter what you do, you will not change the situation of defeat in West Wind Valley today. If you don't want to waste your life here, just leave on your own. It will do us no good to defeat you." The last sentence is the key point. In the eyes of this group of elemental creatures who want to grab precious minerals, a carbon-based life like mine is worthless. However, Lin didn't talk nonsense to them and directly used the giant fist technique combined with the magic of magic missiles. Bang 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 bang. Four skull-sized magic fists followed 4 curved trajectories and knocked over the elemental creature that spoke too loudly. For such a record, someone himself is most surprised. I still remember that it was a tough battle to deal with this kind of human-shaped elemental creature that could speak fluently. This is still the case when he joins his 2 apprentices to fight one more. If the opponent comes a few more times, it will be his turn to run away. It's just that today. An experimental magic that is more playful than combat, and has not yet been tested in actual combat can defeat the opponent. Has the world changed? Or has he really become stronger? That false feeling fills my heart and lingers. Someone was still looking at his fists blankly, and had no time to say a few words. The group of elemental creatures from Moon Bay, the injured, supported each other, and the uninjured ones took the initiative to break up, and said viciously, "Outsiders, you can't possibly staying here forever, let alone protecting those losers all the time. Remember that the shame you have brought today will be repaid one day. This should be considered a classic bad guy line." Lin wanted to complain, but he really couldn't say it to such a serious person. Then wanted to catch up and beat the drowned dog. But Lin stopped him, looking at the pair of darts coming from the escort. Looking like his beloved toy had run away with someone. Lin Wei shuddered and said calmly, "Let them go. There is no need to kill them all. And maybe they will be killed later. Use them." There was a bit of confusion in his gentle eyes, but Fin still restrained his eager hands. After dissuading the Lich, Lin turned around and looked at Shi Fenggu and his party. He showed his standard business smile, used the language of the elemental elves, and asked, "Do you want to become stronger?" Chapter 944 Bewitching. After driving away the elemental creatures in Moon Bay, the first priority in West Wind Valley is of course to help each other. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as injury for elemental creatures, as long as the magic energy of the earth element world is still stored in the elf core. Any kind of injury can be recovered in an instant. But if the energy for self-repair is not enough, we can only rely on Lin, an outsider, to use the methods that have been used before. Convert the power in the midi magic stone into energy that earth elemental creatures can use, and then repair themselves. This time, Lin didn't say any nonsense and went straight to help. This is also because it will be smashed into pieces and cannot repair itself. Most of the causes of the accident can be attributed to Fin's earthquake flying kick, after the wounded on the battlefield had generally recovered. Even though some of them could repair themselves, and it would take some time to fully recover, they still gathered around Lin. He temporarily put the restoration work of the mine on hold and asked anxiously, "Friend, you said it can make us stronger. Is it true?" The Ironstone men and the others were so active because of Fin's display of strength on the one hand, and the habits of the elemental elves on the other, because they are often summoned to other worlds. Elemental elves will of course frequently come into contact with civilizations in other worlds, including culture and knowledge. In this environment, a culture of bringing will naturally emerge, as long as it is beneficial to the ethnic group, as long as it can help them progress. They will not care about the source of these knowledge or items, as long as they can use them. Moreover, these knowledge or items are all rewards after their hard work, so they can certainly use them with peace of mind. So when outsiders suggested that they could make them stronger, how could Taisha Ren and the others not take the bait? Lin didn't hold back and directly took out the exquisite ball, which was the fire prepared for the elemental creatures to use. Although I still felt a little hesitant when I took it out. But he finally said, "I don't have a large amount of magic stones for you to advance. I don't have enough rare magic materials for you to purify your body. What I can give you is the key to evolution, powerful knowledge, and a way out of the shackles of pure color." "On this special ball?" the Ironstone man said doubtfully. "Hold the fire high so that all elemental creatures can see it." Lin said, "This is the fire that ignites your path of evolution. But what I must say is that this is a road of no return. But it is also the way out for you as a motley crew. If you are still following the path of inheritance and dreaming of achieving a pure color body one day, do not easily come into contact with this knowledge that is considered taboo in this world. But if you want to overwhelm those pure-colored people who are superior with your mixed-colored body, then this is your only choice." Lin held the fire in his hand and held it forward. It's just that maybe the words were too serious before, and the Ironstone man and other elemental creatures did not dare to take over the fire. As the leader of West Wind Valley, the Ironstone man asked cautiously, "Friend, if this is what you provide, what do you hope to exchange?" Lin admired secretly in his heart. It seems that it's not that they don't dare to take it. It's just that the transaction hasn't been established yet, so they are not in a hurry to take it. As for the conditions for the transaction, they had already been discussed with Fun and Hakiri before departure. Now he said, I have two requests. First, we want to borrow the power of the Earth Elemental Spirit. Second, I want you to conquer foreign lands for me. Of course, the second requirement will not be unlimited or without compensation. It is limited to 5 times. And the loot during the battle, except for the things designated by us. The rest belongs to you. Tai Shuren was once again shocked when Lin proposed such a large-scale condition and said, Friend, are you helping me or hurting me? The spirit of Mother Earth, the spirit of the Earth element as you call it, is not something that a small character like me can ask for. As for fighting for you in the outside world, as long as we are paid enough, this is our duty. Why bother putting it forward as a condition? Tai Shuren's reason for declining made someone laugh. He shook his finger and said with a regretful expression, Friend, you underestimate the knowledge I want to give you. Passing the fire forward again, as if to emphasize the uniqueness of this exquisite ball. This is knowledge that can change your world. I can assure you that with this knowledge, even if you want to challenge the gem pit, it is not impossible. If you can rule or stand at the top of your world, then agreeing to let us borrow the power of the Earth Elemental Spirit is just a nod. I'm not trying to destroy or possess it. And the power I want to conquer the outside world is not just the dozen of you in front of me. It is all the elemental creatures that have borrowed fire and successfully transformed themselves. I even said that I wanted to borrow the power of the entire Earth element world to conquer for me. Someone's big words frightened all the elemental creatures surrounding him. Lin once again handed the exquisite ball in his hand forward and said, My conditions are not just for you to agree, but all elemental creatures that use the power of fire to transform themselves must agree. In other words, if you don't agree with my conditions, you can't borrow fire to transform yourself. After a pause, Lin gave the elemental creatures time to think clearly about what he said. Then he emphasized, How about that? In this case, you don't have to nod or decline anything on behalf of others. You just have to be responsible for your own decisions, whether other people agree with it or not. It has nothing to do with you. So whether it is borrowing the power of elemental spirits or conquering foreign lands for me, whether or not I can do it in the end has nothing to do with whether you agree with it now. You are just one of thousands of opinions. But whether you can obtain the path to evolution through fire has nothing to do with other people. Only yourself. Tai Shuren asked slightly worriedly, Friend, what if I agree? But in the end, I still can't achieve the conditions you want? Of course. Regarding this second condition, I will fight for you 5 times. As long as the power in exchange has this value, I will definitely keep my promise. Don't worry. You can use Tinder as long as you agree. Even if my conditions cannot be met in the end, I will not ask you for other conditions, or ask you to restore the changed state to its original state. In fact, that is something that cannot be done, as long as I have the chance to do it. You have to remember the choice you made today, and don't regret it, Lin explained. The Ironstone Man and his companions from the West Wind Valley looked at each other, and without thinking much, they said in unison, We agree. Lin was not surprised by this result. There is a saying, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Although the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley already possess the wisdom of Homo sapiens, they are at the bottom of the current elemental creature system. The life form of elemental creatures is destined to have no desires and desires. Only growth and evolution are the things they care about most. Since there is nothing to lose, and elemental creatures are not afraid of death, what they promised is honestly too far away from them. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is generosity to others. So why not seize the benefits that can be controlled? This mentality is exactly why Lin chose the settlement in his first step. Chapter 945 Transformation. Although the Ironstone people are willing to accept the transformation of fire, it is expected by someone. But when things came to pass, Lin Ku was even more nervous than these elemental creatures. Even though he had acted confidently before, he had never actually operated fire. He didn't know the process or the results. To be honest, no one was 100% sure whether he would succeed in the end. Can you tell outsiders just this feeling? If I tell Tai Shuren, will the other party back off? As for telling Fun, the Lich would probably just treat it as someone's idle moans and ignore Lin's request for help. Talk to Agiri? I'll probably just get some useless chicken soup for the soul or ridicule. Who can compare to that? Although he was secretly apologizing, Lin could only seduce the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley and make them voluntarily become the first batch of experimental subjects. The important responsibility of the first person naturally falls on Ironstone Man. the leader of West Wind Valley. Taking the lead is a must in this world led by the strong. With the idea of not knowing what it would turn into in the end, and pretending to be confident on the surface, Lin said to the elemental creatures who planned to change locations and return to West Wind Valley. I suggest you stay here and use fire. Why? If I'm right, this is a mine. The people from Moon Bay will come here just to seize it and obtain the materials to evolve themselves. The forest looked at the Iron Man from top to bottom. In fact, his appearance has changed a lot since the last time we met. The metal parts of the body have increased, especially a few more gem limbs, although only a small part. After trying to understand what the magician in front of them meant, everyone in West Wind Valley looked shocked, if not panicked. Only Taishuren could barely maintain his composure and asked, Friend, how did you find out? Isn't it obvious? The people of Moon Bay want to plunder materials for their own evolution. If they don't take it from you, of course they will dig it from the ground. I will leave the location of West Wind Valley and come here. I think the intention is obvious. You can hide these things from ordinary people, but you can't hide them from magicians. Our strengths are to have a quick brain, capture tiny clues, and restore the truth of the facts. Indeed, I admit that this is indeed one of our secret minds. But what does that have to do with you wanting to use tinder here? Taishuren asked again after admitting it generously, holding up the exquisite ball in his hand again. Lin said, although I said, this is a way for you to gain more power with your motley body. However, each material still needs to have a certain proportion, and not random combinations can be successful. And I'm not sure if the material on your body is enough to survive the first transformation. In order for the conversion process to go smoothly, it makes sense to do it in a location with a large variety of materials. What do you think? Indeed it is. The Iron Stone Man agreed. Then he asked, well, my friend, how are we to accept the transformation of fire? Come on one by one. Hold the fire, relax your mind, and make your own choices. Lin once again handed over the exquisite ball in his hand. This time, Iron Stone Man carefully took the exquisite ball. The moment he held it in his hand, the fire seemed to be activated, except for the outermost layer that was held. Each layer of spheres inside began to rotate in different directions, with increasing speed. In the end, the rotation of each layer in different directions seems to rub against each other, generating static electricity and emitting arcs toward the outside of the sphere. The first person to bear the brunt is, of course, the Iron Stone Man holding the exquisite ball. All arcs were automatically shot towards the nearest conductor, and almost all were caught by the Iron Stone Man, paralyzing his half-stone, half-metal body. The paralyzed Iron Stone Man couldn't let go of his hand holding the exquisite ball, and collapsed in front of everyone. The exquisite ball, which was already spinning at lightning speed, floated into the air, shooting out so many arcs that it covered the entire body of the Iron Stone Man, disintegrating his half-stone, half-metal body inch by inch. Other elemental creatures saw this and wanted to step forward to rescue, but were blasted away by the layers of arcs. Moreover, the elemental creatures that were bombarded were not unscathed. Just like the Iron Stone Man who was unable to move, the part that was attacked would be disintegrated by the arc. Someone surrounded the two magicians with anxiety and shouted loudly, Outsiders, we regard you as a friend. This is how you repay our trust. With one taking the lead, other elementals have a tendency to turn on someone. Lin's confident expression remained unchanged, and he comforted him by saying, Don't get excited. In your opinion, is the Iron Stone Man really dead? Or was he weakened? This rhetorical question directly dispelled the storm that had not yet formed. The strength of the elf core belonging to the Iron Stone Man is the same as before, and has even returned to the level before the battle with the invaders of Moon Bay. Although the body was disintegrated by the arc fired by the fire, the appearance of the body was really nothing to the elemental creatures. As long as the elf core is not destroyed, they can return to their original state at any time. Similarly, as long as the elf core does not change, no matter how the appearance changes, they will still be the same him. So the elemental creatures who figured it out calmed down and watched the changes in the Iron Stone Man, because they might be the next one. If you want to get the most out of your transformation, you can't give up on perseverance and observing every critical moment that creates drastic change. Compared with the relaxed attitude of other elemental creatures, Lin, who was full of confidence on the surface, was extremely uneasy. The changes in front of him were not in his imagination. In fact, he had no idea what the whole process would be like beforehand. I originally thought it would be exactly like the movie Transformers, with a series of cool CG animations as cut scenes and then be done with it. But if the whole person is completely destroyed, what kind of transformation is this? I feel guilty. The only reason why he didn't have night sweats and run away was that the Iron Stone Man's elf core hadn't been disintegrated yet. At least, he was still alive according to the standards of elemental creatures. When the arc emitted by the fire decomposed the Iron Stone Man until only the elf core remained. It was decomposed, and the various elements and materials scattered around were selectively concentrated somewhere. It's like piecing together something, revealing the shape of the patchwork bit by bit. The patchwork is not large in size, but it can be seen that it is very detailed. Every part and every component is composed quite slowly, but carefully. It's like being afraid of something going wrong. However, Lin could feel that the main reason that would restrict its forming speed was insufficient energy. Every time this pieced together object adds a little bit, it will draw a little bit of energy from the Iron Stone Man's elf core as a consumption. At this rate of consumption, I'm afraid Iron Stone Man's original elf core will be exhausted before his new body is completed. Then it's time to settle the bill. Pay the bill. Game_over. And wait to be hunted down by other elemental creatures in West Wind Valley. Of course, he couldn't be harmed in any way, and would just flee back to the Lost Lands in despair. In the predetermined plan, in order to avoid the worst-case scenario, the first object to be formed was one of the pieces of knowledge that he had vigorously concealed and insisted on remaining undisclosed to this day, the nuclear fusion reactor. Chapter 946 Nuclear Reactor. The biggest difference between the fire designed by Lin and the fire sources of the entire Transformer series lies in the aspect of infinite energy, which is also an eternal proposition for scientists on Earth. In the movie, the fire source can not only turn ordinary machines into Cybertrons, but is also responsible for recharging the Transformers. It can be said that Cybertron will be doomed, which has a lot to do with the fact that they lost the only power bank. But how can the proposition of infinite energy be realized in the magical world? The energy pool of the Magic Tower? Whether it is the conventional Magic Tower energy pool design of the Lost World, or someone's subdimensional tower energy pool built in the dimensional gap, they can only be regarded as semi-permanent energy sources, not unlimited energy in the true sense, because the function of the energy pool is to convert successive external energy forms into the 8 main powers of the MIDI. It cannot generate energy by itself. To use an Earth example, the energy pool is like a generator. The external energy source can be gasoline, diesel, or coal, and the converted power is electricity. The generator itself is not electricity. It burns gasoline and other substances to drive the engine and convert it into electricity. In other words, to return the power to zero. It can be done by destroying the generator or removing gasoline and other objects. Even if it is a semi-permanent energy pool design, there is no way to attach it to the fire. The biggest reason is that compared to the basic needs of the energy pool, the state of the fire can be said to be extremely unstable. Forcibly miniaturizing the design of the energy pool, attaching it to the fire, and exploding it in the process of transforming elemental creatures is an event that has a high probability of happening. Forest's version of fire does not have unlimited energy. Although Earth elemental creatures are magical creatures, the magical energy contained in them is obviously not enough to drive a mechanized body that requires energy support to operate everywhere, not to mention the weapons Lin designed to be used. In addition, the replenishment and growth rate of magic energy is slow. That's why elemental elves need to visit various planes, accept summons, and follow instructions, just to earn some energy, or things that are not available in the elemental plane to supplement their family income. In this way, it is even more impossible to use this limited energy on the bottomless pit of the mechanical body. To transform Earth elemental creatures into mechanical life forms, the energy barrier cannot be bypassed no matter what. Since there is no way to turn the fire into a superpower bank, the modified mechanical life only needs to have a battery that can move for hundreds of years on a single charge. Then it is quite necessary for the transformed Earth element creatures to have a source of self-generated energy. The engine used in the MIDI version of the car is a pretty good reference project. It's a pity that the horsepower is too low, and it needs to be refueled very frequently, or it has to carry a fuel tank that is about the same size as itself. Even if the magic stone of the MIDI is used as fuel, the conversion efficiency is so low that it will produce so much entropy that it will make someone feel heartbroken. In other words, using the engine as an energy source is not feasible compared with the power required to drive the mechanical body. It is necessary to find other better energy sources. At this moment, the nuclear reactor jumped out of someone's forgotten knowledge base. The knowledge of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion is not a problem for someone's memory today. With the help of a Curie, It is easy to build a super mini nuclear reactor. The question is it necessary to bring out this level of knowledge just to advance the plan to conquer a world? Considering the scale of the plan, there seems to be no problem in bringing out this kind of knowledge. In other words, without tools of this level, how could one dare to covet a plain world? I didn't dare to bring out my knowledge about nuclear reactions before because I was afraid that the terrifying math and magic genius next to me would deduce something out of control. For example, the little fat man's 9-shot thrower, or walking around with an artificial sun. But since the anti-power formula was deduced, the possible destructive power caused by nuclear reactions has suddenly become a minor problem. There has been an attack of antimatter annihilation. Why do we still need to worry about nuclear explosions? Compared with the pollution caused by radioactive dust, antimatter may cause a chain reaction that wipes out the entire universe. So there may be more to worry about. Under such circumstances, there seems to be little point in continuing to conceal knowledge of nuclear reactions. Since you need a stable and sufficient source of energy, use it. This is someone's idea. As for whether doing this will be like the complaint in a certain robot animation, a robot with its own reactor is like a walking bomb. This kind of problem is not something that anyone needs to worry about. Anyway, when he was really being beaten, unable to escape, and in danger of explosion, Lin would definitely run away as far as he could. But it is a mini nuclear reactor designed by a non-carbon-based biological creature from an unknown alien plane that combines the science of the Earth and the magical knowledge of the lost world. A certain knife has a guarantee that even if it is thrown into the sun, the reactor will not be destroyed. And most importantly, the core part of the reactor designed by Shikiri is only the size of a fist. A magnetic field generator like a planetary ring on the outside constrains micron-sized nuclear fusion reactions, including other functional designs. The size of the entire reactor is approximately 60 by 120 by 90 millimeters, which is about the same size as a car engine on Earth. But the fusion power is not the same. However, the polymerization and formation of such a nuclear reactor still consume the energy stored in the elf core by the Ironstone Man to the last trace. Someone originally said that the Ironstone Man's life characteristics are quite obvious, and he uses this to calm the hearts of other elemental creatures. But this has become less certain. Not all elemental creatures have an organ like eyes. And even though some appear to have eyes, they are actually just two holes. However, behind Lin's back, he still felt the piercing sight and the murderous intention that was almost substantive. The next moment when the Ironstone Man's elf core completely disappeared, before the other elemental creatures in the West Wind Valley launched an attack, the nuclear reactor that had been silent was ignited. In fact, in a closed reactor, no one can see the core of the reactor. But the moment the fire was ignited, everyone clearly recognized the moment the world changed. A nameless feeling pointed directly at the souls of all the elves and the human souls standing in this world, shocking them severely. The elemental creatures that were about to launch an attack fell silent again, focusing all their attention on the Ironstone Man, who had dissociated into basic particles. The metal creation that no one recognized was like the most beautiful work of art, attracting the attention of all elemental creatures. It was as if their elven cores were boiling. The arc of the fire struck the SHL of the reactor, inspiring more electric light to shoot in all directions. These electric lights seemed to be selecting and grabbing the required materials, constantly absorbing the light particles floating around, and concentrated them towards the location of the reactor. Mechanical components gradually take shape. Such a wonderful scene also indicates the beginning of a new life for the Ironstone Man. Chapter 947 Transformation. Among the people and elemental creatures present, probably no one except Lin knew what the Ironstone Man would eventually transform into. But even Lin didn't know what direction Ironstone Man would choose among the many options of fire. Humanoid elemental creatures will still choose a humanoid appearance. A monkey who is used to being on all fours will not become a monkey that is good at climbing and swinging between branches after being transformed by fire, unless he has the heart of a sled monkey from the beginning. In other words, the transformation of fire will not violate the nature that elemental creatures have developed, but will follow this habit and provide an optimized plan. Although the modified mechanized body is not immutable, you must believe in what kind of change is good and what kind of evolutionary direction is correct. Only then can it be possible to change the semi-solidified mechanical body. Otherwise, if the mechanized body is damaged, as long as there is sufficient energy, it will repair itself and return to its original appearance. This means that what restricts the progress of Earth elemental creatures is no longer the rare mineral materials or the slowly accumulated magical energy, but the scientific knowledge about their bodies. However, until this group of elemental creatures master that knowledge, and know how to use it, and how to evolve themselves for the second time. They can only unconditionally believe in the choice given by fire. After all, even if they want to question, these elemental creatures on the magic side don't know what to question at this stage. But even so, the fire that has not yet grown up still handed over a beautiful report card. The Ironstone Man's transformation refreshes the onlooker's understanding all the time, and also surprises them all the time. Made up of every inch of the mechanical body, various parts that have never been seen before are taking shape in front of everyone. The body, arms, legs, every part of the body is clear to everyone watching its ultimate use. But no one can tell why the shape and structure are so weird and huge. The more important point is that the materials needed for transformation, as a certain magician said, are not the pure color of a single substance, but the variegated colors of all things. This especially shocked the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley and challenged their traditional understanding. In the past, the reason for maintaining a variegated body was to maintain a certain body shape. Otherwise, all elemental creatures are pursuing a single purity. However, the Ironstone Man's new body not only requires metal materials, but also many types of non-metallic materials for chips and various composite materials. And the amounts used are also considerable. In particular, the paint used for surface coating not only provides protection and various special functions, but also brings bright colors to the rebirth of Ironstone people. And all this transformation process proceeds very quickly after the nuclear reactor is ignited. It's so fast that it's dizzying. And the ping ping pong 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 pattern forms the Ironstone Man's new body. The process went smoothly, thanks to Lin's suggestion to stay near the mine for modifications. Extending from the reactor, it grabbed the electric light that built the body's material everywhere. It not only penetrated into the ground and collapsed tunnels, but even once reached towards the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley. Perhaps it was the Ironstone Man's self-restraint, or the transformation brought about by the fire. But he still maintained the basic taboo of not devouring materials under the control of other elven cores. After all, the devil's claws that plundered the constituent materials did not fall on the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley, so they had no choice but to extract them from the depths of the ground. When the fire floating in the air stopped shooting arcs, it slowly fell back to the Ironstone Man's raised palm. After his transformation was completed, he was about 7 to 8 meters in length. One arm was longer than Lin's height, and his arm circumference was thicker than Lin's entire body. He held up his huge body in an unfamiliar manner, lowered his head, and sat looking at the familiar people around him. "How come you have become smaller?" said the Ironstone Man. "You have grown up, my friend." The elemental creatures in West Wind Valley raised their heads and looked at their companions, who were taller than them even though they were sitting on the ground. The tone was incomprehensible, with mixed feelings. Putting the fire, which was smaller than the fingertips in his palm, back into Lin's hand, the Iron Man stumbled to his feet. Perhaps because he was not used to his new body, the joints driven by electric energy had greater output than the limbs of primitive elemental creatures. So when he tried to hold up his body, he actually jumped and landed heavily. It shocked the people standing around to death. The Ironstone Man himself looked at the new body in surprise, up and down, and turned his head vigorously to look behind him. This is because it is too troublesome to make a 7-8 meter large water mirror in the Earth elemental plane. Otherwise, Lin really wants to make a huge water mirror, just like the dressing mirror in the Earth's clothing store, so that the Ironstone Man can wear it properly. Look at the changes in yourself. This is because the size difference is too big. The Ironstone Man may be able to kill a slightly smaller elemental creature with a wrong foot, so other people in the West Wind Valley do not dare to get too close. Otherwise, they would probably want to go up and touch it, and see the changes in their companions up close. I also saw the fascinated person, and the Lich standing next to me. Then's eyes were bright as if he were seeing a big toy. This was because she remembered to take care of her own image. Otherwise her temper would leak out. It has to be said that the Ironstone Man's body shape is not unusual in Lost Land. There is a race of giants in the mysterious land. Their heights range from 7 to 11 meters according to the size of the earth. There are quite a few who are taller than the Ironstone Man. However, the intelligence of the giants is usually not high, and their clothing is not as refined as humans. Most of them can be classified as uncivilized groups. The mechanized body of the Ironstone Man gives people a different feeling than those giants, who are no different from barbarians, who go out hunting with big bones on their shoulders. Not to mention that the bright colors are quite coordinated. The angular body, the shiny metal surface, the thick and powerful limbs, and the sense of oppression brought by the tall body are not like a wandering demon doll or the undead creation system can be compared. It's not like Finn has never made such huge stitched corpses. And there are quite a few dragon corpses that have been resurrected. But in my impression, the giant soldiers who once brought fear to the enemy were not at the same level as the transformed Ironstone man in front of me. This reminded Finn of a very mismatched word he got from someone: the aesthetics of violence, compared with the ugliness of undead creatures and the fear caused by ugliness. The transformation of the Ironstone man gives people a sense of stability and power. More importantly, he also has a sense of beauty that is quite pleasing to the eye and makes people unconsciously fascinated. This is not a charming magic effect. It is just the purest and natural beauty. And this is definitely not a fancy showpiece. Finn knew how much effort she, Lin, and Hakiri had put into making that fire, how much of the fire was considered to be the essence in her cognition, and contained threatening knowledge. If the specifications and data she saw could be fully utilized by the Ironstone man, then the thing in front of her would be the most powerful war weapon Finn had ever seen. The beginning of a weapon that can subvert the world. Chapter 948 Armed. The first transformation of Tinder was completed. But things were not completely over yet. Lin had to check the results of the transformation to make sure there were no unexpected errors. Just as he was about to speak, Lin hesitated for a while and asked, "Friend, what should we call you now?" It's not appropriate to call him an Ironstone man. The 7-meter-tall iron giant lowered his head and looked directly at the outside magician. The flashing red light in his eyes showed that he was getting used to this new body and exploring various new functions. He did not evade Lin's question and said, "Indeed, the title Ironstone man no longer suits me. From now on, just call me by my name, Orion." After hearing this, not only were the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley surprised, but even Lin was a little surprised. According to what he learned during this period of time in the Earth elemental plane and contact with elemental creatures, most of the elemental creatures do not have real names. The names they are given are just a proxy for their individual characteristics. There are many unexpected names like Fluffy Rabbit, first person, second person, third person living in the valley. If they explicitly state that they have a name, then they are at a completely different level from ordinary elemental creatures. Those with true names will be remembered in the long stream of the Earth Mother Spirit, unless they intend to commit suicide. No matter how many times their body dies, they can still wake up from their slumber. And with names, they will also have more distinctive personalities. I just don't know if this is really related to the real name, or if it is just a difference in self-perception of elemental creatures. Just like human beings, having confidence and not having confidence are very different. In any case, after being transformed by the fire, the Ironstone man has the name Orion, which is a big deal for the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley. They never thought that a companion with a real name would appear beside them in the West Wind Valley. An elemental creature hurriedly asked, "Olean, did you get the name Olean from your mother? Did she really acknowledge you?" "No, my friend. I feel this is not a gift given to me by my mother." The tall Iron Man shook his head and said, "But you have a name." "Yes, I have a name. And I know that I need more companions to maintain this gift." Orion clearly expressed his feelings that originated from the core of the elf. If all this was brought about by fire, all the elemental creatures turned their heads and looked at the magician holding the fire with fiery eyes. Stretching out his other hand, he first stopped other elemental creatures who wanted to speak. Lin said, "Wait a minute. Before you do anything, I have some questions to ask Orion first." "Is that okay?" "Ask, my dear friend. I'll answer any questions you have." "Do anything," Orion said happily. For an elemental creature with a real name, this Iron Man's promise is quite heavy. However, Lin didn't want to push the envelope too far. He was just curious about the first elemental creature transformed by fire, and wanted to confirm that there were no mistakes in all the transformations. At least you have to confirm that the transformation of the fire will not bring any uncontrollable adverse effects. Orion didn't know that he was lucky enough to be the first white mouse, and Lin wouldn't be stupid enough to expose it, on the grounds that he wanted to test this new body, and at the same time let him get used to it as quickly as possible. The tall Iron Man cooperated without reservation. "Well, the first question is, do you have something more in your mind?" After Lin finished speaking, he pointed to his head. "What we want to ask here is of course not lesions such as brain tumors and hematomas, but the knowledge about the new body." Orion certainly didn't get it wrong. He himself is also very curious about the extra things in his cognition. It's just that the transformation has just been completed, and there is no time to calm down and study this new knowledge. When asked by the magician, he replied, yes. There are indeed many new things. Is there anything about the weapons you have on you? Lin asked slightly anxiously. The only weapons Lin could identify with a mechanized Orion were the two long barrels on his back. One of them is like a tuning fork. Two inward blade-like iron pieces will generate mutually disturbing magnetic fields, and then generate a plasma flow and push it out. This is a plasma cannon, a pure energy weapon. The other gun barrel is square, with a beveled muzzle. What was fired was a physical cannonball, a standard quality weapon. But it is not pushed with gunpowder, but with a strong magnetic field. The official name is the electromagnetic railgun, introducing mechanical knowledge to the Earth elemental plane. Lin never thought of developing gunpowder-based thermal weapons from the beginning, but directly considered railguns and plasma cannons. The reason is simple. Gunpowder weapons require an additional technology tree, and the muzzle velocity of the bullet is only between 600 and 1,000 meters per second, with a maximum of no more than 2,000 meters per second. But the railgun can easily reach a muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters per second, and it can even increase. Moreover, the range that railguns can push is not inferior to gunpowder weapons at all, and the accuracy between the two is of a different order of magnitude. The bullets or LS of gunpowder weapons will fly in a unique trajectory after leaving the muzzle, rather than in a straight line. This is why when snipers observe shooting parameters, in addition to wind speed, they also need to estimate the distance of the target, because at different distances, the bullet will be at different positions on the extension line of the barrel axis. Taking a rifle as an example, after the bullet leaves the muzzle, it will first float upward slightly, then drill down for a long distance, and then return upward to the extension line of the axis of the barrel. Therefore, when shooting at a target 15 meters away, the rifle's crosshair needs to move a little higher toward the target to hit the bullseye. It's just that most of the corrections, for the gunsmith, will be done on the sight from the beginning, or give a ruler with different parameters, so that the shooter does not have to make corrections himself. Another example is the bombardment of battleships. Basically, no matter how experienced the gunner is, after adjusting the correct parameters, he still needs a little luck and a lot of LS to hit the target. There are too many actual situations such as straddle fire and ricochet that cannot be determined before the bombardment, and precise strikes in the true sense cannot be achieved. But railguns don't have these problems with gunpowder weapons. It's the most basic thing to shoot where you point them, even for long-distance Ling, no matter how many external influencing factors there are, as long as there are no major problems with the shooting procedures and parameters. The offset distance calculated in centimeters can still be considered unqualified. Although the long-range weapon designs that Lin left behind in fire were mainly two types, plasma cannons and railguns, the detailed designs are still slightly different. Usage methods and precautions will also vary. All of these require users and Orion to take the initiative to explore and become familiar with them. Chapter 949 Boxing. In addition to the two major categories of firearms, there are a wide variety of melee weapons. Don't think that high-tech war weapons don't require melee weapons. Earth's modern fighter jets, no matter how many missiles they carry, will still be equipped with cannons for close dogfighting. No matter how advanced the army's equipment is, soldiers will still wear a bayonet. Even in the Transformers movies, Optimus Prime would kill Decepticon with a big blade. Well, although the latter may be just being cool, as long as he is a qualified soldier, he will not give up melee weapons as a last resort. Even if you can't kill the enemy, you can still use it to commit suicide and reduce the pain. But there are quite a lot of weapon designs recorded in Tinder. When it comes to Orion, he probably won't turn himself into a weapons display arsenal. Instead, selectively equip some weapons. Which ones specifically? Lin just wanted to take this opportunity to explore the bottom of the tall Iron Man in front of him. If they go astray or have difficulty making a choice, I can also help them. After all, these are his team members, who will conquer other elemental planes in the future. If you don't want to cheat yourself in the future, stop cheating others now. Putting aside the two clearly visible weapons on Iron Man's back, Lin asked Olean, "My friend, what is your choice of close-range weapon? Could it be that he just waved his fists and kicked people with his legs?" "My friend, it's really just your fists. But I think it might be a little different from what you imagined." While speaking, Orion raised his right arm, showing off his huge and terrifying fist, and walked to a mountain wall, retracting his arms, twisting around. And before Orion was about to swing his fist, several pump-like devices protruded from his steel elbows. These special devices are surrounded by a few strands of electric light and are oscillating slightly at extremely high frequencies. The rotation of his waist driven by the motor allowed Orion to punch at an alarming speed. But what's even more terrifying is that just before the fist is about to hit the mountain wall, several pumps are retracted into the elbow, and at the same time, the forearm is smashed out at lightning speed. With one accurate move, a large crater was created in the mountain wall, with spider web-like cracks all around. The entire mountain wall is crumbling, with rocks peeling off. The scope is staggering. This is not something that can be achieved by simply punching with a mechanical body, nor is it something that can be done by twisting the waist or waving the arms. Instead, Orion's right forearm protruded forward for a long distance at an astonishing speed and smashed hard at the target. Even if Orion didn't make a human-like punching motion, if he just raised his fist and received that explosive blow, his opponent would be seriously injured no matter what. And the attack with the right fist was not the end. Orion threw out a left fist with the same device. But this time it was not a one-time explosive attack, but a high-speed continuous impact like a pile driver, smashing countless holes into the extremely fragile mountain wall. I don't know if there is a limit on the number of times, or because Orion thought it was satisfying, so he stopped. When he finished his 2 punches, a mountain wall that had been affected in the battle between West Wind Valley and Moon Bay and was still strong was now smashed into a large piece, and some ores with a special luster fell all over the ground. Not to mention the question of whether the enemy will stand still and be beaten. The destructive power alone is so strong that it makes people's jaws drop. At least someone wouldn't want to stand in front of Orion and test their strength against a blow. Lin did not hear anyone say what the evaluation of the power of these 2 punches was in the eyes of other elemental creatures. But judging from the way the elemental creatures were so excited and scratching their heads, it seems like it should be excellent, considering Orion's size. Not to mention the explosive attack method of his right fist. Even the pile driver attack of his left fist is not something ordinary elemental creatures can withstand. After throwing these 2 punches, Orion stood proudly on his waist and exchanged his thoughts with his companions, who had not yet been transformed. Of course, the most important thing is to listen to other people's praise. No matter how humble a person is, if he is praised by others, even if he does not get carried away, he will basically feel happy and in a good mood. This is human nature, and the same goes for elemental creatures. Seeing that Orion has no other actions, the melee weapons should be these 2 special boxing modes. But I haven't seen those 2 cannons before. Before creating fire, railguns and plasma cannons were just weapons in someone's imagination, without even a design drawing. Not to mention making it for fun to verify its striking capabilities and destructive power. Now that someone has built the big toy on the shooting drawings, Lin said he is not excited. This is definitely a lie. It can also be said that he himself wanted to see the actual combat strength of these 2 weapons before considering whether to upgrade the self-defense weapons of his few apprentices. The magic guns created before were still magic in nature. Even if the magic stone with the last remaining power is fired as a live ammunition, it is still a magic attack, just more powerful. Although magic attacks are divided into 2 forms, attribute attacks and energy attacks, no matter which type they are, it is really not that troublesome to defend. After all, magic is a prominent science in Lost Land, and has been developed for thousands of years. The types that can attack and those that can defend have actually been studied pretty much. To take an extreme example, consider the bark of the World Tree, which no amount of energy bullets can penetrate. Because what World Tree has to guard against is the energy tide from the dimensional gap, which is much stronger than the magic gun energy bullet that Lin is building now. Except for weapons with an anti-power level like I Have No Life. All of Lin's magic gun attacks are not even a drop of rain to the World Tree. But when the heavy sniper, I Have No Life, is used, it is basically to the point of turning the other side, without leaving any room. In other words, between 0 and 1, there is no intermediate attack method. Only then did I want to see if the power of a quality weapon, like the railgun, could make up for this gap. Friend, why don't you try the 2 cannons on your back? Lin inspired Orion. Only then did the other elemental creatures realize that the tall Iron Man in front of them had not yet revealed all the details. The elemental creatures in West Wind Valley are all companions, who know each other very well. On the one hand, it is also because in a settlement of this level in West Wind Valley, there is no need for intrigue. Therefore, Orion doesn't have much resistance to revealing all his trump cards. Besides, he himself also needs to be familiar with the power and various information of his new weapons, so that they can be used in actual combat. The 2 cannons on the back have a limited range of movement, The most important thing is to rely on Orion to adjust his body posture to determine the angle and direction of the bombardment. So this tall Iron Man half knelt on the ground, leaned forward, and pointed the barrel of the gun forward. It's still the poor, crumbling mountain wall. Chapter 950 Test Firing. The angle of the square gun barrel is adjusted, and the position of the magazine at the rear end is slightly concentrated. In Lin's observation, this is temporarily collecting material particles to form cannonballs. Don't you know how fast the magazine forms a cannonball? How many SHLs can be stored? Is it possible to shoot continuously? While Lin was still thinking about the weapon, Orion fired silently. The biggest advantage of railguns over gunpowder weapons is that they have no recoil. The mass projectile pushed by the magnetic field is silent and leaves the barrel at a terrifying muzzle velocity. In this airless environment, there was no obstacle, and he penetrated the mountain wall in front of him. And this was not just a penetration. It was like a heavy hammer that smashed through most of the mountain wall. The mountain wall of the small hill in front of me suddenly looked like a piece of cake that had been bitten into a large piece, with a large piece missing, forming a crescent shape. This kind of destructive power is no longer amazing. It is scary. But as long as the muzzle of the gun is pointed at someone else, no one will dislike the power of the railgun. However, the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley were not yet excited enough to pester Orion with questions, because there is another weapon with a completely different appearance on the back of this tall Iron Man that has not yet been tried. Everyone is looking forward to the performance of this second gun, but this person does not include Lin. If the target of the experiment is still the gap mountain wall in front of him, if the target of the plasma cannon is not organic matter or electronic creation, the plasma flow cannot cause any damage to simple, non-conductive inorganic matter. In other words, after giving the design of the plasma cannon, Lin's target group is the group of carbon-based organisms that may rely on this group of robots to counterattack the lost land in the future, instead of letting Earth elemental creatures fight for internal use. Of course, if all elemental creatures in the Earth elemental plane are mechanized, plasma cannons may become a major weapon in the Civil War. But today, it probably won't play much of a role. So Lin didn't look excitedly like the others as Orion prepared to fire the second cannon. The railgun returned to its original position, and the tuning fork-like plasma cannon adjusted its angle, once again facing the broken and pitiful mountain wall. The two iron-like plasma cannon bodies generate a strong magnetic field, and the mutually disturbing plasma flows are constantly excited, collected, and confined in the magnetic field. The charging time is longer than expected, but compared to the magic that requires chanting a spell to prepare, the preparation of the plasma cannon should be considered short. After the energy storage is completed, the speed of the ball lightning that is pushed out is completely incomparable to that of a railgun, comparable to the difference between a rabbit and a tortoise. Moreover, the slow ball lightning does not move forward in a straight line, but swings erratically from side to side, bumping into the target gently. The moment the ball lightning touched the remnants of the mountain wall, the ball immediately collapsed and turned into a primitive plasma flow, centered on the contact point, rushing around the surface of the mountain wall. Other than that, no traces of damage were left. Just as someone expected, it was such an attack that made the elemental creatures gasp and look at the Iron Man who fired the plasma cannon in horror. Orion's own performance wasn't much better. He stared blankly at the area in front of him that was being attacked, and reached out to touch the barrel of the plasma cannon in disbelief. The performance of this group of elemental creatures certainly caught Lin's attention. But why did they have such an attitude? Did they see something they didn't notice? Thinking of a possibility, Lin immediately switched to the unique vision of elemental creatures. The world in which everything is presented with aura is no different from what he has seen in the past, and everything is full of life. Only the mountain wall in front of him, which was used as a target, was dim. I didn't expect that Lin took a moment to react. In this animistic elemental plane, even a grain of sand or a stone will have elves in it. The only difference lies in whether this conscious body can communicate with others normally. But the mountain wall in front of me didn't have any aura at all. This means that this mountain wall is pure, and any elemental creature can seize the ore materials on it and use it for its own purification. Of course, another idea could be that this mountain wall actually had an owner, but they were scattered by the plasma cannon attack, or, in other words, killed. The railgun's mass rounds can be used to destroy the body, while the plasma cannon can target the core of the elf. This also means that as long as Orion is willing, he can completely destroy an elemental creature in 2 moves, allowing the opponent to return directly to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit and wait for the day of resuscitation. This result was something Lin Yuan had not expected. He also thought that even elemental creatures with metal bodies were members of the magic side. Simple ball lightning cannot destroy a metal body driven by magic like it can destroy electronic equipment. But it turns out that Lin thought too little. Pure ball lightning also showed great strength, and even made elemental creatures afraid. After the test firing of the two cannons, Lin did not ask Olian to continue shooting and collect various parameters. That kind of thing can be directly verified in actual combat. All I need to do is ensure the original design of the two guns and not let them hit dumb bombs. The next step, of course, is to hold the fire in hand and look at a group of elemental creatures with eager expressions. Lin asked, "Who's going to be next?" Then someone regrets it. What I regret is not transforming these elemental creatures. What Lin regretted was that he pretended too much and failed to think through a good plan. Because of his hasty speech, he was swallowed up by the elemental creatures that crowded up. In the end, Orion came forward to maintain order forcefully, and specified the order of transformation of the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley. Perhaps because the transformation process does not require fire to bear the energy consumption. The process is very fast. In addition, not all elemental creatures can be transformed into Orion's size. A height between 3 and 5 meters is the body shape that most people have. Orion's height of nearly 8 meters is the only one in the settlement of West Wind Valley. What's more special is that there are a few that have transformed into smaller bodies than dwarves, halflings, and gnomes. In addition to the little ones running around like hyperactive children, there are also those who are unwilling to stay contentedly on the ground. They found flying methods from the fire database, some based on science, some based on magic, and use various means to fly into the sky. The entire transformation process also allowed Lin to understand some of the laws naturally formed by fire. First of all, the size of the nuclear fusion reactor depends on the strength of the elf core of the original elemental creature. The larger the reactor, the greater the energy output, thereby driving the taller body. Therefore, body size equals strength. And this equation is true. Of course, when it comes to actual victory or defeat, there are many factors that influence it. And it does not mean that a strong individual has a guaranteed chance of winning. In addition, Tinder is based on magic technology, so it is inevitable to record some not-so-scientific things. There is also the accumulation of elemental creatures themselves, and the transformed mechanical bodies are not completely scientific creations. In this way, with various weird abilities, it becomes more difficult to easily judge the strength and weakness. But the only thing that is certain is that the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley have truly transformed. Chapter 951 Say H. Lo. If you don't return to your hometown with your brocade clothes, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night. Not to mention that it is human nature to show off one's stink, and elemental creatures are no exception. But for everyone in West Wind Valley, the only friends they are familiar with and friendly with are each other, and they have no one to show off to. In front of Lin, a foreign friend, I wanted to show off my muscles, well, the robotic arm, hoping to get more compliments and envious looks. That look was actually similar to that of a boy who got a new toy, and it didn't offend Lin. Of course, I flattered them without leaving a trace and explored their background. Every elemental creature transformed by fire is unique, unless they show it or say it themselves. Others can only guess what kind of abilities they have. It's just that this group of unscrupulous guys, rather than hiding a few trump cards, are more eager to explain all their abilities and then compete with each other. Perhaps the original form also uses a non-human form, such as a deer, a lion, or some unknown animal. In short, the kind that is on all fours. But after the transformation, they all chose the normal human form. I didn't even see the weird 3-headed, 6-armed thing. And of course, there weren't any cars or airplanes that someone might have smuggled in, because they have no concept of those images. And of course they won't choose them. Those little guys who can fly are probably the third prince of Neza. They have the image of riding Hot Wheels, and can maneuver freely in the air in all directions. However, as they watched this group of young boys from the new science and technology show off to each other, someone showed a sinister smile. He said to these iron men who were taller than him, "My friend, Orion, I can understand your mood of wanting to tell the world how powerful you are. I'm thinking, why don't you go find your neighbors? Let them feel it, and promote the benefits of mechanical bodies." Neighbor? Who? Olian tilted his head and asked himself in confusion. For example, the group of friends in Moon Bay. Lin emphasized the word friend with extra emphasis, and his business smile remained unchanged. At the beginning, everyone in West Wind Valley had different attitudes. Some did not understand. Some showed disgust. And some directly showed anger and dissatisfaction. But gradually, they understood the intention behind the suggestion of a certain human magician. A pair of ruthless eyes glanced at the companions beside him. All of them looked eager to try. But no one spoke first. In the end, it was the leader of West Wind Valley, Orion, who made the final decision and said, "We have gained new power, and we really want to say hello to our old neighbors and repay our long-term care. Which of you is going?" Everyone in West Wind Valley, big or small, raised their hands in unison. Although there was no laughter or unnecessary words, everyone was gearing up and looking forward to the next meeting. The so-called revenge when there is a grudge, and practicing fists when there is no grudge. This is the attitude. Everyone did not go back to their settlement because that was where they lived in their original size. The little guys who had shrunk in height had nothing to say, but most of them had grown by more than one head, not to mention living in the original house. It might be difficult to even get in, so they left directly from the mine and went straight to the settlement of Moon Bay, because they are all neighbors. Everyone in West Wind Valley certainly knows the location of the Moon Bay settlement quite well. Lin and Finn sat on Orion's shoulders, and everyone showed off their talents and headed towards Moon Bay. Most people still use the soul-plate skate mode designed by Lin. Even if the terrain is rugged, they can just take a few steps in the double-foot mode. A few people who got excited even ran up the mountain wall and did some extreme moves. Some people succeed, some people fail. But of course, they were not afraid of falling because they were covered in iron. One hit only made everyone laugh a few times. However, there are a few whose original forms were animals. Although they turned into human forms after being transformed by fire, they actually landed on their hands and feet and ran on all fours when moving quickly, putting aside whether that image was against the law or not. Lin was very sure that they definitely regretted it now. Even the little guys, who have shrunk in size, can move faster than they can run on all fours. The speed of everyone in West Wind Valley was slowed down by them, and the overall speed slowed down. But at this time, Lin also noticed that Orion became the leader of Zephyr Valley not just because he was the best at fighting. He was also the most caring. Facing his companions who were slowing down, he had no intention of blaming them. He just coordinated the speed of everyone to be consistent with his companions who were running forward, so as not to leave anyone behind. No matter which way everyone in West Wind Valley moved, it took them less than half a day to reach a position where they could overlook Moon Bay. Before attacking, before entering to say hello, they still know how to pause and make a simple plan. Instead of being like a gangster, the boss leads a group of younger brothers and charges head-on, slashing everyone they meet. Basically, Lin was an outsider, and he had no interest in the matter of visiting the house to say hello. So he did not join Olian's tactical discussion immediately. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why were these ironclad people still thinking about tactics such as dividing several groups of people, where one group of people would attack from, and where another group of people would intercept? Although it sounds very reasonable and very technical, at least it is much better than a head-on strategy. But they have not used their greatest advantage at all. Do you want to watch the show? Or just get involved? If you just watch indifferently, you should at least let them learn a lesson so that you can have an excuse to do what you do next. However, the people of West Wind Valley, who want to be transformed by fire, will not suffer any hardship in melee combat against those elemental creatures in their old form. If advanced technology defeats those with backward technology, and the advanced side cannot win a crushing game, then we can only consider whether the technology is not advanced enough, or the advanced side is simply a bunch of pigs. At that time, you will have to seriously consider whether to change a group of people to support you. Wait a moment. Lin finally chose to interrupt. It would be easier to eliminate some bad habits at their inception than to work hard to correct them in the future. So Lin said, "My dear friend, Orion, the attack you planned did not take full advantage of your strengths. Isn't this a waste of this transformed body? Our advantage?" Orion repeated in confusion. He looked around and saw not only his companions, but also himself. Why did he feel that whatever he saw could be regarded as an advantage against Moon Bay? If they were truly top gemstone people, he wouldn't dare to say that. After all, those top elemental lords were already close to gods, and everything they did was filled with magic. Orion doesn't have much confidence in dealing with such an enemy. But the three strongest elemental creatures in Moon Bay are just small parts of variegated gem bodies. The magic effect is also there when attacking, but it is not to the extent that it can cause the earth to collapse. Nothing to worry about at all. Seeing that these people had little intelligence, Lin had no choice but to knock back while sitting on Orion's shoulder. One of the two large iron pieces of the plasma cannon was held by Lin's index finger. Chapter 952 Moon Bay. Everyone in West Wind Valley looked at the two cannon barrels on Orion's back, and then at the main cannon on their own backs or shoulders. They were all thoughtful and silent. The power of plasma cannons and railguns means that even if they don't equip both, they will at least choose one, with the railgun being the first choice. Because although the latter has ammunition limitations, it consumes less energy than the former, and the small-sized railgun can still produce considerable power. However, after the plasma cannon is shrunk, as long as the energy storage falls below a certain limit, it becomes worse than a water gun. The plasma cannon is not simply an energy imitation mass bomb, but an attack method that truly relies on a large ball of energy to stun and kill the enemy. However, a certain human magician vaguely mentioned the use of the main cannon, and everyone was not really stupid enough to not understand the intention behind it. But someone asked anxiously, "Friend, is this okay?" In one sentence, Lin understood the concerns of everyone in West Wind Valley. Or it could be said that this was the mentality of many warriors in the old era. If you want to fight, just fight head-on. Throwing cold arrows or plotting against someone is too cheap. This kind of concept can actually be said to be a concept deliberately guided by the rulers in order to facilitate their rule. The most obvious example is that in the Middle Ages, European civilians and knights could use guns, swords and bows, but crossbows were only allowed to be used and possessed by the military. In the Song dynasty in my hometown, people could walk around with swords and clubs, but it was illegal to carry a bow. At that time, the social atmosphere that was advocated was mostly heroes in close combat and bears in distant combat, which made people keen on hand-to-hand combat. But why is it that the official organization is the one that retains the most long-range weapons? Isn't this intriguing? Lindy explained. Friends, think about it. Because you have hands and can use tools, is it a shameful act to hunt beasts that cannot use tools with weapons? Everyone in West Wind Valley, including Orion, shook their heads in response to someone's question. Lin continued. Then you clearly carry guns that can be used for long-range attacks, but you are ashamed to use them. You would rather run in front of your opponent and greet them with your fists. What does this mean? Do you think that with the rate of fire and preparation time of a plasma cannon or a rail gun, it is a weapon that can be used safely in fierce close combat? Or is it just a beautiful decoration? He was mocked mercilessly, making everyone in West Wind Valley look at each other. However, the concept that has been maintained for a lifetime is not so easy to change. Orion thought about someone's proposal and said hesitantly, Friend, I am not against your opinion. Just a sneak attack, well, it's not good after all. Orion probably understood the meaning of the railgun's range best. This means they can attack targets from beyond visual range. But launching an attack outside visual range is a sneak attack anyway. Watching the tall Iron Man use his words carefully to avoid hurting others. In response to such thoughtfulness, Lin Zygo glanced at Orion and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Lin said, I don't know whether the people from Moon Bay will notify you first when they come to cause trouble for you, or whether they will shout, ooh la la la, and charge directly towards you. If it's the latter, then it's not a sneak attack. It's just an extra window of time from when the opponent appears to when he kills you. If you really don't want to bear the name of injustice, that's easy. Find someone brave enough to go directly to Moon Bay to issue a declaration of war. Tell them, we're going to beat you up, so be ready. In this way, it wouldn't be considered a sneak attack. It sounds like a myth, but it feels somewhat correct. Everyone in West Wind Valley pondered, seeing that these stone heads couldn't turn around for a while. Lin had no choice but to say, we have declared that we are going to fight. Is it possible that we still need to tell them how we are going to fight? Please prepare a targeted defense? This is going too far. Well, that's not necessary. Scratching his head angrily, Orion asked tentatively, Then we advance to the settlement in Moon Bay, send people to declare war, and then carry out artillery bombardment. Lin laughed again at the tall Iron Man's opinion that he was too cautious. Pointing to the ground, he asked, from this position, Do you have a way to directly bombard Moon Bay? The place everyone in West Wind Valley chose to stay was on the hilly highlands. At the end of the field of vision is a bay terrain, but there is no real sea water in the Earth element plane. What is churning there is a kind of low-temperature magma unique to the Earth element plane. The cause is that too high a concentration of magic energy destroys structures made of ordinary inorganic materials that do not have the ability to store magic energy. making them unable to maintain a solid appearance. And this kind of destruction can actually be regarded as a kind of purification and smelting. Because during the rubbing and baptism of magical energy, the liquefied inorganic matter will gradually change its characteristics, merge into magical energy, and even change the arrangement of the crystals. In other words, what was in front of Lin was the process of tempering and extracting ordinary materials into magical materials. It's just that this process is not man-made, but a natural phenomenon in the earth elemental plane. At the edge of the smelting sea, the coast seems to be struggling to support the erosion of the smelting sea, and has been eroded out of the crescent-shaped bay. At the intersection of the sea and the shore, you can see shining crystals being washed away from a distance. This may be the reason why the Moon Bay settlement settled in this location. Those crystals washed up on the shore are undoubtedly materials suitable for becoming the bodies of elemental creatures. The location of the Moon Bay settlement is about 5.6 kilometers away from where Orion and others stopped. According to visual inspection, there is no obstruction in the middle, and you can see it clearly from top to bottom. Of course, at this distance, the settlement is about the size of a grain of rice. If you have poor eyesight, you may even miss it. At such a distance, Orion's steely face could actually make an expression similar to that of a human. He narrowed his eyes and stared for a while, then gave up and said, "My friend, although the railgun can hit the Moon Bay, we can't target anyone at all. If you just want a warning shot, maybe we can advance closer." TSK, 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 TSK. He smacked his tongue and waggled his fingers. Lin said with regret, "You still missed the point. This is not how artillery battles are fought." "And do you think that the gift of fire is only the steel body?" "No. I said it. The greatest gift is here." Lin pointed at his head and emphasized again. "It is knowledge, and the ability to be dominated by knowledge. All of this should exist in the inheritance of fire. It just seems that you are not used to the new inherited knowledge." Seeing all the steel giants in West Wind Valley, they all looked confused. Lin shook his head and said helplessly, "Let's do this. In this battle, you first hand over the command to me. I took you through it once using my method. After this battle, the command was returned. I will no longer interfere in your battles unless you make a request or inquiry to me. How about this? Are you willing to trust me again?" The reason for emphasizing trust again was simply to remind Orion and others that they had already trusted a certain human magician once, when the fire transformed their elemental bodies. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but now that it has begun, everything after that becomes a matter of course. It's like trusting one more time in front of you doesn't seem to be that difficult. Chapter 953 Tactical Command System. Lin Z thinks that among the knowledge that fire is preparing to bring to the earth elemental creatures, what is the most important thing? A body of steel? Advanced weapons? In fact, it is neither. For Lin, what is really important is a small program instant messaging system that he has kept secret. Of course, what is prepared for these quasi-war weapon robots is not the kind of chat window used for chatting and talking about business. Instead, it is a tactical command system that integrates instant messaging functions to achieve multiple goals such as instant intelligence sharing and order issuance. Regarding the Transformers movie, one of the most annoying things for a certain time-traveling audience is that the performance of these silicon-based civilizations from Cybertron often lags behind to the point where a certain native of the Earth would be stunned. For example, commanding basically relies on roaring, and fighting basically relies on smashing. It is like the Magnesium Emperor driving an F-35. But he has to engage in dogfights. Since it is a mechanical civilization, it must be at the level of Skynet in the Terminator. Control all mechanical bodies with one will, and flexibly implement various tactics to achieve strategic goals. Although in the worldview of the Terminator movie, the most strange thing for someone is how the human resistance army counterattacks Skynet, an existence similar to the Zerg in Star_Craft, after losing most of its scientific research base and production base. If you look at the worldview of the Gundam series, you also know that a large number of Minovsky particles are scattered in the environment, which can block and interfere with various electromagnetic waves, thereby isolating radio communications, interfering with the settings of radar enemy detection and other functions. Let a group of pilots drive giant robots to fight. Basically, they can only fight with their naked eyes, or else they rely on the superhuman setting of new_type. But a battle truly led by technology should not be this backward model. The control of the battlefield, smooth intelligence sharing, and the command system from command to individual soldiers can maximize the capabilities of each soldier to 100% and eliminate the possibility of any accidents. Under such conditions, coupled with advanced weapons and equipment. It is very difficult to lose. Unless the gap in numbers is really so great that it makes people desperate. And they are exhausted until they are exhausted. It will be difficult for the gods to save them. In the Earth elemental plane, there are no Minovsky particles. And there are no Autobots and Decepticons who lower their IQs for the excitement of movie audiences. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to let this group of creations, which had surpassed the technological level of the Earth, still use primitive command methods to fight. He took out the fire in his arms, and prepared to establish a conscious connection with Orion and others. In fact, according to the backdoor left by Lin, he can directly establish a tactical command system that connects everyone in West Wind Valley. But that would be too obvious. Doing this as a human being is no different than telling Orion directly, "You are all under my control." Anyway, if you control the fire itself, you can also have the ability to connect all the modified elemental creatures and establish communications, or the tactical command system designed by Lin. Initially, this design was to give myself a reasonable excuse to intervene without exposing more of my trump cards. This is where it comes in handy. Just seeing this human magician take out fire again. Orion and others didn't understand what he was going to do at first. But soon, a text appeared in their field of vision, whether to join the number 1 tactical command system. Authority level fire. The text is the spell corresponding to the magic spell. It can be regarded as the common text used by most advanced beings in the multidimensional planes, mainly in the mysterious land. The key point is that it is difficult to learn and understand. But the advantage is that the text description is clear, just like Latin, which is no longer used in modern times on Earth. But it still appears in some special occasions. For the elemental elves, they do not understand these words, rather, after seeing them, they naturally understand from the power radiated by the words. This is also the initial way of understanding these magical languages and words. Not by learning, but by feeling. Friend, what is this? As the leader of West Wind Valley, Orion asked first. If I'm going to lead you big guys into a fight, I can't let me roar from the beginning to the end. This tactical communication command system originated from fire can integrate the strength of all of you to the maximum extent, allowing the battle to proceed more smoothly, and try to avoid unpleasant surprises as much as possible. Of course, this explanation cannot make Orion and the others feel relieved. After all, they had confirmed that the text that suddenly appeared was hanging in their field of vision, not floating in reality. The former and the latter are two completely different things. The former means that one's consciousness has been invaded, and the latter is just a kind of magic that changes the environment. So Lin explained, this system can be turned on by all of you, and those who turn it on can decide who can join and who can't. People who join can withdraw at any time without any restrictions. At least at this stage. I don't think there is any way to interfere with this communication system. And I myself can only do these things with the help of fire. It was different from the instant messaging program used by Finn and several apprentices in Lost Land. Medee's method relies on a magic network constructed by 8 powers to complete the exchange of messages. Basically, except for the forbidden magic field, there is no possibility of interference. However, the tactical communication system built in Tinder was built using Earth's radio technology, so there is a possibility of interference. But at least someone still remembers the encrypted content. Instead of letting the clear code fly everywhere and anyone can intercept it, Lin's explanation temporarily gained Orion's trust. He was the first to agree to join the system established by Lin. In the corner of his field of vision, a small map immediately appeared with 2 white light spots marked on it. As long as Orion focuses on one of the light points, some basic information about the object represented by the light point will immediately appear. At least there will be a name and a captured avatar. The 2 bright spots at this stage are Lin, who holds the fire and uses it to activate this system, and Orion, who is the first to join the system. When the light spot marking the forest is unfolded, the content is very simple. Just a name and avatar. But there is an additional electrocardiogram record as a monitor of the target's health status. Olean's data has some additional introductions, which are basically classifications based on body shape and appearance. The original Earth elemental creatures transformed by fire are divided into 3 levels in terms of size. Leader level ones, such as Orion, are between 7 and 11 meters tall. Ordinary level ones are between 3 and 5 meters tall. And pocket level ones are under 1 meter tall. Surprisingly, there are no robots of similar size to humans. However, at this stage, only a group of elemental creatures in West Wind Valley have been transformed, and their number is only 34. No one dares to guarantee whether there will be body types other than these three basic specifications. The classification in terms of appearance is probably humanoid, beastly, or some strange shapes, such as car models, airplanes, etc., that are not accepted by the West Wind Valley crowd. Then the environmental adaptation attributes are basically air and land. Orion first joined this tactical system to test the entire environment to see if it was dangerous to them. After confirmation, and with Orion's approval, other people in West Wind Valley also enthusiastically joined the chain of command. Just look at the white dots belonging to friendly forces that are increasing one by one, without missing a single one. Suddenly, the noisy one started chatting with others on the tactical command platform in an inexplicable way. Chapter 954, Forward Arrangement. As a species that is willing to accept new things, many things can be learned by oneself without a teacher. Lin sighed as he watched the tactical platform being skillfully used as a chat room. According to the experience of a certain traveler, when promoting a new thing, the biggest fear is not the shortcomings of such a thing, but the fact that some old-fashioned people have never even thought of trying it. As the saying goes, the sky is big and the earth is big. I don't want to be the biggest, but as long as the other party is interested, then the next step is to correct some incorrect usage issues. The purpose of opening this platform is to lead this group of robot recruits to fight, not to let them talk. So Lin stepped in and gave the order before they were happy talking. Little Clever, your mission is to fly over Moon Bay and serve as an artillery bombardment observer. In addition to monitoring the battlefield, it also assists in detecting target locations and confirming the results of SH. Ling. Remember, fly as high as possible, protect yourself, and don't expose your position easily. Although we don't know if the people in Moon Bay have anti-air attack methods, we assume that the other party has them. We can also train you to know how to respond when you face enemies who do have anti-air attack methods in the future. The first instruction is for the pocket-sized modified elemental creature. He is one of the few forwards who chooses a flight path modification method, which is very suitable for someone who needs to open the map before doing anything and always use the god's perspective when commanding. And the name chosen by the other party is indeed Clever, a word that doesn't look like a name at all. In fact, Xiao Jilling is not the only one named like this. Among the people in West Wind Valley, there are also many people who maintain the original naming method, just without the fluffy rabbit's feet. It's just that although someone gave the order using a tactical platform, the little Clever guy didn't obey immediately. Instead, he looked at their real leader Orion. This tall Iron Man also has no guilt, or any sense of guilt for overstepping his boundaries. In response to the questioning looks cast by his companions, he just nodded to express his attitude. Lin couldn't get angry at all for this group of elemental creatures transformed by fire, and even thought it was natural. After all, he is an outsider. Even if they agree to accept his command, they cannot obey all orders. Besides, this battle should be a crushing game, and there is no need for everyone in West Wind Valley to follow the rules and regulations. I just want to correct their old concepts that are not suitable for new types of fighting, rather than turning them into soldiers who are loyal to me and unconditionally obedient. He had no intention of continuing to command them directly in the future, so Lin simply ignored such small actions. After receiving Orion's instructions, the little Clever man released the auxiliary wings on his feet and flew towards the sky without taking a run-up. This is the magic of the Earth, an application of anti-gravity floating. After all, there is no air in the Earth element world, and wings designed based on the Bernoulli effect are meaningless. After he took off, Lin marked an area on the tactical platform and let the little smart move within this range, maintaining his own reconnaissance operations. As he progressed in the air, a lot of new information was added to the small map on the tactical platform, all about terrain and features. Contour lines, in particular, give height information to flat maps. In addition to the little Clever one, Lin also sent another pocket-sized modified elemental creature of the same type to patrol the other side of Moon Bay. The double reconnaissance vanguard, in addition to double insurance, can also expand the scope of investigation. After arranging the eyes in the sky, Lin ordered another person, Lungtu. The one who was named was an ordinary modified elemental creature. Compared with his companions, Lungtu's body shape was slimmer, but this thinness means that he has better flexibility. At least on the way to this place where you can overlook the hills of Moon Bay, he had the most fun doing all kinds of extreme moves. From this performance, several points can be determined. This guy is very courageous and not afraid of falling. Secondly, he is more familiar with the characteristics of this new body than anyone else in West Wind Valley. Because I'm not familiar with it. I can't do moves like flying over walls, somersaults, and flying down. Even if he fails, it will help him become more familiar with the limits of his new body. Finally, this guy has a flamboyant personality, which is perfect for the task of offending people. The person named jumped up with excitement. In Longtu's heart, he was still grateful to the magician who brought him fire and new life. It's not a big deal to do something for the other person in return. What's more, he likes novelty and accepts challenges. After his name was called, Lin didn't let this out-of-character guy stand in silence for too long. After pointing in the direction of the tall Iron Man, he said, "If you paid attention to the conversation I had with Orion just now, you will know that I will need a courageous warrior to go to Moon Bay and declare war in front of the enemy. The first thing I want to say is that the elemental elves in the Earth elemental plane do not have a tacit understanding of when two armies are fighting, they will not be killed. And of course there is no saying that the white flag represents a truce or surrender. Once a fight begins, it will be fought until neither side wants to continue fighting. If neither side wants to continue fighting, basically either one of them will be maimed or one of them will be killed. Therefore, serving as an envoy to convey messages to hostile forces is a fatal job. It is normal to be caught and sacrificed directly to the flag. Being able to run back under the eyes of the opponent is a warrior who is admired by others." Longtu was very satisfied with the task assigned to him. He didn't think that his transformed body would put him in any crisis. And this is another opportunity to show off in front of everyone. What could be more impressive than this? It can be said that after knowing about this task, he did not intend to leave the work to others, and he had to perform it. However, Lin was not going to casually give him a task and then let him adapt to the situation. Instead, he revealed his plan and said, "Long 2. After you informed the people of Moon Bay of the declaration of war, you immediately ran to this location to hide." Lin drew a red circle on the map displayed on the tactical platform at a location not far from Moon Bay. Here, in addition to protecting yourself, you can also serve as a scout to observe the enemy's situation from the ground. Hey magician, why would I do such a sneaky thing? Don't you think it would be a good choice for me to beat them up directly after declaring war? Regarding Longtu's enthusiasm, someone had to try to dispel the other's thoughts and said, "After you declare war, that's when Orion and his friends will start the bombardment. If you want to block the trajectory of the artillery strike, I wouldn't mind testing how much damage the railgun can do against your modified body." Thinking of the mountain wall that had been penetrated, Longtu said angrily, "You will hide here after the declaration of war." "Right. I'll do it." Being brave and loving new things does not mean that he is stupid and stupid. He really didn't have enough confidence to confront his own new weapon head-on. Chapter 955 Attack Plan. After arranging the 3 people in the first team, the remaining people certainly have nothing to do. Lin Yi used the tactical platform to explain his plan to everyone, saying, "Olian, you first line up according to body size and barrel caliber, and those of the same size class line up together." After the little clever sent back the trace of the enemy, he followed the instructions, waited for the order, and led the target together. Immediately after the bombardment, 2 teams were formed. The home team is dominated by you, leading the leaders in type and the slower ones, and launches the attack along the first route. The rapid detachment followed the second route to attack in a roundabout way. While explaining, 2 green arrows also appeared on the tactical platform map in everyone's field of vision. One is thicker and connects almost straight from the current location to the settlement of Moon Bay. The other green arrow is thinner, but it goes around a big bend and connects to the settlement of Moon Bay from the side. After giving 2 attack routes, everyone in West Wind Valley was also divided into groups. Orion's main attack group includes people of all sizes, and those who are still running on all fours and moving at a slower speed are also included in this group. The pocket-sized ones aren't exactly as fast. They're just more nimble. When the time comes, these little guys can just cling to a leader type or ordinary type companion, and they can move quickly. The fast detachments are all ordinary types, and they are also the kind that move very fast. There were not many people, only about a quarter of the main attacking team. But compared to the diverse members of the home team, the strength of the rapid team is more even, and the overall strength is not much worse than the home team. The reason for this arrangement is that in the plan, the 2 routes will eventually arrive at the Moon Bay settlement at the same time and launch attacks at the same time, as Route 2 is a longer distance. Of course, some people with fast feet must be arranged to make them work harder in order to achieve the original offensive purpose. As for the basis for grouping, Each member who joins the tactical platform will upload some less confidential data about themselves when joining, including but not limited to body size, average movement speed, number of shots, etc. These are of course for use in formation arrangements, and they come in handy right now. As for why there are only 2 offensive routes arranged, and they are still purely offensive, they only require arrival at the same time, and do not consider some more fancy tactics. This is because it is not necessary, and the elemental creatures in West Wind Valley do not have such a habit. Basically, in the Earth elemental plane, combat is a process of survival of the fittest among individuals. Therefore, they will not use any intrigues, and even some wisdom and clever fighting methods from other worlds are rarely seen. They are all direct physical confrontations. The winner proves that he is qualified to continue evolving, and the loser becomes the winner's food. In this way, we will promote the evolution of the entire world. Knowing the fighting style of the entire world, Lin had no intention of changing anything. The 36 stratagems are useless, but they save trouble in trouble. However, 2 offensive lines will be arranged. In fact, it is just to emphasize the differences in the advantages of the 2 teams and different members. Simple tactics are arranged, and the results of the little clever investigation are also transmitted back to the tactical platform. The light spots representing friendly and enemy members were densely concentrated in several places. The most conspicuous one is the light spot that represents Lungtu heading to Moon Bay alone. Lin enlarged the map at the target, and the location of the people in Moon Bay was clearly visible. Even if you focus your attention, you can see the portrait of the person corresponding to each light spot, as well as some simple messages. The avatar comes from the image data captured during the investigation, and those simple messages are of course also the result of investigation. The most important thing is to mark the target's elf core energy level, which is presented digitally. Basically, the larger the number, the stronger the individual is. The introduction of hostile targets uses numbers to represent each different individual. Unlike friendly forces, you can name them directly. However, the strongest people in Moon Bay are identified by their titles instead of ordinary serial numbers. This is probably because the little clever people who went to investigate knew who they were and were able to give them names. By the way, regarding the core energy level of elves of Earth elemental creatures, only the original biological form can be detected by everyone in the modified West Wind Valley. The transformed Earth elemental creatures have their elf cores replaced by nuclear reactors in their bodies. They do not naturally emit energy fluctuations like before, which can be easily detected. After all, in order to avoid unnecessary risks, nuclear reactors take strict precautions against energy spillover. Therefore, everyone in West Wind Valley cannot use the old method to judge each other's strength, but the nuclear reactor determines the size. So from the appearance, it is not difficult to tell how the strength of this group of modified Earth elemental creatures is ranked. With the target and the railgun's ability to strike accurately, Lin certainly couldn't use the artillery thinking of World War I and II, and only wanted to use artillery LS to wash the ground. The tactical command platform considers package allocation from the beginning. If you put targets into a group and our artillery out of a group, the program will automatically match the objects. At this time, everyone in West Wind Valley noticed that there were more specially marked targets on the tactical platform in their field of vision. Some people are assigned 1. Some people are assigned 2. This is also because the number of people in Moon Bay is larger than that in West Wind Valley. Friend, what is this? Orion, who was directing his companions to line up, looked at the human magician in confusion and asked. This is a designated bombardment target assigned to each person according to the number and strength of the enemy and ourselves. After Lungtu declared war on the people of Moon Bay, everyone followed the instructions of the tactical platform and launched an artillery attack together. After 3 rounds of bombardment were scheduled, they were divided into 2 teams and attacked in 2 directions. Please confirm your goals and see if there are any problems. If there is more than 1 target, 3 rounds of artillery fire will be assigned to multiple targets in sequence. If there is only 1 target, then focus on 3 rounds of artillery strikes to hit the target accurately. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. The battle hadn't officially started yet, and the main purpose of this battle was for demonstration. So Ling gave everyone a chance to ask questions. It's just that for Earth elemental creatures, their tactical thinking is not completely clear. They only know that they will swarm in, chase after they win, and run away if they lose. Even if someone thinks they have come up with a fairly simple tactic, most people will not be able to put forward any suggestions and can only accept the arrangement. However, after they lined up, They still knew that they should become familiar with this tactical command platform as soon as possible, after they focused on their assigned targets. In addition to the target's introduction, they also added some parameters for bombardment. The calculation of these parameters has long been integrated into the tactical command platform, including automatic calculation of the impact point to facilitate the shooter's aim, and also calculate the impact time, as long as you arrange it properly and stagger the bombardment time according to individual differences. You can hit the target at the same time. The integration function of this platform is comparable to a game plugin, and it is also the most valuable knowledge that Lin believes he has given to this group of elemental creatures. Chapter 956, The First Wave of Bombardment. The plan laid out by someone is not complicated. As long as your brain is smarter than a monkey, you should be able to understand it. The interests of everyone in West Wind Valley in the tactical platform cannot cover up the worry about gains and losses for the battle they will face next. The first time he met everyone in Shifeng Valley, Lin learned about the history of love and murder between Moon Bay and Shifeng Valley from the Taishur people at that time. In fact, not only these two settlements, but also 3 or 5 surrounding settlements are competing and plundering each other, and they have been doing so for a long time. This does not refer to a period of more than 10 years, decades, or hundreds of years, but to a history of struggle that spans more than 1,000 years. For such a long time, Moon Bay was not the only place to be strong, overwhelming other settlements, and treating other people as a treasure trove for refining materials. Over the course of thousands of years, each settlement has its own strengths and weaknesses. But as long as the strong men in each era accumulate to a certain level, they will leave and go to the location of the next stage. At this time, the strength of the forces in West Wind Valley, Moon Bay, and other places will be reshuffled. It really means Hedong in 30 years and Heshi in 30 years. The glory of the past does not mean the prosperity of today, even if only part of the body of a person with 3 gems is made of gem material, and it is not pure. Moon Bay can be said to be the strongest in this period, overwhelming other settlements. It was impossible for everyone in West Wind Valley not to feel aggrieved. Now that I have gained new strength, I am quite confident in this new strength. But having confidence is one thing. Being able to achieve results is another. Therefore, it is inevitable for everyone to feel worried about gains and losses, and feel uneasy about the upcoming battle. Such uneasy emotions were brought to the outpost of the battle, and of course Lin saw them all. Orion himself was also infected by this emotion, and he couldn't take care of himself, so he couldn't take care of others. Lin never thought about motivating and inspiring people. Anyway, the next battle was to clear the way with artillery fire, and those who were not killed by the artillery fire were dealt with in close combat. Even if the mood and morale are low, as long as they follow the instructions and shoot together, the results will not be any worse no matter how bad they are. When the first wave of results comes out, Lin believes that everyone in West Wind Valley will naturally regain their confidence. As long as the self-confidence is built up, there shouldn't be much suspense in the next battle. In short, in silence, everyone was waiting for Lungtu to declare war. It's just that this time is a bit long. Although it can be seen from the tactical platform that Lungtu is indeed moving towards Moon Bay. This is a group of 10 men without a heart, and this is a world without air. Otherwise, Lin thought that he would hear a lot of thumping heartbeats in this silent environment. The atmosphere right now is so depressing. As Lungtu's light point approached Moon Bay, Orion and others were even more nervous and speechless. They have never sent companions to declare war or negotiate with the enemy. If any hostile force does this, their habit is to kill the opponent directly, and they don't want their companions to die at the hands of the gem men in Moon Bay. So many people are already regretting why they didn't raise objections at the beginning and gave away an excellent companion who could fight in vain. When Lungtu's light spot appeared on the map of the tactical platform and came into contact with the target in Moon Bay, the tension of everyone in West Wind Valley could be said to have reached its highest point. The two sides remained still for a long time. And in the next moment, Lungtu began to move towards the planned location. And not only him, but also a considerable number of people from Moon Bay chased him out. 3 consecutive rapid-fire preparations. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking into the distance, Lin Gao raised his right hand and shouted. After hearing the preparatory order, the remaining Iron Men adjusted their bombardment postures according to the previously given bombardment parameters. Everyone fell forward and stared in the direction of Moon Bay, as if they could see the target directly with their naked eyes. Although they were mobilized by Long Tu, who declared war, everyone in West Wind Valley had already locked their targets. As the enemy moved, everyone continued to fine-tune their bombardment angles. Emission! Lin pressed his hand down, and the first round of bombardment was shot out with a slight gap. Because the calibers and body lengths of everyone's railguns in West Wind Valley are different, the muzzle velocity and flight time are also slightly different. After Lin gives the order, a row of countdown text will appear in everyone's field of vision as a reminder of the bombardment. Everyone started attacking in separate waves according to their own parameters. But the time interval is only a few tenths of a second, and the attack distance is not long for a track cannon. Most people can't tell the order of the people in West Wind Valley. But it's not over yet. It's just the first round of volleys, and the countdown is still passing. Everyone below Orion nervously controlled the spare ammunition in the ammunition compartment, entered the gun machine, and loaded the gun at the same time. There was no whistling sound, and certainly no tracer rounds to mark the trajectory. Before everyone in West Wind Valley was preparing for the second wave of bombardment. The first wave of bombardment was like raindrops, accurately naming everyone in Moon Bay. The railgun SH-LS designed by Lin are not like Earth's explosive SH-LS, which will not explode after hitting the target. Even so, when the mass bullet collides with the target at high speed, penetration is not the first thing that will happen. Instead, the shock caused by the high-speed strike spread and affected the entire target, which was the elemental creatures in Moon Bay. Unfortunately, the material of the body is not strong enough. It is not unlucky to be directly shaken away by such a shock. The second round of bombardment started at the end of the first round, with no window of a few seconds. In the eyes of others, it can easily be misunderstood as a laissez-faire action without any planned bombardment. After all, the timing of the attack is not neat. But who would have thought that the part where Lin wanted to be consistent was actually the moment he hit the target? Such a request is unheard of in a multiverse dominated by mystery. When everyone survived the second round of bombardment, the third round of bombardment seemed a little more skillful, whether it's targeting or area reconnaissance. Also because they were staring at the countdown in their field of vision and immersed themselves in the calculation of bombardment and bombardment. No one had time to doubt and celebrate life. If there are more people in Moon Bay than in Zephyr Valley. So the second round of bombardment hit some targets that were not taken care of in the first round. Then the third round of bombardment will be completely last-minute hits. On the tactical platform, the target's movement only occurs before the first round of SH. Ling. Orion didn't have time to think about the meaning behind these things, because after the 3 rounds of bombardment, the next step is to divide the troops and attack. 7 ordinary iron men started the wheels on their saws, lined up in a column, jumped off the cliff from the gentle slope, and sped away. They had to go around a huge crack in the ground to get back to the back of Moon Bay, so there wasn't much time left for them. The rest of the people gathered around Orion. They ranged in size from big to small, tall to thin. The leader of West Wind Valley ordered 2 more ordinary companions to guard him on his left and right sides, forming a triangular formation, heading straight towards the settlement of Moon Bay. Chapter 957, A Close Combat That No One Can Fight. Lin Heffen's original temporary vehicle was the tall Iron Man, or Iron Shoulders, because the leader of the West Wind Valley stood at the front of the team. As the sharp knife of the charge, the 2 guest commanders were certainly not suitable to continue sitting on Orion's shoulders. Lin didn't want to use Flash to go directly to his destination. Although in terms of numbers, there are probably more village fights between humans than here. Lin still faces the upcoming battle with an attitude of participating in the war. Under such a premise, it would be more appropriate to act together with a team than to flash to the front line alone. This is definitely not because he is afraid that after he flashes over, he will be beaten by the opponent, since the original car was no longer available. As Lin's temporary commander, Orion still appointed someone to take these 2 people to the battlefield. It looked like the 2 miniatures were hyperactive, running around restlessly on the ground, waiting to carry Lin and Finn. A certain human magician inexplicably wanted to tell Orion, in fact, he could still use the tactical command platform to strategize even if he stayed where he was. In other words, this is the correct use of this platform, rather than pulling people to the front line no matter what the occasion. But in the end, he remained quiet, followed suit, sat astride the pocket-sized modified elemental creature, and ran towards the battlefield. The feeling of riding on this little guy was actually similar to the feeling of riding a motorcycle before he traveled through time. So Lin didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Just sitting in the pocket body and following the advance of the large army, Lin felt that the oppressive atmosphere at the beginning of the war has not been resolved to this day. In other words, as time goes by, it becomes more solemn. In fact, Lin also feels the same tension. The transformation of fire is irreversible. If the first battle was not fought well enough, and anyone in West Wind Valley felt regretful, Lin would not be able to help them recover. At that time, the confidence of those elemental creatures who have accepted the transformation or those who have not yet accepted the transformation will inevitably be severely affected. It's just that I have done everything I can. And I have arranged everything that needs to be arranged. I also have a certain degree of confidence in the Earth's technological weapons. So there should be no mistakes. Someone's emotions were also infected by these big guys. And he became worried about gains and losses. For more than 20 minutes, in this funeral-like atmosphere, the two teams crossed a distance of several kilometers and met at the settlement of Moon Bay. Even the two people responsible for reconnaissance in the sky landed on the ground and returned to Orion. The expected close combat did not happen. Everyone, including Lin, looked at the battlefield in front of them dumbly. Because Long Tu came here to declare war. The enemy was mobilized smoothly. And almost everyone ran after Long Tuesday. The scheduled battlefield will move forward from the settlement of Moon Bay. Not only was the meeting point of the two teams in Zephyr Valley moved forward, but the bombardment location before the war also moved a certain distance with the movement of the enemy. Now in this battlefield, the ground seems to have been washed by a dense meteor shower. There are dense craters, some large and some small, some deep and some shallow. The difference from naturally formed craters is that there is the remains of an elemental creature at the bottom of each crater. Most of them are in pieces, and only a few can maintain a small part of their bodies intact. Someone was particularly unlucky. The extremely small elf core was penetrated by a cannonball. And of course nothing was left, including himself. It also ended in ashes. The reason why someone is sure to have finished playing is because there are some strange pieces and powder at the bottom of the pit. According to the understanding of Earth elemental creatures during this period, those fragments and powders are their corpse. The kind that the original owner can no longer regenerate or recover. Probably only Finn, who maintained his usual indifferent attitude and cold demeanor, was not as surprised as the others. It wasn't that she wasn't surprised by what she saw in front of her. It was just that he saw it all from the perspective of a bystander. In this case, the gains and losses had nothing to do with her, so she could remain calm. As for a time traveler who thought he was well informed, the reason why he looked at him dumbly was because he also made the stereotype mistake that he had always looked down on. After ling and clearing the ground, it seems to be a natural thing to send infantry to clean up the battlefield and clean up the aftermath. But that was the thinking of the Earth during the First and Second World Wars. And they also used traditional artillery, fired with gunpowder. But what are Orion and others using? Railgun. What is the biggest difference between it and traditional artillery? That must be a precise strike. Moreover, someone frantically gave the instruction of 3 consecutive rapid fires. This means that every elemental creature in Moon Bay has to withstand at least 1, and at most 3, mass bomb attacks. The question is, are they hard enough? And it also needs to be hard enough to withstand railgun attacks. Obviously, it's not enough. So much so that the second and third rounds of ling were almost like beating corpses, because no one could stand and resist. The mass bombs with astonishing speed shattered the bodies of everyone in Moon Bay in the first instant. This shows that if railguns are used as the main force, the war mentality of World War II must be eliminated. Everything in someone's head needs to be upgraded. Orion remained silent. But the atmosphere around him was completely different from the one on the way here. The original worries were overturned and replaced by the current embarrassment. The progress was slower than expected. This was because every time he passed a place, Orion would dig into the bottom of the pit, as if he was looking for something. Although he had some guesses about the big Iron Man's behavior, Lin just wanted to ask when he saw the tall Iron Man sliding down into a pit. At the bottom of the pit, you can see the torso and head of an elemental creature, with no limbs and even a small part of the torso. But he is still alive, living very hard. Seeing Orion walking towards him, the elemental creature that couldn't even stop others didn't give in at all, neither pretending to be dead nor pretending to be a grandson. He directly said, "Stranger, you win. Take what you want and get lost. Iron Fist. Have you forgotten your old neighbor? Even if our appearance changes, the color of elven light remains the same." Olian said, "The light of the elves is you, the jeweled arm of Zephyr Valley." The elemental creature known as Iron Fist recognized Orion and called him by his previous name. Hee. My gem arm was taken away by you a long time ago, so I am not qualified to be called such a person. If you want to call me now, just call me by my name. My name is Orion. Whether it's a title or a name, it doesn't matter. Does it? You are the victors, and have the right to plunder everything you want. It's just that in our current appearance, there aren't many parts left that are worthy of becoming trophies. Do you regret this? Iron Fist mocked. What if I said it doesn't matter? Orion said pretentiously. Then what do you want? Iron Fist asked. Orion opened his hands in an embrace, as if to embrace the world, and said, You guys, I want you all. Chapter 958 Invitation. The Iron Fist of Moon Bay has never heard of such a strange request. The basic operation of elemental creatures in the Earth elemental plane to plunder each other is to beat each other half to death first. When its elf core uses most of its power to heal the injuries throughout its body, it is also the moment when it is at its weakest. Then outsiders can take the opportunity to seize control of the body and absorb the desired materials into their own bodies. Of course, this process of competing for each other is quite dangerous for elemental creatures, which is equivalent to two souls going into battle naked. The worst situation is that the two souls wear each other out, and then weaken to the point where they can no longer control the body. At that time, the SHL protecting their core will disintegrate, revealing the elf core inside. For the exposed elf core, the biggest threat is not other elemental creatures, but the world. The Earth elemental plane will divide, tear, and restore the unprotected heretical power into the most basic original fragments, and then put them back into the cycle system of this world. This is a natural phenomenon and cannot be controlled by anyone. Therefore, when looting important materials from others, it is very important to beat them half to death first. But what is the best way to get the whole person? Iron Fist was completely confused by Oleana's speech. My good neighbor, do not waste your strength in restoring this backward body. Maybe listening to what I have to offer you will change your mind. Olean stared at his old rival lying in the dust and said, What Orion was referring to was actually Iron Fist trying to control the power in his elf core, and trying to restore his entire body. Regardless of whether it is possible to sneak attack the opponent or give the opponent a hard blow, this matter has to be done anyway, and it is better to start early than later. But Orion's words made him feel a little weird. What are these unrecognizable 10 men going to do? I want to give you the same knowledge that I have, and the power that that knowledge brings. Because I need companions. Lots and lots of companions. Olaine was forthright about his purpose. Hearing this old neighbor's request, Typhon felt ridiculous. But just saying this was not enough to convince him. Iron Fist looked at the other party coldly and said, No matter what path you choose, you will eventually reach that enviable height. You can defeat us today, but you are just one step ahead of us. This is not enough for me to make up my mind to change to the same direction as you, but which I am not familiar with. What if everything I did was to challenge the gem pit? Olean said. However, Iron Fist did not reply. He just looked at the old neighbor in front of him, who was talking nonsense and big words, with a colder look. It seems that the other party has not only changed his appearance, but also his mind has become stupid. For creatures in the Earth elemental plane, the gem pit is a supreme existence that cannot be desecrated. Even thinking about it in my head can be considered offensive. Orion didn't care about Iron Fist's eyes and expression, and said directly, Anyone who was born and grew up in this land will definitely understand the power of the gemstone pit. After all, you or I, when we have the ability, will inevitably choose the path of advancement through the gemstone road. But, are you willing? If you are really willing, why do you still call yourself Iron Fist to this day instead of using other names? I think your inner thoughts have been exposed. Iron Fist could not refute Orion's insight. He didn't come up with the idea of challenging the gemstone pit today. Those high-ranking jeweled people are the objects of envy and disgust for the people at the bottom who are wallowing in the mud. If there is an opportunity to pull the other party down from that supreme position, I believe no one will avoid it. It's just, if this is what you want, then why don't you come and have a good talk and use this method? The one who was being blamed with an iron fist was, of course, the fact that his own settlement was beaten to pieces. If we come to you directly to discuss it, how likely do you think you are to agree directly? How much time do I have to waste convincing you? And in the end, we will most likely be asked to demonstrate strength and knowledge that will make you willing to sacrifice everything. Since you are all going to be beaten, why don't I give you a good beating first to prove that you are worthless scum, and at the same time prove that the power gained by all this is valuable? It will not only save me the time wasted, but also save you the effort of persuading you. Well, that's so true. If you put yourself in their shoes, Iron Fist would also think that this is the most efficient way to do things. It's just that I am the one who is being beaten. How do I feel about this and how unhappy I am? If you are in such a bad mood, do you want to continue to support the other person? But I really want the power to beat myself to pieces without even seeing her face to face. Moreover, the other party's new body is not only much taller, but also contains power and beauty in appearance. Even he cannot unconscionably say that it is useless dregs. If they are scum, then what does it mean to be beaten to the point of lying at the bottom of the pit? But Iron Fist is not an ordinary elemental creature after all. He only thinks about how to strengthen himself all day long. He is the leader of a settlement. So of course, he thinks more than others and finds ways to gain more benefits for himself and his companions. Otherwise, who would want to follow a leader who only wants others to give without giving anything in return? The first task of such a qualified leader is not only to be familiar with the big and small things in the settlement he leads, but also to know all kinds of information about neighboring settlements. Therefore, Iron Fist knew very well that without the intervention of outside forces, the neighbors of West Wind Valley would not be able to become what they were before and beat their own settlement to pieces. Who helped you? This is not knowledge derived from inheritance, and it is even less likely to be a path you have found on your own. And all this cannot be achieved without any price. Faced with the iron-fisted doubts, Orion sighed and said, as observant as ever, "My good neighbor, this power does have its price. As for whether it's worth it or not, I don't think it's up to me. And I will tell you without you deliberately testing it. This power comes from a magician in the Lost Land, and he pays the price. I'll let him tell you the details in person." At Orion's signal, Lin passed through a group of tall iron men and looked down at this elemental creature that was showing its arrogance in this remote place. "Take out the fire from the kit in your arms." With the participation of everyone in West Wind Valley, there were about 30 or 40 shadows in the innermost layer of this exquisite ball. The attraction to elemental creatures is not comparable to the time when it was first created. At least, after the human magician took out the fire, Iron Fist's gaze never moved away. Whether it is the desire from the depths of the soul, or the guess that everyone in West Wind Valley obtained their current strength from it, they are attracted by the immediate benefits. Although no one said it clearly, the things that human magicians would take out carefully and put in their hands would never be insignificant. Chapter 959 Transaction Conditions. Iron Fist did not show any urgency, but calmly asked, "Human, tell me your conditions. But keep in mind that the principle of trading is fair exchange, and unreasonable demands will not make you get a richer harvest." Lin just smiled at the reminder of the elemental creature in front of him. There is a saying in the shopping mall, "Those who dislike the goods are the ones who buy the goods." They will be anxious to draw a boundary for the transaction, which does not mean that the other party's limit is further back, but they do not want to be offered too high a price. This is a very basic business negotiation mistake. However, Lin didn't want to open his mouth. The conditions for growing elemental creatures in West Wind Valley were the same as those in Moon Bay. He didn't want to use the difference in conditions to show the difference between closeness and distance. In this exclusive business, he does not require loyalty from others, nor does he require anyone to pay more than others. Everyone gets an opportunity, and all they want is a promise. My terms are simple. The first thing is that I want to borrow the spirit of the earth element, which is the power of the spirit of the Mother Earth in your mouth. Iron Fist refused without hesitation, saying, "This is not something I can decide alone, human being." At the same time, he cast a look of contempt at Orion, an old neighbor who had changed a lot. I thought to myself, what the hell are these conditions that we can agree to? Hey, there's no need to refuse so quickly. Of course, I am not naive enough to think that if you agree to this matter, I will definitely be able to do it. There are so many elemental creatures in this world, but you or Orion have not yet reached the point where you can make a final decision. All I ask is that when I have the opportunity to contact the spirit of Mother Earth and ask him to borrow power, you must remember the position you should stand after agreeing to me today. If that's the case, it doesn't seem like we have to disagree." Without waiting for Iron Fist's reply, Lin continued, "The second condition is that you have to conquer the outside world for me 5 times. This condition is much clearer, and it is more like what ordinary elemental creatures would do. As a native of the elemental plane, the most important source of income is not to respond to the call of other planes and go to the local area to cause trouble." In the process of Iron Fist's growth, he invested his power into the alien world more than once, just to summon the sacrifices he offered. Since this is an old business, it is appropriate to ask clearly about the conditions and prices. So unlike Orion, the original Iron Man, Iron Fist discussed the details of this condition. Conquering foreign lands 5 times without any conditions is impossible. Do you know how much we have to pay in order to answer the call and cross the realm? Magician? That's not my problem. If you think that the power Orion gained is not worth working 5 times for nothing, then you don't have to agree to my conditions. At most, except for the trophies I named in advance. The rest belong to the acquirer, and I will not confiscate them separately. By the way, my so-called 5 expeditions to the Outer Lands are not just about summoning a random person to kill some unsavory little monsters. Without a war of a certain scale, I don't think it's worth using this power. The implication of this sentence is that someone will summon you, and it will all be a battle with rich loot. But in a war of this scale, it is very likely that the elemental elves will return empty-handed. Lin detailed his request. This made Iron Fist ponder for a while, and then said, "What about after 5 times? Once the conditions are fulfilled, we have nothing to do with each other? Well, I guess I'll rephrase it. You are not allowed to refuse the first 5 times. The only things you can get are the spoils of war during the conquest. And those are the ones I don't need. But after 5 times, I may still call you. At that time, it will be the same as the summoning magic performed by ordinary magicians. And it can be discussed. You are willing to put in the effort before you respond to my call. If you are not willing, then of course, it will be treated as if it is not the case." Iron Fist has no reason to continue to oppose such clear terms. In the history of elemental spirits accepting summons, it is not uncommon for them to agree to be summoned repeatedly because of a major sacrifice. If the power shown by Orion could be obtained, it would not be unacceptable to conquer the Outer Lands 5 times. But there is one very important thing that the magician did not mention. So Iron Fist asked directly, "What about the thing in your hand?" "What?" Lin was stunned for a moment, then followed the gazes of everyone present and looked at the exquisite ball held in his hands. Only then did I think that it seemed like I hadn't said anything about how to deal with this thing. But, isn't this an obvious thing? If you can really achieve your goal, there is no need to keep the fire in your hands. However, it seems that these words have never been said, and others do not know his character. Therefore, those who are more of a conspiracy theorist will of course want to get assurance from their own mouth. As for stating that he will give it away for free, it seems that it will only make such people more worried about whether they have a conspiracy. Oops. It's really hard to deal with people who have dark minds. Someone complained in his heart. It's just a complaint. Since this topic has been raised, it will naturally attract the attention of all elemental creatures, whether it is before the renovation or after the renovation. After Lin thought for a while, he replied, "I'm not afraid to tell you. My companion and I just want to borrow the power of the Earth Elemental Spirit. We also consulted with people from Gemstone Pit about this. Unfortunately, they refused and showed unnecessary greed. Since they are not good partners, we can only choose again and find ways to achieve our goals." Tinder was made under this premise. Iron Fist heard the key part. Even though he was lying on the ground in pieces, he still asked, "Oh, you made this magic prop. Is this the only one? Can you do the second or third one?" "As much as I want to tell you that I can, I actually can't. The original material of fire was the Snake King Odessa, who separated his elf core and took out part of it and gave it to me. On this basis, combined with my technology and knowledge, I created this unique fire. No matter if I get another chance, I can make the same thing. As the basic material, the Snake King's heart ball is not something that can be picked up everywhere. The name of the elemental lord Snake King Odessa is engraved in the mark of inheritance. When all elemental creatures hear this name, they know that they cannot and should not be provoked. The only opponents of the elemental lords are those who are also elemental lords. And a part of the elf core of an elemental lord is not something that can be easily obtained, because this thing cannot be snatched. It can only be donated voluntarily by the holder. Snake King Odessa is willing to give away part of his elf core, which proves that the human magician in front of him has a great favor to him. So he would let an elemental lord do this. This also shows that it is definitely not easy to find a second elemental lord who is willing to give away his elf core. So Tinder, just think of it as a one-of-a-kind, out-of-print product. This is the common understanding of all elemental creatures. However, the words of the magician in front of them only prove that fire was more valuable than they imagined. But he still didn't say how to deal with it. Chapter 960, The Whereabouts of the Fire. In fact, the reason everyone gave Lin now was not entirely correct. He can make as many fire seeds as he wants. Maybe it's hard to find a second piece of some of the elf cores in Odessa, the Snake King. And it's not really that there are no substitutes to mount. But Lin understands better than anyone else that the true value of fire lies in the growth gained after constantly transforming elemental creatures and establishing a soul connection with the transformed ones. If the entire Earth elemental plane is really overturned and given a new evolutionary direction, then fire will most likely become the second Earth Mother Spirit, completely replacing the functions of the first one. Under such a premise, what is the point of creating second and third fire seeds to dilute the authority of the first fire seed that can replace the spirit of Mother Earth? Looking for trouble for yourself? Or is it to increase the amount of fire and reduce the weaknesses of Earth elemental creatures in disguise? The game of killing 3 soldiers with 2 peaches has been played in my hometown for thousands of years. If Earth elemental creatures were given a fire seed, wouldn't they have no room to operate? As for after the fire was completed, he still held it, using it to control the existence of the entire Earth elemental plane. Well, there is another saying in my hometown: an ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. Not to mention that other beings who covet the power of fire will be happy to cause trouble for themselves. There will be no peace within the Earth elemental plane. Do you have the ability to withstand the pressure of internal and external pressure? Or do you need to put in a lot of effort to resist it? After thinking for a moment, and looking at everyone's eager eyes, Lin said, borrowing the power of the elemental spirits is my purpose, not mastering fire. So I can make an agreement with you that after you fully fulfill my conditions, this fire will be left to your disposal. But before that, I will take care of it and ensure that you are willing to fulfill your agreement with me while gaining knowledge. That's okay. Orion and others who had already accepted the transformation looked at each other and felt that there was no problem with such conditions. So they nodded. If this matter hadn't been mentioned with an iron fist, they really wouldn't have noticed. Now that it has been brought up, this friend who helped him is willing to continue to make concessions. So the conditions he agreed to at the beginning will have more weight. They have no reason to object. Iron Fist still wants to bargain. But seeing that his cheating old neighbors have already agreed, what if he continues to make requests and is really given up by the impatient magician? A certain elemental creature is in a dilemma. But in this dilemma, Iron Fist really thought of another loophole and asked, "Magic, what if you die first before we fully fulfill our promise to you?" This is indeed a problem. After all, human lifespan is too short compared to yours. But if that time comes, all the power that belongs to fire will be inherited by my companions. Lin pointed at Finn, who was standing behind him. After all, she also helped in making the fire, and this whole thing was originally done for her. So if I'm not here, it's very reasonable for her to accept all this. Right? Compared with the lifespan of mortals, it is not an exaggeration to say that elemental creatures live as long as heaven. Therefore, when one party to the contract dies, the heir will continue everything. This is a basic operation for the elemental elves. However, Iron Fist does not want to simply keep this promise and wait for the day when it is fully fulfilled. He said, "Magic, you should understand better than all of us what fire means to those companions who have accepted the transformation. If you delay in completing the conditions, then your lifeline will be in your hands. Such an unfavorable situation does not allow people to accept transformation with peace of mind. So I propose that, regardless of whether the conditions of the promise are fulfilled or not, the moment your life ends, the fire will be handed over to us for safekeeping. Of course, the heir you designate still has the right to require us to fulfill the agreement, even with a miserable appearance, lying in the dust." Iron Fist's words were still greedy and made additional demands, although they were somewhat disguised. Perhaps that is called wisdom in the hearts of his companions. However, Lin scoffed at this request, which seemed reasonable at first glance. Said, "I will not agree to such conditions." This friend of Moon Bay. When Lin said this, Orion and others were also slightly dissatisfied with a certain magician's refusal to offer conditions that were beneficial to their group. The reason is also very simple. If I agree, after my death, the fire will be handed over to you, even if you are willing to continue to fulfill the agreed terms. In that case, the best choice for you is to kill me as soon as possible, because this will allow you to master the fire as soon as possible. Why should I agree to such a condition that has obvious loopholes and is asking for my own death? Lin pointed out the loopholes in the conditions, turning the original dissatisfaction of Orion and his party into shame. They never thought of cheating this friend. Iron Fist, on the other hand, shamelessly continued, "Magic, if you are worried about this issue, we can make other agreements." "Stop!" Lin stretched out his hand to stop the Iron Fist, who wanted to continue persuading people, and said, "Even if you add more, try to fill the loopholes. According to my experience, no matter how you fix it, there will always be something you haven't noticed. So it's better not to consider this aspect in the first place. I only ask one question. Do you accept the transformation?" Seeing that the magician spoke decisively, Iron Fist knew that there was no room for further discussion. Orion also said, "Iron Fist, don't think too much. This vast sea of knowledge, the beauty of it can only be understood by having personal contact with it. What others can see is only the most insignificant part. Okay, how do you want me to cooperate?" When Orion was trying to persuade the neighbors of Moon Bay to accept the fire transformation, he only thought of Iron Fist. And he only recognized Iron Fist because Moon Bay, West Wind Valley, etc. are considered novice villages among elemental creatures. As leaders of the community, what they have to do is not to accept the protection of others with peace of mind, but to be the first to do everything and stand at the forefront of everyone. If this is not the case, there will be no support from everyone. In reality, if you have the best technology, the latest knowledge, and the most precious materials, how can you lead others if you don't use them first to maintain your own advantages? In such an atmosphere, as long as the current leader of Moon Bay is captured, it is certain that others will join. So Orion spared no effort to use his Iron Fist as a breakthrough. He didn't think about convincing others, waiting until the situation was established, and then others would in turn force the Iron Fist to agree. This kind of negotiation method is considered to be over the line for them. Iron Fist also understands this. So after personally experiencing the power of Orion's new power, he has always wanted to strive for something more. It's just that this plan seems to have no chance of coming true. Chapter 961 Conspiracy. Companion. After accepting the transformation of fire, Iron Fist immediately understood why the old enemies of West Wind Valley would rush to beat him up after gaining new knowledge and power, and then hurriedly pull him into the gang. Because the fire is not perfect yet. Its growth depends on enough sacrifices. It's just that the sacrifices here don't have to sacrifice their lives. They just have to be transformed by fire. After accepting the transformation, in addition to leaving a mark on the fire, each transformed elemental creature will also leave a unique message on the fire. This message does not mean that the fire can control the modified elemental creatures, or leave the weaknesses of specific targets, but it becomes the cornerstone of the evolution of the fire. The evolution here does not refer to the small and exquisite ball that can become flying in the sky or to hatch out some strange creatures, but a kind of accumulation of knowledge. And after accumulating sufficient quantity, a qualitative change is formed by quantitative change. This is what Orion has always emphasized. The most important thing that fire brings is not power, but knowledge. It is also the reason why these transformed elemental creatures need companions. And the more companions, the better. Because this means that the fire accumulates more knowledge and faster, and can come up with better transformation plans. More importantly, this transformation is not a one-time deal. As long as necessary. With fire, they can transform a second, third, or even countless times. Companions occasionally come up with brilliant transformation plans, which can serve as knowledge for them to evolve themselves again, when there are enough partners to verify the merits of a plan. This record can also be inherited by latecomers to avoid detours. The most obvious example is the group of people in West Wind Valley who were transformed by animal-shaped elemental creatures. They originally chose animals like running on all fours as their mode of rapid movement. Facts have proved that such traveling speed is far slower than that of companions with wheels on the soles of their feet. Therefore, they all became the targets of the first wave of secondary transformation, and some unreasonable designs in body and function were corrected. What are the fundamental needs of elemental creatures? It's evolution. About one's own evolution. Everything that is stagnant is a sin, and there is no such thing as not making progress. Elemental creatures are eager for any power or knowledge that can make them stronger. Therefore, Iron Fist did not hesitate to encourage his companions in Moon Bay to accept the transformation of fire. The effect of the Iron Fist, as an example, is also appropriate. Except for the elemental creatures in Moon Bay who were really unlucky enough to be directly defeated. All the others, no matter how disabled they were, accepted the transformation of fire. In the end, including Iron Fist, Moon Bay produced a total of 2 Leader Type 1s, 41 Ordinary Type 1s, and 17 Pocket Type robots. This was their new name for the transformed elemental creature group. Although not all of the 3 original gym men in Moon Bay have become leaders, their overall strength is still significantly higher than that of West Wind Valley. Just in terms of number of people, it was a quarter stronger than West Wind Valley. Moreover, Cyberwan, whom Iron Fist had renamed, had a better brain than Orion, and his mind was much more agile. After Cyberland's own transformation, the transformation of his companions in Moon Bay, and the secondary transformation of some robots in West Wind Valley, He keenly realized that the relationship between everyone and fire is not only to help fire accumulate knowledge, but also to help fire to accumulate knowledge. There is a vague connection. It's like although the elemental creatures have separated from the spirit of Mother Earth and become independent individuals, they are still inextricably linked to the place where they were born and protected by it. When their bodies and spirit cores are completely destroyed, the spirit of Mother Earth will be the place where they return, waiting for the next reincarnation. However, the transformed robots will be separated from the original group of elemental creatures and will no longer accept the protection of the Earth Mother's spirit. Although I don't know where I will go after I die. But is this a thing? Except for the elemental creatures with their true names, which will be resurrected under the protection of the Earth Mother's spirit after death. The resurrection of other elemental creatures is like a new life. There will be no other memories in the mind except the inherited knowledge from the spirit of Mother Earth. Since this is the case, then death is no different between elemental creatures and robots. It's all death. Does it matter what form you use to die? Even if he still maintains his old form, under the protection of the spirit of Mother Earth, he will eventually be able to have his true name and gain a nearly immortal life. But how many elemental creatures can go that far? Power that can be grasped in the hands is considered power. Otherwise it is just a piece of cake that cannot be eaten. Most of the robots were unaware of the flaw caused by the fire due to Cyberlin's side effects. But everyone is not completely unaware. It can only be said that there is an unknown pressure, forcing the robots to increase their companions as soon as possible. The intention behind this is to grow the robot race to the point where it can compete with the original elemental creatures. Perhaps the fire was cultivated to such an extent that it also became a plain weapon. Then, like the spirit of Mother Earth, it is not impossible to enable robots to have the ability to continue their memory after death. These make Cyberon even more convinced that mastering fire is definitely a key to the future of robots. As for ignoring the agreement with the magician after mastering the fire, if you don't know the direction in which the fire will sublimate, you may still be able to make delusions. But after knowing that the fire will become the center of faith for the robots, similar to the Earth Mother Spirit, Cyberon knew that it was impossible to ignore that agreement. Before each robot is transformed, the magician will emphasize the terms of the transaction and ask if he is willing to comply. Only those who are willing will have the opportunity to accept the transformation of fire. This inquiry did not sign any contract or cast any magic as a witness. It seemed like a verbal agreement. But the use of fire as a medium meant that an oath directed to the soul was made without anyone noticing. Because the collective will of the Earth Mother Spirit will affect the thoughts of all elemental creatures. If the fire really grows to the same level as the Earth Mother Spirit, will it also affect the robots' thoughts? If so, then even if someone encouraged the robots to break the agreement with the magician, or at the beginning of the agreement, that is, before accepting the transformation, they only agreed to the magician perfunctorily. In the end, only a small number of people with a more rebellious personality will actually break the agreement, while others will still fulfill it obediently. This is why, although the magician put forward conditions, he did not mention any mandatory requirements or penalties for violation. Because according to his idea, if the fire can really grow enough to replace the spirit of the Earth Mother, then the original agreement is a sole oath that the robot tribe cannot break. If the fire cannot grow to such a height, it is estimated that the magician will not be able to do what he wants to do. So it does not matter whether the robots abide by the agreement. Cyberlon would not think that the work of a certain magician would be trivial. The fire tore apart the tribe of Earth elemental creatures. Although the robots and primitive Earth elemental creatures are not antagonistic, they are competitors for the same resources. This means that there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. And after dedicating the power of an entire plane to conquer the outer lands 5 times, the opponent's gestures must be of the same level. Otherwise, a certain magician would not need to seek the support of an entire world. Thinking of this, Sabelin could only smile bitterly in his heart. He could not express these inferences. Even if you say it, everyone will still go down this road. This is a conspiracy. An upright conspiracy. With the knowledge of evolution ahead, no one will choose to go back. He is also included. Chapter 962 Specialized Branch. It was midsummer in the year 734 of the Aaron calendar. It had been more than a month. Nearly 2 months. Since the birth of the first robot transformed by fire. The number of robots has also increased to 1,977. And is about to exceed the 2,000 mark. This growth rate is very slow compared to the entire group of elemental creatures. This trouble was something Lin didn't expect at first, because the size of the original settlement did not match the new body size. and because it was impossible to return to the base in order to conquer other people in the early stages. The robots abandoned their original settlements and devoted all their efforts to the great cause of adding companions. The time is roughly divided like this. It takes an average of 3 days to move to the next settlement, 5 minutes to fight or show muscles, and another 3 days to transform the fire. In other words, about half of the time is wasted on the road. Then, the Tinder transformation robots came one by one, which was quite inefficient. Regarding the former point, Lin has no solution, which can be said to be a flaw. You can't use Flash to help them get on their way. If you really do that, I'm afraid if you don't help a few times, there will be some kind of pitiful guy who is contaminated by alien energy and transformed into an evil god among the robot tribe. As for the latter, there is also no good solution. Lin Ding can think of some ways to save time. It is not feasible to use fire to transform more than 2 people at the same time, because during the process, the souls of elemental creatures that are transformed at the same time will interfere with each other, intertwine and merge, and become no longer pure. This kind of thing is a big taboo for elemental creatures, which is why they don't directly devour each other in their original growth method. Now that you have become a robot, you must also avoid this kind of thing. That only simultaneous transformation experiment cost a lot of someone's brains in order to deal with the aftermath. In the end, even Finn, a master of undead magic and a genius in playing with souls, jumped down to help. And the souls of the 2 elemental creatures were separated again, and they were individually transformed by fire. The time that should be saved is the time required for the second and third transformation of each robot. Because after every actual battle, no matter whether they have contributed or not, as long as they see any novel ideas from their companions, there will always be people who want to try it themselves. Since you want to try it, you have to change yourself to look like that, or add new functions, which requires Tinder to take action again. Using fire is equivalent to a thorough body scan and complete examination, and then giving the best plan according to the wishes of the person being transformed. This process will of course take some time. Fortunately, no matter how serious the difficulty in choosing is, no matter how long it takes in the world of thinking, it will only take a moment to change to reality. Even so, time cannot be saved when it comes to body transformation and reorganization. If it were to be transformed for the first time, the elf core of the original elemental creature would have to be transformed into a nuclear reactor, and even the structure of the whole body would have to be reorganized. All of this would be impossible if it were not led by fire. However, most of the modifications after the second time were minor changes, and there was no need to use the big weapon of fire. On the other hand, after the robots are damaged, they have the same function of self-repair as they did in the elemental creature period. The specific operation is to use magic shaping to restore the parts of specific parts to their appearance after being transformed by fire. This kind of ability is great, but in the eyes of the robots, it is a waste. The waste here involves the robot's existing energy system. One is the energy converted from the core of the original elves, which they call the original energy. The method of cultivation and accumulation is the same as that of the past era of elemental creatures. It relies on absorbing free pure energy to grow bit by bit, and relies on rest and sleep to recover the consumed part. Another new energy source is, of course, the electrical energy output by nuclear reactors. Electricity is not only responsible for driving all functions of the robot's mechanical body, but also is the source of energy for the weapon system. It can be said that robots mainly rely on electricity for their daily battles. But when you want to use magic shaping to repair yourself, it consumes mainly the original energy and supplemented by electricity. To put it simply, the technological part consumes electricity, and the magic part consumes source. The source accumulation and recovery are very slow, and the electricity produced by the nuclear reactor can basically support the robots to operate all year round without any need for rest or forced entry into energy-saving mode. It's so unscientific because no matter what the robots say, they are magic creatures based on magic after all. Moreover, compared with electric energy has the cost of squandering. But the use of original energy requires careful consideration. That's why the robots think that it is really a waste to use the original function of solidifying the body and continuously repairing it all the time. It is very simple to cancel such a function, but this requires other means of repairing the damaged body, and the loss is low, so it can be used as a regular means. Self-repair that requires consuming the source can be used as an unconventional last resort, in order to help the robots make some small modifications to the mechanical body, in order to help the robots do some repair work. In order to complete these two projects, The first specialized branch of the robot family appeared as mechanics. Compared to the new robots, who prepare at least 5 weapon systems on their bodies, the mechanics are more reserved. Basically, there are one kind of long-range combat weapon and one melee combat weapon. Most of the functions and the knowledge system stored in the memory are used to repair and transform robots. The most important mechanic also has the ability to adjust the robot's core program. That is, to change the body's structure solidified by fire. Only by doing this, when each robot uses the last resort to repair itself, will the subsequent active transformation not be overwritten and restored to the appearance after the Tinder transformation. In addition, the mechanics database will also be regularly exchanged with Tinder to complement each other. It can be regarded as a kind of data update to prevent the information stored in the fire from being out of touch with the latest transformation progress of the robots. In this way, the robots will no longer need fire when they carry out secondary transformation. Repairing damage can also reduce the consumption of original energy. Let this group of reborn robots become machines in the true sense that do not need to rest. After the specialized branch of mechanics appeared, robots also found their own specialization direction according to their own interests and personalities, or the needs of the entire group, such as the long-range specialization of multiple rocket launchers, the multi-armed close combat specialization, the clairvoyance and stealth detection specialization, the meat shield type defense specialization, and the communication command specialization. There are so many directions that it's hard to describe them all. Only a few leader type robots still maintain their all-powerful form. In other words, the leader type does not choose a specific direction of specialization. They maintain a high level whether in long-range or melee combat. Comparing the aspects of detection, defense and speed separately, it may not be as good as those specialized robots, but it is still far higher than the average level of outstanding robots. In front of the robot group that was gradually forming a system, the first challenge came faster than Lin imagined. The Elemental Lord Pablo has integrated the old forces, with more than 10,000 people, to destroy this unknown emerging force. Chapter 963 Confrontation. The two forces gathered together looked at each other from a distance across a large plain. If nothing else happens, this plain is the place where the two sides will fight under the tacit understanding. The distance between them is more than just a stone's throw away. The ultra-long range of the robot race is no longer a secret due to word-of-mouth transmission from primitive elemental creatures. It's just that most people don't believe it, and very few people know its details. But war is not about the side that makes the fewest mistakes becoming the ultimate winner. Therefore, the Elemental Lord Pablo chose to be conservative for a while, and stood in a position where the enemy queue could only be vaguely seen from the horizon, about 3 or 4 kilometers away. The traditional war between this pair of elemental creatures is an unimaginable distance. His idea, or the idea of most of the elemental beings participating in this war, was actually to try out the robot race. After all, according to rumors, although the other party destroyed every settlement, they actually transformed the conquered elemental creatures into the same life form as them. The conquered will join this suddenly rising army after the war and join the ranks of conquest. If the other party has real materials, then joining is not a resistible choice. The first desire of elemental creatures is to become stronger, and the second is insignificant things such as dignity or freedom. After all, if you don't have enough power, everything else is just a gift from the stronger one. If the other party does not have real materials, then it will be lost in the long river of history as the price of disappointing yourself. Of course, for the Elemental Lord Pablo, this is also an opportunity to expand his power. There are external pressures, internal fears or worries. If these factors are induced, weak elemental creatures who are confused about their future can choose to join his command. These minions are not only soldiers who can be brought to the battlefield, but also good helpers to help you collect specific materials. In comparison, the robot race doesn't have that much fuss. Just do it. This is the only consensus they have with their overwhelming confidence since the birth of the first batch of West Wind Valley robots. Every small-scale battle, from a 100-man level group fight to a 1,000-man level war, the robot tribe has taken an extremely serious attitude and planned it as a war between evenly matched enemies. This is the advice given by Lin. The purpose is to allow them to familiarize themselves with this new body faster and find suitable tactics. Of course, the result of playing this way is that every game is crushed and there is no suspense. Among them, the one that shines brightest is the Tactical Command Platform. This is the Tactical Command Platform that debuts for the first time. The commander is a time traveler who has only played real-time strategy. No matter how many types of games he plays, He still can't hide the fact that this guy is not a person with a professional background and has received 800 serious training in tactical command. Even so, it's not a big problem for a wild player holding a bunch of trump cards and pushing a bunch of garbage. The first battle can be regarded as opening up people's insights, mainly overturning the old thinking. The real strength of the tactical command platform came from the countless battles starting from the second battle. It is true that the original bodies of the robots were elemental creatures on the magic side. But a certain time-traveling being could use the ideas of Transformers and Terminators to create this group of silicon-based life forms. In order to control the mechanized body, computers and programs are used to issue operating instructions to each mechanical structure. In other words, robots are still a combination of computers and machinery. What can be done when a bunch of computers are connected to the same platform and can communicate with each other? Cloud computing? Cloud computing? Distributed computing? Cloud_computing? No matter which way you say it, it only means one thing, and that is faster computing speed and greater data processing capabilities. Then every robot on the battlefield is a collector of intelligence information and a participant in the tactical command platform. They share what they see with members on the platform all the time, discuss the enemy's intentions together, and think about their own response strategies. All this information exchange and strategy formulation are completed in an instant, just like the processing speed of a computer. Although a certain time-traveling robot has evolved through several cheating-like evolutions, its thinking and processing speed is not inferior to that of this group of robots. But after all, it is based on a different foundation and cannot achieve seamless horizontal connection. Lin and the robots can only communicate through traditional language and text, which is much slower, without a human to hold back. The speed of information exchange and tactical discussion among the robots would be an understatement. When someone can know what is happening in every place on the battlefield, coupled with the ability to exchange and process information in a blink of an eye, everything and changes on the battlefield will be as transparent to them. In this way, you can issue instructions for the best actions at all times and make adjustments in response to changes at any time. In other words, once the war begins and the robots are on the tactical command platform, the robots will no longer be single individuals doing their own thing, but as a whole. At the same time, there is no case of disobedience of orders or overstretching, because all orders are issued after all-round consideration, including the situation between ourselves and the enemy. The most important thing is that the messenger also enjoys the speed of sending orders in seconds. This is not at the same level as the original elemental creatures, whose command basically relies on roaring. However, this platform, which is no different from an artifact, is not completely without flaws. When the number of people entering the platform exceeds a threshold, the overall efficiency drops significantly. Specifically, a processing speed of 1 nanosecond dropped to 1 microsecond. Well, no comparison, no harm. In short, in such a situation, the robots naturally turn to fire, and the creator of the robot race, the magician from the Lost Lands. It didn't take Lin long to find the culprit on the platform that was causing the robot's processing speed to slow down. Simply put, there is too much repetitive spam. If a robot soldier in a square formation sees a certain event, it means that 10 or more people will see the same event, with different angles at most. When this information is reported to the tactical command platform, most of the platform's computing power will be used to filter the access data, eliminate duplication, clean up and restore the original appearance of relevant clues. When the initial work reaches a certain order of magnitude, it is natural that the overall efficiency will decrease. In order to solve this problem, robots specialized in communication and command were born. They may be responsible for an area, or they may be responsible for a certain number of robots. They will do a preliminary cleaning and integration of all the environmental information reported to them, and then throw it up to the tactical command platform for everyone to use. Simply put, it is a hierarchical management concept. But this stratification does not involve the class or affiliation of robots. It's just a distributed computing method used to improve efficiency. Under this efficient and consistent operation of the group, there is little room for individual personality display, and any jokes and amusing words are considered a waste of time. That is to say, after entering a state of war and joining the tactical command platform, the robots will become ruthless. What they see in their eyes and what they think in their minds are all ways to win. After seeing the unique appearance of the robots, someone who pretended to be confident felt flustered again for no reason. Chapter 964. The war begins. The new robot race is not a weakling who only knows how to defend. Their overwhelming confidence allows them to dare to bite their opponents even if they are at a numerical disadvantage. Therefore, between the two sides in the confrontation. It was the robot side that took the lead in breaking the silence. 5 columns emerged from their own formation and headed straight towards the enemy's formation. The leaders were 5 leader-level robots. Their tall bodies stood out among the team, making them particularly eye-catching. Apart from them, there are only 3 leader-level robots, who have not yet left the array. There are a total of 8 leader levels. Compared with the current number of robot groups, the ratio can be said to be abnormally low. The number of pocket-sized robots is less than 10% of the overall robot population, and the vast majority are ordinary robots. There was such a huge proportion gap. Lin didn't quite understand it at first, but he figured it out later. Because the robots transformed by fire at this stage are all elemental creatures from the Earth elemental plane and belong to the lowest level of settlement. Their foundation is not good enough to begin with. So it makes sense that they cannot improve themselves to a few leaders. The leader class is not just big. Their tall body and more powerful reactor output means that they have more powerful horsepower to do anything and can support more functions. Versatility is the most basic standard for the 8 leader level robots. Of the 3 leaders still in the array, 2 each led a reserve team and were waiting, while the remaining 1 stayed in a robot position specialized in long-range attacks. Their offensive tactics were not taught by a certain time traveler. After clearing the ground with artillery, they then stepped forward to clean up the mess in close combat. With more people than before, they have more choices and can use more flexible tactics. The 5 advancing columns were like 5 arrows, shooting towards the enemy array. The speed is not fast. It is just the speed at which robots normally march. But in the eyes of the primitive elemental creatures, it was charging towards them at a very fast speed. Such a powerful posture caused a moderate commotion for the larger party. But it also subsided immediately. The elemental Lord Pablo is a fierce warrior who is good at fighting on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the army he is leading now is a temporarily assembled army, which is not as good as the team directly under his command. However, there were more people than others, so he didn't think there was any chance of losing. Even though the leader of the opponent's 5 teams was quite tall, he was only as tall as him. Pablo's giant bear posture and strange strength are his capital to dominate the battlefield. Roaring to the sky and pointing the way with his giant claws, Pablo issued orders to his subordinates in a loud voice. These orders were quickly passed to the frontline teams, and immediately 10 teams stood out, with 2 teams flanking one and heading towards the enemy. The number of people was several times greater. The robot column did not change its formation, nor did it change its direction of attack, but continued to move forward bravely and aggressively. It was as if the team surrounding him didn't exist. Their confidence in such bravery lies in the artillery positions where they started to act. All robots specialized in long-range attacks, under the unified control of the tactical command platform, aimed at the assigned targets. Because there are so many enemies, everyone is assigned multiple targets. What they have to do is to launch artillery bombardment according to the instructions and attack the enemy. The current robot team does not have a nominal commander. All their actions were discussed on the tactical command platform, including the route of attack and the timing of firing. So for Lin, a bystander, without warning, the robots at the gun position open fire one after another. Their shooting habits are just like someone's guidance. They will unify the hit time according to the parameters of each gun. The Earth elemental plane is an airless world, so there will be no whistling sound of flying cannonballs. That is to say, the moment the enemy realizes that it is under a long-range attack, it will be an overwhelming all-round attack. I don't know if they are worried about the artillery bombardment of friendly forces, or the robots are also afraid of the power of the rail gun. After all, there are many original elements of human beings inside, but they all came to their senses and changed sides after being bombarded. Therefore, the 5 columns of the robot force will slow down when bombarding, and return to their original marching speed between bombardments, charging forward steadily. And the timing is just right. Completely different from the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere of the robot team. The queue of elemental creatures was bathed in gunfire. The seconds really seemed like years, and someone fell down all the time. And the attack was not a scattered attack. It started from the front of the queue, and no one was missed. The members at the rear of the team were forced to move forward under orders, and then were smashed to pieces by an attack from nowhere. The 2 sides who attack and fight are 2 different things. Although the robot team will change their marching speed with the bombardment, their calmness and the good cooperation between the frontline team and the rear position can make people feel that the robots are full of confidence, while the morale of the elemental creatures is low. The baptism of rail artillery fire was really a perfect shot. Lin, who was watching all this, couldn't help but smile bitterly and said with emotion, "The tactics of infantry and artillery coordination have been worked out. I really don't know what they will grow into." Sensing that the man next to him would show abnormal emotions from time to time, Finn asked with concern, "What are you worried about? Are you worried that those guys can't control it and will eventually backfire? I have a lot of experience in this kind of thing. Do you want to teach you a few ways to control your subordinates? It's just that the number of backups you have left is not inferior to mine at all. Is there any need to be so worried?" Through the robots specialized in reconnaissance, Lin returned the footage to the tactical command platform. He watched 5 robot columns forcefully break into the enemy's lineup under the coordinated tactics of infantry and artillery, and engage in close combat. Not many people enter the melee battle, and most of them still use guns and cannons. Among them, the one who shines most is a leader-type robot. There are 10 fingers in his hands, and at the tip of each finger, there is a small caliber rail gun designed like a Gatling gun, coupled with a large capacity magazine built into the arm. After entering the enemy's position, it can shoot in all directions, creating a large no man's land single-handedly. Maybe the leader type was the only one to achieve such results, but the results of the others could not be ignored. The robot column cut into the elemental creatures led by the elemental Lord Pablo. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it effortlessly killed this group of primitive elemental creatures to pieces. In a short period of time, the army of 10,000 people had become shaky. It's no surprise when it collapses. Regarding Finn's question, Lin Wei only smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not worried about the backlash. I just feel incredible." This kind of scene, which can only be seen in movies or animations in my hometown, was vividly played out in front of my eyes. You know how unimaginable this is to me. Especially these robots were made by me. Well, yes, you and Nagiri also helped a lot. But in this world where magic is paramount, when I see scenes like this that only appear in science fiction themes, I'm just worried that all of this is a dream. Or else it's false and unreal. You may wake up from the dream at any time, still the same as before. So unsure of myself, Finchia commented. Chapter 965 Confidence. What are you most afraid of as a human being? For Lin, that is not practical. Didn't you look at some veteran liars? Before they want to deceive others, they have to convince themselves first and make themselves believe that whatever they say next is true. Only in this way can what you say be convincing and win people's trust. This action can give you a sense of psychological stability, although it is not used on the right path. For a time traveler who has lived in a materialistic world for most of his life and has been out of society and endured severe beatings from society, Lin is very aware of the gap between reality and science fiction. At the time before the time travel, the most advanced robots on Earth were still in the laboratory. No matter how flexible it is all the result of programming. Weak artificial intelligence can hardly hook up, let alone strong artificial intelligence. However, the group of lively transformers in front of him was created by himself. This is more unsettling than if he traveled to a magical world and was able to perform magic that would destroy the world. Because it's like denying or mocking the world before you travel through it. Things that so many technology giants on Earth have failed to accomplish have been accomplished in my hands. This is not only unsettling, but also makes you feel guilty. As a demon king who once ruled the land and led millions of dark legions, Finn certainly couldn't understand what was going on with someone's petty personality. If it were on Earth, Finn would probably respond like this: "Sister, hundreds of thousands of people every minute would understand whether you should take dozens of green onions from the vegetable market or not." However, this lich rarely used any extreme methods, spraying people until they could no longer take care of themselves. Instead, he spoke in an enlightening way and said, "Do you still remember the questions you asked those 2 little girls?" "Which question?" Lin asked intuitively. In fact, whether those 2 apprentices were taught seriously by me, or whether they asked them questions like a prank. They had asked them thousands, if not tens of thousands of questions over the years. The lich asked this question haphazardly, and he really didn't know which one she was referring to. Finn said, "On the first day, there was a piece of duckweed in a pond. On the second day, the original piece of duckweed multiplied into 2 pieces. On the third day, the duckweed multiplied into 4 pieces. On the fourth day, 8 pieces. After that, in 30 days, the duckweeds have filled half of the pond. So the question is, how long will it take for the duckweeds to fill the remaining half of the pond?" The pitfall of this question is that it is easy for people to answer the question by analogy. It took 30 days to reproduce before the duckweeds filled half of the pond. Then the remaining half should also take 30 days. In fact, this is a geometric series problem. It only takes one day for the duckweed that has filled half of the pond to fill the remaining half of the pond. When you accumulate enough knowledge, what you do next will be a matter of course. It doesn't mean that you have to study everything from scratch. How long did it take you, Hagiri, and me to achieve the achievements in front of you? Don't you know the knowledge you need to accumulate? They don't just appear out of thin air. Then pointed at the pile of robots beside him. That's true. But Lin didn't know how to explain his feelings clearly. He was just a little confused. I've seen a lot of geniuses who don't know what to do. They have high vision but low hand. With a little talent and a few skills. They think they can kill gods and demons. I've seen a lot of such geniuses and killed more. But I have never seen anyone like you. Who is 70% capable. But only 30% courageous. If you had more confidence, you wouldn't be as bad as you are now. You really don't know where your current abilities are. What's the height? A certain lich had eaten the saliva of the traveling crowd. And some of his words no longer sounded like a native of the lost land. Lin's lips twitched and he said, I'm surrounded by a group of monsters who can beat me like a grandchild. If it weren't for the flash technique, my life would have been lost a long time ago. Those are all potentials that you can use. Who told you to treat them as imaginary enemies? Perhaps he was dissatisfied with being called a monster. Then continued to criticize. Someone said with sadness, there is nothing more unreliable than borrowed momentum. The so-called backing of a mountain falls. Relying on everyone to run. Put your life in the hands of others. At a critical moment, others will not care about you. What are the chances of pushing me out to block the gun? How can you have so many problems with you? Thun was angrily, crossing his hands and puffing out his cheeks, looking at someone angrily. And a certain time-traveling magician who was criticized was not unaware of his shortcomings. It's just that before time travel, you were severely beaten by society. No matter how highly educated you are still inferior to those born with a silver spoon in your mouth. After time travel, you were severely beaten by nature. No matter how talented you are. Can you defeat gods and demons? Well, it seems that the devil is not impossible at this stage. But the price is a bit high. In short, after 2 lifetimes of being a bear, someone really can't cultivate Long Outyan's confidence. This is like an ordinary person on Earth suddenly winning a lottery worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It is estimated that 9 out of 10 people will be dizzy from the money falling from the sky. And then become dizzy in a short period of time. Squander it all. The remaining one would probably be so scared that he would shrink back and not dare to speak out about anything. Someone's current situation falls into the latter category. If this kind of person does not shrink like a turtle for a lifetime, he or she can successfully digest the growth, turn it into nourishment, and become a part of his own growth. Which one Lin will eventually become is not something he can say now. Just being awakened by the lich in this way. The other party's intention should be to correct himself. But how to change it? Someone has no idea. Use Long Outyan's words to sneer at everyone. Just show off your tyranny when you have nothing to do. And then unite a group of younger brothers to act like the big brother in the club? The key point is to quarrel with the sky and the earth. Just like a mad dog. If you can't win, you will physically destroy the opponent. If you win, you will send the opponent to death in the end. Anyway, regardless of whether you win or not, just kill him. How can a mad dog be reasonable and follow the rules? When someone wanted to speak, the lich spoke first. Forget it. It's too hard to ask you to do something you can't do. What's more, I don't hate the way you look now. If you really change it to one of those people with exploded self-confidence, eyes on the top of the head, and looking at people with their nostrils. Guy, that's even more disgusting. It's good now. Yeah, it's good. Sister, so do I want to change now or not? Waiting online. Urgent. Seeing someone sighing softly, and not intending to continue to dwell on these issues. Then showed an expression of interest. What she didn't say was that if a man's best magic is for escaping, and what he wants most is to go back to his hometown. For a man to show aggression or ambition, he must first hope that the other person is a schizophrenic. But that doesn't mean this man isn't dangerous. Looking at it, in order to seize the elemental spirit, and the elemental lord of the gem pit offended this person. He directly came up with an idea to subvert the world. Of course, subverting an elemental plane is not his purpose. His purpose is still the elemental spirit. Whether he subverts it or not is just a process he does casually. And it doesn't matter whether he succeeds or not. In other words, when one day someone ignites the fire in his chest, this man may burst out with energy that shakes the whole world. That seems quite interesting. I have been the Demon King. But I have never been the Demon King's advisor. Finn thought so. Chapter 966 Changes in the Battlefield. Finn didn't know how much the words she said could change this man. Or maybe he will just get stuck in his own rut and be unable to get out. After all, unless the person involved has figured it out himself. Other people can't save him from the feeling of self-pity even if he kicks his butt. But the emotional silence did not last long. The front line where the robots and elemental creatures were fighting had changes they had not expected, which attracted their attention. Fortunately for Finn. After all, he was a demon king who had led millions of troops to fight. So he had never seen any scenes. But the man next to him got rid of his original low mood and stared at the empty front with a surprised look on his face. Of course, the two of them were still several kilometers away from the front line. And Lin's normal vision was not good enough to see clearly the scene several kilometers away with naked eyes. So Finn knew that what someone was actually looking at was the picture returned from the tactical command platform in his field of vision. And then, there was a look of great interest on his face. If it's better than being heartless, Finn can be sure that the man next to her is not the first. But he is also ranked high among the beings of whatever race she has ever seen. Another person who is equally heartless in recent times is the Demon Prince Azad. That neurosis makes people unpredictable. He is cruel to others, and even more cruel to himself. As for the change that surprised someone, it was that after the defeat of the elemental creature army was obvious, and the two reserve teams of the robot force were dispatched at the same time, one on the left and one on the right to outflank the opponent. The entire battle situation fell into a strange calm, and everyone was fighting. The killing stopped. Instead, the giant steel bear and a leader-level robot stood up, and the two sides faced off against each other. The iron bear is Pablo, the elemental lord. He has not yet completely purified himself. But he is not like ordinary metal elemental creatures, who only focus on metallizing themselves and randomly filling their bodies with whatever materials they are. Pablo's body is divided into several parts. The torso and right arm are made of silver-white metal. The left arm is iron-gray. And the two short legs are also made of metal of different materials. The claws stretched out on the hands and feet are even more shining. Just seeing it, I instinctively don't want to be scratched by these claws. The most peculiar thing is that Pablo's head is made of two different metals. One is the same silver-white metal as the torso, including the neck, the left half of the cheek, and a left eye. The other half is an exotic metal with a pink matte finish. The two metals were spliced together along a smooth downward curve, just like a scar on a person's face. Pablo stood upright, and his size was no less than that of the robot Orion, who was confronting him. This robot from West Wind Valley is one of the few boss-level robots that uses combat-type weapons for close combat. The two sides hit each other with a claw, and I punched each other, and they were having fun. Lin Wanbi was puzzled by the fact that the battle in front of him had stopped, and he had inexplicably entered into a one-on-one duel mode. Although Finn's eyesight can see the situation several kilometers away, it can only see an outline and cannot see the details. Although she has not joined the robot's tactical command platform, with her current ability, it is easy to peek at the contents after the invasion. So Finn can also see the real-time footage of the front line shared by the robots from all angles, and understand what someone is saying. What a sentimental thing. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the history of Lost Land. After all, this is a world with great individual power. In many cases, the one-on-one duel between the leaders is not a symbolic battle, but after the leaders of both sides are off the field, the other scumbags basically have no chance. When the army is not even qualified to be cannon fodder, these peripheral forces will naturally be unable to fight, and can only be reduced to spectators in a one-on-one duel between the main generals. But Pablo and Orion haven't reached such a height yet, so Lin can't understand why the two armies stopped fighting and just watched their respective bosses fight. This is not to mention that although Orion is a leader-level robot, it is only a classification of robots in terms of body shape. It does not mean that he has become the leader of the robot group. There are quite a few leaders at the leadership level, and there are also those who were feuding with each other before the transformation. Basically, no one obeys the other. But the robot group uses the tactical command platform to discuss and decide everything, no matter how many things they discuss. Communicating in a programmed way can be done at the click of a finger. A few leader-like beings do not have the power to make decisions so much as they have good brains, and can put forward opinions that most people are willing to follow. Orion is just one of them. Don't understand? Finn said, looking at someone's confused expression. Yeah, I don't understand how they got involved, Lin said bluntly. The purpose of the robots has never been hidden from other people. Therefore, so many people gathered on the opposite side, not so much to fight against the big guys like Orion and Cyberin, but to inspect them. After being reminded by the Lich, Lin suddenly realized. Are you here to decide whether to join the robots? That's right. Elemental creatures desire to be more powerful. This is their instinct. As for transforming their bodies, that is simply their daily life. Therefore, they must constantly purify the material of their bodies, or transform them into robots. For them, nothing bad. But the point is, after the transformation, it will be stronger than the original direction. Right. Lin thought of a possibility and said, yes. If the most powerful robot cannot defeat an elemental lord, how many people do you think will have the confidence to take this path? That's true. After understanding the possible thoughts of this group of natives from the Earth elemental plane, Lin considered and said, so this one-on-one duel. Both elemental creatures and robots are very concerned about it. This should be the reason why the surrounding wars will stop. It's just that they don't think about it. Before the transformation, Orion was just the leader of a small settlement in the corner of West Wind Valley. It's too unfair to compare him to an elemental lord. It's precisely because of this that the transformation of Tinder can highlight its value even more. Isn't it? Finken said with a smile. Do you think Orion will lose? At least they didn't let that guy Cologne fight this match. The leader-level robot named by Finn was the one with the Gatling gun hidden in his finger. In order to cope with the consumption of large amounts of ammunition, Cologne's forearm is mainly used to store machine gun ammunition. This also resulted in the strength of its arms being far inferior to that of a robot like Orion, who was good at combat. So when it comes to fighting the Elemental Lord, Orion is the most suitable among all the leader levels. But it doesn't mean that Lin approves of the battle in front of him. He said, I just feel that Orion chose to give up the advantages of robots. Melee combat with the enemy is a very risky thing. He obviously has 2 cannons on his body, so standing far away and firing quietly is the best way. Someone's serious emotion made the Lich choke and was speechless for a long time. Is this guy's wretchedness engraved in his DNA? Chapter 967 Duel. No matter what the onlookers said, they could not replace the 2 people dueling on the battlefield. So they still paid attention to this unexpected duel. Of course Lin didn't think Olean would lose. But it certainly wouldn't be safer than using a black gun. Now that he had given up most of the robot's advantages and fought fist to fist with others, Lin could only calm down and see how many advantages Orion had left. Someone is also very interested in who is stronger and weaker between the leader-level robots and the elemental lords. The battle between the leader-level robot Orion and the elemental lord giant bear Pablo is really like 2 giant beast-level creatures fighting. The aftermath of the battle occasionally affected the elemental creatures, or robots, who were watching. Fortunately for those pocket-sized little guys, they were self-aware and had already stayed away from the position where the 2 giants were fighting, or they were clinging to their companions. The aftermath of the duel would not hurt them. Although ordinary robots are not as big as Pablo or the leader-level robots, they are still much taller than ordinary elemental creatures, and their sturdiness is not to mention, even if it is attacked, as long as it is not deliberately targeted. At most some paint will be rubbed off, or a piece of metal will be dented. But those elemental creatures that can't run fast enough are out of luck. It was common for people to lose their arms and injure their legs because they couldn't dodge. And there were also many people who were smashed into pieces. In a word, it is too crispy. Just looking at Olean's offensive posture, someone felt more and more familiar with it. Hey, this is boxing? Lin thought for a moment. Maybe it was because when he was feeding Tinder information, the fighting skills he entered included some boxing content. In fact, this is a very reasonable approach and is not a mistake made by someone. Just like those who sell cars, they must have a way to teach car buyers how to drive in order to sell them. It is impossible to sell the car, and the person who wants to buy it can figure it out for himself. If someone tries to take advantage of it, they will step on the accelerator and then shift gears. If they don't kill themselves, they will also damage the car. So when Lin entered the machine structure data, of course he also entered some operation methods, which became part of the inheritance of fire. Lest someone transform themselves without knowing the functions and uses of certain structures. It would be like sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it. Boxing? Thun was only unfamiliar with the term someone said. Well, it's a scientific combat sport from my hometown. Sports? Although such a term does not exist in MIDI, Thun still heard someone mention it. She didn't understand the definition of too deep. At least Thun understood that it was a term that was incompatible with fighting on the battlefield. looking at a robot and a metal bear fighting in the field. Orion's combination of punches left Pablo helpless. The left jab was a continuous pile driver attack, and it landed on Pablo within a minute. There were probably hundreds of punches. The straight punch from the right hand is a one-time burst of pile driving attacks. Every time a punch is thrown, Pablo has to lose something. This huge metal bear was smashed apart piece by piece. However, Pablo's claws were sharp and strong enough. As long as Orion fails to parry well, a piece of the robot's armor will be torn off, or it will leave torn claw marks. It is because of this mutual exchange that everyone has the illusion that both sides are evenly matched. But in Finn's eyes, Orion had the upper hand. So he had some doubts about what someone called sport. Being able to achieve such results is not a skill that is too incompetent. However, Lin still criticized. Yeah, it's just a sport, under the protection of restricted rules. This sport has many scientific theories to help boxers strengthen themselves and defeat their opponents. But that's all. What's the downside? Finn asked. This sport does not allow three-way attacks, because it is a foul in a real life and death battlefield. If you encounter someone who is playing dirty tricks, who will follow your rules? The one who survives is the winner. Echoing someone's words, Elemental Lord Pablo seemed to have discovered the weakness of Orion's attack mode. He rolled forward from time to time, curled up his huge body, and launched a rolling collision. The huge metal body rolled up and knocked over Orion several times. This leader-level robot did not dare to make a direct attack and could only avoid it. In addition to rolling, Pablo also spun on the ground from time to time, like a top, and then stretched out his claws to sweep. Fortunately, Orion had a body of steel, so his legs were not cut off, but they were also scratched and scarred. Even if this tall robot used a one-time explosive punch to hit the rolling iron ball, it would not be able to stop the inertial movement of Pablo's huge mass. At most, it would make a groove and then be knocked away. In such a fight, both sides can be said to lose. But overall, Orion is still at a disadvantage. So as long as Pablo curled up and rolled over, the tall robot would still choose to avoid it. And this avoidance is not the end. The worst thing will be the people who watch the theater and eat melon. Grinding out a gravel-strewn road is an inevitable result. At this moment, someone who was not following the rules suddenly thought, if he taught the bear on the opposite side the lying boxing, and had a boxing duel with lying boxing, what would it be like? Will it be like Antonio Inoki versus Muhammad Ali? One person lay down, and the other stood, looking at each other lovingly for 15 rounds. Just when someone was thinking about it, the duel between one person and one bear changed again. Orion is not a fool who accepts death and only knows how to box. What they were fighting was not a heterogeneous fight with agreed-upon rules, but a duel involving life and death. As long as no third party intervenes in the battle, no rules are the only rules. So Orion took advantage of the robot's structure. For example, he jumped into the air, and then, accelerated by gravity and afterburners, he launched a flying kick at Pablo. This flying kick is so powerful that even if the Bear Elemental Lord enters the rolling impact mode, it will be kicked away if it is not kicked away. The hard metal body was even kicked into small holes. Although under the reaction force, Orion will be bounced away. But this time the one who suffered the most was Pablo. This was not the only attack method Orion changed. He punched his chest with his raised arms, and the elbow knife bounced out. This is not an ordinary large blade, but a high-speed rotating chainsaw. Lin was shocked when he saw these two chainsaws. Orion had never shown such weapons and attack methods before. If it wasn't for the tall Iron Man who hit it deep enough and didn't say anything after the first transformation, it was because the two saw blades were new weapons added after the second transformation. These two elbow saws are not traditional chain-type electric saws. Instead, they use magnetism and tracks to make each saw tooth reciprocate at high speed on a fixed track to achieve the purpose of cutting. The advantage of this is to avoid the original electric saw design. After the saw chain is broken, the electric saw is useless. As long as the saw teeth of the magnetic track are properly supplemented, there will be no aforementioned problems. This is someone's third-generation ship-killing sword design that's still on paper. But when did this concept, which is not even a semi-finished product, enter Tinder? Someone is suspicious. Don't think about it. I did it. Shakiri admitted generously. I said, can you take out the immature things? Len asked cautiously. Where is the immaturity? These weapon designs have all been verified by my simulations, and are guaranteed to be first class and easy to use. It's just that the things have not been actually made and have been used by people. Who knows whether they are male or female? It just so happens that these are alive and kicking. If the big guy needs it, I'll provide it. What's the point? Someone thought to himself, I dare you to treat these big guys as guinea pigs on the experimental platform. Lich, you guys are the same as each other. Chapter 968, Killing the Bear. Two vicious-looking things popped out of his elbows. And that was all Pablo felt. And in this elemental lord's opinion, the location where these two knives appeared was definitely not a good place to use them. This is indeed the case. So this giant bear was careless. Seeing the elbow knife coming, he subconsciously raised his arm to block it. Then, tragedy struck. From Lin's perspective, it was an accident that Orion popped up two elbow chainsaws. But what's even more surprising is that a layer of light blue light ripples on the high-speed running sawtooth. This is the light of the soul, and the original power of the robot. This means that Orion has added magic power to his melee weapons. You can still play like this. It's the only thought in someone's head. Facing a giant metal bear, the most effective way to attack is to use smashing. No one has thought of using cutting, because no matter what kind of sword, it may be able to cut through a piece of metal skin during the swing. But it is absolutely impossible to deal with a piece of metal. This is the understanding of most people. And it is also what Pablo relies on for everything. But today, the thick arm that blocked the elbow knife was severely cut off. The moment the knife and arm came into contact, the fierce sparks from the friction were like a tree of fire. There were even a few enchanted saw teeth that were overwhelmed and worn out, and flew away. But the benefits of replacing chains with electromagnetic tracks are reflected here. The effectiveness of the chainsaw did not cause the entire group of chainsaws to stop due to damage to one or two saw teeth. The fine saw teeth that followed along the magnetic track were still powerfully cutting into the metal body of the elemental lord. Pablo looked at his arm, which was missing a small piece of it, in shock. With the elf core as the center and the magic power penetrating the metal body, it should be invulnerable. In Pablo's life's battles, only during the weak period of his growth did he experience having his body cut open. And at that time, it was not entirely a metal body. As for the experience of being smashed to pieces, there are countless of them. But as a metal elemental lord, how can he be afraid of being smashed? To break open a small piece of his body, the enemy must pay a greater price. This is Pablo's winning formula. But being cut open, the giant bear looked at another swinging elbow saw in horror. Without thinking, he rolled on the spot and avoided the knife. Because rolling attacks were used so much before, people who didn't understand it didn't think it was a big deal for an elemental lord to roll on the ground. But those who understood it noticed that the originally evenly matched momentum between the two began to wax and wane. The reason for insisting on not using guns in duels is because we must uphold the principle of fairness and have a hearty fight with a respectable opponent. But it uses a ship-cutting knife design. What's going on? Lin didn't bother to think about whether he should complain or not. His eyes were fixed on the battle between one man and one bear. The limitations of the use of the elbow knife are indeed not as good as those of handheld weapons, and the attack range is much shorter. However, the basis of this concept is that the knife wielder is just an ordinary person. This means that the range of motion of his body, arm length, and joints are the same as the limits of ordinary humans. But Orion is a robot. Although the joints also have a range of motion and the body size is fixed, these problems can be changed using mechanical structures. Attacks from various unexpected angles made it very uncomfortable for Pablo, who was not known for his flexibility. If he didn't dodge and took the elbow saw's attack head-on, he would be cut into pieces even if he didn't take a few hits. So this giant bear elemental lord was very angry. It had been a long time since he had been beaten like this. But the opponent is just an unknown person who doesn't know what he means. Is it dominance or momentum? As Pablo looked up to the sky and roared, a green halo appeared all over his body. And at the same time, there was an invisible impact that briefly drove back the attacking Orion. At the same time, his damaged giant bear body experienced a rapid self-repair. All injuries were healing, and the missing parts were growing back. But Lin knew that such actions were not without cost. The energy level emitted by Pablo's elf core is rapidly declining during observation, and his size has also shrunk to an extent that is difficult for others to notice. After all, the repair materials are not created out of thin air, but are filled with other parts of the body. But such a shrinkage does not mean that Pablo has become weaker. On the contrary, because he released a large amount of the power stored in the elf core and prepared to make a desperate move, it made him even more threatening. A reckless elemental lord is quite terrifying. Well, in most people's minds. Maybe it was the confidence brought by the new body, or the confidence brought by suppressing an elemental lord in the previous battle. But Orion didn't care at all about the giant metal bear that had unleashed its potential. Treading hard left and right twice, the wheels on the soles of the feet protruded. At the same time, I remembered what the human magician once said after his companions in West Wind Valley were transformed by fire for the first time. You are unique and have never been seen before, which means there is no path for you to follow. Every step you take now, whether right or wrong, will become the cornerstone of the evolution of those who come after you. So don't be afraid to try or change. The function of your mechanical body's original design is not necessarily the most suitable function to be developed based on the originally envisioned background. Maybe the combination of different mechanical structures can produce better results in different places. All of this is up to you to discover and discover for yourself. This is what I want to emphasize. Knowledge can continue to accumulate and then evolve. And most importantly, knowledge is power. At first, Orion didn't quite understand what the human magician wanted to express. But now, stimulated by the battle with a giant bear in front of him, he had an idea that he couldn't help but want to test. The two arms are bent inward and raised horizontally to the left and right. One of them is reversed 180 degrees, so that the two elbow saws protrude from the outermost circle. At the same time, the waist buckle is unlocked, and the upper body is rotated at high speed by the motor. Orion controlled his wheels and rushed towards the giant bear, circling around the tall elemental lord, like a high-speed wheel saw, cutting around the object. The metal collided, creating bigger and more sparks, almost covering the machine. Man and metal bear. Everyone is waiting to see how Pablo will fight back. But the final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Orion, who unlocked his arm by himself, used an explosive impact, his claws to remove the bear's head. He also stopped, and his upper body no longer rotated. Nor did he continue to circle around the giant bear, holding high the bear's head, whose upper right half was pink and whose lower left half was silvery white. Olian was injured all over his body, and the final attack caused damage to his body structure. After all, these joint structures were not meant to be played like this in the beginning. But his majestic appearance still shocked all the elemental creatures and robots who were paying attention to this battle. As the defeated elemental lord, Pablo's dismembered metal body was scattered all over the ground. The light of his soul was also shaky, as if it would be extinguished in the next moment. Everyone around them lowered their proud heads. Orion thought this was proof that he was respected by everyone. Just when he was feeling complacent, a huge shadow covered him. He turned around and saw a straight mountain wall towering into the sky suddenly appearing behind him. No, that's not a mountain wall. Instead, he stood up straight and looked down at the other elemental lord on the entire battlefield, Snake King Odessa. Chapter 969 Elemental Lord. There are 3 elemental lords, who are recognized as unprovoked in the earth elemental plane. One is the one in the gem pit, and the other is the one in the iron wall. These two can be regarded as beings at the top of magic and warriors. The third place is Odessa, the Snake King. The reason why he shouldn't be messed with is also obvious. That is, his unfathomable huge size. To defeat an earth elemental creature, the conventional method is to smash it. If the opponent is smashed into pieces, then it is considered a win. If the opponent is smashed into powder and cannot be recovered, that is killing an elemental creature and letting it completely return to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit. But with a length of several kilometers, a height of more than 10 meters, and a width of almost 10 meters, there is no way to lift it. If you rub off a little of his skin and knock off a few of his scales, how much damage can it do to Snake King Odessa? There's a saying in my hometown: if you hit a snake, it will hit you 7 inches. It means to pinpoint the weak point and hit it with a stick. Even the most poisonous snake will be killed. But that refers to ordinary creatures. And the Snake King does not have such obvious weaknesses, unless there is a way to break into his body and go straight to the core of the elf. Simply attacking from the outside will make it impossible to defeat this Snake King. And getting inside, Odessa, the Snake King, was never just a snake. Since he is an elemental lord, he must have a territory and people under his control. In other words, only by being recognized by the spirit of the Earth Mother and gaining some kind of authority recognition can one be considered an elemental lord. What's special about the Snake King is that he himself is a mobile territory recognized by the spirit of the Earth Mother. The people under his protection all live inside and outside his body. Of course, those who can be accepted by an elemental lord and inhabit the Snake King will not be like the novice village-level elemental creatures in West Wind Valley or Moon Bay. Therefore, all intruders who break into the body of the Snake King are equivalent to facing the personal guards of an elemental lord, facing endless resistance. From this perspective, it was incredible in the eyes of other elemental creatures that someone and the Lich could break through all the way to the core of the Snake King elf. But this was also because the two of them had no ill intentions at the beginning, and the Snake King was also very interested in them, which led to the subsequent development. Now that he is leading the robot tribe and meets the Snake King again, he has no idea what will happen, whether it will be a good development or a bad development. Because the fire was still in his hands, Lin noticed some very special changes the moment Orion defeated Pablo, and thus understood some of the special operating laws of this world. The term Elemental Lord is not just a power granted by superior nobles, like human nobles, or a name with purely symbolic meaning. Rather, it is recognized by a world, has a deeper connection with the spirit of Mother Earth, and together maintains the existence of the elemental plane, and is given the title. Therefore, Elemental Lords have their own regional divisions, and are related to the number of creatures under their jurisdiction. Using the example of the Earth, assume that all elemental creatures are connected by physical lines, and are computers located in the same network segment. The Earth Mother Spirit is the host that manages all computers on this network. In order to ensure network quality, a hub or switch must be installed at regular intervals to regenerate and amplify the signals transmitted through RJ45 cables. The function of the Elemental Lord in this world is like a hub or switch. In order to firmly integrate all elemental creatures, Elemental Lords are necessary. This is why after an Elemental Lord is challenged, the victorious party will inherit such power and become the next Elemental Lord. This makes everyone misunderstand that the Elemental Lord will only be the one who can fight the most in a region. In fact, the best ability to fight is just an additional result of ensuring that the network that maintains the entire world will not be disconnected, and is not a necessary condition. So when Orion defeated Pablo, the power of the Elemental Lord overflowed from the dismembered body of the giant bear. According to the rules of the world, this power should belong to the winner, the leader-level robot Orion. But for some reason, the tall robot holding the bear's head high failed to absorb this power. Instead, it floated towards Lin, and was absorbed by the fire from the robot's source. Whether this is good or bad, no one can comment for the time being. And the Snake King Odessa, who is also an Elemental Lord, appears at this time. No one can judge whether what will happen next will be good or bad. Just look at the towering snake head overlooking everyone. And there is no trace of emotion. Not to mention the elemental creatures, who were frightened by the robots. They all shrank under the gaze of this giant snake. Even the robots, who had just won a battle, suddenly felt like mice when faced with such a huge opponent. The feeling of pulling a turtle, and having no idea where to start. Can you destroy the opponent by focusing the railgun's fire? This question that appeared in the minds of most robots had not yet come up with a result. Everyone was suddenly shocked. The aura of the Snake King standing straight up into the sky is scary enough. However, with his back to the sun, countless fluorescent lights appeared in the shadow of his abdomen. Everyone understood that this was caused by the elemental creatures parasitic on the Snake King's body, staring into their own jade eyes, and reflecting the weak light from the backlight. Was he aware of his malicious intentions, and preparing for war? Such doubts arose in everyone's mind. The next moment, everyone looked panicked and fled in all directions. Because the Snake King raised his body, and threw himself down towards the battlefield. Those elemental creatures that surrendered were panicking. With the support of the tactical command platform, the robots can also calculate the exact location of the Snake King after he falls. So they only need to avoid this area. No one thought about resisting or withstanding the giant snake that jumped down. Lin and Finn did not move away, because they could see that the Snake King was rushing towards them, and the snake's head was facing them. In the end, as calculated, the Snake King did not fall on top of his head, but the snake's head fell not far ahead. With a bang, the sky was filled with dust. When the Snake King landed, the noise caused was not small at all. In addition to the misty dust in the sky, it also caused a small earthquake. The two magicians used a trick to lift themselves slightly off the ground to avoid being shaken to pieces. There were no robots that were smashed, but many elemental creatures that couldn't escape were smashed. So, what happens next? Lin Kai was thinking this in his mind. And noise, like snowflakes, suddenly appeared in the corner of his field of vision. This is when the tactical command platform screen in the field of vision returned to normal. A row of complex mathematical formulas suddenly appeared, mainly trigonometric functions. Lin looked at it carefully and realized that it was a boomerang trajectory formula developed based on Bernoulli's law and used in physics. And this formula is still on the platform, and has been reviewed over and over again. It can be imagined that this giant snake is extremely excited now, especially after Finn joined the conversation with his mathematical formula. The speed of the screen refreshed increased. It was obvious that the Snake King's mood became even higher after receiving the response. It's just that someone's inner feeling is that pets may make people feel cute if they are cute. But when a gigantic monster like the Snake King acts cute, it only makes people feel so scary. Chapter 970 The Lord Who Accepted the Fire. Lin was more concerned about another thing than the question of whether it was cute or scary. The speech that this cute snake appeared on the War Command platform was not a normal invitation or joining, but was achieved through intrusion. It has been several years since open forums and programming languages were launched. But users other than their own family members are still restricted to activities within the framework planned by someone. And no one goes beyond it. I don't know if they don't dare or don't understand. Someone very straightforwardly believes that it should be the latter. After all, when most people still don't understand what a programming language is, there is no need to talk about exploiting vulnerabilities to invade existing systems. Of course, Lin is not expecting the forum to be messed with, or for the technology he released to be used for evil. Rather, the emergence of hackers is a very important indicator, representing that programming languages and computer technology have truly left the ivory tower and entered the grassroots masses. That is why there are such people who challenge authority. For computer technology to shine, it still needs to rely on the masses. Just like if the computing speed of one computer is not enough, then connect a bunch of computers and use distributed computing technology to speed up the speed. But look at the history of the Earth. From the birth of the Turing machine in 1936 to the so-called first hacker Kevin Mitnick taking the first step in his life's great career at the age of 16. In 1979, it took 43 years for computer security to face challenges. Of course, there are many factors behind this, including the immaturity of the initial technology. It is impossible for programmed external intrusions to occur. And at the beginning, everyone used it normally within the framework. And there was no incentive for them to choose to use intrusion to obtain things that they were not allowed to have. But this cute snake invaded the platform they were using in order to chat with people they knew. Such a motive. Someone does not comment. But I really want to say to him, well done. The first person to break a rule makes others aware of the dangers and opportunities. You have to see a carrot to make the horse spread its hooves and run forward. But the person who breaks the rules cannot be the person who made the rules. And certainly cannot be himself. Regardless of whether you are trying to stand out or just shoot yourself in the foot. What you get in this matter is not the ridicule of everyone, but the collapse of your confidence in the forum and the programming language. When the time comes, the set of tools you have built will become the black magic used by witches in the Middle Ages of Europe on Earth. As long as it sees the light, it is sin. Of course, Lin didn't have any feelings of compassion for heaven and earth. Nor did he take the world as his own responsibility. He just wanted to live out the days before time travel. Instead of living in a magical world where I don't even have to flush the toilet, I try to improve everything around me. The breakthrough at Odessa was a huge leap from 0 to 1. So when Lin looked at this huge cute snake, it became more and more pleasing to the eye. And his heart felt sweet. Until a certain lich called him back to his soul. Hey! Did you see what I said? The violent lich gave someone a violent shudder on the head. Because there is no air in the earth element world, sound cannot propagate naturally. So the conversation between the two uses instant messaging software. Inputting text with thoughts is not a troublesome thing for the two of them now. But if someone is distracted and turns a blind eye to the words that keep passing through his field of vision, the conversation will naturally fail. That's why Finn will use her curled index finger to remind someone. The man who came back to his senses was of course confused and asked, "What? Your big earthworm said that he also wants to be transformed by fire. Didn't you pay attention to the conversation just now?" Finn said with an expression of disgust that it had nothing to do with him, but was being relied upon. He said that it should be good the content of the message. Lin was stunned at first by such news. And then, not ecstatic, but deep in thought. Before today, none of the elemental creatures transformed by fire had reached the rank of elemental lord. Although being strong is not a necessary condition to become an elemental lord, the reality is that elemental creatures that are not strong enough cannot become elemental lords. What I want to emphasize is that the pinnacle of robots transformed by fire at this stage are just those leader-level robots. And most of the elemental creatures that have undergone transformation have one thing in common. That is, they were not transformed by fire when they were in the best condition. In the beginning, everyone in West Wind Valley accepted the transformation after being beaten to pieces by their neighbors in Moon Bay. The elemental creatures that later joined the robot race were almost all subdued before agreeing to undergo fire transformation. Especially for the more powerful elemental creatures, it is impossible for them to change families easily before they recognize the reality, and their arrogance is destroyed. Therefore, these powerful individuals can be said to be the focus of beatings. Even if there are some who are timid before fighting, their knees will weaken, and they will surrender before the fight reaches the end. Even if these surrendered elemental creatures maintain their best condition and undergo transformation, they themselves will not be very powerful individuals. Not to mention becoming leader-level robots. There are many robots that cannot even reach the ordinary level, and can only become pocket-sized robots. But the person who now declares that he is willing to accept the transformation of fire is an elemental lord who is in perfect condition. He is also one of the most powerful people in the earth elemental plane. Of course, in the eyes of many strong men at the same height, the Snake King is just big, not really powerful. However, the key point of fire transformation is not to see whether it can be fought, but to see the energy level of the elf's core. Being able to drive such a huge body, Snake King Odessa, the energy level of the elf core is definitely the top. It can be said that the energy level of the elf core determines the height after transforming into a robot. At the level of Snake King Odessa, there is a great chance to break through the leader level restrictions and become stronger. But here comes the problem. To transform the body of an original elemental creature into a robot requires corresponding material support. Of course, the materials of the original body can be used, but for leader level and ordinary level robots, the materials of the original body are far from enough for transformation, so they have to be obtained from outside. This was also the reason why Lin stayed near the secret mine in Shifeng Valley when he was transforming everyone in Shifeng Valley. The purpose is to obtain the materials needed for transformation nearby. Later it was proved that this was a very wise decision. After everyone in the West Wind Valley took turns plundering the mine, a big hole was dug out. You know, those mountains and rocks also have the most basic elemental spirits attached to them. Normally, elemental creatures have to dig out rare materials from mines to replace their own body parts. They must first use water grinding to drive away, eliminate or destroy the elemental spirits attached to them before they can obtain pure or materials that can be used for themselves. It's not like you can just knock the stone off and eat it directly. Although the process of transformation and transformation of fire completely ignores the primary elemental spirits originally attached to those ores, allowing the robots to grab enough materials to transform themselves, there are still limitations. This limit is the quantity of individual rare materials. Chapter 971 2 or 3 Things about Transformation. The core technology of robot body materials is alloy material technology that has never been studied in the Lost World, the Abyss, and the 4 elemental planes. Because in this magic side of the world, magic materials are too powerful and easy to use, and no one will bother to study the differences between different metals. It was thanks to Agiri, an unprecedented master of material science, that today's robot race was created. One of the great benefits of using alloy materials is that they are not so dependent on rare materials. There is no need for traditional earth elemental creatures to follow the purification route of special materials. If you want to reach the extreme, you can only go one way to the end. If the unfortunate path chosen is really that kind of rare material with a very small output, then I am afraid that I will only become a dwarf among elemental creatures for the rest of my life. Or it could become bait for others who choose the same path to purify themselves and improve their strength. The more difficult choice is to give up, abandon this unsustainable path, and change other routes to grow and develop. However, this world is cruel. If you don't make progress, you will be eliminated. There is no mercy at all. No one is willing to wait quietly for the enemy to grow. However, no matter how little the demand for rare materials is, it is not completely unnecessary. Sometimes a few specific materials are missing. Even if the original demand is small, the absence of these items will make the metal properties significantly different. Even if an alternative can be found in the material formula given by Xiaoqia, it will still be somewhat inadequate compared with the best solution. Therefore, the production of these rare materials may still restrict the number of modified robots. Or it may be a situation like Snake King Odessa, where it is foreseeable that the usage will be very huge, and we have to consider whether the resources in a place are sufficient. After thinking about it, Lin decided to hold off the willingness of Snake King Odessa to transform first. Chaufin said, "The transformation work of Odessa will be postponed for now. Our priority now is to digest the surrendered elemental creatures in front of us. Give them all as soon as possible. After reforming, they will not be able to go back even if they want to go back on it in the future. But it will make them desperate. Since Odessa is willing to accept the reform, there is no rush. Moreover, we have not reformed the Elemental Lord. So I personally think it should be done with caution. Better. What do you think? That last sentence is too much to ask. You have already thought so much. How can I say no? I will help you deal with this big earthworm. But now that you are coming over, you have to figure out your own solution to the menacing group of iron skins. Of course, the robots are concerned about the movements of an Elemental Lord. Especially this one who is one of the most powerful in the world. Even if they are not worried about the life of a certain human magician. At least they still remember whose hands the fire is. It doesn't matter a certain magician. But it doesn't matter the fire. Besides, a large number of mathematical symbols of unknown origin appeared on the tactical command platform. Why exactly is also a question that robots are concerned about. Therefore, most of the robots far away on the front line retreated to the long-range strike position, which was where Lin and Fen were. Only a small number were left to maintain order among the surrendered people and to gather them back. Looking at the robots retreating aggressively, Lin scratched his head and thought about his next words. In addition to persuading the other party to act according to your own ideas, the most important thing is to save your own life and not be beaten to death by an angry robot that does not understand the situation. When they learned that there was an Elemental Lord who was willing to accept the transformation of fire, most of the robots were happy except for a few robots who were worried but did not say it out loud. If in the age of elemental creatures, growth and evolution are their most fundamental desires, then in the age of robots, this fundamental desire has one more item, and that is to increase companions. The purpose of companions' existence is, of course, for the growth of fire. Therefore, the joining of an Elemental Lord means far more than just the birth of a strong companion. The deeper purpose is to inform the world that even the Elemental Lords are willing to accept transformation. Why should those lower-level elemental creatures persevere in rejecting the call of fire? As for the few robots who are not so optimistic, they are mainly Cybertron. They gathered a small group of people and hid themselves among the robots. Maybe a certain human magician did not continue to emphasize it. But the robots from West Wind Valley and Moon Bay all knew one thing. The fire was transformed from part of the Elven core given by the Snake King Odessa. In this case, whether there is some unknown connection between the fire type and the Snake King is something that no one can guarantee or not. Suppose someone's idea is to master fire and thereby master the entire robot group. Then the addition of Odessa will be a big obstacle. Unfortunately, there is no possibility of winning the battle. No ability to block it. And no chance to communicate with the other party. As we all know, the reason why Snake King Odessa was placed in third place is that, in addition to being recognized by everyone for his power, he is also as intelligent as a low-level elemental elf and cannot use elemental elf language. Common points. Since the elemental elven language cannot be used. Of course, there is no way to effectively communicate with other elemental creatures. Without good communication, anything bad can happen. It is precisely such trouble that the Snake King ranks in glorious third place. Now that the Snake King is willing to take the initiative to join. Who dares to risk his life to stop or speak against him? By the way, Pablo the Bear, the Elemental Lord defeated by Orion, returned to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit. I don't know if he resists being transformed by Tinder, or if it's due to other factors. Anyway, according to someone's observation, after losing the protection of the body, the spirit core belonging to Pablo swayed like a candle in the wind, and finally went out. So the issue of transforming the giant bear is completely out of the question. But before transforming the Snake King, the robots agreed with the human magician. It was from this fight that the elemental creatures that surrendered began to transform. The Snake King suppressed the Queen. After all, no one knows what is the difference between an Elemental Lord and ordinary elemental creatures, and what unpredictable consequences it will bring to the process of fire transformation. Now that he decided to deal with the nearly 10,000 surrendered troops first, Lin began a repetitive and boring life. Every day, he would meet with the elemental creatures escorted by the robots, and then waste his saliva, saying some unintelligible words that many people would like to hear, to trick the other party into agreeing to two of one's demands. Then use fire, and then waiting for the moment when the transformation is completed. I thought I would have to stay in this shabby place until the end of time until all these nearly 10,000 elemental creatures were transformed into robots. However, the growth of Tinder may not completely solve this problem, but it can be regarded as an answer. This growth that someone can detect is that the time it takes for Fire to transform a complete robot from scratch has been shortened. Lin speculated that the reason for such a change was that the Fire had accumulated enough transformation cases. There are enough here. Not just 1,000 or 2,000, but tens of thousands. After autonomous machine learning, the efficiency of Tinder has been significantly improved. For this, someone couldn't help but feel lucky. Chapter 972 The Growth of Fire. 7 days have passed since the first battle in the Earth elemental plane. The transition between the old and new generations. According to the speed at which primitive fire transforms robots, most of the more than 10,000 elemental creatures are still waiting. But in fact, there are very few elemental creatures that have not yet undergone transformation. They all looked with envy at their companions, who had been transformed first, and were undergoing various adaptive training in order to become familiar with their new bodies. For now, no one has expressed dissatisfaction with the modified robot body. If we really want to talk about the voice of complaint, it is a group of pocket-sized little guys who brag all day long about what they would do if they didn't have it. They accept the transformation in a complete state. And today they are also leader-level robots. But just listen to these words. Those who know the details will know that these little guys, who like to talk nonsense, had never fought hard on a frontal battlefield and surrendered with just a minor injury. But no one went to expose them. Anyway, everyone knew it well. And they would not be really dissatisfied with the holder of the fire, the magician from the lost land, because of those big words. The reason why the renovation progress can be accelerated is because the difficulties encountered at the beginning, the obstacles of carrying out multiple renovation works at once, were overcome unconsciously. Originally, using fire to transform multiple elemental creatures at once would contaminate their souls. This is the main reason why the transformation speed cannot be increased. But the fire, or this growth-type artifact that contains the will of all robots, seems to understand its own shortcomings. As fire continued to transform robots, it was also undergoing its own transformation, and changes occurred that Lin was not aware of. During a certain transformation, a newly added leader-level robot proposed to give him multiple original companions, while simultaneously transforming the fire. Of course, the previous failure experience was used as a warning to the other party. But the leader was quite stubborn and said that he was confident that there would be no original shortcomings. Of course, Lin didn't want to attack the opponent with his full confidence. And regarding that sworn persistence, Lin thought of the unreasonableness of this idealistic world, and decided to give it another try. If it really works, it won't save a lot of time, since it is just a try. Of course, it is impossible to get the number of people in a row in one go. Instead, let two elemental creatures with relatively less serious damage be allowed to transform the fire at the same time. If it is so unfortunate and an accident occurs again, the souls of these two elemental creatures with relatively strong core conditions will not be too seriously polluted, and the aftermath will be relatively simple. Surprisingly, the process was quite smooth, and there was no mutual contamination of souls. Two ordinary robots. You are you and I am me. There is nothing abnormal. So when Lin was undergoing transformation in the next batch, he tried to increase the number of people who underwent the fire transformation at the same time. First 3, then 4, and then increasing in sequence, and observing the patterns, and the reasons why it was not possible before but is possible now, and how the fire itself is different from before. In the end, Lin discovered a magic pattern on the complex and exquisite sphere that did not exist before, and it is not a pattern that is an independent extension of the original magic pattern. It is a magic pattern with a completely new function, related to the soul. Although he hasn't fully understood it yet, Lin still recorded this new magic pattern first, and will study it later when he has time. After making the first discovery, it is not that difficult to test the upper limit of the number of people who can be transformed at the same time. Of course, Lin will not directly conduct human experiments to see how many people will be put into the transformation at one time. Instead, it detects data from all aspects to calculate the possible value of the limit. In line with the principle of being careful, Lin would rather go slow than to cause problems during the transformation process, which would undermine the confidence of the elemental creatures in transformation, or spend a lot of effort to clean up the aftermath. And all transformation processes are not carried out in one place. In addition to the pocket-sized robots, even ordinary robots need external materials to supplement them during the transformation process. Therefore, Lin, elemental creatures and robots, like nomads, move towards the next location when the mineral resources in an area are almost plundered. In addition to adaptability training for the transformed robots, some robots who were already familiar with the new body, or who were eager to conduct actual combat to verify themselves, dispersed in small groups and headed in various directions. The target is of course those elemental creatures that have not been transformed. Those backward creatures will become his touchstone, and after defeating them, he will bring them back to be transformed by fire and become his new companions. This also saves the large army from the trouble of having to travel around in detours in order to gather the elemental creatures that can be transformed by fire. After all, there are many settlements with quite small populations. If the tens of thousands of troops could not be stopped along the way, they would not be able to deliberately change their direction just for a few dozen people. At this time, a small force's partial division is quite useful. The reason why someone did not do this at the beginning was simply because the initial number of people was not large enough to support the division of troops. Nowadays, the number of robots exceeds 10,000. Not to mention dividing a bunch of small troops to fight guerrillas. It is also very easy to divide into several large groups and conquer in different directions. But there is only one kind of fire, which limits the possibility of rapid development of the robot race. And those voices of create a few more fire seeds only exist in the elemental creatures that have not yet undergone transformation. When they transformed their life forms into members of the robot race, they understood that there could only be, and should only be, one core of the entire race. Creating a few more fire seeds is like making a declaration of splitting the ethnic group, just like between robots and primitive elemental creatures. Although no one said it clearly, they understood that the battle for the root was already a never-ending situation. The war will not stop until one party completely disappears from the Earth elemental plane. Who knows that the resources they are fighting for are the same thing? This does not refer to foreign objects such as mineral deposits and substances. Those things are only used to enhance the physical strength of elemental creatures. What the two major forces will compete for in the future is population. If one side increases, the other side will inevitably decrease. In order to achieve fire, robots must continue to add companions. After all, they are the ones who get the most direct benefit from the success of Tinder. Whether this road has an end. In fact, even Lin can't see clearly. Maybe I have created a very aggressive race, and it is also a high-tech kind. Such thoughts come to someone's mind from time to time. On this day, the army was stationed in a bay. The unique landscape of the lava sea on the Earth elemental plane also has high tides, low tides, and waves hitting the shore. The difference is that coastal beaches are not a good place to play, because the sea on the Earth elemental plane is a low-temperature magma that will melt all tangible materials into it. At least Len has not heard of any living creatures in the sea, or that there are ships that can sail on it. The purpose of coming here is of course to transform the Snake King and the elemental creatures attached to it, because in addition to being dangerous, this sea is also the place with the richest resources in the Earth elemental plane. If you just want to exploit this place, you have to find some methods. Otherwise you will just become a part of the sea. Chapter 973 The Lost White Snake. On the day that Snake King Odessa was transformed by fire, all the robots who had scattered to hunt wild food came back. This was also the first time since the great battle that all members were present. The transformation of an elemental lord is something that everyone will be concerned about, and there may be something they can help with. So Lin made such a request to everyone, and the robots responded positively. Although the lava sea on the Earth elemental plane will melt all the tangible materials that enter, it will always take a time process. Rather than being completed instantly, things will melt when they touch it. At least, considering the huge size of the Snake King, it will still take a long time for the lava sea to digest him. So now Odessa is boldly staying on the coastline, letting the waves beat on his white jade body. The waves of the lava sea, which have always been invincible and made most elemental creatures change their minds, fail to leave much damage when they hit the Snake King's body. This is of course because the Snake King, as an elemental lord, has a degree of control over his body that ordinary elemental creatures cannot match. Under the protection of powerful magical power, it would take a lot of effort for the lava sea to swallow the Snake King. But for Odessa, he really didn't want to touch this sea if it wasn't necessary. In order to resist the most powerful furnace in the world, it took a lot of his strength and magic power. But staying here today is something I have to do. Maybe the Snake King and the group he protects don't know the language of elemental elves, and their intelligence is not as high as that of other elemental creatures. But that doesn't mean they are mindless fools. During this period of time, watching so many elemental creatures being transformed by fire, they would more or less have thoughts other than this is so awesome. Not to mention that the language they use now is mathematics. Of course, They can give so many examples in front of them and make a mathematical conclusion. In fact, this conclusion exceeded the expectations of some people. And there were many more. Regarding the number of elemental creatures that fire can transform at one time, the mathematical formula to solve this problem was proposed by Odessa. Lin is just going to verify it and then use it. Similarly, regarding the mathematical formulas of the robot race, there are also what kind of elf core can be converted into a nuclear reactor of how much power. How powerful a nuclear reactor can support what kind of robot body shape and function. And how long the original body can survive after the transformation begins. How much supplementation is needed to successfully complete the entire process. In practical application, these formulas are indeed very helpful in the progress of transforming robots. At least once an area has been plundered to a certain extent, calculations based on Odessa's mathematical formula will suggest when to move large forces to new locations. When these formulas were used on Odessa himself, the conclusion was drawn that if he wanted to successfully pass the transformation of fire, he needed to find a resource-rich place. The so-called rich here does not just mean a large amount or even a huge amount, but also requires a sufficient variety. Of course, a certain time traveler has no clue as to how Odessa came to this conclusion. The giant snake acted as if he already knew what he was transforming into. So he calculated what else he needed. But thinking about the exquisite ball of fire, it was originally jade separated from the elven core of Odessa. Then it is not impossible that there are some connections between the two that Lin has never thought of. Having said that, based on my subsequent chats with other elemental creatures, compared with human common sense, giving away part of your elf core is almost like the process of a man and a woman getting married and exchanging tokens. In other words, someone is proposed to someone out of nowhere and then accepts it. But he didn't cherish that token at all and just used it to cause trouble. Moreover, after returning to the earth elemental plane, the first thing he did not do was go find his old sweetheart. Instead, the thing transformed from that token is used to give power to other elemental creatures. It's a complete scumbag. For someone who unknowingly had the vision of becoming Su Xian, someone would never admit that his first thought was to find Fa Hai and Leifeng Pagoda. However, the deep trust between elemental creatures does not mean that two people get tired of being together, and then each gives unconditionally, until one or both parties can no longer bear it, and then they make a fuss about divorce. It's more like a comrade-in-arms relationship where we can trust each other, and then we can do whatever we want. But for Earth or Lost Land, the number of comrades can be very large. Marriage partners are basically monogamous. And the key point is that the number is limited. That's why it is said that the relationship between elemental creatures entrusting the elf core is more like a husband and wife than comrades-in-arms. After all, such a move is to divide one's own elf core. For elemental creatures, this is not something that can be done easily. In short, regardless of whether Odessa is willing to give unconditional trust, transforming the elf core he gave him into a fire, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the original owner, a certain time traveler does not know. The current situation is that things seem to be still under their control. But they are also like crazy wild horses, eager to break free from their control. As for the matter of being transformed by fire, Odessa's arrangement for himself was to come to this bay. This is also the first time that elemental creatures take the lead in their own transformation. Those who had undergone transformation before, to put it harshly, were all losers and did not have much choice. But Odessa is not one of those losers. In view of the past friendship, it is difficult for Lin to ignore the other party's opinions. Someone doesn't know much about the elemental plane. At this stage, although there are some speculations about the spirit of Mother Earth, this lava sea is definitely another unsolved mystery to Lin. Although on the surface, the function of this sea is very obvious. It is considered a part of the world circulation system, and it can also continuously transform ordinary materials into magic materials. But there are still many mysteries about what exactly is the principle behind it, and why such a place exists. The most important point is why Odessa chose such a place as a source of materials to fill its own shortcomings in the process of transformation. Although there are really a lot of magic materials here, they are inexhaustible. But how to take it out is an unsolvable problem for most elemental creatures. And this problem has a different answer for the elemental lord. Elemental creatures of different levels can receive different inheritances from the spirit of the Earth Mother. Therefore, some things can only be understood by reaching the rank of elemental lord. Lin secretly speculated in his heart. By the way, what was your original purpose? How did it get to this point? Looking back now, it feels like killing a chicken with a bullseye. Chapter 974 Half Step to the Top. Snake King Odessa coiled up his huge body for the first time in a long time. Always on the move. He rarely makes defensive moves like this. He raised his head, still looking like he was towering into the sky, standing near his curled body and looking up from the bottom. Lin felt like looking at the skyscrapers in his hometown. The elemental creatures that were originally parasitic on him all withdrew today. At this time, Lin could understand why the Snake King was ranked third in the least wanted to be an enemy ranking in the Earth elemental plane. The number of elemental creatures that have exited from the Snake King exceeds 100,000, far exceeding the number of existing robot groups. This number is also a proper super large gathering place among the settlements where elemental creatures gather. Although in such a huge number, the proportion of small elemental creatures is quite high. This does not mean that these little guys are weak. The light of their souls is so dazzling that it is difficult to look directly at them. After all, they are the elemental elves who follow an elemental lord. In the sequence of powerful people in the Earth elemental plane, they are second only to the gathering of top beings such as the Gem Pit and the Iron Wall. And if you look carefully, you can probably tell that the elemental creatures following the Snake King are actually high-level elemental creatures with a high degree of purification. It's just that they didn't take the gem route, let alone the metal route. Instead, like the Snake King, they took a different route and chose the stone type. And a few of them were jade type. It can be said that if the gemstone pit, which is good at magic, and the iron wall, which is good at melee combat and mainly uses metal roots, what Snake King Odessa has gathered should be a third type of force that is different from the first two, stone and jade. But the reason why they can't get the title of a top power like the first two is, in addition to the fact that they cannot speak the elemental elven language from top to bottom, and cannot communicate with other people, the upper limit of the stone type's growth route is too low. Not as good as gems and metals. Perhaps jade has great potential, just like the white jade body of the Snake King. But there are too few elemental creatures who choose this route. So this type of strong person cannot hold up a mountain with a clear banner. But regardless of whether this group of speechless elemental creatures made correct or incorrect choices in the past, they are now on the road to change. And the Snake King, who leads 100,000 people, is the vanguard on the road to change. As a leader, he will prove to the elemental creatures attached to him that the next path will be the key to their evolution again, or the bottomless abyss. Make sure everyone is ready. Among them is not only the Snake King Odessa, but also all the robots and elemental creatures who are watching. Because if something goes wrong in the future, they will most likely need to come to the rescue. Of course, there may also be a situation where they cannot even be saved. No matter what happens next, it's better to be prepared than not. To put it bluntly, this is the first time in the history of the robot race that an elemental lord has been transformed by fire. Whether the result is good or bad, whether the process is smooth or not, no one dares to guarantee it, because they know better than the human magician that elemental lords, elemental creatures, and even elemental elves are not just different in rank. They are almost different existences. Since they are different, then elemental creatures can be transformed by fire smoothly. And whether elemental lords can be transformed smoothly is a very interesting question. But the man who led all this didn't know these things. In other words, he only has a partial understanding of the Earth elemental plane. Being able to catch a duck and put it on the shelves, creating such a big event, is not so much a change that comes naturally. But it is more like an unconfident man who subconsciously wants to test his own limits and then mess around. Now, Lin holds the fire in his hands again. He repeated the same conditions. Support him in borrowing the power of the elemental spirits, and help him conquer the outside world 5 times. No matter how many people he helped with renovations, or how many times he had to repeat them in a day, Lin would take the trouble to repeat this requirement before each renovation work. And only after obtaining consent can the modification work begin. This would turn this paragraph into a Miranda declaration before the magistrate police arrested the criminal. Someone really wants to buy a tape recorder, so he might as well use a cassette player to save some money. However, he is familiar with the urinary nature of this idealistic world. And Lin knows that every word he speaks will play some unexpected role. And it is difficult to ignore it easily. What is different is that the declaration this time is not in the elemental elven language, but in a way that Snake King Odessa can understand. That is, a mathematical communication method. There is nothing to say about the rigor of mathematical formulas. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. And there will never be any inequality on both sides of the equal sign. But if it is used as a language to communicate, it is a bit abstract. Should the formula of a regression curve be explained from a formula, or by drawing a diagram? Do you want a solution? when using a specific mathematical symbol. Should we simply use this mathematical symbol? Or should we extend its representative meaning? In these ambiguous areas, a large part of the time when using mathematical formulas to communicate is to confirm whether both parties have accurately conveyed their meaning, and whether they have actually received this meaning. So it was a very simple paragraph. But it took a long time to communicate with the Snake King. But even so, being able to communicate normally with most people still earned the Snake King full gratitude. Unexpectedly, he even cut out part of his own elf core and gave it away. And Odessa's reply was only 1. A simple number. 1. It has the momentum of never looking back. And it is a promise that will be achieved no matter what the conditions are. Now that you agree, let's get started. Lin made up his mind. This is not to say that I haven't decided whether to do this before. But I always feel that there will be a lot of uncertainty about using fire on the Snake King. The biggest difficulty is the several kilometers long body. It can no longer be simply described as huge. Anything that can play a role in it can be regarded as an environmental transformation level device. However, someone is a little unsure whether the fire has reached such a height. At this point, the arrow is on the string and must be fired, even if he wanted to go back on his word and stop using fire on the Snake King. I'm afraid Odessa itself and the robots, who had already accepted the transformation, wouldn't allow it. He held the exquisite ball high and sent a burst of power to unlock a secret lock inside the exquisite ball. In the original design, fire existed like a virus. As long as it caught nearby elemental creatures, it would directly enter the transformation process. But there are all kinds of inconveniences in doing so. So Lin designed a secret lock that is activated and closed by magic as a switch. This lock is part of the fire inheritance, and all robots know it, so they all know how to use and turn off the fire. Another unknown lock is the self-destruction device of the fire, and it is also the insurance planted by someone. This lock is much more complicated, because after the self-destruction device is activated, it will structurally destroy the entire exquisite ball, and it cannot be restored to its original state even if the gods come to save it. As one of the planners, Fen and Hagiri also knew that fire had a self-destruction mechanism. But what kind of device and how it works, Lin has not revealed to anyone. After all, he sincerely hopes that he will never need to use the self-destruct mechanism. Of course, it is not ruled out that the fire will grow to the extent that the self-destruction device will be disabled in the future. But when that day comes, someone will be so dead that his bones can play drums. Chapter 975 Ignition. The exquisite ball that activated the switch began to rotate layer by layer from the inside out. The speed was not very fast at first. It felt like an old donkey pulling a cart. Slow but steady enough. As the second and third floors rotated one after another, the speed also increased inadvertently. The layers of this specially made exquisite ball are not in contact with each other, but are suspended. Such characteristics can be attributed to the effect of magic. Since there is no contact, there is no friction at all. But after each layer of spheres starts to rotate, static sparks will be generated, covering the entire body of the elemental creature that is about to be transformed. And as the rotation speed becomes faster and the number of rotating layers increases, the electric sparks will become denser. However, what we want to transform today is not an ordinary elemental creature, but the Snake King Odessa, which is so huge that it can almost be regarded as an environmental landform. In the past, the electric light emitted from the fist-sized fire could cover the target's whole body in one go. But today's fire was working very hard, and the sparks of light were like drizzle, falling on the Snake King's forehead painlessly. But this is not the limit of Tinder. The fire itself cannot produce energy. The energy it reserves in normal times is used to protect itself and make it less likely to be destroyed. This is enough, and it is impossible to bear all the transformation energy needed to transform the robot. So Tinder is designed to have a feedback mechanism. Simply put, fire will absorb the energy of the target itself, no matter what form it takes. After transformation, it is then used to transform the target itself. In the process of entering and exiting, some materials will be added to the output energy, which is a programmed robot inheritance, thereby promoting the transformation and evolution of the elemental creatures themselves. So don't look at the fire like raindrops at first. It just gently pats a small area of the Snake King's body. As the feedback mechanism came into play, the electric sparks became larger and denser, and finally completely infiltrated Odessa's huge body. The electric light was like a cocoon, almost covering the entire giant snake. And that's not all. From time to time, free electric light shoots towards the surrounding conductive materials. Anyone hit by the fire's transformed lightning will seem to be pulled by an invisible force, and pulled in the direction of the Snake King. You don't need to think too much to know what will happen if you are sucked into that range. Therefore, the onlookers' robots and elemental creatures move back a long distance to avoid being eaten. Just like the transformation process in the past, the giant snake's body, soaked in electric light, began to disintegrate inch by inch. The entire huge and carefully purified white jade body was reduced to the most basic substance. From the appearance, it looks like little bits of floating dust floating around the area of the electro-optical cocoon, which is really beautiful. But the people present did not come here for such a view. What everyone is concerned about is whether the transformation of the Snake King can be successful, and then to what extent it can be achieved. The first step in transformation is to transform the elf core of the elemental creature into a nuclear fusion reactor. From this step, you can roughly see what level an elemental creature will be after it is transformed into a robot. The nuclear reactor is only the size of an ordinary human fist, and they are all pocket-sized robots. If the converted reactor is the size of an ordinary human head, it will be an ordinary level robot. If it could be transformed into a human-sized reactor that was roughly the size of a person curling up and hugging his knees, it would be a leader-level robot. There are not many transitional sizes between the three standards. It seems that the elemental creatures have all agreed to use these three specifications as the dividing line between each other. The gap between the ordinary level and the leader level is so big. It can also be said that a nuclear reactor without sufficient power output is not enough to support the tall steel body and the many functions hidden in it. Judging from the fact that most ordinary level weapons can be equipped with 3 to 5 weapon systems, the number of weapon systems that the leader level can equip is double, and the energy consumption is of course more. Without enough firepower and force, how can you convince the crowd if you only grow in size? The word leader is not used lightly. But what is the size of the reactor in front of me? The elf core of Snake King Odessa was exposed to everyone for the first time. Just like its size, it was so big that all the robots were surprised. The nuclear fusion reactor transformed by the elf core can be said to be quite surprising. Or it can be said to be not surprising at all. Its size far exceeds the leader level specifications. The reactor, which is the size of a small house, has not yet reached its limit. The core of the dissociated Snake King elf also continuously outputs the exclusive energy belonging to the Earth elemental plane, which is what the robots call the original power, turning it into a finished product that is as black technology to the Earth. Eventually, the elven core that once belonged to Snake King Odessa was transformed into a set of terrifyingly large nuclear fusion reactors. To put it this way, the size of a set of reactors is almost the same as that of a leader-level robot. This size makes all the robots who have completed the transformation doubt whether their lives will be spent on pebbles on the roadside. Is the gap between the elemental lords and them really that big? When the smaller and smaller green jade elf core completely disappeared in the electric light package, everyone's attention turned to the group of exaggeratedly sized reactors, guessing that it would need to be ignited several times before it could operate successfully. Although the step of transforming the elf core into a reactor is led by fire, the transformed elemental creature can still control it. Some people are very ambitious and hope that the reactor can output more power, so they will naturally make it as big as possible and squeeze their potential to the last trace. However, the ignition process for this type of people will not be so smooth. It will take several times before the reactor will officially operate. Don't underestimate the extra hit. It seems harmless. Everything in the nuclear fusion reactor, except for the fuel, is provided by the original power of elemental creatures. Every time you hit, you waste a point. To use a human analogy, every time a fire is lit, the soul will suffer a little damage. If beaten too many times, the damage to the soul will be too severe, which will of course affect the subsequent composition of the body. Pocket, ordinary and even boss level. The small classification between each major level depends not only on the foundation of the elemental creatures themselves, but also on how many times they fight before they can successfully ignite. And can this group of overly large reactors in front of us be successfully ignited? It became the focus of everyone's attention. If it fails to ignite several times in a row, the worst case scenario is that it requires outside help. Other robots burn the original power to help their companions, who are being transformed to ignite the reactor. This is also the first place where outside help may be needed. However, the current situation is not the previous situation where only the defeated generals came to accept the fire transformation. The Snake King is in perfect condition, and he has observed enough robot transformation processes from the sidelines. He is proficient in mathematics, and of course, he can calculate the transformation curve that suits him best. The ability to perfectly control various parts of his body also allows him to control the transformation process just right. Put all your elf core potential into transforming a perfect reactor, and ensure that it can be ignited smoothly at once. Although this is a world without sound. The moment the nuclear reactor of Snake King Odessa was ignited, there seemed to be a roar that spread into everyone's consciousness. All the robots have the same feeling. The god is born. Chapter 976 Battleship Level. Of course, the theory of gods only spread among robots and elemental creatures. Lin did not feel this way. This is not because someone looks down on the transforming elemental lord, but as an atheistic time-traveling person. He is not very fond of gods from the beginning. But if that statement were known to Lin, to be honest, he wouldn't be much surprised. Because in his opinion, there really isn't much difference between gods and elemental creatures. Comparing humans with the numerous species of Homo sapiens, the unity of spirit and body is the basis for Homo sapiens to be different from beasts and the spirit of all things. Leaving aside elemental creatures for now, gods and elemental elves are spiritual, but incorporeal life forms belonging to another level. There is no superiority or inferiority between the two in the magical world of Lost Land. They are just different in form. The elemental creatures are like the elemental elves having an extra container and a protective SHL. This outer layer can be replaced, repaired, or even discarded at any time. More importantly, this SHL does not require eating or excretion. And of course, it cannot reproduce. Even if it is possible, it is only a conscious imitation. Not that the body has needs or functions in this regard. If we put aside the element of faith and discuss it purely in terms of life forms, there is really no difference between gods and elemental spirits. Not to mention that there are many elemental lords, who are believed in as gods among some uncivilized Homo sapiens tribes. In short, if we really need to distinguish between the two, it's just that gods with weak divine power can defeat most elemental elves. So there is only such a difference in strength. On the other hand, when the strength of an elemental spirit reaches a certain level, it becomes no different from a god. All that is left is whether someone is willing to give up their faith and believe in a religion that has no doctrine, no central idea, and only one big boss who can fight. Speaking of which, devil belief also knows how to use human desires to seduce believers. So one can imagine how poor the base of believers would be for a belief in elemental lords as gods. Basically, they are fools who don't know why they believe in him. So they believe in such an object. But putting aside the distinction between gods and elemental elves, the robots and elemental creatures will have the feeling of the birth of gods. Which does not mean that they also recognize the power of the Snake King after his transformation. Even if the elf core is only transformed into a nuclear fusion reactor, it can only be regarded as the first clue. And as it to prove that it wasn't just about feeling powerful. The moment the huge reactor was successfully ignited, it was like a supernova explosion. Ionic materials were sprayed in all directions with the reactor as the center. Not only did it spray away a lot of the floating dust that formed after the Snake King's body was separated, but the robots and elemental creatures that had already retreated a long distance were knocked back a few steps. This is the result of Odessa's conscious restraint. If he allowed the aftermath of his reactor's ignition to spread outward, some pocket-level robots and weak elemental creatures might be shattered into pieces. It's normal when you think about it. Nuclear fusion itself is not a harmless reaction. It's just controllable under certain conditions. The transformation of the nuclear fusion reactor is completed, and the next step is to reorganize the body. The robots, who have personally experienced the transformation process of fire, are all looking forward to what route the Snake King will choose, and what kind of robot he will become. Is firepower supreme? Or is it an all-round development? Or is it specialization in melee combat? With a huge reactor, a huge amount of output power, the things it can do, and the options it can choose from are much more than most robots. And judging by the size ratio, the Snake King may be transformed into a supergiant robot that is hundreds of meters or even higher. Just as everyone was speculating, the transformation process entered the second stage. The power to maintain the connection between the fire and the completed reactor has been reduced. Specifically, the electric beams between the two are no longer as dense as before, and the coverage area is no longer the several kilometers long body of the Snake King. Instead, a reactor that ignites smoothly, and the reactor began to plunder the materials around it, preparing to form a new body. After the biological dissociation of the original elements, the dispersed material particles are of course the first choice. However, this little amount of material is definitely not enough, and it does not necessarily meet the formula requirements of various alloy materials. So plundering from outside is the norm in the process of robot transformation. in order to avoid being caught in the scope of influence of the terrifyingly large reactor, and thus filling in the transformed body of Snake King Odessa. The robots and elemental creatures standing around move back a large distance. I'm afraid it's no less than a kilometer or two away. After all, the scope of influence of the Snake King's transformation process is too great. Moreover, you also need such a distance to see the full picture of the Snake King's transformation. It's completely different from the process of building a robot body. You know, even those robots with 3 heads, 6 arms and 8 legs, they are still a humanoid in the first place. The construction process will start with a rough outline of the skeleton, and then extend the filling outwards to add various functions. But the new body built by the Snake King extends horizontally and vertically, and is not an ordinary human shape. Therefore, the robots who were watching and had undergone transformation were a little confused. As for the elemental creatures who have never experienced it, they are just watching the fun. It doesn't matter whether you are confused or not, and whether you understand or not. However, among the onlookers, there were not all those who understood. Regarding the 3 levels of robot body types, pocket level, ordinary level and leader level, this is a recommendation option made by a time traveler who has been baptized by the theory of modern warfare. It's not that it's impossible to surpass the size of a leader level robot. It's that it has no opponent. In other words, an opponent with a supersized body cannot be defeated by a robot of a similar size. Are gods and demon kings something ordinary people can deal with? Also, in order to deal with such an opponent, does it make sense to simply make the robot bigger? Because the size of the 2 supersized ones is just an illusion. They are all special beings who can be big or small and walk around at will. Secondly, in terms of war weapons, they are capable of oppressing the enemy, can be loaded with more weapon systems, and can be equipped with thicker steel plates. The benefits are certainly many, but they are not without drawbacks. Those who can make armored vehicles may not necessarily be able to make tanks. Being able to build fishing boats does not mean that you can build aircraft carriers when the body size needs to be enlarged. It is completely meaningless if there is no corresponding supporting equipment and design. Elemental creatures may not understand this truth, but the robots have personally experienced transformation, and they are constantly trying to verify all of this in battles. Although the above-mentioned truth was not mixed in the inheritance of fire for them to know, the experience during this period also allowed them to be slightly exposed to this truth. It's just that there is no systematic organization and clear explanation. But now, what Snake King has chosen is a body size other than Fire's original design. The robots couldn't understand how a certain time traveler couldn't see what the finished product of Odessa's transformation would look like. This will be a ship, and it will not be an ordinary ship used on the sea, but a giant spaceship sailing in space. In other words, on top of the pocket class, ordinary class and leader class, the robots transformed by Fire can have one more class, battleship class. Chapter 977. On the verge of losing control. When he first met the Snake King Odessa, a certain time traveler once imagined that if this big snake could carry a huge cannon, mount several sets of machine guns, modify it into an armed train, and then pull it back to the lost land as a ride, that would be a very impressive thing. An armed train that is not restricted by the track and can move freely. Even the Emperor of the Empire wouldn't dare to mess with the owner of this armed train. Think about it. If this armed train is driven to the country's gate, and the train cannon fires a few rounds at the castle or palace, a king or emperor who can keep his shit together, such a talent, a certain troublemaking magician really wants to meet one sight. Even the president of Magnesium Emperor will be escorted by his Secret Service personnel and run away like a grandson when he hears the sound of firecrackers coming from nowhere. I dare to say that America will never compromise, because I am sitting in a completely safe place and watching TV or video, not to mention holding the muzzle of a gun. You may not be able to say such upright lines even if you hold the muzzle of a gun, but those thoughts were just thoughts after all, just like most men on Earth. So someone never encouraged the giant snake to carry a cannon. On the one hand, I was familiar with that snake, but all I could think about was driving him, which was not good. Maybe if you're more familiar with it, you can play with it in a subtle way. Who knows? Before the dream of armed trains comes true, the Snake King has already turned himself into a space battleship. This is not a dream triple jump. It is basically a jump into space. Lin, who noticed the Snake King's intentions earlier than the unexplained robots, calmed down. Standing in an auxiliary position, he carefully monitored the process of the Snake King building his new body, because this is the first time to build a body of this level. If nothing happens, nothing will happen. If there is a situation, The sooner you can detect it, the more time you will have to solve it, instead of waiting until things are obviously irreversible. Then worry. Speaking of the process of robot transformation, there have indeed been cases where one was directly killed because the ignition process did not go smoothly. The worst part is that no one can say whether the martyr, who has left his mark on the fire, will have a chance to return to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit. This allows latecomers to understand the importance of doing their best. Otherwise, there will be no place to cry, since there have been cases of failure. We also know that the process of fire transformation is not always smooth sailing. That's why all the robots and Lin were so concerned about the transformation of the Snake King. The new robot race wants to transform even mosquito legs into companions, let alone an elemental lord. If the Snake King fails, it will be an unbearable loss for both traditional elemental creatures and the robot race. However, the possibility of failure seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Lin's position was still the same as before, standing in front of Odessa's disappeared giant head. He didn't move away because of the lightning flashes from the fire, nor did he take a step back when the reactor ignited. Not that where he stood was a safe zone. To simply monitor such a huge body and obtain sufficiently detailed data, one cannot go too far with one's current technology. Therefore, someone who has no choice but to use all his strength, grit his teeth and hold on, stands in his original position and does not retreat. And this persistence allowed him to immediately notice that something was wrong with the Snake King. In the past, for the transformation of elemental creatures, as long as the reactor was successfully ignited, then building the robot body was a matter of course. Basically no errors will occur. With the nuclear fusion reactor as the center, the skeleton, hydraulic device, spherical bearings, and covering skin are constructed. Then, there are plug-in equipment, including weapons and equipment with various specialized functions. The process of building all of this was quick, but step by step. Lin felt like he was watching a well-designed CG clip in Hollywood. It didn't last long, but it was very enjoyable, especially the construction process of leader-level robots. The huge body is multifaceted and dazzling. After such a gorgeous show, the transformed robot stood up majestically. Few elemental creatures could resist the shock. This is one of the reasons why so many people are willing to join the ranks of being transformed by Tinder. In addition to the benefits that can be obtained, the visual shock also makes people speechless. But the same construction speed seems to start to go wrong when it is transferred to a battleship that is countless times larger in size. As for how big a battleship Odessa plans to eventually build itself, someone is just as clueless as the other robots. The reason why someone is allowed to exceed the result and generate a warning in advance is because the construction process is very uncoordinated. Lin didn't know how to describe his feeling. If he took the process of building the body of other robots as an example, it was basically symmetrical. That is to say, while the left hand is being constructed, the right hand will also be constructed at the same time. And the progress of both sides is basically the same. If there is that kind of asymmetrical structure, it is probably because they are not designed to be in pairs. At this time, some robots will choose single-line operation, and some will choose multi-line operation. Basically, it depends on the importance and complexity of the equipment being constructed to determine whether they have the ability to be distracted from doing other things. But now, the construction process of Odessa, in addition to not being carried out symmetrically, also keeps making some small mistakes. And these small mistakes will accumulate into a big mistake. Although the construction process is not irreversible, the situation of constant modifications and getting worse still seems a bit unpleasant. In the past, half of the body was constructed. Most of the semi-finished products were discarded, and that part was rebuilt. Most of the time, the resources in one place had been plundered to the limit. That is to say, some of the alloy materials that are used in small quantities but are indispensable are already in insufficient amounts. And the process of transformation cannot be pressed on the pause button and then continued in another place. Therefore, we can only change the alloy formula and reconstruct part of the body. But the situation in front of me is just making mistakes, correcting, and then making mistakes again and continuing to correct. To describe it, it is like a symphony orchestra that is out of tune everywhere. No matter how the master standing on the podium waves the baton in his hand, the out-of-control music is like a car that has crashed through the guardrail and rushed down the cliff with no return. It is about to usher in a catastrophe. Music. For Lin, who was facing a difficult dilemma for the first time. He didn't have any good way to deal with the aftermath. When encountering this kind of thing, the most taboo thing is to mess around like a headless fly, because that will only make things worse. So although Lin didn't say anything or intervene, he was still anxious in his heart. But when he thought about music, Lin remembered what happened when he made that set of rings. Used the method of oscillating sound waves to imitate dragon language to enchant during the process of smelting metal. The same method is also used on magic silk, using sound waves to enchant the thread during the reeling process. The most special thing about this technology is that the sound waves used for enchantment are vaguely consistent with music theory. When that set of rings was cast, a symphony was played. So can we use the knowledge of music theory to put the disaster of transforming the Snake King back on track? Although I am asking myself. In fact, the situation in Odessa is urgent. Lin used a flash technique to stand on top of the nuclear reactor in Odessa, and with his right hand drew out the Hakiri on his left shoulder. Chapter 978, Seizing Control. The magician from the Lost Land raised his Hakiri high and said, "Are you ready?" In this airless world, no one should be able to hear the sound. But Hakiri is an exception. The Hakiri clan is an annoying existence that causes trouble in the mind of the holder. So it is no problem to reply to someone in this environment. But it is rare that it does not have a long speech. It just gives a signal. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, they saw an unimaginably dangerous scene in front of them. The human ignored the surroundings of the reactor and greedily grabbed the traction light that was used to build the ship's material. This is the danger that humanity itself faces. Secondly, the short knife in the human hand threatens the Snake King who is undergoing transformation. This is the danger that belongs to their companion. Odessa. The organic people were secretly dissatisfied and unwilling to abide by the agreement to lend the power of the Earth Mother Spirit and conquer the outer lands 5 times. So they chose to challenge the human head-on. The reason is also very simple. Don't help the weak. This means that in addition to surpassing them in wisdom, a certain human magician must also convince them in terms of strength. Otherwise the agreement will not count. Then these robots were dismembered by Hakiri until they lost their temper. The robot can repair itself or can be repaired by a mechanic. That's better, because the box cutter is less burdensome to cut. Therefore, compared to the former, the danger faced by the human being, the robots were more concerned about the latter, the crisis of the Snake King. But they were powerless. If you rush into the range of the modified traction electric light, your consciousness will be wiped out by the Snake King and turned into the material to build his new body. In this way, nature is powerless to stop the human being. It's just that they don't understand. Will destroying the transformation of Snake King Odessa at this time have any benefit to that human being? Lin certainly didn't mean to cause havoc. I just encountered a very simple practical problem. How to introduce the music element into the Snake King that is being transformed. He didn't have those sonic shock enchantment gadgets at home, even if he used the flash spell to go back and get them. Those things would be of no use. Because the method of use and the object of use are not meant for behemoths like the Snake King. Use magic? In the situation where something was about to happen, he couldn't think of any magic that could deliver music in this airless world. At this time, of course, you need to ask for help from the box cutter, which is comparable to a multi-purpose knife. Because the super vibration destruction mode is slightly modified to transmit sound waves and frequencies between solids, which is just right. Besides, this small change is not a big problem for Hakiri. So after getting a response from the thing in his hand, Lin threw it down cleanly. The hardest part of the robot's body, the nuclear fusion reactor, was like tofu, penetrated by the box, until it reached the handle. At first glance, the scene in front of you may seem quite scary. The reason why the reactor becomes the strongest part of the robot's body is of course due to the nuclear fusion reaction that occurs in it. If it can't be restrained, the devouring robot itself will be considered a small problem. But a nuclear explosion will be exciting. Someone doesn't want to build a bunch of walking nuclear bombs. Nor does he really want the world to be nuclear peaceful. In fact, the box cutter has changed its appearance during the throwing process. The thick blade of the blue wave knife has completely disappeared, replaced by densely packed tiny suction cups on the blade that are difficult to identify with the human eye. Staggered with the oscillator, not only do the suction cups keep the box cutter securely attached to the reactor, but the oscillator also faithfully delivers the sound wave pattern someone wants to deliver. As for the handle of the knife, there is no change because it is not necessary. Hakiri's current reserve of energy is enough to allow him to change his shape every day without running out of energy. But it is not accustomed to doing such wasteful things. Therefore, the appearance will only be changed within the necessary scope and when necessary. In addition to transmitting sound through contact with a solid body, Hakiri's contact also has another reason, to seize control. Although fire is designed with a backdoor, Fire itself is only a medium for transformation and inheritance. And the leading power of transformation still lies in the hands of the elemental creatures themselves. Lin wanted to lead the entire transformation process, instead of going around the back door of the fire. It was better to start directly from the robots that had been successfully transformed in the reactor. Whether it's programmed intrusion or reading other people's memories, Hagiri is very familiar with it. However, the Snake King was already in such a hurry that he was about to enter a violent mode. He didn't care who the person he came into contact with was, and whether Hagiri's actions were kind or malicious. Odessa subconsciously wanted to get rid of the man standing on the reactor and expel the force that invaded his consciousness. In response, most of the lightning emitted from the reactor diverted its target and attacked the man standing on top of him. The price of this was that most of the hull that was originally under construction collapsed after losing support. After all, those messy things have to be dismantled and redone. So Lin doesn't feel bad at all. On the contrary, it was the Snake King's violent reaction that made it difficult for him to continue doing the next thing. Even if he had to use mathematical language to communicate with Odessa, Lin didn't think Odessa could cooperate to any extent in the current chaos. So, just suppress it. As soon as his thoughts changed, Lin lowered his head slightly and closed his eyes. When he opened it again, his aura had changed and he had an expressionless and indifferent look. The outline of a sub-dimensional tower floating in the gap between dimensions appears in the pupil of the right eye, while the Xuanwu totem appears in the left eye. Being constantly greeted by lightning, not only a certain human magician held his breath, but also the being sleeping in the Xuanwu robe was awakened by this drizzle of disturbance. Although it is impossible to cause harm to him, it is mostly annoying. So when the magician tried to activate the power of Xuanwu robe, the two-headed snake and turtle giant spirit responded immediately. A huge transparent virtual image appeared directly within the scope of Snake King Odessa's transformed body. The turtle's head was upward, and the snake's head was downward. They opened their mouths and roared one after another. Although no sound came out, it was still majestic and powerful, shocking the hearts of all onlookers. The Snake King, who was at the center of the suppression, was even more unbearable. The sudden suppression of superior power caused the half-finished ship hull to disintegrate, leaving only the lonely nuclear fusion reactor floating in the air. And he himself fell into a temporary state of stiffness. He didn't care how incredible his action of suppressing the Snake King in one breath was in the eyes of the robots and elemental creatures. Lin, who had closed off his emotions, used Shikiri to read the consciousness of others, and unfolded Odessa's idea of transforming himself before his eyes. Messy thoughts. A hammer in the east and a stick in the west. This was not the first time that Lin saw fragments of other people's consciousness read by Hagiri. But all the messages were quite fragmented. It's no wonder that the construction process of the Snake King's hull was full of mistakes and errors. Let's organize this thing and make the construction of the hull a feasible plan. Although this is the first time to do this, it is not a big problem for someone with full computing power. Chapter 979 Heavy Metal. In the blink of an eye, directly in front of Lin's field of vision, countless designs of various parts of the battleship were overlaid. Of course, there are quite a few details that Lin himself added. After all, the basic design of all parts comes from his inheritance with Hagakuri's input fire. It is normal to be able to add details after taking a rough look. What the elemental creatures did was to select and integrate the large amount of materials provided by Lin and Hagakuri. At this stage, the knowledge they have given back to Tinder has not yet reached the level of modifying these basic designs. In this matter of integration, some templates are actually applied. In this way, the public board parts and public boards are integrated to finally complete the personalized design. Judging from the drawings compiled by Lin, the total length of the ship is about 1.2 kilometers, but the width is 600 to 700 meters, and the height is more than 300 meters. In terms of size, it is not much different from the giant snake in the past, but its appearance is no longer slender. Then comes the main event where someone is going to intervene. The original plan of the Snake King ship construction was that there was no plan. No matter where you build it, you can figure out the next step. If you want to use musical notes to explain it, it is chaotic and jumping up and down. When played seriously, let alone harsh, it is simply a disaster. Straighten out the ship construction plan of Snake King Odessa to ensure efficiency and speed, including how many processes are started at the same time, how fast each component is produced, and whether components with symmetrical positions but different functions are constructed at the same time. All of this has been laid out in detail, and the entire process has been optimized. under the computing power and thinking mode that activated the subdimensional tower. These processes only took a very short time. About the blink of an eye. In someone's calculations, the optimal solution to the notes of the whole construction plan coincides with some kind of music theory. Comparing it with the music score in his mind. The supermemory awakened the day after tomorrow turned out to be very familiar to Lin. And it also reminded Lin of the music of the absurd years of his youth. As if reminiscing about that young and frivolous time. And in order to guide the Snake King to quickly and correctly construct himself, Lin lifted the suppressive power of Xuanwu, and at the same time, he looked up to the sky and roared. In this world where there is no air, and no sound can be transmitted, it actually shows great power, and penetrates into everyone's heart. Passionate drum beats, intense variations, and turns and changes that look like dazzling skills. Contrary to the nature of music that makes people feel physically and mentally comfortable. After the whistle, the music that spread into everyone's hearts grabbed everyone's chests and kneaded them together. But this kind of music does not make people feel repelled, but blends into it unconsciously. All the bystanders beat the drums to the rhythm and nodded their heads. Everyone, including the Lich who was most familiar with the magician, didn't know where the shocking and violent music came from, and why it could capture everyone's emotions so tightly. But as the initiator, the time traveler understands that heavy metal rock has this magic, especially the classic Metallica. If the original form of music originated from flattery to the powerful, then the music after entering the modern era of the earth is more from the roar of little people. Maybe it's a little happiness. Maybe it's dissatisfaction after being tortured. Maybe it's just a soft protest after summoning up the courage. These small sounds have accumulated from blues, soul, and jazz to the era of punk and rock, and have transformed into deafening shouts. In reality, not many people would dare to commit crimes. But in the imaginary world, they will plunge into the darkness and expose their struggles. In fact, they are pursuing the glimmer of light that may exist. It is this sound that makes rock and roll happen. The music of the earth has developed to this point. If the music that is born does not represent an era, it is a rebellion against an era. And this sound, although messy, exists in the original rhythm of the Snake King reconstructing itself. What does it mean? Forget your original purpose. One of the arguments for using fire to seduce the elemental creatures is to resist the group of high-ranking gem people in the gem pit. As soon as the two were associated, Lin realized that the Snake King would come to him. And it was not the result of some time-traveling tiger's body shaking, and the younger brother bowing his head and bowing. But the Snake King himself is pursuing such a direction, which coincides with his stated purpose. It seems that none of these elemental lords, who have lived for countless years, is a good bird, regardless of whether they can speak or not. Then, let's burn this fire even brighter. With heavy metal as the foundation, Lin transformed himself into an efficient central control, and further and more detailed transformation of Odessa's own original plan. Everything is communicated with the Snake King through consciousness. The methods of communication include images, mathematics, and the third channel currently developed music. Perhaps Odessa was confused at the moment after he was suppressed and liberated. But of course, he can detect the good and bad of the next changes. Not to mention anything else. The passionate music not only touched his heartstrings, it simply hit the deepest desire in his soul. It's because he has no body now. Otherwise Odessa would also want to straighten up, raise his head to the sky, open his mouth wide, and shout at the top of his lungs, regardless of whether anyone can hear it or not. I just want to shout out the joy in my heart, in the eyes of others. In addition to the unknown music that penetrates the heartstrings, the original element lord with huge potential and the creator of fire, what they do together is to create miracles. The robots transformed by fire are actually just choices in different evolutionary directions for the elemental creatures. Just like the Clay Man, Stone Man, Iron Man, Diamond Man, and Gem Man in the past. No choice is wrong. Only one choice will be stronger than other choices when it is taken to the extreme. Therefore, the choice of most elemental creatures is to take the narrowest path of gems. Although Snake King Odessa had a great reputation in the past, elemental creatures did not consider him to be among the truly top ones. It's just very troublesome to deal with. So no one wants to do it. Apart from the size and the large number of people, the Snake King probably has nothing to fear. But the giant ship taking shape in front of you is definitely not just big. The original elemental creatures, who have become robot bodies, know very well that among the robot community, size really means everything. A huge body requires a more powerful energy source, namely a reactor, with a strong enough energy source. It can carry more and stronger weapons and equipment. It's all interconnected, And there's certainly no reverse example of smaller beings being more powerful. The simplest proof is that the strength gap between the three levels of pocket level, ordinary level, and leader level is like a chasm. If you are one level behind, to win, you have to use several times the number of people to even out the gap in cross-level challenges. As for the robot body transformed by the Snake King, no one may yet know what the final result will be. But the size alone makes the robots shudder. Unfortunately, all good things come hard. Lin, who was swaying to his heart's content, soon noticed the second difficulty coming. And this time, even though I was searching my guts, I couldn't think of any good way to solve it. Chapter 980, Going to Long to Visit Shu. Perhaps to outsiders, one person and one snake, although the snake can no longer see its original appearance, is doing incredible things. In fact, in terms of its core, this friendship between man and snake is about to explode. There is a saying, when you get to Long, you can look forward to Shu. When things are going extremely smoothly, someone will have a bigger heart. Speaking of which, this is human nature. Not everyone is like a time traveler who has experienced severe beatings from society. When encountering a problem, he first looks for a way out, and he has to look forward and backward to take advantage. Living in a related world dominated by myths, to be able to climb to the position of being superior to others, the only thing you need is to scoop it into your bowl first when you see it, regardless of good or bad. Without this greedy and ruthless spirit, in this world where life and death are at stake, it is impossible to climb to the top. So when someone came to help and things became extremely smooth compared to the original hectic situation, Odessa thought about having more functions and changing himself into a larger body shape. And he did. The elemental creatures themselves dominate everything that is transformed. And this autonomy is something that Lin has not tried to erase. It is precisely because they can control their own destiny, rather than passively changing it into something they do not want, that there are so many elemental creatures willing to transform into robots and become part of this group. And in the process of transformation, watching Tinder give out options that are enough to dazzle people. There may not be a change of heart midway and a 180-degree turn from the chosen direction, but some minor modifications are inevitable. However, for the robots, who are smaller in size compared to the Snake King's current battleship level size, their transformation speed is also quite fast. Basically, you have to regret it midway, and there are not many opportunities to modify the original design. Most robots will choose to make do with it. Anyway, if necessary, they can have a second or third transformation. Try using the existing body first to obtain the data and impressions after use, which will also be helpful in choosing the direction for the second transformation. However, the process of constructing the hull of the Snake King is really too long. Moreover, his way of thinking is different from other elemental creatures. As a result, when thinking about such systematic and logical things, he is much faster than others. The coming and going means that Odessa has more room to take the lead in the process of transformation. So he added the features that he was originally debating whether to add or not, and installed the equipment that he was considering whether to use or not. What gave this giant snake the confidence to make such a bold decision was not only the smooth intervention of someone, but also the nuclear fusion reactor transformed by his own elf core, which indeed had room for spare. According to the calculation results, the output power of Odessa's reactor can support a ship body that is 2 or 3 times larger than his original design. The reason why a rather conservative design was made before was simply because in the inheritance of fire, there was not much information about the warship smuggled in by Hagiri. What Odessa has chosen is already the largest hull design. Fortunately, I didn't overestimate my capabilities and did some unnecessary things before, such as enlarging the hull design and installing more cannons. If we really do that, I am afraid that the disaster in the early stage of transformation will be more severe and severe, and may even be impossible to deal with. But the smoothness in front of him undoubtedly made Odessa feel happy. So some of the things that I was hesitant about, that I wanted to do but didn't dare to do, are now being added at once. For someone, what would it be like to have a member suddenly improvise and perform a solo in a piece of music that has been arranged? This is someone who is very capable and can bring back the warship construction operation that is on the verge of getting out of control. Otherwise, the disaster that will happen this time will most likely be more serious than before. More importantly, it might also implicate him. It's just that someone who is already riding a tiger and can't get off, can't give up easily except for being itchy with hatred in his heart. In any case, Snake King Odessa, who took the initiative to join, is a very important ally and cannot be given up easily. so he could only pull hard on the reins of the wild horse, hoping that he would control the situation before letting go. But neither the snake that was let go nor the person who was working hard to finish it could have expected an unexpected surprise. That is, there was a lack of materials. The lava sea on the Earth elemental plane should have the richest material reserves. And this is indeed the case. Most of the materials in the sea are actually dregs from other worlds. Only when they are stirred up in this sea and resmelted can they be transformed into magic materials in the true sense. After the magic materials are created, these things will accumulate on the shore along with the tide of the Earth elemental plane. After continuous accumulation, land will be formed. And then with the movement of the Earth's crust, it will become various terrains. The time it takes to complete all of this is the same as the Earth. Thousands of years. Or even longer. In other words, in such a huge sea, there are actually only some materials that can be used by robots to construct themselves. The rest are ordinary materials that have not yet been transformed. And what happens to be suitable is a part of this part. After all, the types of materials in the sea are quite mixed. Which type you prefer depends entirely on luck. And it may not always be what someone needs. The Snake King wants to build the hull of the battleship. And the main material is of course metal. It's not that stone and gem-like materials cannot be used. It's just that they don't need to be used in so much quantity. But this not much is in proportion to the overall dosage. The dosage is less than 1,000. Or even 1/10,000. Judging from the proportion. It is indeed not much. But in terms of actual weight and purity, it is easy to create 1 or 2 gems. To build a warship. And a warship that continues to grow in terms of design. The massive amount of materials required is far beyond the imagination of one person and one snake. And even exceeds the burden of this lava sea. Although the sea will communicate with each other along with the tides and ocean currents. The lava sea is not the ocean of the Earth, or the lost lands after all. And the speed of flow and exchange is not as fast as imagined. After the original Snake King's body was devoured, Odessa acted like a whale, extracting tons of magic materials from the lava sea. Then, according to the type of material, they are sent to various parts of the ship body to be turned into spare parts. But the lava ocean flow that filled the gap could not catch up in time. And a large piece of the lava sea, which the elemental creatures were shocked to hear, was suddenly drained away. The ocean that was originally pulled by the electric light emitted by the nuclear reactor seemed to be flowing against the sky. Now there are only a few small water pipe-like waterspouts left, which are sucked into the scope of the Snake King's transformation, filling the continuously forming hull. However, everyone can see that there is still a considerable gap in the Snake King's new body. As the saying goes, blessings never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. Before I could think of how to solve the problem of lack of materials, the second miscalculation suddenly came down, catching someone off guard. That is, the energy output of the reactor is insufficient, and the situation is not what someone imagined at first.